Chapter 1, Divine Level Beast Taming System. Class, tomorrow is the day for awakening your innate talents. Let me go over the talent tier classifications once more. On the podium, a bald little old man was speaking eloquently. This little old man was the homeroom teacher of the class, explaining to the students about talents. Talents are classified by rarity, from D grade to S grade. D grade talents are the most common and ordinary. For example, strength talents, speed talents, olfactory talents, etc., are awakened by many people. However, A grade talents, or even S grade talents, are relatively rare. Talents like controlling fire or manifesting wings, which are more uncommon, tend to have higher grades. Of course, the strength of a talent is not determined by its rarity, but by its level of development. Even the most ordinary strength talent, if developed to its extreme, can grant someone the power to move stars. The homeroom teacher on the podium spoke eloquently. The students below the podium looked on with anticipation. After all, tomorrow was the day they would awaken their talents. In this world teeming with demonic beasts, awakening one's talent meant changing one's destiny. Even awakening the most ordinary D-grade talent could secure a spot in a martial arts university. If one awakens a rare A-grade talent, or even an S-grade talent, they will receive invitations from top martial arts universities. Everyone is fantasizing that tomorrow, they might awaken a top-tier talent. Teacher, how can we tell if the chances of awakening a talent are high or not? A curious classmate asked. There is no definitive answer to this question. Generally speaking, those who progress faster in martial arts training have a higher chance of awakening their talents. After all, talent is also a form of human potential. Greater physical potential means a higher likelihood of awakening talents, as well as a greater chance of awakening high-level talents. As the little old man explained, the students' gazes couldn't help but gather on one person, Yu Muqing, a classmate whose appearance alone was enough to draw the attention of the entire school, the undisputed campus belle. And that wasn't all. Her academic performance was also exceptionally outstanding. In martial arts assessments, she consistently ranked first in the entire school, even leaving the second-place finisher far behind. If the teachers were to choose one person who was certain to awaken a talent, it would undoubtedly be Yu Muqing. Some teachers even speculate that with Yu Muqing's terrifying martial arts talent, she might awaken an S-level ability. Almost everyone is looking forward to seeing what kind of talent Yu Muqing will awaken tomorrow. It's just a pity. On Yu Muqing's dazzlingly impressive report card, the academic section always ranked second, because the top spot in academics was forever held by someone named Fong Yuan. At this very moment, sitting in the corner of the classroom, Fong Yuan let out a soft sigh. Those who progress quickly in martial arts training have a higher chance of awakening. If that's the case, my chances of awakening a talent are even slimmer. Having spent 3 years in this world, Fong Yuan had already gained a thorough understanding of the situation. He, Fong Yuan, was a martial arts failure. Despite 3 years of rigorous training, he was only slightly stronger than an average person. Even though he consistently topped academic exams, in this world teeming with demonic beasts, it couldn't change the bleak reality of his future prospects. Although the culture and structure of this world are quite similar to that of the previous Blue Star, yet it is filled with powerful demonic beasts. In this world, only those with formidable combat strength can attain status and glory. Awakening innate talents feels more like a legend to me. Fong Yuan slumped back in his chair. Given his poor martial arts aptitude, he had long given up hope of changing his fate through awakened talents. However, just then, suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed in Fong Yuan's mind. Divine Beast Taming System awakened. Bound to Soul Host Fong Yuan. Host can gain strength and talents by taming pets. Personal panel has been activated. Host can view at any time. A god-level beast taming system. Can I really gain power and talents by taming pets? Fong Yuan's expression froze, and his grip on the pen unconsciously tightened. Then he let out a soft sigh of relief. 3 years. The system has finally arrived. Open personal panel. Fong Yuan said in his heart. The next moment, a semi-transparent interface appeared before his eyes. Name, Fong Yuan. Talent, none. Vitality, 13, average is 10. Spirit, 27, average is 10. Pet, none. Is this my current stats? Average vitality. But my mental power is quite high. And also, as expected, I have no talent. Fong Yuan wasn't surprised at all. He had a thorough understanding of his own body. System, explain your abilities. Fong Yuan thought to himself. This system is the Divine Beast Taming System. The host can obtain pets by forming contracts. The host can acquire the talents of pets and upgrade those talents. With each new pet contracted, the host's strength will increase. Pet strength. Note, once the contract is signed, it cannot be terminated. Pet slots are limited. Please choose carefully. Host, listening to the system's introduction in his mind, Fong Yuan nodded slightly. He had already understood the system's function. Simply put, The emergence of the system allowed him to become a beast tamer in this world where everyone awakens unique talents. As long as he tames pets, he can grow stronger. The improvement in his pet strength would also reflect back on him, enhancing his physique, can even gain the talents of their pets. Moreover, once a contract is signed and a pet is successfully tamed, the pet will never betray him. However, there is a certain limit to the number of pets that can be tamed. It's not unlimited. This requires him to choose carefully. Overall, it's still very strong. Being a beast tamer is actually quite good. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Fong Yuan's mouth. At this moment, the system notification sounded in his mind again. Novice gift pack divine bait has been issued. Please check promptly. Host, divine bait, an extremely rare bait. Any creature that consumes it will forcibly enter into a contract with the host, becoming the host's pet. Note, divine bait appears as an unparalleled delicacy in the eyes of any creature. Please choose the opening location carefully. Star. Chapter 2, Yu Muqing's Visit. Divine grade bait? Beginner's gift pack? Hearing the prompt in his mind, Fong Yuan raised an eyebrow. From the description, this divine level bait seems quite extraordinary. He glanced up at the crowded classroom and shook his head. I'll check the newbie gift pack when I'm alone later. 3 years of waiting have passed. He had enough patience. Fortunately, the homeroom teacher's pep talk was nearing its end. Classmates, make sure to rest well tonight and don't let it affect your awakening state tomorrow. Wishing everyone awakens a satisfactory talent. The bald homeroom teacher concluded the final class meeting before the awakening. Looking at the eager and cheerful faces before him, he sighed softly in his heart. As a homeroom teacher, he knew well that every student was looking forward to a bright future, but the reality was harsh. Among this group of students, it would be quite impressive if even half of them could awaken their talents. After tomorrow, some will rejoice while others will grieve. Students who fail to awaken their talents will likely have no hope of attending martial arts universities. As the class meeting came to an end, Fong Yuan also packed up his things, ready to leave the classroom. He was going back to the dormitory to check out his beginner's gift package. Fong Yuan, wait a moment. Just as Fong Yuan reached the classroom door, the homeroom teacher called out to him. Fong Yuan, no matter the outcome of tomorrow's talent awakening, don't take it too much to heart. With your personality and abilities, you can achieve great things no matter where you are. The homeroom teacher gave a kindly smile. His shiny bald head and short stature, combined with the kind smile on his face now, made him look somewhat comical. However, but as Fong Yuan looked at the bald little old man before him, he felt a warmth in his heart. How could he not understand the comforting intent behind the homeroom teacher's words? Given his demonstrated martial arts talent, his inability to awaken any innate abilities had almost become an accepted fact. No matter how outstanding his academic results were, they couldn't change this reality. Regarding this point, his homeroom teacher seemed to feel even more regretful than he did himself. Don't worry, old Zhang. Fong Yuan patted his homeroom teacher on the shoulder and said with a smile, this little matter is nothing to me. Who knows, maybe tonight I'll awaken my talent early and leap to become a top-tier genius. When that happens, you'll be the teacher of a genius. Being patted on the shoulder by his own student and called old Zhang, the little old man wasn't angry but instead quietly sighed in relief. Fong Yuan even had the mood to joke with him, which showed his mentality was much better than imagined. However, this made him feel even more regretful. He had been a homeroom teacher for so many years and had seen countless students, but he had never encountered a student like Fong Yuan. Exceptionally intelligent, extraordinary temperament. Even with the poorest martial arts talent, he never gave up on striving. He worked even harder than other students. If not for his extremely poor martial arts aptitude, he wouldn't have doubted that Fong Yuan could enter a top-tier martial arts university even without awakening any talent. Sigh. Watching Fong Yuan's departing figure, old Zhang couldn't help but sigh. Are you sighing over your genius student again? The teacher from the next class walked up to old Zhang and also caught sight of Fong Yuan's retreating back. How could I not feel regret? Such a brilliant student, yet without any martial arts talent, it breaks my heart. Old Zhang said without turning his head. It is quite a pity. The extent of this kid's hard work even surprised me, but I must say, this kid's attitude is truly commendable. Don't be too pessimistic. Anything could happen in tomorrow's awakening. Or as this kid said, maybe you'll awaken your talent tonight. Such things have happened before. The teacher from the next class said. Hearing this, old Zhang sighed once again. Everyone knew it was just a joke. Historically, there have indeed been people who awakened their talents before the awakening ceremony, but the probability is extremely low. In 100 years, there are only 4 or 5 such individuals. Each one is a rare genius. Given Fong Yuan's circumstances, the chance of him awakening a talent normally is almost non-existent, let alone awakening it prematurely. Thinking of this, old Zhang grabbed his colleague's arm. That theoretical program spot at the martial arts university you mentioned, you must save it for me. If Fong Yuan truly can't awaken any talent, I'll have to find a way to get him into a martial arts university to study. Even as a purely theoretical researcher, he'd still be far better off than us, old Zhang said with a solemn tone. This bald little old man was already paving the way for Fang Yuan. Finally back at the dorm, Fang Yuan had already returned to his dorm room. The dormitory wasn't large, about 10 square meters, but the advantage was that it was a single room. In fact, many of the school dormitories were vacant, as most students chose not to live on campus. Fang Yuan lived on campus simply for convenience. It saved more time for studying and training. I wonder what the divine level bait from the beginner's package actually looks like. Fang Yuan put down his backpack and closed the doors and windows tightly. He still remembered the system's hint that divine level bait was an ultimate delicacy for any creature. After preparing everything, Fang Yuan sat at his desk and finally took out his beginner's package. A small wooden box appeared in his hand. Huff! Fang Yuan let out a soft sigh. Even with his 2 lifetimes of experience, he couldn't help but feel a bit nervous now. This divine grade bait is extremely important to him. After all, given his current strength, trying to conquer powerful demon beasts through sheer force is simply impossible. With the divine grade bait, if used properly, he could even obtain legendary, powerful demon beasts as pets. Forcibly establish a contract. This is the power of divine grade bait. Thinking this, Fang Yuan gently opened the wooden box in his hand. An exquisitely made rice ball appeared before his eyes. This, just a rice ball? Fang Yuan was taken aback. The contents of the wooden box were somewhat unexpected to him. There were no dazzling special effects, nor any extravagant designs. It was just a seemingly well-crafted rice ball. Utterly unremarkable. It looks so ordinary. Is this really what divine grade bait looks like? Fang Yuan held the rice ball in his hand, turning it over and over, but couldn't find anything special about it. Fortunately, after consulting the system, he received a positive response. The rice ball in his hand was a divine level bait capable of forcibly forming contracts with any creature. Looking plain is actually better. At least it won't alert the target. Fang Yuan placed the rice ball back into the wooden box, already planning how to use the divine level bait. To maximize the effect of the bait, he first needed the opportunity to come into contact with powerful demon beasts. Just as Fang Yuan was pondering, a rapid knocking sound came from the door. Is Fang Yuan here? A pleasant voice sounded from outside the door. Yu Muqing? Fang Yuan immediately recognized the owner of the voice. It was none other than the campus Belle. Yu Muqing. Chapter 3, Spit It Out. Yu Muqing? Fang Yuan immediately recognized the identity of the person knocking. There was no other reason. Yu Muqing's voice was simply too distinctive. The voice was melodious and clear, pleasing to the ear. Why are you coming at this time? Fang Yuan placed the rice ball back into the wooden box. He wasn't surprised by Yu Muqing's appearance. In fact, over the past 2 or 3 months, Yu Muqing would come to find him every now and then. However, there wasn't really anything else going on. It was just about borrowing notes. Fang Yuan's notes weren't just a record of what the teacher said in class, they contained more of his own understanding. This is also the reason why he can consistently rank first in the literary exams year after year. Although Yu Muqing's literary exam results were decent, there was a noticeable gap compared to his. Fang Yuan opened the door. Yu Muqing was standing outside the door, a delicate face with fair, flawless skin, a pair of eyes as bright as the stars, long, glossy black hair simply tied back. Even in a school uniform, her radiance remains undimmed. Seeing Yu Muqing, even Fang Yuan, who had encountered countless beauties in his previous life, couldn't help but marvel at her beauty once again. More importantly, Yu Muqing was far from being just a pretty face. She was a genuine martial arts prodigy. Once her talents awakened tomorrow, she would instantly become a rising star capturing the nation's attention. Fang Yuan, I've finished reading the notes you lent me last time, Yu Muqing said, but there are 2 parts one don't quite understand. Can you explain it to me? Her voice originally carried a hint of aloofness, which matched her image of maintaining a certain distance from everyone. But now, the aloofness in her voice had vanished, replaced by a rare hint of shyness that was seldom seen in her daily life. If other classmates saw Yu Muqing blushing slightly like this, they'd probably be shocked. No reason. Normally, Yu Muqing treats everyone with the same polite demeanor. Within this politeness lies a hint of distance. It invisibly elevated her image to one of aloofness. Who would have thought Yu Muqing could show such a shy side in front of others? However, yet Fang Yuan's heart remained utterly calm. Back when Yu Muqing first came to borrow his notes, he had already witnessed even more exaggerated scenes. At that time, even Yu Muqing's ears were completely flushed red. Come in, but I'm quite busy today. I'll find you a couple of other notebooks. Take them back and read through them. You might figure it out on your own. If you still don't understand, come find me again. Fang Yuan said calmly. If it were any other student, being approached by Yu Muqing might have led to wild fantasies, but Fang Yuan wouldn't. In truth, Yu Muqing might be shy, but her gaze remained clear throughout. It was just her overly strong sense of pride that made her somewhat embarrassed. Having lived 2 lives, Fong Yuan could easily see through this. Hearing Fong Yuan's words, Yu Muqing nodded and walked into the dormitory. Take a seat first, let me find the notebook. Without further ado, Fong Yuan turned around and started searching on the bookshelf. He was in a hurry to send Yu Muqing away and continued pondering how to best utilize his divine-level bait. And at this moment, sitting on the chair, Yu Muqing watched Fong Yuan's retreating figure, her eyes revealing a trace of curiosity. Ever since borrowing Fong Yuan's notes, Yu Muqing felt as if a new world had opened up before her. Many of the contents in Fong Yuan's notes were things she had never even considered before. The habits, weaknesses, and behavioral patterns of various demonic beasts. The utilization and developmental possibilities of various talents. The depth of thought and the novelty of perspectives are unprecedented. Even more useful and profound than the content of textbooks. What a pity. If his martial arts talent had been just a little bit better, he would have surpassed me. Thinking of this, Yu Muqing couldn't help but show a hint of regret on her face. However, just then, Yu Muqing suddenly caught a whiff of a peculiar fragrance. This aroma, as if it had gathered all the delicious flavors in the world, immediately captured Yu Muqing's attention. Her gaze involuntarily fell upon the wooden box on the desk. So hungry, Yu Muqing looked at the wooden box, feeling an intense hunger welling up in her heart. Her hand had already subconsciously reached out toward the wooden box. However, the outstretched hand stopped mid-air. I can't do this. This is Fong Yuan's thing. Yu Muqing's expression was somewhat conflicted. Her consciousness was clear, she didn't want to touch others' belongings, but the fragrance emanating from that wooden box made it hard for her to resist. I'll just take a look. Nothing will happen. Barely finding a reason to convince herself, Yu Muqing opened the wooden box. An utterly ordinary rice ball appeared in Yu Muqing's field of vision. A rich aroma quickly filled the air. Yu Muqing was instantly captivated by the rice ball before her. At this moment, the rice ball was the most exquisite delicacy in the world. Only one thought remained in her mind. Eat it. Dignity, etiquette, upbringing, all the good habits cultivated over a decade of life were cast aside in this moment. Nothing can stand in the way of humanity's craving for delicious food. Yu Muqing decisively picked up the rice ball and took big bites. Found it. These 2 notebooks should be able to answer your questions. Spit it out. Finally turning away from the bookshelf, Fong Yuan was stunned by the sight before him. Yu Muqing was actually eating his divine-grade bait. Spit it out. Without time to ponder Yu Muqing's strange behavior, Fong Yuan quickly strode over to her. Then he grabbed Yu Muqing's shoulder and shook her violently. At this moment, Fong Yuan had completely abandoned any thought of being gentle with her. His eyes widened, focused solely on retrieving his divine-grade bait. That was the crucial item for him to become a beast master. Divine-grade bait has been used. Contract signed. Congratulations, host, on obtaining your first pet. Please check pet information promptly. Chapter 4, The Breakdown of Yu Muqing. It's over. Hearing the system prompt in his mind, Fong Yuan knew it was already too late. The divine-grade bait had fulfilled its contractual role. Irreversible. Fong Yuan's face turned ashen, barely suppressing the urge to swear. Meanwhile, Yu Muqing, after consuming the divine-grade bait, suddenly regained full clarity of mind. Staring at Fong Yuan's gloomy expression, she inexplicably felt a twinge of fear. Logically, his martial arts realm was far inferior to hers. I'm sorry. I don't know what came over me just now, I inexplicably ate that rice ball. Yu Muqing felt somewhat flustered. She sensed a peculiar transformation taking place within her body. Hard to explain, hard to define. Facing Fong Yuan before her, she actually felt an urge to lower her gaze, a sensation akin to wanting to submit. Yet there was also a sense of familiarity quietly brewing in her heart. It seemed that being with Fong Yuan could bring her joy and fulfillment. These feelings emerged so abruptly that even she herself was caught off guard. Wait, what on earth is that rice ball? Sensing her own transformation, Yu Muqing's face turned pale. These sensations were so vivid, undeniably real, as if some mysterious and powerful force had forcibly linked her to Fong Yuan. Yu Muqing panicked. Fong Yuan looked at Yu Muqing, his expression shifting several times before he finally sighed. He simply found it absurd. He waited 3 years before the system finally awakened, granting him divine-level bait capable of forming contracts with any powerful creature. Yet, it was carelessly eaten by Yu Muqing just like that. He had envisioned using the divine bait to obtain an immensely powerful pet and instantly rise to become a top-tier powerhouse. Now, all those plans have gone down the drain. He couldn't possibly ride Yu Muqing into battle. The divine-grade bait was gone. Not a single pet slot remained. Fong Yuan still remembered the system's warning. There was a limit to how many pets he could tame. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel somewhat irritable. That's the bait I prepared, used for capturing demon beasts. If you eat that, you'll become my pet. Fong Yuan didn't plan to hide anything and directly told Yu Muqing. Then what should I do now? Yu Muqing was completely stunned. I've already awakened my talent in advance. That bait was made using my innate talent ability. By eating my bait, in a way, you've already become my pet. Some changes, even without me saying it, you must have already sensed them, right? Fang Yuan said with a hint of annoyance. At this moment, he could already feel that faint, elusive connection between himself and Yu Muqing. Although this connection is still relatively weak now, it will grow stronger over time. Through this connection, he could roughly sense what Yu Muqing was thinking and could also convey his own commands. For beast masters, these are all basic operations. But, the one who consumed the divine grade bait today was no demon beast. It was Yu Muqing. Pet? Me? Yu Muqing's eyes widened as she stared blankly at Fang Yuan, hardly believing her ears. She, a proud daughter of heaven. Her future was infinitely bright. She actually became someone else's pet. Although all of this sounded so unbelievable, the changes happening in her body made her realize that Fang Yuan's words were true. She could sense that an inexplicable connection had been established between her and Fang Yuan. This connection allowed them to perceive each other's presence. And that wasn't all. She found herself unable to look Fang Yuan directly in the eye, instinctively feeling compelled to obey whatever he said. Realizing this, Yu Muqing's face turned pale. She had grand ambitions to fight on the battlefield, to become one of the world's top powerhouses. How could she possibly agree to such a contract? Fang Yuan, you have a way to break this contract, don't you? Yu Muqing tried her best to remain calm, but the tremor in her voice betrayed the turmoil within. Fang Yuan shook his head. I have no way to sever this connection. Once the contract is signed, it cannot be reversed. I also wish none of this had happened, but there's nothing I can do, Fang Yuan said. Hearing this, Yu Muqing was struck as if by a heavy blow, instinctively taking 2 steps back. I won't accept this. I will definitely find a way to undo it. If I discover a method, I'll break the contract at any cost. Yu Muqing's psychological defenses completely collapsed. Proud as she was, a genius like her, she actually became someone else's pet. This was simply trampling her self-esteem underfoot. It had already crossed her bottom line. If there were a way, she would pay any price to sever this connection with Fang Yuan. Yet even as she thought this, another thought kept surfacing in her mind. The desire to stay by Fang Yuan's side. This intense sense of contradiction only deepened Yu Muqing's fear. You'd better find a way to undo it, Fang Yuan said. I don't want to waste a pet slot on you either. Waste? With her talent, she became someone else's pet, and it's still a waste of position. Yu Muqing's body swayed slightly as a surge of humiliation welled up inside her. Tears were already welling up in her eyes. Once I find a way to undo this, I'll come back for you. Yu Muqing barely held back her tears as she hastily fled Fang Yuan's dormitory. Watching Yu Muqing's retreating figure, Fang Yuan couldn't help but curl his lips in disdain. Is this divine grade bait really that potent? After signing the contract, he could sense a part of Yu Muqing's emotions. Given Yu Muqing's pride, she would never tolerate such a thing. But the existence of the contract made Yu Muqing want to get closer to him. This was the natural duty of being a pet. It still exists even when applied to humans. With the divine grade bait gone, if I want to tame new pets from now on, I'll have to rely on myself. Fang Yuan couldn't help but frown. Just then, the system's notification sound rang out. Host has successfully obtained the first pet. Host's strength has increased due to obtaining a pet. Host's talents have been updated. Please check promptly. Chapter 5, SSS Level Talent, Ice Kingdom. Host has successfully obtained the first pet. Host's strength has increased due to obtaining a pet. New talent items have been added for the host. Please check promptly. Hearing the prompt in his mind, Fang Yuan froze for a moment. He immediately opened the attribute panel interface. Name, Fang Yuan. Talent, Ice Kingdom, SSS Tier. Chi and Blood, 43, plus 30. Spirit, 47, plus 20. Pet, Yu Muqing, New. The entire attribute panel has undergone a tremendous change. The talent section has changed from none before to the current SSS level talent, Kingdom of Ice. Both Vitality and Spirit have seen a significant increase. Vitality has even multiplied several times over. The changes are enormous. Not only did I obtain an SSS tier talent, but both Vitality and Spirit have undergone tremendous enhancement. Fang Yuan was pleasantly surprised and immediately asked the system about the source of these increases. A few minutes later, Fang Yuan had already understood everything. The SSS tier talent Frozen Kingdom came from Yu Muqing, his first pet. However, Yu Muqing's talent was only an S-grade frost diffusion and remained in an unawakened state. As a divine level beast tamer, while acquiring pet talents, he could also upgrade them. The increase in vitality and spirit also came from Yu Muqing. The more powerful the tamed pet, the greater the increase in his vitality and spirit. Truly worthy of being a god-level beast tamer. After understanding all this, Fang Yuan couldn't help but sigh in amazement. It's important to know that vitality and spirit are the foundation for unleashing the true power of one's talents. No matter how powerful one's innate talent is, without the support of vitality and spirit, it cannot achieve significant effects. System, open Yu Muqing's attribute panel, Fong Yuan said. Soon, a virtual attribute panel appeared before him. Name, Yu Muqing. Talent, Frost Diffusion, S rank, Dormant. Vitality, 33, average is 10. Spirit, 19, average is 10. TSK, truly an S-tier talent. Vitality stats are far ahead of peers at this age. Looking at Yu Muqing's attribute panel, Fong Yuan couldn't help but feel impressed. What terrifying innate talent. With just 33 points of vitality, he could already outmatch his peers, not to mention the yet-to-awaken S-grade talent. Many speculate that Yu Muqing is the student most likely to awaken an S-grade talent this year. It seems she truly has such potential after all. Although Yu Muqing's current strength isn't particularly impressive, her potential is quite remarkable. From this perspective, Yu Muqing occupying one spot isn't a waste at all. After all, whenever her strength improves, I'll gain corresponding enhancements too. Fong Yuan closed the attribute panel, his mindset having undergone some changes. The most important aspect of being a god-level beast tamer is mutual growth between both parties. Therefore, when the strength of the pet increases, Fong Yuan will also gain improvements. This is reflected in the attribute panel as an increase in vitality and mental stats. I just wonder, what kind of power can I unleash now? Muttering to himself, Fong Yuan raised his hand. A layer of frost instantly appeared on his hand. The entire dormitory was immediately filled with a chilling aura. The frost in Fong Yuan's hand came from the newly acquired innate ability, SSS level talent, Kingdom of Ice. Following Fong Yuan's thoughts, other parts of the dorm room began to change as well. Frost started appearing on the desk, chairs, and even the windows. Crack! With a crisp sound, the window glass couldn't withstand the power of the ice and shattered directly. No, the dorm room is still too cramped. If I were to unleash my full power, the dorm would become uninhabitable. Fong Yuan lowered his hand. At this moment, the frost that had just formed throughout the dormitory quickly vanished. It was as if the ice had never existed. Only a faint chill remained, bearing witness to what had just occurred. Can freely create ice around the body, freezing everything. Although it's just a preliminary attempt, Fong Yuan has already figured out the basic function of the Kingdom of Ice. Within a certain range, he can freely create ice to freeze targets. This range and freezing ability are based on his physical energy and mental strength. The higher his physical energy, the larger the controllable range and the stronger the freezing ability. I still need to find a spacious place to test the limits of my current abilities. This is very important. If even you don't know your own combat limits, you'll be at a disadvantage in battle. Thinking this, Fong Yuan immediately left the dormitory. However, just as he reached the dormitory building's entrance, the dorm supervisor suddenly came out and stopped Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan, did you have a falling out with Yu Muqing? I just saw Yu Muqing run off looking devastated. I called out to her, but she ignored me. Young man, you should learn to cherish what you have. Yu Muqing is quite a remarkable young girl. The dorm supervisor wore a mysterious and gossipy expression, as if she had stumbled upon some big secret. Hearing this, Fong Yuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Auntie, you've misunderstood. By the way, Auntie, there's a broken window in my dorm room. Could you arrange for someone to fix it? Having lived in the dorm for 3 years, Fong Yuan was already quite familiar with the dorm supervisor, and they no longer stood on ceremony with each other. However, regarding the matter of Yu Muqing, he didn't intend to say much. Auntie will get someone to fix the glass right away. Tell me, how far have you and Yu Muqing gone? Did she confess to you and get rejected? The dorm supervisor's eyes sparkled. Clearly her gossipy spirit was burning bright. Auntie, it's not what you think. I'm off to train. Auntie, Fong Yuan practically fled in panic. Even with the experience of 2 lifetimes, he still had no way to handle middle-aged women whose gossipy spirits were on fire. Fortunately, although the dorm supervisor enjoys gossip, she's tight-lipped. Fong Yuan wasn't worried that the dorm supervisor would spread today's incident, causing unnecessary trouble. If others at school found out that Yu Muqing came looking for him and left heartbroken, he'd likely become the entire school's enemy overnight. We're here. Leaving the dormitory building, Fong Yuan quickly arrived at his destination, training building. As the best high school in Liang City, it had its own independent training building. This was also the place Fong Yuan visited most frequently during his 3 years here. Chapter 6: The Principal's Shock. Who awakened their talent early? The school's training building contains various training rooms, basic combat skills training, general strength training, speed training. Each training room is equipped with corresponding equipment. Over the past 3 years, Fong Yuan had trained in the training room almost every day, although it didn't yield much effect. At this early hour, many students stayed after school to train here, making the place very lively. However, Fong Yuan, however, didn't engage in these ordinary training routines. Instead, he went directly to the underground first level. Unlike other training areas, the underground first level was a specialized talent training room, built with special construction techniques, specifically designed for students to showcase and train their talents. 100 times more durable than ordinary training rooms. Very quickly, Fang Yuan soon arrived at the talent training classroom. What a great environment! As soon as he arrived at the underground first floor, Fang Yuan revealed a satisfied smile. The space was vast. The walls and floors were constructed from massive slabs of sturdy rock, ensuring that even if a nuclear bomb detonated outside, this place would remain unharmed. However, in the vast venue, Fang Yuan was the only one present. It was unusually quiet. Once everyone awakens their talents tomorrow, this place will instantly become lively. At this time, it's likely only Fang Yuan would come here. Then, let's begin. Fang Yuan stood in the center of the talent training room, spreading his arms wide. The next moment, within a radius of about 10 meters around him, in an instant, it became a world of ice. The ground and equipment were all covered in a thick layer of frost. Everything within the area was frozen solid. Unlike his attempt in the dormitory, this time Fang Yuan was using his talent at full power. Not bad. Looking at the surroundings, Fang Yuan revealed a faint smile. This is the most basic function of the SSS tier talent, Ice Kingdom. It can cover the surroundings with ice. However, Fang Yuan's attempts were far from over. With a single thought from him, the thick layer of ice on the ground began to change. Sharp ice spikes emerged from the ground, incredibly sharp and solid. A spear formed of ice appeared in Fang Yuan's hand. Crack! Fang Yuan flung the spear backward, hitting a target dozens of meters away with pinpoint accuracy. The sharp ice spear pierced clean through the target. That's not all. The spear pierced through the target and embedded itself half a meter deep into the wall before finally coming to a stop. This scene even surprised Fang Yuan a little. Both long-range and close-range attack methods are now available. Though called the Realm of Ice, the core ability of this talent remains the power to control frost. With Fang Yuan's intellect, he quickly grasped the essence of his innate talent, frost control. He could manipulate ice to craft various types of weapons. One could also utilize frost to create a kingdom of ice. Within this frozen kingdom, he could launch ice attacks without even making physical contact. Further development would essentially mean enhancing the mastery over frost. The greater the control, the stronger the combat power. Fang Yuan muttered to himself. His first awakened talent, the Realm of Ice, was incredibly powerful, and remarkably practical as well. It was a true combat-oriented ability, can play a decisive role in battle. When Fang Yuan left the training building, several middle-aged men arrived at the training building. These individuals were all familiar faces at the school. The leader was the principal of Liang High School. The remaining few were also department heads overseeing various school divisions. Almost the entire school's leadership is gathered here. The talent training room must not have any issues, the principal said sternly. After everyone's talents awaken tomorrow, ordinary training rooms won't be used as much. Everyone must test their innate talent strength in the talent training room. All kinds of equipment and devices must be in place before dark tomorrow. Although the talent training room is only bustling for 2 or 3 months each year, it must still be absolutely foolproof. As he spoke, the principal led a few people beside him into the elevator. Tomorrow is the day when everyone awakens their talents. At this time every year, inspecting the talent training room has become a school tradition. All the equipment has been prepared. Someone behind the principal said, the hygiene of the talent training room has also been taken care of. During tomorrow's awakening ceremony, we'll start moving the final pieces of equipment. Ensure everyone can train normally in the talent training room. As they spoke, the group had already arrived at the underground first floor. The entire underground first floor was dedicated to the talent training room. The spacious training room appeared somewhat empty, as some training equipment had not yet been installed. However, upon arriving here, the principal and the others couldn't help but tighten their coats. Cold, compared to the outside. It felt like a completely different season here. Is it always this cold here? The principal frowned slightly. In his memory, this place was somewhat chilly, but never this freezing. Someone was starting to get nervous. His job is to oversee the talent training room, where he is responsible for maintaining everything. The principal's question about the temperature was actually questioning his work performance. If anything goes wrong in the talent training room, he would lose his job immediately. The walls, floor tiles, and ceiling here are all built with the sturdiest stone bricks. The walls were just inspected 2 days ago and found to be intact, with no damage to the structure of the talent training room. It can withstand the training of an S-rank talent awakener. The low temperature might be due to the lack of visitors for too long. The supervisor tried his best to divert the topic. However, the principal, did not respond. Instead, he narrowed his eyes and looked toward a wall in the training room. The people around the principal also curiously looked in that direction. Immediately, the expressions of these people all changed, because they saw that a small hole had actually appeared on the wall, as if it had been pierced by something. The person in charge of the talent training room also saw the hole in the wall. His face instantly turned pale. He had just boasted that no issues could possibly arise in the talent training room, only to have the principal discover a hole in the wall moments later. His face was thoroughly slapped, metaphorically humiliated. He was tongue-tied, unable to utter a single word. At this moment, his heart was also filled with shock. He knew all too well just how sturdy the walls of the talent training room were. Even if you bombarded it with artillery shells, it wouldn't be destroyed. But now, a hole has unexpectedly appeared. When did this hole appear? The principal suddenly asked. This hole wasn't here 2 days ago when we cleaned, the supervisor immediately said. Hearing this, the principal's lips curled into a faint smile. Fix the hole, and we won't hold you responsible. The principal spoke up. Everyone, let's keep today's matter under wraps for now. If nothing goes wrong, our Liang High School has produced another extraordinary genius. Hearing this, the group was momentarily stunned before quickly catching on. The principal means, are these traces left by someone testing their talent? But tomorrow is the day for talent awakening. Someone awakened their talent early. Even the walls here were shattered. What level of talent is this? Above S rank. Who could it be? Yu Muqing perhaps? Should we track him down? These junior leaders finally grasped what the principal was implying, their expressions turning excited. Awakening talent in advance. He even managed to punch a hole through the wall of the talent training room. They knew all too well what this meant. This might be a talent surpassing S rank. However, the principal made a silencing gesture towards them. No need to look for him, since he hasn't made it public himself. We'll pretend we don't know for now. If it's really as I said, his brilliance will soon become impossible to conceal. Now, we should think about what kind of gift to give this little fellow. As a genius from Liang High School, I can't appear too shabby. Chapter 7, The Second Pet Slot. At this very moment, Fong Yuan, who had already returned to the dormitory, was unaware that the traces he left in the talent training room had been discovered by the principal. He feels somewhat exhausted now. The consumption of chi and mental energy is quite significant. It seems I shouldn't use my talent at full capacity too easily. During the previous test, he learned the limits of his abilities, but it also drained too much of his stamina. However, before going to sleep, there was one last thing he needed to do. System, how many pets can I have now? Fong Yuan silently asked in his heart. Host can currently have 2 pets. Hearing the reply, he nodded slightly. In other words, apart from Yu Muqing, he could now tame another pet. Where should I go to get a pet? Lost in thought, Fong Yuan gradually fell asleep. The night passed without incident. Fong Yuan woke up in the morning feeling refreshed and full of energy. Leave a note for old Zhang, saying I won't be attending the talent awakening ceremony. Fong Yuan had already made up his mind. He had no intention of participating in today's talent awakening. After all, he had no innate talents of his own, only the Kingdom of Ice ability granted to him by Yu Muqing. And this talent has already awakened. Participating in the talent awakening ceremony again would just be a waste of time. It's completely meaningless. He wanted to try and see if he could tame another pet to quickly boost his strength. Leaving the dormitory, it was still early. Fong Yuan first went to the homeroom teacher's office, slipped a leave note through the door crack, and then left the school. In this world, schools are not very strict about such management. Fong Yuan left the school without encountering any obstacles. On this special day of awakening talents, probably no one would have thought that a classmate would actually skip class. After leaving school, Fong Yuan hailed a taxi and went straight to the edge of the city. Although the culture and power structure of this world are not much different from Earth in his previous life, the planet itself is not the same as Earth. To be precise, it's more like an expanded version of Earth. The planet where people in this world live was originally quite similar to Earth. However, 300 years ago, spiritual energy revived. The Earth expanded, and numerous void gates appeared. From these void gates emerged a vast number of demonic beasts. It was from that time onward that humans began cultivating martial arts to combat the demonic beasts. Another 100 years passed, and people discovered that certain special methods could actually awaken innate talents. From then on, in battles against demonic beasts, humans gradually began to gain the upper hand. Until now, humanity has already gained control over numerous void gates. Traces of demon beasts are now almost unseen in the city. Only in the wilderness can the tracks of demon beasts still be found. Fong Yuan's destination is the wilderness outside Liang City. There, demon beasts appear from time to time. However, due to its proximity to the city, there aren't many overly powerful demon beasts here. Many wilderness hunters from Liang City conduct their hunts in this area. Given his current strength, this would be a suitable location for him to tame a pet. As long as he can tame a demon beast with good innate talent, he can gain an additional ability. This provides tremendous help to his strength. Master, keep driving forward and stop when we're close to the wilderness, Fong Yuan said to the taxi driver. You're going to the wilderness? The driver was startled and couldn't help but glance at Fong Yuan a few more times through the rearview mirror. Seeing that Fong Yuan remained silent, the driver hesitated for a moment before speaking up. Young man, judging by your appearance, you're still a student, aren't you? You're still young, so don't do anything rash. Have you heard this saying? Don't bully the young for being poor. Whether you want to make money or improve yourself, it all has to be done step by step. Although the wilderness is much safer now than many years ago, the demon beasts there aren't pushovers either. Hearing this, Fong Yuan froze for a moment, then found it both funny and exasperating. The driver uncle clearly mistook him for a reckless young fool. Indeed, many people in desperate need of money have tried hunting demonic beasts in the wilderness. Many materials from demonic beasts are highly valuable, but most never return. Demon beasts aren't so easy to kill. Ordinary martial artists stand no chance against demon beasts. Seeing Fong Yuan remain silent, the driver uncle continued. We're almost at the wilderness now. If you change your mind now, I'll take you back for free. No charge. I think, whether it's out of anger or whatever, you shouldn't joke with your own life. My son is 2 years older than you, has a strength talent, and studies at a martial arts university, but even he wouldn't dare enter the wilderness alone casually. You'd better think carefully. The driver uncle patiently persuaded, completely treating Fong Yuan as an angry child. Fong Yuan rubbed his nose, unsure how to explain. The demon beasts in the wilderness are indeed dangerous, but with his current strength, he didn't need to worry about his life safety. An SSS-grade talent, far more powerful than most could imagine. Fong Yuan wanted to say something, but ultimately gave up. With this uncle's preconceived notions, he probably wouldn't be able to explain it clearly. After all, he looks too young, about 16 or 17 years old. In any place, it's rare to see someone of that age venturing alone into the wilderness to hunt demonic beasts. However, just at this moment, a sharp cry suddenly rang out from above the car roof. A shadow also enveloped the taxi Fong Yuan was in. Fong Yuan suddenly looked up and saw a massive solitary eagle swooping down toward the taxi through the skylight. Clearly, this eagle-like demon beast had already set its sights on the taxi. Chapter 8, Teacher, have you ever heard of a beast-taming talent like this? This enormous eagle-like demon beast had already locked onto the taxi as its target. It swooped down towards the taxi at an incredible speed. Fong Yuan had no doubt that those sharp, powerful claws could tear through the car roof in an instant. The taxi driver reacted with lightning-fast reflexes. With a sharp turn of the steering wheel, he executed a clean drift, narrowly avoiding the attack of the giant eagle. Too close to the wilderness. We can't go any further. The driver uncle turned the car around, pressing the accelerator to the floor. However, Fong Yuan in the back seat, watching the giant eagle soaring high again, showed an interested expression. System, can I check this eagle's attributes? Fong Yuan thought to himself. The next moment, a translucent panel appeared before his eyes. Name, Giant Claw Eagle. Talent, none. Vitality, 45. Spirit, 19. Potential rating, bronze. No talent. Potential rating is also at the bronze level. It's not very valuable to me. Looking at the attribute panel, Fong Yuan had already made his decision. The potential ratings for demon beasts are divided into several levels: bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, and king. It's a judgment made by the system based on the growth potential of the demon beast. Yumuching's potential rating is at the king level. The bronze level potential giant claw eagle before him was clearly not Fong Yuan's target. Uncle, stop the car. Fong Yuan decisively spoke up. Are you crazy? The driver not only didn't stop the car, but he pressed even harder on the accelerator. In his view, only by quickly returning to the city could they possibly escape this enormous eagle demon beast. At this moment, the giant clawed eagle in the sky once again dove toward the taxi. However, a spear of condensed ice shot out from the sunroof at an incredible speed. Thud! A soft sound. The spiral tip of the ice spear effortlessly pierced into the giant eagle's abdomen. Blood splattered across the sky. The severely wounded giant eagle crashed directly in front of the taxi. Squeak! A sharp screech of brakes rang out. The taxi came to a stop just before it would have collided with the giant eagle. At this moment, the taxi driver stared wide-eyed at the corpse of the giant eagle before him and the icy spear embedded in it, his expression one of shock. In the rear-view mirror, he witnessed the entire process of Fong Yuan condensing the spear. How could he still not understand Fong Yuan's identity? This is something only those who have awakened top-tier talents can accomplish. His own son was studying at the martial arts university, so of course he understood what this meant. You, genius. The uncle couldn't even speak properly, but Fong Yuan still understood what the uncle meant. Nothing else, just pure genius. Fong Yuan smiled faintly and said, you could say that. You can leave me here. We're already quite close to the wilderness, it's a bit dangerous. Please transport this demon beast's corpse back to the city for me. I'll compensate you for your efforts. Right now, it's impossible for him to take such a massive demon beast carcass into the wilderness. Having the driver uncle help bring it back is the best option. He's not worried about being unable to find the uncle either, especially since the other party already knows he's an awakened being. At this very moment, back at school, the talent awakening ceremony is about to begin. Everyone had gathered on the playground. A peculiar device was placed at the very front. That was the talent awakening device. People could awaken their talents simply by entering it. It is the product of 200 years of scientists' painstaking efforts. It is also the simplest method of awakening. Nearly 99% of awakened individuals have succeeded in awakening using this device. On the school sports field, all senior year students had already gathered here in their class formations. There are many people, but the playground is very quiet. Everyone is nervous. Not everyone can succeed in awakening their talents. The high spirits of yesterday had turned into nervousness at this moment. At this moment, Yumuching was standing at the front of Fang Yuan's class. Even on such an important occasion, many boys still couldn't help stealing glances at Yumuching. This clearly showed the status Yumuching held in the hearts of many boys. However, Yumuching's current condition doesn't look too good. Dark circles have already appeared under her eyes. Didn't rest well yesterday? The homeroom teacher, old Zhang, was standing right beside Yumuching and naturally noticed something was off with her. Don't worry, with your martial arts talent, awakening an innate ability is inevitable. Having taught so many students, I can still be certain about this. There's no need for you to be nervous. Hearing this, Yumuching forced a very strained smile. She didn't sleep well last night, but it wasn't because she was worried about awakening her talent. The idea of becoming someone else's pet was utterly unacceptable to her. Yet, she couldn't stop thinking about Fang Yuan. She spent the whole night searching through various materials but couldn't find a solution to this problem. She couldn't even find much information on awakening beast taming talents. Teacher Zhang, do you know of any beast taming talents? Yumuching couldn't help but ask. The talent for beast taming? Old Zhang thought for a moment and said slowly, from what I recall, some people awaken the talent for beast taming. However, I've never seen it before. This is an extremely rare talent. It seems only 2 people in history have awakened beast taming related talents. Hearing this, Yumuching immediately perked up. She searched all night but couldn't find any relevant information. Surprisingly, the homeroom teacher knew about it. According to documented history, 200 years ago, a zoo worker suddenly awakened the talent of beast taming. It once caused quite a sensation, because he could take demon beasts as his own pets. This directly shattered people's perceptions. At that time, humans had been battling demon beasts for over 100 years with countless casualties, and it was the first time anyone had managed to tame them. Relying on these tamed demon beasts, he swiftly rose to become one of the top combatants of his era. Unfortunately, the city he was in soon experienced a beast uprising. Countless beasts charged into the city from the wilderness, all with nearly the same target in mind. That target was the senior who had awakened the beast-taming talent. That battle darkened the sun and moon, and shook the heavens and earth. The entire city was reduced to ruins in this battle. In the end, it concluded with humanity's defeat. That senior also perished in this battle. Old Zhang's tone carried a hint of regret. Yumuching also felt a surge of excitement, with Fang Yuan's figure constantly flashing through her mind. Chapter 9, The Collapse of Yumuching. King-level potential. The second person to awaken the beast-taming talent was also over 100 years ago. However, because he was overly confident, a person went hunting in the wilderness. Having awakened for less than a year, they died at the hands of a demon beast. What a pity. Old Zhang sighed lightly and said, those who awaken the beast-taming talent are undoubtedly powerful, capable of commanding multiple formidable demon beasts in battle. Yet their physical bodies remain too fragile, no different from ordinary people. This is also the greatest weakness of beast tamers, Old Zhang said in a grave tone. Whether it's a coincidence or not, the second person who awakened the beast-taming talent also died surrounded by demon beasts. It seems the demon beasts won't allow such individuals to exist among humans. Once they appear, the demon beasts will do everything possible to kill them. What a pity. If these two were still alive, our human race would likely have 2 more top-tier combatants now. Hearing these words, Yumuching's heart suddenly clenched. A kind of worry about the other side of the edge bubbled up involuntarily. Old Zhang didn't know about Fang Yuan's awakening of the talent of the sentinel beast yet, but she was very clear about it. Wait, no, what does Fang Yuan's business have to do with me? Fish mooching off fish mooching, you are the one who is going to become the top battle force of the human race. How can you have such thoughts? Yumuching shook her head violently, trying to discard this worry from her mind. But even though she resisted it, the emotion continued to spread in her mind. Unable to resist, Yumuching turned back in the group behind him and glanced around. She was looking for Fang Yuan. However, there was no sign of Fang Yuan's figure. At this moment, another emotion of loss appeared in Yu Muqing's heart. Teacher Zhang, the headcount is all done. Our class is missing one person. A student ran up to the homeroom teacher and opened his mouth. Fang Yuan is not here. I know. You return to your team. Old Zhang sighed softly. Of course he saw the leave slip that Fang Yuan had left for him. However, the leave slip didn't say what he was going to do, only that he was taking the day off. Next to her, Yu Muqing, after confirming the news that Fang Yuan was not here today, the loss in her heart became even more intense. She asked, unable to control herself, Mr. Zhang, Fang Yuan isn't here. Aren't you going to look for him? As soon as these words were asked, Yu Muqing's heart thumped. How could she ask such a question? The old her wouldn't have cared about such things. But now, she subconsciously cared about anything that involved Fang Yuan. This change caused some panic in Yu Muqing. Fang Yuan since he doesn't want to come, let him be. That kid, his self-esteem is actually pretty high. I guess I don't want to fail at awakening in front of the whole school. Preserve a little of the last vestige of decency. Alas, when I think of Fang Yuan, I feel very sorry. What a good seedling, just too poor in martial talent. Old Zhang opened his mouth. In fact, when he saw Fang Yuan's leave slip in the morning, he had already misunderstood. Misunderstanding that Fang Yuan avoided the awakening ceremony because he didn't want to fail the awakening in front of the whole school. I can well understand Square Edge. As if he had found a vent, old Zhang said all the regrets in his heart. If it were me, I'd probably run away from this gift awakening ceremony as well. Obviously such a good brain, but no talent for martial arts. Pity, pity. I don't know how to relieve him. Hearing this, the face of Yu Muqing, who was next to old Zhang, turned odd. Escape? She was certain that Fang Yuan was by no means avoiding the awakening ceremony. Other people don't know, but she, the person in question, knows best. Not only had Fang Yuan awakened his talent ahead of time, it was also the extremely rare sentinel beast-type talent that old Zhang had just described. Moreover, she, the pride of heaven in other people's mouths, had even sent herself to the door, and had become Fang Yuan's first imperial beast object in confusion. Today's absence is bound to have something else going on. But, what on earth could have caused him to miss such an important event? Thinking about what teacher Zhang had just said about the situation of the imperial beast masters, in Yu Muqing's mind, she couldn't help but think wildly. Worry, loss, and all came rushing back. No, 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 Fish Muqing, what are you worried about that guy for? You're not his pet. If he dies, won't you be free? Yu Muqing quickly became annoyed with herself again, trying to suppress those emotions of loss and worry. However, the effect is minimal. Just like that, various emotions rose and fell in Yu Muqing's heart, like a pot of stew. On Fang Yuan's side, he had officially entered the range of the wilderness. Weeds 1 person high are everywhere. There are huge trees everywhere. Since the revival of the aura, the plants have also been affected to some extent, growing much more vigorously than before. Outside of the city, there are these lush woods everywhere. Fang Yuan walked in the woods, moving carefully, and his ears were pricked up, listening carefully to the movements nearby. There aren't too many demonic beasts, so I hope I can find one that catches my eye. But even if you can't find a suitable pet, you can still be a bounty hunter for once. The corpses of demonic beasts were all quite valuable, whether it was making armor, weapons, or medicines to enhance people's martial strength. Some materials from demonic beasts were indispensable. Many people would form teams and enter the wilderness to hunt demonic beasts in order to make money. People refer to such people as bounty hunters. In the wilderness, it wasn't just the ferocious demonic beasts that one had to be careful of. One also had to beware of these bounty hunters. After all, killing people to get rid of them was very common in this wilderness where there was no law to regulate. Just then, in Fang Yuan's mind, a system prompt suddenly came. Ding! King potential demonic beast detected. Are we locating it? Chapter 10, The Awakening Ceremony begins. The crowd is watching. Ding! King potential detected. Do you want to locate it? King level potential. Hearing the prompt, Fang Yuan raised an eyebrow. It wasn't just because the system could detect nearby demonic beasts. More importantly, the potential of the king's level. It's fairly rare. One must know that Yu Muqing's potential level was only at the king level. In other words, this demonic beast detected by the system was, in terms of genius, equivalent to Fish Muqing among humans, a super genius among the demonic beasts. Locate. Fang Yuan decisively chose to position himself. Positioning, please wait. Taking advantage of the time the system took to position itself, Fang Yuan also started to ask something about the detection. As the system answered, he quickly understood the relevant functions. The so-called detection function. It was a rough detection of all the demonic beasts within a certain range around him. Once a demonic beast with a potential level of diamond or above is found, it will be alerted. There is also a rough orientation function. So it is. Looks like I'm pretty lucky. Feng Yuan smiled gently. After all, the probability of a genius demonic beast like Yumuching appearing in this wilderness could be said to be very small. But he came across one. Positioning successful. Just then, the system had successfully located the demonic beast with king-level potential. Feng Yuan decisively opened the location map. It showed that the demonic beast was deep in the wilderness about 3 kilometers away from him. Deep in the wilderness. 3 kilometers away. It's not far. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan no longer hesitated and decisively walked towards his destination. Ever since Yumuching had occupied one of his pet slots, his strength had increased drastically. Regardless of whether it was chi and blood, or spirit, they had all exceeded the value of Yumuching. It is safe to say that there has been no equal among his peers, not to mention the gift of the Kingdom of Ice. Feng Yuan, who was in a full hurry, had a rather impressive speed. Along the way, Feng Yuan had also seen demonic beasts and a few bounty hunters, but that didn't stop him. He didn't even bother to change his direction a little bit as long as it wasn't directly in front of him. Did someone just go over there? In a battlefield on the wilderness, several wilderness hunters who were fighting with a bored demonic beast suddenly stopped in their movements. It was as if they saw that a person had crossed through the gap in their fight. Well, it seems like it, didn't see it clearly. The other guy was also a little confused. You guys are kidding. Where is anyone? There was a person who hadn't seen Feng Yuan's figure and only felt puzzled. How could anyone cross their fight inside this wilderness? How fast does it have to be to do that? He looked curiously from side to side and found no figure. Really, I saw it, and it seemed like a very young student. Someone swore. Joking aside, how can a student run off into the wilderness alone? It can't be that fast either. This is a death wish in the wilderness. Several people scratched their heads when they heard this. Maybe my eyes just got blurry, someone said. Still, he was a little puzzled. Although that figure flickered away, how could he, as a martial artist, be wrong? At that moment, his expression suddenly froze. You guys, look at that boar, he yelled. Several people's gazes immediately went to the wild boar that they had rounded up. Next moment, everyone froze. The boar, which had just been alive and struggling to break out, lay on the ground twitching as if it had suffered some heavy blow. And on the boar's head, there was a distinct footprint. A footprint that doesn't belong to any of them. Seeing this scene, several people were all dumbfounded. They were finally sure that the figure they had just seen was not a blur. Rather, there was really a young to excessively young guy who crossed their battlefield at an extremely fast speed. The speed was so fast that they couldn't even react, and kicked the boar in the ass in the process. Several people looked at each other in disbelief, and they all saw the shock in each other's eyes. School, the talent awakening ceremony, has officially begun. Li Lu, awakened successfully. C-rank talent berserk. Wan Tai, awakening failed. Li Xiaowan, awakening failed. Feng Ziyu, awakening failed. Xiao experiment, awakening successful. Class D talent speed enhancement. One by one, the students walk inside the awakening apparatus and get the results in a few seconds. The awakening succeeds or fails. Those who succeeded were all smiles, even when they awakened the most common D-rank talent, and those who failed to awaken were ashen. That meant they had almost no chance of getting into Budokai University. Next, Yu Muqing, the teacher who operated the instrument, called out the name of the next person. At this moment, the gazes of the entire school, almost at the same time, fell on Yu Muqing. Regardless of whether they succeeded in awakening, failed to awaken, or did not perform the awakening ceremony, there was not a single exception. Without any other reason, Fish Muqing's awakening ceremony was definitely the main event of the day. Before this day, everyone was speculating about what kind of talent could be awakened in Yu Muqing. Is it a B-grade talent, or an A-grade, or maybe it's an S-rank talent that goes beyond A-rank? No one knows. Since the establishment of Liang High School, there had never been a martial arts genius like Yu Muqing. There is no measurement. One could only say that Yu Muqing might be able to break the record of Liang City. At the moment of the brand new attention, Yu Muqing took a deep breath, temporarily pressed Feng Yuan's matter to the bottom of her heart, and walked into the awakening apparatus. It was an awfully quiet moment on campus. Almost everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed on the awakening instrument. From the time you enter the instrument, to the time you get the result, it's only a few seconds. But in this moment, those few seconds seemed incredibly long. Finally, the talent awakening meter lights up. Chapter 11 Talent Awakening. Strength Sword. The talent awakening meter lit up. Dazzling blue light erupted from the awakening instrument. On campus, it looked like a blue sun had appeared. Everyone felt incredibly wobbly, but desperately wanted to see the words on the awakening apparatus clearly. A few seconds later, the light faded. People looked at the large S-class on the awakening instrument, and their hearts rippled endlessly. Yu Muqing, awakening successful. S-class talent. Frost filled. A grand and loud voice rang out from the awakening instrument. At this moment, the school went from being extremely quiet to violently noisy. It's an S-rank talent. Yu Muqing has actually awakened an S-rank talent. It's a broken record. There's never been an awakened person with S-class talent in Liang City. It's horrible. Worthy of being Yu Muqing, a rare genius in 100 years. Mom, I witnessed history. At this very moment, both teachers and students, all of them got excited. Countless frenzied gazes landed on the body of Yu Muqing, who had just stepped out of the talent awakening instrument, and around Yu Muqing's body, there seemed to be pieces of snowflakes that fluttered around her. Where her feet landed, a layer of frost instantly appeared on the ground. It seems like a princess in the snow. Powerful strength surged out of her body. S-class? Feeling the terrifying power that had suddenly appeared in her body, Yu Muqing was in a bit of a trance. I've awakened a S-level talent? As Yu Muqing moved, the snowflakes that flew around her moved with her like elves, always lingering around her. Yu Muqing raised her hand and caught a fluttering snowflake. The snowflakes gradually melted in her hands, but around her body, more snowflakes appeared. Is this the power of an S-rank talent? Yu Muqing's eyes became bright. She felt a power that could control everything. As her mind moved, those snowflakes around her body began to rotate around her at high speed. At this moment, every snowflake became as sharp as a knife. Snap! The talent awakening instrument was immediately hit by the snowflakes that were rotating at high speeds, punching out a tiny hole. Boom! The talent awakening meter exploded straight away. However, the power of the explosion was all blocked by the snowflakes swirling around Yu Muqing. Not a single hair was hurt. At the sight, the campus grew violently quiet, but immediately a louder cheer erupted. Yu Muqing! Yu Muqing! A frenzied cry that gradually became neat. Everyone was chanting Fish Muqing's name, the name of the only S-class gifted awakened person in the history of this Liang City. The name of the person who gets all the attention from the whole school and has the face of a woman who is a woman of the world. Fish Muqing. At this very moment, standing on the high platform, Yu Muqing's eyes, which were originally radiant, suddenly became dull. Her mind echoed the classroom teacher's earlier reply. Once it's captured by an Imperial Beastmaster and becomes an Imperial Beastmaster's pet, then it's impossible to disarm it. That's what makes the Sentinel Beast talent so special. Otherwise, those powerful demonic beasts would have lifted long ago. The demonic beasts wouldn't be so scornful of people with the talent of the Imperial Beasts. Unfortunately, the number of people who have awakened the talent of royal beasts is too few. If everyone can royal beasts, the class teacher's voice constantly echoed in Yu Muqing's mind. So what if you've awakened an S-rank talent? It's not yet. It's not yet Fang Yuan's. Yu Muqing bit her lips tightly, the word pet, with her proud character, but no matter what, she couldn't say it. In the wilderness, Fang Yuan inexplicably heard a system alert. The host's attribute panel has improved. Please check it even though. Open the attribute panel. Fang Yuan said in his heart. Name, Fang Yuan. Talent, Kingdom of Ice, SSS level. Blood, 63, plus 20. Spirit, 67, plus 20. Pet, Yu Muqing. The blood value and spirit value, both raised by 20. Counting the time. It's time for everyone to awaken their talents. Could it be because of Yu Muqing? Fang Yuan immediately guessed the reason. He also remembered that the system had once said that if his pet's strength improved, he would also receive corresponding feedback. In fact, this was the main way for Imperial Beastmasters to improve their strength. If Yu Muqing's talent were to be awakened, the S-rank talent would bring a huge boost to Yu Muqing's strength. I'm afraid that's why his numbers are growing. It's a pity that I didn't get to see the scene of awakening an S-rank talent. It must have been quite a spectacle. Fang Yuan was in a rather good mood. Originally, he thought that Fish Muqing had eaten the bait and wasted one of his pet bits. It seems so fragrant now. System, open Fish Muqing's attribute panel. Name, Yu Muqing. Talent, Frost Diffusion, Grade S. Blood, 53, plus 20. Spirit, 39, plus 20. Potential rating, King. It really is an awakened talent. Blood and Spirit, both gain 20 points as well. Worthy of a king-level potential, awakening a talent can result in such a huge boost. Fang Yuan smiled softly and closed the panel. He was more than a little interested in what he was aiming for next. If he were to find another king potential level demonic beast as a pet, then his strength would increase even faster. That's pretty much the area. Fang Yuan glanced at the system's map and slowed his pace. He had come to the depths of the wilderness. It was also the location of that king potential level demonic beast marked by the system. Only, that's a vague position. It is not possible to be precise to the nearest meter. Fang Yuan still needed to find the demonic beast in the area by himself. Just then, light footsteps sounded not far away. Fang Yuan looked over. A small, Snow White Fox was peeking out from behind a large tree, cautiously observing itself. Chapter 12 The Second Pet. Hiss. The moment he saw this little white fox, Fang Yuan didn't even need to check the attribute panel of this fox to determine that this was the demonic beast he was looking for that possessed the potential of a king level. None other. This little white fox is so much more than a face. Snow white all over, not a stray hair. The golden pupils made this fox a little more dominant in its cuteness. Even if Fang Yuan did not understand the aesthetics of foxes, he could still feel the heaven-defying face value of this little white fox. System, check the attribute panel, Fang Yuan said in his heart. Name, Nine-Tailed Fox. Talent, 9 turns of the spirit, SS grade. Blood, 66. Spirit, 69. Potential rating, King. Sure enough it is. Fang Yuan was surprised in his heart. In particular, the talent of this little white fox was actually a SS rank 9-turn spirit. It was also the first time Fang Yuan had seen this talent, but the level of SS says it all. Unfortunately, the divine grade bait has already been eaten by fish mooching, or else it would be just right to use it now. We'll just have to try this to see if it works. Fang Yuan shook his head and decisively took out a pack of snacks from his pocket. A chocolate dessert. It was one of Fang Yuan's favorite snacks. It was also his first time dealing with demonic beasts, and he had to try all sorts of tactics. However, as he ripped open the packaging of the snack and gestured for the little white fox to come over and eat it, instead, he saw a clear mockery in the little white fox's eyes, and contempt. Instead of being annoyed, Fang Yuan was pleasantly surprised. A very high level of spirituality. Fang Yuan knew that some powerful demon kings were not less intelligent than humans. However, it was very rare for a weak demonic beast like the little white fox to possess such a high level of intelligence. Let's just say, superb. However, right at that moment, the little white fox suddenly put away that mocking look, and the corners of his mouth turned upwards, seemingly revealing a smile. Taking small broken steps, the little white fox walked directly to Fang Yuan's heel. Snap. The little white fox lay directly in front of Fang Yuan, revealing his white belly. Fang Yuan looked stunned. Is this a defection on its own? Is he that attractive? I have to say, the little fox at this time is simply adorable. Looking at Fang Yuan's frozen appearance, a hint of mockery flashed in the little white fox's eyes once again. Next moment, its golden pupils contracted slightly. There were fluctuations in mental power that went straight to Fang Yuan. At this moment, Fang Yuan suddenly felt a little dizzy. It seems to be affected by something. However, that disappeared almost immediately and his mind became clear again. This little thing is charming me. Fang Yuan immediately understood. The change that had just occurred was inevitably the little fox in front of him acting as a demon. Unfortunately, his spiritual power was only higher than the little fox's, and that charm skill didn't work at all. Fang Yuan was not surprised, but rather pleased, and wanted to turn this little fox into his pet even more. However, charm skill failed. The little white fox, however, did not notice. It rolled over on its back and stood up, the expression on its face becoming condescending. Humans, get me out of these woods. A thought appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. There's such a thing as a good thing? Fang Yuan was originally speculating what purpose this little fox had in seducing him. I didn't realize it was such a request. It's not a shot in the dark. Then I'll finish the play with you. Fang Yuan forced a smile and made a somewhat confused appearance, squatted down and asked softly, Little fox, will you come with me? Hearing this, the little white fox froze for a moment. This human, how it was a little different from the others it had charmed. Shouldn't we just take it with us? However, despite feeling a bit strange, the little white fox nodded without hesitation. It needs to get out of these woods immediately. Ding! The host has successfully obtained a second pet. The contract has been signed. With the little fox's nod, a system alert sounded in Fang Yuan's mind. It worked! Fang Yuan could already feel that the little white fox in front of him had already established a link with himself. The contract, which has been signed successfully. At this moment, the little white fox's condescending expression suddenly became stiff. It found things don't seem to be going right. It could feel a mysterious force linking it to the human in front of it. Unable to disengage, it seemed to have become the pet of the human in front of him. The little white fox raised its head and just met Fang Yuan's eyes. Those eyes were unbelievably clear, where there was no hint of being charmed. The little white fox panicked. It, the nine-tailed fox, was destined to become the king of the demon race? How could it be a human's pet? Stop struggling. You can't get away anymore. Fang Yuan grabbed the back of the little white fox's collar and rubbed its stomach fiercely. I have to say, the feel is pretty good. That fine fur is smooth and soft. Just then, the little white fox looked like it sensed something. Not caring about his grief, he directly followed the cuffs of Fang Yuan's sleeves and burrowed into Fang Yuan's clothes. Its tiny little body is unnoticeable even when it's hidden in clothes. Fong Yuan froze for a moment. Then he heard hurried footsteps. Soon, a girl with an imperious demeanor walked over. She had clear features, a tall figure, and looked about the same age as Fong Yuan, with long, lustrous black hair. Seeing this person, Fong Yuan raised an eyebrow. The opponent was surprisingly wearing the specific clothing of a demon chopper envoy. Demon beheading envoys, with the mission of killing powerful demonic beasts. Ordinary demonic beasts do not attract demon beheading envoys, and only special demonic beasts that are harmful and strong will send out demon beheading envoys. Therefore, those who could become demon beheading ambassadors were bound to have extreme strength. Fong Yuan was a bit surprised that the other party, who looked about the same age as himself, was a demon slaying envoy. Hello. Seeing Fong Yuan, this demon beheading envoy opened his mouth and asked, "Excuse me, have you seen a scary fox demonic beast in the neighborhood?" Fong Yuan gently shook his head. All he saw was a small white fox who was cute as hell and whose mind seemed to be broken. Chapter 13, Encountering the Demon Slaying Envoy. The second talent. Damn it, obviously escaped to this neighborhood. How come I just can't find it? The teenage demon chopper envoy was a bit annoyed. At this time, Fong Yuan's mind was also racing with thoughts. Obviously, the purpose of this demon beheading envoy was the little white fox he had just obtained. And I'm afraid that the reason why the little white fox was eager to leave this place was also because of the demon-slaying envoy in front of her. But, Fong Yuan was a bit curious. The little white fox was not too strong now. How could it attract such a character like the demon beheading envoy? Normally, only demonic beasts that were extremely harmful and destructive would send out a demon-slaying envoy. The little white fox, although extremely talented, was clearly not qualified enough for the demon beheading envoy to personally capture it now. Thinking of this, Fong Yuan opened his mouth and asked, "What? Is that demonic beast very powerful?" "Awesome. Not so much, but that's a very dangerous demonic beast." The teenage demon slayer envoy opened her mouth. Possesses the ability to control the hearts and minds of people. Once it's allowed into the city, it could cause unimaginable disaster. The teenage demon chopper ambassador took out a business card from her pocket. "Here's my card. If you find this terrifying demonic beast, don't try to catch it. Please contact me in the first instance." The expression of the teenage demon chopper envoy was somewhat serious. Nothing else, that demon fox, getting smarter and smarter, and the strength is rising fast. If we don't catch it, I'm afraid it will really cause a bigger disaster. Okay, Fong Yuan took the business card. "I should go. Remember to contact me if anything happens." See Yuan left in a hurry. Fong Yuan waved his hand and watched the other party leave. Then he glanced at the business card in his hand. See Yuan, intern demon chopper. There is also contact information for this demon chopper at the bottom. I told you that this person doesn't look too smart, so it's just a trainee demon chopper envoy. Fong Yuan shook his head. Every official demon beheading envoy was a powerful, battle-hardened, and incomparably experienced powerhouse. The most accurate judgment may be made based on the slightest hint. It was also for this reason that demon beheading ambassadors held an extremely high status in this world. Once a powerful demonic beast appeared in a certain place, people would turn to the demon beheading envoy for help at first. As long as the demon chopper envoy appeared, people would immediately feel relieved. None other. The demon-slaying envoys were the ones who had built up a strong prestige through countless killings. If the one who came today was an official demon chopper envoy, it would definitely not be as easy as it is now. But, even if it was a formal demon beheading envoy, Fong Yuan was not afraid of anything. The little white fox was already his pet, and it was impossible for even the demon-slaying envoy to take it away. This time, it was only then that the little white fox dared to burrow out from inside Fong Yuan's clothes. It had a look in its eyes that was still somewhat backward. "White." Fong Yuan suddenly spoke. "From now on you don't have to fear anyone in this world as long as you don't do anything bad, even the demon chopper, and no need to be always trying to escape, because you're my pet." At this very moment, Fong Yuan finally knew why he was able to encounter a potential king-level demonic beast in the wilderness near Liang City. One must know that in this wilderness, there hadn't been any overly powerful demonic beasts. Turns out it was an escape. But, the little white fox from now on will never have to live this kind of hiding again. This firm voice of Fong Yuan caused the little white fox to suddenly tremble. Who knows what kind of life it used to have. In the wilderness, one would be bullied by other demonic beasts. In the city, again, they would be beaten and killed by various martial artists. For as long as it could remember, it had either been on the run or had just finished running away. It desperately tried to become powerful, only to be targeted by the demon chopper. This human, who had told him that he would never have to run away again. It seems like, it's kinda safe. Fong Yuan picked up the little white fox and placed it on his shoulder. The little white fox did not run away and just quietly lay on Fong Yuan's shoulder. Seeing this, Fong Yuan gently smiled and opened the attribute panel. Name, Fong Yuan. Talents, Kingdom of Ice, SS rank, Spiritual Transformation, SSS rank, New, Blood, 83, plus 20, Spirit, 87, plus 20, Pets, Yu Mooching, Nine-tailed Fox, New. The attribute panel, once again, changed dramatically. Among them, in the column of talents, there was an additional SSS ranked talent spiritual quality change, Blood and Spirit, both of which had also seen a 20-point increase. With his current strength, even if he didn't count his talent, with just his Blood and Spirit, he was considered an expert in a place like Liang City. Spiritual quality change, is this the talent that comes off the nine-tailed fox? Fong Yuan was a bit curious. Every time he acquired a new pet, he would gain the pet's talent and upgrade it. The nine-tailed fox's talent is SS ranked, so the talent he received, on the other hand, was SSS ranked. It had the same root as the nine-tailed fox's talent, but it was even more terrifying. SSS grade talent. Ever since humans could awaken their talents, there haven't been a few such talents in history, and it looks as if it's the rarest spirit-type talent. But don't let me down. Fong Yuan closed his eyes and began to feel the changes in his body. Chapter 14, The Nine-tailed Fox Never Yields. Unless, soon, when he opened his eyes again, his eyes had become very surprised. He had fully understood the role of the gift of mental plasma transformation. Unlike Ice Kingdom, this is a passive skill. Whenever his spirit was raised to a certain strength, a spiritual fission would occur, causing the spiritual power to coalesce and raising the quality of the spiritual power, from quantitative to qualitative change. Although this change would not raise the value of the spiritual power, the quality of the spiritual power, however, would be raised. If anything, if the quality of a normal martial artist's spiritual power was stone, then Fong Yuan would be comparable to a titanium alloy in terms of the quality of his spiritual power as long as he went through several spiritual qualitative changes. At the same time, every spiritual quality change would give him a completely new ability, an ability related to the use of mental energy. How could this not surprise Fong Yuan? It was important to realize that in the 300 years since the recovery of the aura, people's knowledge about spiritual power had been very scarce, for no other reason. Something as nebulous as spiritual power was something that people could not begin to study even if they wanted to. People had discovered many ways that they could raise their chi and blood and use it to fight, but there were very few ways to raise their spiritual power. There are very few ways to use mental energy even, not to mention the skills related to mental power. Even more, every person who awakened a talent related to spiritual power was bound to be snatched up by all the major martial arts universities. What a terrible talent! With this talent, I can keep acquiring skills related to mental power. Fong Yuan sighed a little. Before yesterday, he was still a scum with no hope of awakening. Now, however, he even possessed the rarest spirit-type talent, and it's the scariest SSS level. I don't know what mental skills I have now, what they are. Fong Yuan closed his eyes again. The SSS-ranked spiritual quality transformation talent, once it appeared, would give him a spiritual class skill. After that, there will be a second brand new skill at the time of the qualitative change. Fong Yuan had some expectations. A few seconds later, his face turned odd. Asterisk. Seeing color hegemony? Fong Yuan was a bit surprised. The mental skill he acquired was certainly not called Seeing Color Buster. It just works somewhat similarly. In fact, the core of this skill is perception. It could drastically improve his ability to sense even tiny movements in the nearby situation. In critical moments, one can even sense what is about to happen in the next moment. Never mind. Let's just call it the Seeing Color Buster. Fong Yuan carefully named his newly acquired spirit-based skill. Anyway, no one in this world knew what a Seeing Color Hegemony was. Quite a useful ability, and one that can be utilized even better as one's mental strength increases. Fong Yuan was very satisfied, for no other reason. This skill alone would have become a rare talent if it had appeared in someone else, and this kind of skill would continue to be acquired in the future as his mental power increased. How could he not be satisfied? White, we're home. Fong Yuan touched the small white on his shoulder. The smooth fur felt simply great. The little white fox resisted twice, but still did not escape Fong Yuan's clutches. Well, it's a female. Fong Yuan glanced at the little fox and determined its gender. Little white, this demonic beast, you can deal with it, right? In the wilderness, a wild boar blocked Fong Yuan's front. This boar's attributes were average, with only 50 plus points of chi blood. Even if it was only Fong Yuan himself, he could easily kill this boar. But Fong Yuan couldn't ride fish mooching in a fight, but he now had the little white fox. He would have to command his pet to fight like a proper imperial beastmaster as well. White, you can fix this boar, right? Fong Yuan opened his mouth. However, the little white fox lying on his shoulder didn't even raise its eyelids. It seemed to be somewhat lazy to follow Fong Yuan's command. If we finish off this boar demonic beast, we'll have the ingredients to roast meat at night. Fong Yuan wasn't annoyed either and muttered to himself, "Tender slices of meat, coated in an egg wash, sprinkled with breadcrumbs and fried in oil. Slurp, the pancetta is fat and lean, and when you put it on the fire, the oil is baked out, and sprinkle with cumin." As Fong Yuan spoke, he was suddenly interrupted by the sound of sucking in saliva. Upon closer inspection, the little white fox was drooling. Ears were even more perked up already. "White, are you asleep?" Fong Yuan knowingly asked. Hearing this, the little white fox had to stand up from Fong Yuan's shoulder. The nine-tailed fox never gives in, unless it's piping. Chapter 15, I'm not a loser who only calls for food. A nine-tailed fox never yields, unless one manages to eat and drink. The little white fox who figured this out, directly pounced out from Fong Yuan's shoulder. Its body was originally only the size of Fong Yuan's small arm, but it grew steeply larger in the air. When it landed, its body was already 2 meters long and nearly a meter tall. It was a circle larger than the bored demonic beast in front of him, a snow-white tail that waved in the air. An invisible pressure emanated from its body. The scene almost scared the boar on the other side silly. It stared blankly at the huge snow-white demon fox in front of it and kept falling back. How could the little white fox let the grilled meat in his hands get away? It lunged out and pressed down on the bored demonic beast's head. At this moment, the little white fox had suppressed the boar just by sheer power. Ow! With one bite, the sharp tusks had pierced through the artery of the bored demonic beast. In a few seconds, this bored demonic beast stopped moving. With a toss of his head, the white fox directly threw the boar's corpse not far in front of Fong Yuan. After that, it reverted to the size of a small arm and returned to Fong Yuan's shoulder in 3 clicks. Only, instead of lounging around like before, he sits up straight and his tail is up high. It seemed to be waiting for praise. And what an arrogant little thing. Fong Yuan stroked little white's head. At this moment, Fong Yuan only wanted to say, "What the hell is called surprise?" That's the surprise. He had originally thought that the little white fox's ability was only mental. The charm ability it used when they first met, as well as that small size, all gave Fong Yuan the illusion that it was doing so. And the nine-tailed fox's talent, 9 turns of spirit, is that every time it adds a tail, its spiritual power will be doubled. When all 9 tails grew out, its spiritual power would reach an unimaginably terrifying level. This is SS grade talent, 9 turns of the spirit. However, the crushing battle just now had demonstrated little white fox's terrifying melee combat ability. It didn't lose to any demonic beasts at all, just that aura alone had scared the crap out of that boar. Nine-tailed fox, it's only 1 tail right now, so I don't know what to do to make it grow a second one. Under the surprise, Fong Yuan had already started to figure out how to nurture the little white fox. The current little white fox, although a bit arrogant, was relatively simple-minded. Fong Yuan believed that after spending some time together, the little white fox would become his best helper. Moreover, if the little white fox's strength increased, then he would also receive feedback. The fight was pretty good. It's just a bit of a shame. Fong Yuan opened his mouth. Hearing these words, the little white fox's arrogant head turned around and glanced at Fong Yuan with some doubts in its eyes. What's the pity when it settled the fight so crisply? It's a shame we didn't get to live the addiction of commanding a battle. Fong Yuan continued. He hadn't even said a word before White had ended the fight. His command, before it began, was over. At this time, the little white fox let out a humanized snort, clearly not caring about this. It, the future 9-tailed demon king, wouldn't it be a joke if it even took half a day to fight a boar? Let's go home. Fong Yuan carried the boar's thigh and walked towards the city. Soon they were out of the wilderness. Little White, who was originally lying on Fong Yuan's shoulder, looked at the city not far away and looked a little nervous. Having been uprooted since birth, it's not quite used to places with too many people. Fong Yuan naturally felt Xiaobai's mood. As an imperial beast master, he was in tune with his pet's mind. If you're scared, get under your clothes. No one's going to hurt you, Fong Yuan said indifferently. He was a sentinel, but it was a little bit different from the ordinary sense of a sentinel. Other imperial beastmasters might only be able to rely on their pet companions in terms of combat. There's not much you can do if your pet companion is bullied. Self is weak, but square edges are different. His own battle power was stronger than any of his own pets at the moment. He's not just a wimp who's going to be whining and dining if someone is really looking for trouble. Hearing this, Little White bared his soul and burrowed back into Fong Yuan's clothes. Seems like that would give more security. Fong Yuan smiled gently and did not say anything more. He took out his own cell phone and dialed a number. Soon a cab pulled up in front of him. Boy, you're finally out. The person who came was none other than the driver uncle who had sent Fong Yuan into the wilderness earlier. The corpse of the giant clawed eagle that he had killed earlier was still in this uncle's hands. Now, Fong Yuan was going to dispose of it, along with the boar's corpse. Let's go, uncle, to the martial artist trading center. Sell these 2 demonic beast corpses so I can pay you for the cart. In the wilderness, the intern demon beheading envoy, Si Yuan Yuan, had already arrived at the place where Xiao Bai had fought to kill the boar. It's a fox's paw. Alright. Si Yuan Yuan squatted on the ground, scrutinizing the footprints on the ground, and taking a picture every now and then. Can it already transform as it pleases now? Its strength has increased so quickly. Si Yuan Yuan's expression was a bit serious. One must know that when she had initially chased after this demonic beast, the other party had only been able to run away. But now it seemed that perhaps the power to fight her head-on was already there. But, where the hell did it go? And the tracking signal is down. Si Yuan Yuan was a little depressed. She could be certain that the terrifying fox demonic beast was in the middle of this wilderness, but she couldn't find each other. Mission time is just about up, so I had to report this to my aunt first. In her helplessness, Si Yuan Yuan took out her cell phone. The call was quickly answered. Si Yuan Yuan reported her actions over the past 2 days to the person on the phone in every detail. I chased them into this wilderness near the city of Liang. The signal indicates that's where the fox ran to, but by the time I tried to pinpoint it, the signal went out. I met a boy who looked 2 years younger than me, but he didn't see it either. Then I found traces of that fox fighting here again, but still no sign of the fox. Listening to Si Yuan Yuan's report, there was a moment of silence on the other end of the line. There seemed to be a sigh of relief. In the middle of the day, a very nice voice came from the other end of the line. You said that you met a boy even younger than you. So young, alone in the depths of the wilderness in Liang City, not panicking. Didn't you feel something was wrong? The voice on the phone gives a mature and sensual feeling, but with a flirtatious flavor that subconsciously reminds people of red lips and flames when they hear it. Chapter 16 Flaming Red Lips. But that boy's gaze is clear. He doesn't look charmed at all. Si Yuan Yuan said suspiciously. At least this thing isn't normal. 2 strange things come together, so there must be a connection. I think the fact that you can't find any trace of that fox has 80% to do with that guy. The voice on the phone became a bit lazy and flirtatious. You can get a piece of paper and draw a picture of what he looks like, and I'll check it out for you. Regardless of whether or not this matter has anything to do with that boy, to dare to enter the depths of the wilderness alone at such a young age is either a genius or a demon. If it's really a genius, you'll be able to fulfill your internship by guiding him to become a demon-slaying envoy. Hearing this, Si Yuan Yuan immediately came to life. Okay, I'll draw it now. Demon Chopper Division Building. As the headquarters building of the Demon Beheading Division, this building almost became a holy place in people's hearts. From 300 years ago, when the aura was revived, the Department of Demon Beheading Division had been established. At that time, all the demon-slaying ambassadors fought on the front lines of the demonic beasts. Over the past 300 years, countless Demon Chopper ambassadors have died, yet more people have become Demon Chopper ambassadors, a profession that could make demonic beasts lose their guts and make people cheer with its name alone. The title of Demon Beheading Envoy represented honor. Countless martial artists regarded becoming a Demon Beheading Envoy as a supreme honor. At this very moment, in the office on the topmost floor of the Demon Chopper Division building, a pair of red high heels, cocked on the table, high-heeled shoes on a pair of straight and slender legs, black stockings and red high-heeled shoes with the match. Let a person look at a person feel blood spurting. Further up, there is the red cheongsam in an old-fashioned flavor. On the cheongsam, there was a dragon pattern embroidered with gold thread, which was dominating with the exaggerated body curves. Between the blonde curls was a face that was beautiful to the core. Unlike the pure feeling of you mooching, this woman who had her feet crossed on the desk exuded a mature flavor all over her body. Those flaming red lips said it all. She was the only one in the country who could still put her feet on the table so recklessly in a place that was treated as a holy place by martial artists from all over the country. However, she does have the credentials. Her name is Siken Ryu Sakura, contemporary director of the Department of Demon Beheading. Geniuses recognized around the world. A woman who could silence the Demon King by giving her name. Her resume, scary as hell. At the age of 13, he awakened his SS class talent on his own. At the age of 15, he crossed the wilderness between 2 cities on foot and decimated countless demons. At the age of 16, he joined the Demon Chopper Division. At the age of 20, he shocked the world by piercing through a small void gate alone. At the age of 25, he snatched back the corpse of the elder head of the Demon Beheading Division in the midst of a siege by 10 demon kings. At the age of 26, he was elected unanimously as the head of the Demon Beheading Division. This woman, at the age of 29, commanded all the Demon Chopper ambassadors for 4 years, and yet not a single person was unconvinced. At this moment, this woman who was genius to the extreme and demonic to the extreme had a helpless expression spread across her face. Dumb, too dumb. How can you get into the Demon Chopper Division like that? Such an obvious anomaly. I can't believe I need to be alerted to it before I realize it. Ugh. Sikong Risusaku put down his cell phone and sighed. She had just gotten off the phone with her niece, Si Yuan, who was far away in Liang City. One could only say that this niece of his, who had great talent and good looks, was just a bit too dull. A small fox that wasn't even a second-order demonic beast had been caught for so many days. Such a nerd to be one's niece. Just thinking about it gave Sikong Liuzhuang a headache. Just then, there was a knock on the door. A woman in a lady's suit, who looked to be about the same age as Sikong Liuzhuang, walked into the office holding a file. What is it that could make even you, Sikong Ryusakura, fret? Tell me? As soon as the woman came in, it was as if she had discovered something extraordinary. What else could there be? Si Yuan chanting. She actually let someone take the mission demonic beast away under her nose. Too dorky. Sikken Ryusakura let out a long sigh. She didn't mind spitting on her niece in front of this woman. After all, even though she was the head of the demon beheading division, she was more interested in fighting demonic beasts than dealing with official business. Large and small, almost everything was pushed onto this woman called Fong Wenxian by her. The two grew up together, joined the demon beheading division together, and were the people who trusted each other the most. Si Yuan is still young and inexperienced after all. Fong Wenxian comforted. Give her some time, she will definitely become a qualified demon slayer. On the contrary, look at you, what you've become. Fong Wenxian said with a twist of words. How many times have I told you not to put your feet on the table? And do you still want to get married? Hearing this, Sikong Luzhu laughed. Marry? I'm afraid the man who can conquer me has yet to be born. Sikong Luzura's expression was flirtatious with arrogance. Fong Wenxian made a tsk sound under her breath and looked at her arrogant best friend. Even as a woman herself, she couldn't help but swing a little every time she saw this best friend with a devilish body and an angelic face. But this woman, she still hasn't even been in love. Just as Sikong Luzhu Sakura herself said, I'm afraid that the man who can conquer her has yet to be born. Just then, the cell phone on the desk beeped. Here we go. I'll have Si Yuan draw the boy who took the demonic beast out from under her nose so we can investigate. If the talent isn't too bad, I'm going to pull him into the demon beheading division. Sikong Risusaku said as he picked up his cell phone. Si Yuan isn't a complete fool, and to be able to do something that leaves her unaware is bound to be not simple either. Hearing this, Fong Wenxian also became interested. The eyes of both men fell on their cell phones. The demon beheading division's favorite thing is geniuses. Otherwise, how could they take on such a heavy task? And as long as they have the person's portrait, they can find out all the information about that person through their internal system. Height, weight, battle prowess, talent, and even down to the scores on each school test, can be seen. The privileges of the Demon Chopper Division are so great that they are unimaginable to other departments. The contents of the image loaded quickly. However, seeing the portrait on the picture, Sikong Liuzhou and Fong Wenxian simultaneously frowned. On the phone, it was an incredibly rough sketch. A few black lines, representing short hair, and two odd circles that appear where the eyes should be. The whole shape of the face is represented by an inverted triangle. That's all. On the screen, there are no more extra strokes. Couldn't make out any features, and couldn't conjure up any looks in my head. Rather than a portrait, it's more like a triangle coming to life. Looking at the portrait, the office fell into a silence that lasted several minutes. My blood pressure is a little high. Me too. Brain buzzing. I admit. You're right. She is a bit dull. Why don't we just recall her? I don't think she's fit to be a demon-slaying envoy. Ugh, how the hell did she pass the training test? On Fong Yuan's side, he had returned to school without any problems. The corpses of the two demonic beasts were sold for a total of $40,000. This was the most money Fong Yuan had ever gotten since he crossed over. This is. When he was almost walking to the dormitory building, Fong Yuan saw that a beautiful figure was standing at the entrance of the dormitory building. This beautiful figure was none other than Yu Mooching. She stood there, seemingly waiting for someone. Chapter 17, You and Yu Mooching. What exactly is your relationship? Yu Mooching wouldn't be waiting for me, right? Fong Yuan was a bit curious. The two hadn't seen each other since Fish Mooching crashed and ran away from the bait yesterday in the dormitory. Now, the day passes. Fish Mooching awakened her talent. The mindset has definitely changed as well. At this time, the little white fox hidden in his clothes also curiously revealed its head. It looked at Fish Mooching in the distance and then at Fong Yuan, and its eyes became playful. Are you waiting for me? Approaching the dormitory building, Fong Yuan took the initiative to greet him. Fish Mooching looked towards Fong Yuan, and before she even opened her mouth, her eyelashes were already fluttering, revealing her not-so-peaceful heart. I just came to talk to you. I will find a way to break the contract. Yu Mooching's nice voice also trembled a little. Hearing this, Fong Yuan gently smiled. Yes, as soon as you find a way to break the contract. But, Fong Yuan's words changed. I hope it's clear that you're my pet until you find a way. You better cooperate with me when I need it. Otherwise, I wouldn't rule out the possibility of ordering you by force, Fang Yuan said in a flat tone. He's no great benefactor. Since Yu Muqing had become his pet, he should have this realization. He would never lower his strength just because he cared about Yu Muqing's feelings. And it was simply impossible for Yu Muqing to break the contract. With the power of the system, it was impossible for the contract to be broken by any force once it was signed. Fish Muqing's face turned a little white again. The sense of satisfaction that he had just felt from seeing Fang Yuan instantly disappeared. She felt that her pride of more than 10 years had once again been stepped on by Fang Yuan. By the way, a word of caution. Fang Yuan opened his mouth. If you can't find a way out, there's one way you might want to try. That is to improve yourself as quickly as possible. The power of the pact, perhaps, will fail when your strength drastically exceeds mine. His blood value had reached over 80. The little white fox's blood value, too, was over 60. As for Yu Muqing, even after awakening her talent, her blood value was just over 50. Although Yu Muqing's strength was already considered top-notch among his peers, but Fang Yuan was still not satisfied. It would truly be a waste of this quota if Yu Muqing's strength didn't rise up quickly. Hearing this, Yu Muqing's eyes lit up as if she had found some hope. After this day and night of inquiries, she really hadn't found any way to access the contract. Now, she felt that what Fang Yuan had said made perfect sense. Without saying anything more, Yu Muqing turned around and walked towards the training building. Looking at Yu Muqing's departing back, Fang Yuan gently smiled. TCH, that's pretty naive. Looking at this, it won't be long before Yu Muqing lowers her condescending little head. How could a mere genius schoolgirl, even with her arrogant nature, be able to fight him, an old fox who had been around for 2 lifetimes? If Yu Muqing hadn't eaten the bait, Fang Yuan was afraid that he wouldn't have looked at her more than once. But now, things are finalized. Fang Yuan had to take care of Yu Muqing completely. Ugh, I don't want a Mikado. I really just want a royal beast. After placing the little white fox in the dormitory and leaving it with a ton of snacks, Fang Yuan was ready to go find old Zhang. Today was the day of the gift awakening. After all, and if he hadn't shown up for a day, he always had to give the homeroom teacher a piece of his mind. Soon, Fang Yuan then came to the teacher's office. In the office, all the other teachers had already left, and only old Zhang, a balding little old man, was still busy with something at his desk. Fang Yuan knocked on the office door. Seeing that it was Fang Yuan, a kind smile appeared on old Zhang's face again. Come on. Old Zhang warmly greeted Fang Yuan. I was just about to make a trip to you if you didn't come to me. Old Zhang said, there is such a thing. I have a friend who was a teacher at Budo University. Starting this year, that martial arts university will offer a program of purely theoretical study. There is no requirement for martial strength. Only the civil examination is tested. It's not a too good martial arts college. But you. Hearing old Zhang's words, Fang Yuan froze for a moment and was somewhat moved in his heart. Old Zhang, I've awakened my talent, he said softly, and because it's the first year of enrollment, our school has a recommended spot. What did you say? Old Zhang's voice snapped up in pitch. He looked at Fang Yuan with wide eyes, as if he wanted to make sure that his ears had not just gone wrong. I have awakened the gift, Fang Yuan repeated. Last night, it was kind of an early awakening of the gift. That's why there was no participation in today's gift awakening ceremony. Old Zhang froze and looked at Fang Yuan. Not a single movement. Like a statue. It was only after a few minutes that he finally let out a breath with a smile, his entire body feeling lighter. Good, extra good. Awakening your talent early. I told you, you'll be able to do it. At this moment, old Zhang's eyes were a little moist. The regret that had pressed on his heart for 2 years was finally removed at this moment. His most favored student, not a loser. Rather, they are geniuses who awaken their gifts early. This little old man with all his hair gone actually looked a little cute at this point. By the way, what talent did you awaken? Old Zhang opened his mouth and asked. Imperial Beast talent, Fang Yuan said graciously. Imperial Beast? The classroom teacher, old Zhang, froze for a moment. Fang Yuan had awakened the Sentinel Beast talent yesterday. Today, Yu Muqing chased after him and asked him a bunch of things about Imperial Beast masters. This, old Zhang hemmed and hawed and secretly poked Fang Yuan with his finger. Say, you and Yu Muqing, what exactly is your relationship? Chapter 18 Old Zhang shock. Royal Beast trait opened? It's good to have awakened a talent, and the Royal Beast talent is even more so 1 in a million. You all know the situation of a Royal Beast master, so I won't say anything more. Old Zhang didn't dwell too much on his relationship with Yu Muqing. These are people who will be graduating soon. By this time, he, the classroom teacher, didn't want to care so much. The two would be a golden couple and quite a match if they had anything to do with each other. It's not his turn to say anything about this bald old man. As long as Fang Yuan didn't lose his heart and imperialize Yu Muqing as a demonic beast as well, then it wouldn't be a big problem. Thinking of this, old Zhang continued, since you've awakened your talent, you shouldn't be absent from tomorrow's trial. However, you should also do your best. Your talent as a beastmaster is, after all, a bit different from that of others, so don't try to be brave. Just choose the right void gate according to your strength. Feng Yuan smiled and nodded. Immediately after the talent awakening each year, there is the trial to enter the void gate. This has become customary. 300 years ago, when the aura revived, a large number of void gates appeared on this planet. In every void gate, there were a large number of demonic beasts. These demonic beasts, coming out of the void gate, caused great damage to the blue star at that time. Now so many years have passed. Humans also occupy a number of void gates. On the other hand, some of the void gates that were occupied by humans, in which only a few slightly weaker demonic beasts remained, became the trial grounds for students like them. The cultivation of martial arts has always been based on actual combat as the ultimate goal. People like Feng Yuan who had awakened their talents were all required to enter the void gate for trials. Danger, necessarily, is there, but compared to the real battlefield, the level of danger in these void gates that had been controlled by humans was much smaller. It's more of a benefit than that little danger, because the real world is the best way to realize the potential of your talent. Many people had developed their talents to a deeper level in just a few days of trials, and their strength had changed drastically. What many people thought about and dreamed about day and night was the day they entered the void gate for the trial. It's more than that. All harvests in the void gate belong to the individual. The corpses of demonic beasts that had been killed, the heavenly treasures that had been found, and even a guy who had a stroke of luck who had gotten a spirit fruit that could raise his chi and blood. These can be good. Moreover, points would be awarded for killing demonic beasts in the trial. Points can be exchanged for a variety of scarce resources that can be used to enhance your strength. If the points were high enough, they would even receive invitations from top martial arts universities. If one awakens a good talent, 1 foot is already on the threshold of the martial arts university. Then it would be a real sure thing if he could take a place on the points list of the trial. All of the martial arts universities would be concerned about the trial of the void gate, because this is the most comprehensive, all-encompassing test for martial artists. I know, Teacher Zhang, I'll choose a suitable void gate tomorrow. When Feng Yuan returned to the dormitory, hooray for the discovery. The little white fox had surprisingly already eaten all the snacks. It was now lying in his bed, huffing and puffing, still a real foodie. Feng Yuan smiled gently. Just then, in his mind, a system alert sounded. Host's pet strength increases. Host gains +1 chakra, +1 to chi and blood. Feng Yuan immediately opened the attribute panel. Soon, he figured out where this little increase in chi and blood came from. Fish mooching. So it was obtaining feedback from fish mooching. Feng Yuan revealed a dazed expression. He also remembered that when Yu Mooching left, she was heading towards the training building. I'm sure that it was what I said that had worked, and I'm afraid that Yu Mooching was training herself like crazy. Host receives feedback. Chi and blood +1. Another beep sounded. Is this the cultivation speed of a top genius? Feng Yuan was all a bit surprised. It's only been a few minutes and I've already gotten feedback twice. One could only say that after awakening his talent, Yu Mooching's martial cultivation speed was even faster than before. This was naturally a good thing for Feng Yuan. Host receives feedback. Chi and blood +1. Listening to the prompts in his head, Feng Yuan could barely resist throwing the already sleeping little white fox into the training building. This feedback, this speed, it's just too flavorful. It was important to know that Feng Yuan had only reached 13 points of chi and blood after 3 years of frantic training before his system awakened. Now relying on Yu Mooching's feedback, in less than half an hour's time, he had already raised 3 points of chi blood. If Yu Mooching trained all night, he was afraid that his blood value tomorrow morning would be able to break through 100 points. Just as Feng Yuan was thinking, the cue in his head suddenly changed. The host has met the conditions. The beast's characteristics have been activated. Please choose your own characteristics. Imperial beast characterization? Feng Yuan was a bit puzzled. In front of his eyes, however, a semi-illusory interface immediately appeared. Above, there are 3 options. Growing together, the host will get more strength feedback from the pet, while the pet will grow faster and require fewer resources. Speed boost, the pet will gain a higher movement speed. Hunter's instinct, host can share their combat skills with their pet. These 3 options are the Imperial Beast characteristics. Feng Yuan needed to choose the one he needed from these 3. From there, the Imperial Beast effect works. Looking at the 3 options in front of him, Feng Yuan's heart thumped. He slowly reached out his finger and tapped toward one of the options. Chapter 19 The Gate of the Void. Within these 3 Imperial Beast characteristics, Feng Yuan decisively chose growing together. This allowed him to get more feedback on his strength from his pet, and lowering the resources required for pets boosts their growth rate. It was the most suitable trait for the current Feng Yuan. To know, regardless of whether it was fish mooching or the little white fox. It wasn't considered powerful when placed in the context of the world. It's just way ahead of my peers. They still have this huge room for growth. This trait would enhance their growth rate, and Fong Yuan could get more feedback from it. The host has chosen the growing together trait, and the trait will take effect soon. The next selection of characteristics will be made after 7 days. Hearing this, Fong Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly. After asking, Fong Yuan learned that once the trait was turned on, then every week, he would obtain a new trait. It's rather something to look forward to. Fong Yuan smiled gently. It is important to realize that there is a huge difference between traits and talents. These are traits that act on him and his pets. It's reinforcing them as a whole. The appearance of the Imperial Beast trait made him even more like a qualified Imperial Beast Master. Host receives feedback. Chi +2. After enabling the special effect of growing together, Fong Yuan could clearly feel that the frequency with which he received feedback on his strength had become higher. It was thought that Yu Muqing's side had already felt the effects of the special effects, and there was an improvement in the training effect. And, each time the strength feedback got doubled. It's more than that. He even gained 1 point of spiritual power feedback from the sleeping little white fox. The effect is overwhelming. Sleep, sleep, sleep. We have to enter the void gate tomorrow for the trial. Which void gate should I choose? Thinking like this, Fong Yuan washed up and laid down on the bed. The little white fox was curled up next to Fong Yuan's head. Even though it was a fox, it didn't have any odor on its body. Instead it had a light fragrance. Not much longer, Fong Yuan also entered dreamland. Nothing happened overnight. When Fong Yuan woke up from his sleep and opened his eyes, he saw the little white fox crouching on his chest, a pair of eyes looking straight at him. Hungry? With the bond of an Imperial Beast Master, Fong Yuan immediately felt the little white fox's mind. It's still early, so it's a good time to make some meat from yesterday's demonic beasts. Fong Yuan got up decisively. Although he sold all the carcasses of the 2 demonic beasts yesterday, he still kept some of the best tasting meat. After all, the little white fox was a demonic beast and could not be treated with those inferior pet food. Feeding on the meat of demonic beasts also had a lot of benefits for the little white fox's strength enhancement. Prickly, prickly. The meat has been removed from the pan, but it needs another 10 minutes or so to mature. Taking advantage of this time, Fong Yuan opened his attribute panel. After he went to bed yesterday, he could vaguely hear the system's prompts ringing out over and over in his sleep. Fish mooching, I'm afraid. Stayed in the training building until midnight. Name, Fong Yuan. Talents, Kingdom of Ice, SS rank. Spiritual transformation, SSS rank. Characteristics, growing together. Blood, 103, plus 20. Spirit, 93, plus 6. Pets, Yu Muqing, 9-tailed fox. His attribute panel, once again, had a huge change. The chi and blood have been raised by 20 points. Mental strength also gains a 6-point boost. All of this was feedback from yesterday's increase in strength from fish mooching and the little white fox. It went up so much. Was fish mooching crazy yesterday? Fong Yuan was all a bit surprised. He glanced at fish mooching's attribute panel again. It was found that her blood value had reached 70, from 53 to 70. Yu Muqing had raised his chi blood by 17 points in 1 night of training. I'm afraid if this were on anyone else, they wouldn't dream of doing it. One could only say that Yu Muqing deserved to be a top genius. However, fish mooching's chi blood was raised by 17 points, and I actually got 20 points of feedback. It's a little outrageous, but I love it. Fong Yuan laughed softly, and could only say that I'm afraid that Yu Muqing's wish to surpass him would not be realized in this lifetime. By this time, the meat in the pan is almost done. The little white fox had stood by the pot early on, constantly sucking in saliva. Dinner. The time came to 9 o'clock in the morning. All the seniors have come to the playground. The expression on everyone's face was somewhat tense and serious. Unlike yesterday's ceremony of awakening the talent, today was the day to enter the void gate and start the journey of trial. Each person needs to choose a void gate and enter it, not returning until 7 days later. It's 7 days of unprotected time, facing demonic beasts and all sorts of difficulties. The only one who could rely on was himself. It was their 3 years of high school, their final test, so to speak. Mindfulness, strength, knowledge, talent, ability, everything will be reflected by the results of this trial. On the playground, there were also 10 huge instruments. These instruments are the portals into the void gate. As long as you walk into the instrument and turn on the power, you can instantly reach the void door connected to the instrument, saving you a lot of trouble in catching up. After all, these void gates were scattered all over the place. Flaming Inferno, Ice Node, Mountain Peak. As Fong Yuan looked at these instruments, the void gates corresponding to these 10 instruments once again flashed in his mind. Each void gate led to a different small world, where the environment was different, the demonic beasts were different, and the level of danger was also different. For example, the Flame Hell, whose temperature was extremely high and many demonic beasts possessed flame abilities, was the most dangerous of the 10. There is also the ice boundary, within which 10,000 miles are frozen and dangerous. A void gate like this, even though it had been occupied by humans, was still too dangerous for people like them who had just awakened their talents. Of course, not all of the void gates are so dangerous. A void gate like Mountain Peak, the environment within it is relatively ordinary, and the demonic beasts within it are nothing special, making it one of the safest void gates, and they needed to choose one of these 10 void gates that suited them to start their own trial. Chapter 20. He's going to pick Flame Hell. Just as Fang Yuan was looking at these 10 huge teleportation gates, on the raised platform of the playground, the figure of the principal appeared. In his hand, he also held a microphone. Students, the 7-day trial trip is about to begin. Students, I'm sure you've all made your choices in your minds. The principal's voice rang through the campus. In the void gate, everyone may encounter various dangers. There are attacks by demonic beasts, the possibility of water and food cuts, and a complex and unfamiliar environment. But it's all we have to conquer. Learning and training in school cannot make you true martial artists. A qualified martial artist is bound to come out of battle. Of course, people don't have to force themselves. If we do encounter extreme difficulties, preserving our lives is still the first element. Alright, please proceed in an orderly fashion to the supply point to pick up your supplies. Once you've picked up your supplies, you can enter the portal of your choice. The principal's speech was brief, but it still made many students become enthusiastic. That's right, a true martial artist comes out of battle. At this moment, many of the students already couldn't help but want to rush into the portal. At this very moment, Fang Yuan, who was in the crowd, had an odd feeling. After acquiring the talent of spiritual transformation, his spiritual power has increased dramatically and he possesses an ability similar to the hearing color bay. His intuition, it became much sharper. He could feel that there were a lot of people that were staring at him. Well, fish mooching is one. She stares at me every now and then as soon as she arrives at the playground. Old Zhang is also one. His eyes never left me. His teeth are smiling out. Am I that happy to awaken my talent? And the stares that fell upon him were far more than just a few. Fang Yuan raised his head and scanned the circle with his gaze, finally identifying the source of those gazes. Surprisingly, it's the principal and those in leadership on the high platform? Just look. Why are you hiding? Fang Yuan noticed that just as he looked up at the school leaders on the raised platform, they began to turn their heads away. Some look at the sky, some clasp their hands, some lift their wrists to check the time when they clearly don't have a watch on them. Only the principal, the man who still kept his body in good shape even though he was already 50 years old, hemmed and hawed at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan immediately understood what was going on. Has old Zhang already told the principal and the others about me awakening my talent? Fang Yuan smiled gently. It was something that was completely expected of him. In fact, there was no need to hide his talent for beast royalty. A genius, in this world, has access to resources beyond one's imagination. People are already starting to enter the portal. Fang Yuan noticed the situation not far away. The students followed the order and after receiving some necessary supplies, they entered the portal of their choice. So far, the vast majority of students have chosen the small world of Mountain Peak. Nothing else, it was the safest of the void gates. Many of those students who had awakened their D rank, or C rank talents, had entered this small world. Just then, a voice caught Fang Yuan's attention. You mooching, which void gate are you going to choose? Turning his head to look, it was a boy with a designer label and a handsome appearance who was hitting on you mooching. Fang Yuan recognized him. Yan Jin, class a gifted awakener. It was one of the most popular things in the school. Usually, he showed great favor to you mooching. By asking about this now, it was obvious that he wanted to enter the same void gate as you mooching. At this very moment, all around, the students were fairly uniformly pricking up their ears. You mooching, but the white moonlight in the hearts of all the boys in the school. How could one not be curious about such things? I haven't thought about it yet. Yu Mooching was still polite and treated everyone the same way. Hearing this, Yanjin frowned. Although Yu Mooching's voice was still as good as ever, there was always a feeling that something wasn't quite the same as before. It seems that, more indifference? However, he didn't ask any more questions and stood next to Yu Mooching. He had already made up his mind that if Yu Mooching entered that void gate, he would follow suit and enter whichever one. Yanjin has enough self-confidence, awakened A-level talent of their own. As long as it is not Flame Hell, that most dangerous small world, they are absolutely no problem. Moreover, with Yu Mooching's frost diffusion talent, she would never choose Flame Hell. Thinking of this, Yanjin looked around confidently, as if he was telling others that only he, Yanjin, was qualified to stand by Yu Mooching's side. Seeing this scene, the male students around them were a bit despondent in their hearts. They also wanted to enter the same void gate as Yu Mooching, but reality doesn't allow it. There was a world of difference between Yu Muqing's S-rank talent and their awakened D-rank, C-rank talents. If anything, the previous Yu Muqing was just a little more talented and had better grades. Now, then, Yu Muqing had materially pulled away from them. It's not on the same level anymore. Feeling the despondency of the students around him, Yanjin's face became more confident, and his expression became somewhat proud. However, Fish Muqing, didn't care about any of this at all. Her mind was a messy mess. The eyes also kept glancing in Fang Yuan's direction. At this time, Fang Yuan had already received the basic supplies. It was a backpack with rudimentary space technology that could hold a cubic meter of items. It was filled with compressed cookies, pure water. Make sure that the students entering the Void Gate, don't starve to death in there. After getting the supplies, Fang Yuan did not nag about anything and went straight to the 10 teleportation instruments. At this instant, those gazes that had previously focused on Fang Yuan were immediately firmly locked onto his body. Fish Muqing, class teacher Lao Zhang, and a group of school leaders on the high platform. The meanings in those glances, of course, were different. Old Chang and the principal, out of curiosity, and the Fish Muqing. I'm afraid that even she, herself, couldn't say anything about her already complicated feelings. Just under those eyes, Fang Yuan walked directly to the portal of his choice. Flaming Inferno, the Void Gate with the highest level of danger, where other students won't even look. This action caused those who were paying attention to Fang Yuan to all be startled. The principal even crumbled right off his stool. He's going to pick the Flaming Inferno. Chapter 21, I'm not trying to be your pet. After getting the supplies, Fang Yuan walked straight to the Flaming Hell portal. It was a choice he had made long ago. Not so much for gaining points or anything like that. Rather, it was because of the little white fox. A demonic beast like the nine-tailed fox was a bit different from the usual demonic beasts. Each of its tails represents a different attribute. The second tail, corresponding to the very fire attribute. At the little white fox's current stage, it would be more favorable for it to grow a second tail in a place where the flame energy was abundant. At that time, little white fox's strength would have changed drastically. A creature like the nine-tailed fox would double its strength with each additional tail. The more tails, the more terrifying the strength. And among these 10 void gates, only the flame hell satisfied the conditions for the nine-tailed fox to upgrade. As for what is the most dangerous void gate, Fang Yuan didn't care about that. With his current strength, there was no danger to speak of with these 10 void gates. Dangerous or not, it's also relative. As Fang Yuan chose the flame hell, the people who had been paying attention to him were all nonplussed. He actually chose the flaming inferno. The principal jumped right out of his chair. Even if he's a genius who awakened his talent early, but that's a special sentinel beast talent. How dare he pick the flaming inferno? He doesn't even have a pet now, does he? As the head of a school, he had an extremely calm mindset, and even when he discovered the matter of someone awakening their talent early in the talent training room at that time, he was still able to remain calm. But now, his expression was out of control. None other than the flaming inferno, which was too dangerous for the students at this stage. Even if Fang Yuan was a genius who had awakened his talent in advance, making such a decision was too risky in his opinion. Moreover, what Fang Yuan had awakened was still the sentinel beast talent. Self-weakness. You need to rely on pets to be able to exert great combat power. Overall, it's a talent that can only be advantageous late in the game. How could one just awaken their talent and enter a dangerous little world like the Flame Hell? To know, it's not like geniuses haven't died in the flaming inferno. In the earlier years, every year there were self-conscious gifted students who chose the flaming inferno. But, anyone who tries to challenge the flaming inferno will deeply experience what is called the harsh reality. Thinking about it, the principal was really panicking a bit. It's not just the principal. Those school leaders who were together on the high platform also looked like they had seen a ghost, completely unable to imagine why Fang Yuan had actually made such a choice. It's like taking your life in your hands. They had jointly prepared a big gift for Fang Yuan, the guy who had awakened his talent in advance. It would be a big joke if the gift didn't arrive and the person disappeared. At this time, the staff member in charge of manipulating the instrument also realized that something was wrong. This handsome boy, who looked a bit civilized, was actually standing in front of the portal that represented the flaming inferno. This was still the first student today who dared to choose the flaming inferno. Are you sure you want to go with the flaming inferno? He asked seriously. Okay, Fang Yuan said indifferently, receiving such a crisp and affirmative answer. This staff member also froze for a moment. He looked at Fang Yuan seriously and saw determination and calmness in Fang Yuan's eyes. Those words of persuasion could no longer be uttered at once, because he knew that the boy in front of him had made his choice. Just wait a bit. In a moment, if there are any more who wish to enter the Flame Hell small world, you will be sent there together, the staff said. Fang Yuan nodded and did not say anything more. After all, This kind of portal needed to consume a lot of energy every time it opened. All the other portals, too, had a dozen or so students together before a single teleportation would be opened. I can't believe he chose the flaming inferno. In the crowd, Yu Muqing looked at Feng Yuan, who was already standing, with wide eyes, and her entire body was frozen. She had thought that Feng Yuan might choose the safest mountain peak, or the same ice boundary as herself, relying on her for her own safety. After all, the battle power of the Imperial Beast Master himself was not much stronger than that of an ordinary person. She's always been torn. If Feng Yuan really chose to go through the same void gate as him, what exactly should she do? Is ignored, or temporary protection? Not to mention her previous contract with Feng Yuan, just based on the 3-year classmate relationship, she couldn't really be able to watch Feng Yuan in danger without helping. But if she protects Feng Yuan, won't she really become? Whoever thought? Feng Yuan surprisingly chose the flame hell that even she felt was a bit dangerous. What the hell was he thinking? With his strength, entering the flame hell is life-threatening. He shouldn't have. If he dies, then Yu Muqing's heart had been completely messed up. This time, the playground was already buzzing with discussion. Some of the students who were close to the portal were the first to discover this matter of Feng Yuan choosing the flame hell. It then quickly radiated across the playground. By now, everyone knew about it and was eagerly discussing it. Feng Yuan actually chose the flame hell. Is this crazy? He awakened his gift? I don't think I saw him at the awakening ceremony yesterday. I don't think so. Are you kidding me? How can he awaken his talent with that martial arts talent? Then why did you pick flaming hell? I thought he was going to join us at Mountain Peak. Crazy. Definitely crazy. Suicide doesn't play like that. That said, with his fighting strength, can he still come back alive after going to the flaming hell? The buzzing of the discussion made Yu Muqing even more distracted. Yan Jin, who was standing next to Yu Muqing, could not help but open his mouth. I think Feng Yuan is stupid. If you don't have martial arts talent, just immediately go to the safest mountain peak. What's so special about going to a flaming inferno? Do you think some miracle will happen? It's like claptrap with your life. Yan Jin's tone was full of superiority. However, his words, woke up Yu Muqing. Yeah, could there be any more miracles? How could Feng Yuan survive the flame hell all by himself? I'm not trying to be his pet. I'm just keeping myself alive. Even though Yu Muqing was no longer willing, she finally realized that she had to go and protect Feng Yuan. With the contract still intact, once Feng Yuan was in danger, then her life, too, would come to an end. This was a situation she would never allow. Thinking of this, Yu Muqing no longer hesitated. She walked straight to the place where she picked up her initial supplies. Fish Muqing has moved. Which void gate is she going to? Fish Muqing's actions immediately drew a great deal of attention as well. As the well-deserved school flower and a top genius who had awakened an S-class talent, every move of Yu Muqing had a great deal of attention. Even the school leaders on the high platform had their eyes cast over. Yan Jin, Yu Muqing's potential suitor, also followed behind her. He made up his mind that as long as it wasn't a flaming hell, he would make the same choice as Yu Muqing. There's no way Fish Muqing would choose the flame hell either. That environment is just the right place to restrain Fish Muqing's talent. With the exception of Flaming Inferno, I'm pretty sure I'll get a good score. Close to the water. When the time comes maybe. Yanjin thought prettily, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but show a hint of a smile. And this time, Yu Muqing had already finished receiving her supplies and walked towards the 10 teleportation portals. Chapter 22 Fish Muqing's Choice. The entire audience was shocked. Yu Muqing, who had finished receiving the supplies, just walked towards those 10 teleportation gates under the gaze of a large number of people. Which void gate would Yu Muqing choose aroused a great deal of curiosity. However, to everyone's surprise, Yu Muqing walked straight towards Feng Yuan and stood behind him. Her choice, Herculeanly, was also the Flaming Inferno. This most dangerous little world, an environment that was the complete opposite of the frost diffusion talent she had awakened. At this moment, everyone in the playground was stunned. This choice shattered everyone's expectations. On the high platform, the principal, who had just settled down, once again jumped up from his chair. Square Edge's choice of Flaming Inferno is still unclear. Yu Muqing also chose Flaming Inferno. These two top geniuses came out in this term, and they both chose Flame Hell. How much did the Flaming Inferno pay you guys? I'll pay double. The principal was a bit devastated. That place, the Flaming Hell, is a place where people die. If anything happens to these two precious children, he simply can't be the principal anymore. Those few members of the school's leadership were also dumbfounded as they looked at Yu Muqing, completely unable to understand why this was the case. The playground became quiet. Everyone grew their mouths to look at the direction where Feng Yuan and Yu Muqing were, their faces shocked. What Yu Muqing had awakened was an ice attribute S-rank talent. In an environment like the Flame Hell, strength was bound to be severely suppressed. No one can understand making such a choice. not far away. Yanjin's expression was even more ugly, as if he had eaten. How can a flaming inferno be a flaming inferno? What he thought was the most unlikely option was now a reality. Could it be because of Fang Yuan? That's impossible. Yanjin had wanted to follow Yumuching into the same void gate, but now, with supplies in his hand, he didn't know where to go. The flame hell, that kind of dangerous small world, was not something he could go to as an A-ranked talent awakened. At this very moment, there was only one person on the playground with a somewhat subtle expression. Old Chang, Fang Yuan and Yumuching's homeroom teacher. His eyes flicked around Fang Yuan and Yumuching's body. His wise eyes seemed to have insight into everything. I told you, these two have a relationship that is certainly not ordinary. Yumuching knew about Fang Yuan's talent even earlier than I did. Sure enough, there's something fishy going on. Looks like I should get my share of the money ready. Old Chang's brain circuits were crooked all the way to nowhere. Anyone else going to the flaming inferno? After determining that Yumuching was indeed going to the flame hell, the staff member operating the instrument asked loudly. Generally speaking, it was already a rare case for two students in a school to choose flaming hell. For the most part, no one is going to pick the flaming inferno. The staff's voices were especially clear in the quiet playground. At this moment, those people who originally wanted to go to the same void gate with this fishmooching all stopped making a sound. The flaming inferno, not a place they can go. Yanjin's eyes shifted several times, and when he thought of the dangerous legends about the flaming inferno, the courage he had managed to muster up completely dissipated. He gave up. He wasn't sure he'd survive the flaming inferno. Get into the apparatus. You might get a little dizzy for a while, but it'll be fine, the staff said to Fang Yuan and Yumuching. The two just walked into the portal. Click. As the instrument door closed, the atmosphere between the two became a little awkward. The two of them hadn't been alone since fishmooching had eaten the bait food, and in such a small setting. You don't misunderstand. Fishmooching spoke up. It's not because I'm worried about you. I'm just protecting myself. Fishmooching said somewhat hastily. As soon as this was said, Yumuching regretted it. Isn't such an explanation just a case of here and now? Hearing this, Fang Yuan gently smiled. He had originally been a bit puzzled as to why Yumuching had also run to the flame hell. With her awakened frost diffusion talent, she would be severely restrained in an environment like the flame hell, whereas in an ice knot, it is strengthened. As it turns out, it's the fear that he's too weak to die here, leading to her own death. But, such worries are purely superfluous. I'm afraid that two fishmooching combined wouldn't be able to beat one of him. Just take care of yourself and don't give me a hard time, Fang Yuan said indifferently. Adding to the chaos? Yumuching stared at Fang Yuan with a wide-eyed look of disbelief. Just then, the little white fox that had been hiding in Fang Yuan's clothes because there were too many people finally revealed its head from where the collar was. It felt a kindred spirit. It seemed to have the same identity as her. All were taken in as pets by this human male. The little white fox that showed its head quickly locked onto fishmooching. And at that moment, Yumuching also noticed the presence of the little white fox. One man and one fox. 4 eyes. Fishmooching was almost immediately overwhelmed by the cuteness of the little white fox. Especially, when she saw the little white fox, an affectionate feeling could not help but appear in her heart. This is, Yumuching couldn't help but ask, sort of your sister. Fang Yuan's tone remained flat. Sister. Fishmooching was like a heavy blow, and her face turned a little white again. She wanted to run away from her pet status, but Fang Yuan was constantly reminding her of it in various ways, make it impossible for her to escape. After Fang Yuan and Yumuching's figures disappeared into the portal, the playground violently became lively from extreme silence. Everyone was talking about it. How did Yumuching choose the flame hell? Is it because of Fang Yuan? Impossible. Fang Yuan doesn't even have the slightest talent in martial arts. The two aren't even from the same world. Then why did Fang Yuan choose the flame hell and Yumuching followed? Coincidence? Total coincidence. Yumuching is just trying to stimulate the potential of the talent as much as possible. The more pressure there is, the more potential can be stimulated. Makes sense. I don't know if that fellow, Fang Yuan, will still be able to walk out of the flame hell. I think it's hanging by a thread. That place? I'm afraid that Yumuching herself is in danger. And how could she care about others? Fang Yuan still dares to enter the flame hell. I'd like to see how he'll come out after 7 days. Is this the flaming inferno? After a short period of dizziness, Fang Yuan realized that he was in a completely unfamiliar environment. It's very warm here. There were many huge cracks in the earth, and flames were still coming out of the cracks from time to time. The name of hell is true. The little white fox is still there. Fishmooching. Separated? Fang Yuan looked around and did not see Fishmooching's figure. Apparently, the two were sent to different locations during the teleportation. Chapter 23, Killing the Flame Snake in Seconds. Little White Fox's Unexpected Discovery. It doesn't seem to be too far away. Fang Yuan felt Fishmooching's position. It wasn't too far. and there was nothing wrong with Yu Muqing's state, not going to her. First things first, with Yu Muqing's strength, she won't encounter any danger to her life either. Fang Yuan stroked the little white fox's head. At this time, the little white fox was thoroughly excited. It becomes active and excited in such an environment. Right place, hopefully we can get the little white fox to grow a second tail in the next few days. At the thought, he raised his head and looked around. A deserted place. The earth is cracked, with all sorts of huge fissures, and once you fall in, you won't even find a shadow. In many of the cracks, there were still flames coming out continuously. As far as the eye could see, it felt like the end of the world. Fang Yuan was not surprised. He had already learned about the characteristics of this small world from various sources a long time ago. Flaming inferno. It's not a blind call. The brutality of the environment is still only part of the danger. In this small world, one could encounter odd demonic beasts at any time, void gates that appear out of thin air, and in each of them is a different environment with demonic beasts with different characteristics. The world tends to always change more than one can imagine. Although he was not surprised by the environment here, Fang Yuan still sighed a little. 300 years ago, the aura revived and a large number of void gates appeared all over the world. A large number of demonic beasts surged out of each void gate. The flaming hell he was in was exactly one of them. Fang Yuan could imagine how desperate the people at that time, faced with such a catastrophe, should have been. Little White, do you know if you know the origin of the void gate? Fang Yuan stroked Little White's head. The little white fox, however, shook her head in confusion. It was a demonic beast native to the earth, born under the influence of the revival of aura, and was fundamentally different from those demonic beasts born in the void gate. Just then, Fang Yuan turned around violently. A fiery red figure brushed past him. It was a python with flame patterns on its body that attacked Fang Yuan from the cracks in the earth behind him. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan, who possessed the hearing color hegemony, had already sensed the presence of the python. With ease, he dodged his opponent's sneak attack. System, check the attribute panel of this demonic beast, Fang Yuan said decisively. Name, Flame Snake. Talent, Flame Resistance, Grade C. Blood, 60. Spirit, 21. Potential rating, Silver. Does such an ordinary demonic beast also possess a C-grade talent? Seeing the attribute panel of this flame snake, Fang Yuan raised an eyebrow. Its chakra, which isn't too high. The potential rating, however, is Silver. Compared to the demonic beasts in the wilderness of Blazing Sun City, this flame serpent possessed a C-rank talent, Flame Resistance. Don't look at it as just a C-grade talent. It could already bring a world of difference to demonic beasts with similar attributes. Go on, Little White, settle this demonic beast, Fang Yuan said decisively. C-ranked talent. Now it couldn't get into his eyes anymore. Upon hearing Fang Yuan's order, the little white fox, who had already been poised, charged out violently. Without even transforming, it pressed its claws on the head of this flame serpent. Fizzle. The flame snake struggled violently, hissing sounds coming out of its mouth, but it didn't work at all. The little white fox's paw was like a five-fingered mountain, crushing it to death. Next moment, the little white fox bit up and directly bit through the throat of this flaming snake. In the face of the other side of the edge, the little white foxes are cute pets, but when facing other demonic beasts, the nine-tailed fox's terrifying nature was completely revealed. With the death of the flame snake, there was a ding-ding-ding-ding sound coming from Fang Yuan's supplies backpack. Fang Yuan opened his supplies backpack and took out a token-like object. This is the recorder. Every person who enters the void gate for a trial has one. The role is also simple. It is to record the points for killing demonic beasts. At this moment, a number was revealed on this token. 10. These were the points gained from killing the flame serpent. Points. A pretty important element of the trial. The outcome of the trial is determined solely by points. Points. That's achievement. It's more than that. When the trial was over, he could also use the points at the official martial artist center to trade for some rare materials that were hard to buy in the market. All of these supplies are important items for martial artists to enhance their strength, and they are all in the market at a price. Can I get 10 points for killing a flame snake? As I recall, over at Mountain Peak, killing a demonic beast only earns you 1 point. Looking at the token, Fang Yuan nodded slightly. The points gained from killing a demonic beast in different difficulty levels of the Void Gate were also different. This goes some way to ensuring the fairness of the trial. It's also quite friendly with such a strong player as Opposite Edge. After all, no matter if it was the demonic beasts of Mountain Peak or the demonic beasts of Flame Hell, in Fang Yuan's view, there was no difference. It's all seconds. At this time, the movements on the little white fox's side attracted Fang Yuan's attention. The little white fox that had killed the flame snake didn't leave the scene at the first opportunity, but instead kept tearing at the flame snake's corpse with its teeth. Eventually, from the corpse, a fiery red crystal was plowed out. This is flame crystals. Looking at the red crystal, Fong Yuan was a little surprised. Chapter 20 for the attacking fish mooching. Flame crystal stone? Fong Yuan snapped out this red stone from the mouth of the little white fox. Of course he recognized the thing. Flame crystals. It contains this large amount of flame energy. For martial artists who had awakened a flame-type talent, there were huge benefits. Only, this stuff is rare on the market, and the prices are horribly high. An ordinary martial artist doesn't even have to think about it. None other. This kind of thing could only be found from the corpses of some demonic beasts that possessed the gift of flame. And demonic beasts with the gift of flame were usually too rare. Fong Yuan also did not expect that the first demonic beast that he came to the flame hell and killed would have something like flame crystals in its body. It was a surprise. Squeak! At this time, the little white fox ran to Fong Yuan's feet, anxiously jumping up and down, with a pair of eyes staring at the flame crystal in Fong Yuan's hands, full of desire. You need this? Fong Yuan subconsciously asked. The little white fox nodded decisively. Fong Yuan did not hesitate and directly threw the flame crystal to the little white fox. The little white fox made a jump and caught the red crystal directly in the air. In the next moment, it exerted force in its mouth and directly bit this crystal stone to pieces. Click it! Click it! In 3 clicks, the crystal had been swallowed by the little white fox. The little white fox rubbed his stomach with a satisfied expression. So it is. A dazed expression appeared on Fong Yuan's face. He could feel that a magical change was taking place in the little white fox's body as it ate this crystal. This change did not directly raise the little white fox's chi and blood or spirit. It's more like an alteration of the life essence. Thinking of this, Fong Yuan crouched down and said, if there were a lot of these crystals for you to eat, wouldn't you be able to grow a second tail soon? The little white fox burped and nodded languidly. Fong Yuan laughed. He had certainly come to the right place. If anything, it would be too difficult to find enough flame crystals in the outside world. But now, being in the flame hell, there were demonic beasts with the flaming talent all over the place. You're in for a treat then. There may not be anything else here. There's no way there's a shortage of flame crystals. Fong Yuan patted the belly of the little white fox. And, of course, you'll have to contribute your own labor, Fong Yuan said with a smile. Hearing this, the little white fox rolled over and stood up from the ground, running forward while frequently looking back at Fong Yuan, seemingly urging Fong Yuan to hurry up. Obviously, the little white fox's heart was also filled with a desire to enhance its power. The other side, fish mooching was already in a bitter fight. In front of her, a huge gecko-like creature was staring intently at her, and around her, countless snowflakes swirled around her. The S-rank talent, Frost Diffusion, was already being pushed to the extreme by her. But, in such a scorching environment, the power of the snowflake storm was greatly reduced. At this time, the gecko-like demonic beast suddenly spat out its long tongue and stabbed towards Yu Mooching's heart. Extremely fast, Yu Mooching immediately dodged and narrowly avoided the attack. It's not over yet. Yu Mooching, who had dodged the attack, waved her small hand, and those snowflakes that surrounded her suddenly gathered together. A long sword made of floating snowflakes was formed. Chills shot in all directions. Yu Mooching's eyes were cold and indifferent as she charged straight towards the opposite demonic beast. A few minutes later, the giant gecko-like creature was finally cut down by fish mooching. She let out a long breath, dispelling the snowflake long sword in her hand. The exertion is too great, and in such an environment, my talent is really suppressed. Yu Mooching was panting a bit slightly, and a hint of exhaustion appeared on his face. There was more danger here than she could have imagined. Damn Fong Yuan, why did he run to the flame hell? Why hasn't he come to me yet? Do you really want to make a go of it here alone? Yu Mooching was a bit annoyed. As a pet, she could also vaguely sense Fong Yuan's location. However, Fong Yuan seemed to be getting farther and farther away from her. No intention of coming over to her at all. Fish mooching was simply going crazy. With the level of danger here, Fong Yuan was afraid that he would lose his life if he randomly encountered a demonic beast. There's no time to rest. Hurry up and find Fong Yuan. We can't let him really die. Fish mooching couldn't even care about resting. Sensing Fong Yuan's location and setting off once again, Fong Yuan sighed. After easily killing a few demonic beasts, he had already found a relatively shady place and started building a fire to cook. The little white fox was lying on Fong Yuan's side, with a look of physical deficit, for no other reason. During this period of time, the little white fox had experienced several great battles one after another. All easy kills though, but the physical exertion, too, is enormous. Throughout the entire process, Fong Yuan did not make a move. However, he had a clearer perception of the overall strength of the little white fox. The little white fox, more than he had imagined, was even more powerful. By the looks of you, you could be in a kidney bowl commercial. Fong Yuan roasted the meat while flirting with the little white fox. The little white fox looked blearily at the roasted meat on the fire, already completely unconcerned about Fong Yuan's snark. Killing 7 demonic beasts has earned a total of 90 points. there are 4 more flame crystals. The further south you go, the more powerful the demonic beasts you encounter. Although Fang Yuan did not put up a fight, he was not idle either. He was keeping a constant watch on the environment of his location. And there are human footprints. This place, there must be someone else. Along the way, Fang Yuan had discovered traces of human activity more than once. There were some marks, still fresh, that looked like they had been left not too long ago. But that's normal. The flame hell, as a void gate that had been controlled by humans. Although there weren't too many martial artists resident here, there were still many people who would come here. Whether it was hunting demonic beasts or conducting tests, this was a good choice. Just then, the tired little white fox suddenly lifted his head. Fang Yuan also sensed something and looked toward the distance. A slender figure was walking in the direction they were in. Chapter 25, Invitation from Kyoto Martial Arts University. Fang Yuan and Little White Fox, at the same time, looked at a place not far away. There, a slender figure was walking in the direction they were in. The figure was tall and slender, with a great body. But it's strange, it wasn't fish mooching. White, someone's coming, Fang Yuan said indifferently. The little white fox obviously saw the figure in the distance as well, and after pondering for a moment, pointed to the smallest of the several pieces of roasted meat. It's obvious what it means. That person can only give her the smallest piece of this roast if she wants it. Fang Yuan nodded with a light smile. The little white fox, still simple. It's not even clear if the other party is friend or foe, and they're already thinking about splitting the roast. A few minutes, the figure had then walked nearby. Fang Yuan also got a good look at the person. Starry eyebrows and sword eyes. Although it is a girl, but there is a heroic spirit between the eyebrows. At her waist, she also carried a meter-long sword. She was not very old, but she gave off a very sophisticated vibe. Please ask, can I have a piece of the roast? This girl was not at all embarrassed. Fang Yuan was somewhat silent. What kind of person comes up and asks for a roast to eat? I can take that in exchange. Seeing that Fang Yuan didn't say anything, this girl pulled out a handful of red crystals from her pocket. It was the flame crystals. This one. It's about $4 or $5. Each one is the size of a walnut. It was twice as big as the flame crystals that Fang Yuan and Little White Fox had previously obtained. This handful of flame crystals made the little white fox's eyes round as she watched. Didn't wait for Fang Yuan to agree. The little white fox then raised her little paw and handed the girl the biggest piece of roast. The girl smiled and took the roasted meat, then stuffed all the flame crystals in her hand into the arms of the little white fox. The little white fox's eyes narrowed with laughter. Then he hugged these flame crystals and ran back to Fang Yuan's side like a thief. It ate a piece into its mouth and gave the rest to Fang Yuan. He also made a gesture at Fang Yuan. It meant that Fang Yuan should give it a hold first. It couldn't eat so much in one bite. No talent, Fang Yuan couldn't help but say. Of course, the movement of his hand was to sharply put the flame crystals in his pocket. This deal, blood money. My name is Autumn Water, a student at Kyoto Budo University. The girl introduced herself as she ate her roast. Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan also spoke his name. He wasn't worried about any bad intentions on the other side. After all, the students of Kyoto Budo University could be said to have whatever they wanted, and there was no need to have any bad intentions towards him at all. Kyoto Budo University, that's one of the top Budo universities in the country. Even a top genius like Yu Muqing, who had awakened in S-class talent, had to pass an examination before he could enter the Kyoto Martial Arts University. Those who were able to enter the Kyoto Martial Arts University were all true prides of heaven. Fang Yuan also did not expect to be able to meet the students of Kyoto Martial Arts University in the flame hell. This time, the girl named Autumn Water spoke again. Do you guys know how to get to Sunset Forest? I came out of the Sunset Forest and I couldn't find my way back. I seem to be lost. Sunset Forest? Hearing this place, Fang Yuan frowned. This place, he had an impression. It wasn't that long ago that he saw signposts for human construction. It shows Sunset Forest right above. Only, the Sunset Forest is in the complete opposite direction and it's a long way from here. This woman, can she get lost so outrageously? Fang Yuan looked at Joshue's eyes. Autumn Water's eyes were very clear and didn't look like she was lying at all. Fang Yuan's heart stirred and he opened his mouth to ask, those flame crystals of yours, you got them from the Sunset Forest? For the little white fox, what it needed the most right now was the flame crystals. The flame crystals that Joshua took out were of extremely high quality. Only, the number is still too small. Not enough for the little white fox to grow a second tail. As soon as Fang Yuan asked this, even the little white fox, who had buried his head in dry rice, had his ears pricked up. Yeah, the demonic beasts in the Sunset Forest all have crystals like this in their bodies, Autumn said. Hearing this, Fang Yuan's heart was moved. Next to the little fox, the dry meal slowed down. Well, thank you for your hospitality. I'll have to keep looking for the Sunset Forest. If you don't go back in the allotted time, you'll be scolded. Autumn Water had finished her roast and stood up, ready to continue on her way. You know the directions? Fong Yuan asked curiously. Probably. I remember. It seems to be in that direction. Autumn Water hesitated and continued. Who cares? The flaming hell isn't that big. Look around a bit more and you'll always find it. Autumn Water's tone was a bit hoity-toity. Hearing this, Fong Yuan's face became a bit odd. He was now finally convinced that Xiaoshui was truly lost. She was pointing in the wrong direction. Completely. And, to be able to go from the Sunset Forest, lost to here, she could really be considered a top-notch roadie. 2. Sunset Forest, in that direction. Based on his impression, Fong Yuan pointed remotely and opened his mouth. It's a long way from here, though. You might want to contact your companions and have them come to you. Fong Yuan gave the best advice about the extent of Xiaoshui's road weariness. No need. Autumn's eyes were full of confidence. Once I know the direction, I'll be there in no time. Thank you for your hospitality. I'm off. Xiaoshui took a big step away. However, after 2 steps, she turned back. You're a beastmaster, aren't you? Xiaoshui looked at Fong Yuan and spoke. Would you be interested in coming to Kyoto Budo University? Our teachers will surely welcome you. As long as you want to come, you can enroll without examination. Xiaoshui handed Fong Yuan a note with the contact information on it. If you want to come to Kyoto Budo University, you can just call this number. Hearing this, Fong Yuan was a bit surprised. Is the Beastmaster so popular? Kyoto Martial Arts University, this top martial arts academy that countless martial artists had dreamed of entering, had actually extended an invitation to itself? While Akamizu doesn't officially represent Kyoto Bukkyo University, it does speak for itself to a certain extent. Chapter 26 The Joint Examination Site of the Top Martial Arts University. I'll think about it, Fong Yuan said flatly. In fact, he hadn't thought too carefully about which martial arts university to go to. I'm off then. Good luck. Autumn Water dried up and turned away. Fong Yuan silently looked at Xiaoshui's back, then held his forehead and sighed lightly. Autumn Water really is a roadie. Although her figure was already somewhat blurred, Fong Yuan could tell that her direction was off. It would be a hell of a thing to find the Sunset Forest. The little fox was also looking a bit dumbfounded. As a demonic beast that was naturally sensitive to direction, it was completely unable to understand how such a human could be. Forget it, if she can grow up so much and still get into the Kyoto Martial Arts University, she must have her own unique way of catching up, so there's no need for us to worry about it, Fong Yuan said. The little fox nodded in deep amusement. Kyoto Budo University? Fong Yuan looked at the note Xiaoshui had left for himself and received it in his pocket. Rest for a little while longer. We'll go to the Sunset Forest in a while as well. On the open earth, Xiaoshui's rush was extremely fast. At this point, a huge flame snake sprang out from a gap in the ground and opened its mouth to bite towards Xiaoshui's arm. Facing this sudden attack, Xiaoshui's face was calm. She just gently used her thumb to tip the long knife at her waist, an inch out of its sheath. A cold aura flashed. There were a few more cracks in the ground. The flame snake demonic beast, moreover, had already broken into several pieces in an instant. Xiaoshui's terrifying strength was exposed at this moment. Seems like I forgot something. After killing the flame snake, Xiaoshui also stopped. She scratched her head, a puzzled look on her face. Forgetting something? Right. Akatsuki suddenly showed a dazed expression. I should tell that Fong Yuan guy, never go to the Sunset Forest. There's a joint examination for martial arts colleges there. If he goes over there, I'm afraid his little fox will be brushed off by those people as a demonic beast. That's bad. Thinking of this, Xiaoshui turned around decisively. She had to go back and tell Fong Yuan about this. However, after turning around, Xiaoshui's face was once again blank. Which direction are they coming from? 1 day later, Fong Yuan had already seen the Sunset Forest from afar. In the flaming hell, even in an environment like the forest, the scorching heat in the air still didn't improve. Even the large trees in the forest would, from time to time, burst into flames and attack the creatures that passed by. Finally, for the rest of the day, they rushed along while brushing the demonic beasts they encountered. The number of demonic beasts killed had exceeded 30. Fong Yuan's points have exceeded 500. The little white fox, on the other hand, had changed significantly. It hadn't grown a second tail yet, but in its pupils, there was already a vague appearance of flames rising. The demonic beasts of the flame hell were not bad in strength. There were even some demonic beasts that even the little white fox had some trouble dealing with. However, the little white fox had not sought help from Fong Yuan since the beginning. The aura on its body was also getting stronger and stronger. Let's go. I hope you've grown a second tail by the time we get out of here. Fong Yuan brought the little white fox and walked straight into the Sunset Forest. The other side of the Sunset Forest. Inside a makeshift stone house, several middle-aged men, were sitting around a bunch of displays. If someone who had seen a lot of people saw these middle-aged men, they would be surprised. None other. These men were all at the level of deans of the top martial arts universities in the country. Kyoto Budo University, Mordor Budo University, Thunder Budo University. These three martial arts universities were places that all martial artists dreamed of. The reason why people from these three top martial arts universities had gathered here was because of a joint examination. An examination jointly organized by three top martial arts universities. In order to do so, the freshmen are tested on what they have learned during the year. And they, the people in charge of this joint exam. This joint examination has been going on for 3 days now, and the demonic beasts in the Sunset Forest have been pretty much killed. Next, it should be a battle between the students. A middle-aged man spoke. The exciting part is coming. What demonic beasts? There wasn't much to see in the first place. These demonic beasts aren't that strong, and they don't reflect the true abilities of these students. It's the competition between the students that shows which school has a higher quality of teaching. The atmosphere in the stone room warmed up after a few words of saber rattling. Isn't Kyoto Budo University just a little better in terms of student quality? To say the quality of teaching, what are you comparing it to? In a while, when your thundering students get beaten up, I hope your mouth will still be so hard. Look, some students are starting to pair up. Hearing this, these middle-aged men immediately focused their attention on those screens. On the monitor, the situation in the Sunset Forest was reflected. At this moment, students from two different schools had already greatly struck out in order to grab the flame crystals. After all the demonic beasts here had been nearly killed clean by them. Wanting to obtain more flame crystals, beating the competitors from other schools and stealing each other's crystals became a better option. How is it that after walking for half a day, we haven't seen a single demonic beast? In the Sunset Forest, Fong Yuan was a bit puzzled. It's been almost half an hour since he came in, saw quite a few signs of battle, yet not a single living demonic beast was encountered. The little white fox was also confused and was even wondering if they were in the wrong place. Zhou Shuwei clearly told me that there are many demonic beasts here. Fong Yuan scratched his head. Autumn waters certainly didn't lie to him. On the first day of the joint examination of several schools, there were still a large number of demonic beasts in this Sunset Forest. Only half an hour after the joint exam started, Zhou Shuwei ran out of the Sunset Forest because he got lost. Just then, a voice sounded above Fong Yuan. What luck to see a live demonic beast. Fong Yuan looked up. A bald man, who was crouching high on a tree trunk, looked down at them. Fong Yuan frowned. He keenly sensed that the other party's eyes, which were looking at the little white fox, were somewhat unkind. Chapter 27, Crazy Harvest. Little White, come back, Fong Yuan gently called out, and the little white fox also immediately returned to Fong Yuan's shoulder. Swish, the man crouched in the tree jumped straight down. Although he was bald, he didn't look very old, and also Fong Yuan was considered to be the same age, at most 20 years old. At this time of the year, everyone doesn't have enough crystals, and you've made friends with demonic beasts. If you can't be bothered to kill it, let me have this demonic beast and I won't rob you of your points later, the bald boy said. Fong Yuan looked at him, his mind racing with thoughts. He couldn't understand a word the other side was saying. Crystals, points, he understood it all, but combined, he doesn't get it. Not saying anything will be taken as your acquiescence, so I'll be rude. The bald boy took big steps towards Fong Yuan and reached out his hand to grab the little white fox on Fong Yuan's shoulder. However, his hand, was firmly grasped by Fong Yuan, unable to advance an inch further. At the same time, a layer of cold ice, in an instant, had covered his arm, freezing it. You've come at a good time. I could have so many questions right now, so please help me out, Fong Yuan said with some indifference. At this moment, the confidence on this bald boy's face disappeared, and instead, he began to panic. It froze his arm in an instant. This talent, this strength, what else could he do but cooperate? 5 minutes later, Fong Yuan had understood everything. He finally realized that he had mistakenly entered the joint examination site of the three top martial arts universities. But, he wasn't going to leave. His purpose, the flame crystals. Now, all these crystals are gathered to the students who are taking the JEE. This just saved him from killing the demonic beasts one by one. Doesn't he smell good when he robs all these students? It's been 3 days. How did you only get a dozen crystals? Fong Yuan carried a tiny pocket, his tone a little disgruntled. In this pocket, there were a dozen or so walnut-sized crystals. It was all the flame crystals that the bald boy in front of him had acquired in the past 3 days. Now, it had all gone to Fong Yuan. The bald boy was in tears. This guy who appeared out of nowhere looked younger than him, but his strength was quite terrifying. It's not that he didn't resist. It's really impossible to beat. Not only were they robbed of all the crystals, even the points were transferred to the other party. The rest of your classmates, where are they? Fang Yuan was in a good mood now. I don't know. It's in the woods. Go find it yourself, the bald boy said glumly. Now he was a bit skeptical. As a student of the Thunder Martial Arts University, although he wasn't the most talented, when looking at his peers, he was also the absolute best. But in front of the other party, there was not even the ability to resist. How could this not depress him? Moreover, all of his crystals had been snatched up and his points had been zeroed out, so he had already been considered eliminated from the joint examination. All this ice, it'll melt in 10 minutes or so. You don't have to rush. I'll send all your classmates away in no time. Fang Yuan turned around and walked towards the depths of the forest. Only the bald boy whose entire body was frozen was left behind. In the stone house, a few men at the level of dean of a top martial arts university were arguing again. Your thundering martial arts university. How is it that there are still students who are certified first-rank martial artists? This is outrageous. Our Thunder students are just awesome. There's nothing you can do if you're not convinced. You're cheating. How can it be considered cheating? You're Kyoto Martial Arts University. If there's someone who can reach the standard of a first-ranked martial artist, you can also let him take the joint examination. Didn't you guys not? Inside the stone house, chaos reigned. It was at this time that a knock sounded on the door. Several middle-aged men looked toward the door at once. A bald boy with a frustrated face stood in the doorway. Reno, what are you doing out here? How can you come out when the test isn't over? The one who appeared in the doorway was the bald man who had just been robbed of his light by Fang Yuan. Teacher, I've been eliminated, the bald man said somewhat helplessly. All my crystals have been robbed and my points have been emptied. What? The head of Thunder Martial Arts University was a bit surprised. He was well aware of what kind of strength the student in front of him had. Not exactly the strongest, but not the first to be eliminated either. Ha. Did you meet a student from our Kyoto Budo University? Our school's students are stronger. Definitely eliminated by the students of our Magic City Martial Arts University. Is there any need to ask? A few other middle-aged men raised their eyebrows. With so many students in the Sunset Forest, the first person to be eliminated was someone from the Thunder Martial Arts University, which was too enjoyable. No, it's a weird guy. The age looks younger than me, but it's strong. It doesn't seem to be from any of the martial arts universities. The bald Reno spoke up. Hearing this, these middle-aged men froze for a moment. Younger than Reno? Stronger than Reno's? What kind of genius is this? That's him. At this time, Reno noticed the figure on the monitor and immediately became excited. He saw Fang Yuan, the guy who froze him in ice for 10 minutes. Hearing these words, several middle-aged men instantly turned their heads to look at the monitor. On the monitor, Square Edge is violently beating a curly-haired student. Chapter 28, A Great Talent. Flame Armor. Boom. In the forest, Fang Yuan punched a young man in the chest, directly hammered the opponent flying 2 or 3 meters. With his already over 100 chi and blood values, even if these people had spent a year studying at a top martial arts university, it would be difficult for them to block this punch. More fighting? You're going to spit blood if you fight any longer. Hurry up and hand over all the crystals and transfer all the points to me as well. Fang Yuan said out of the corner of his eye. The curly-haired boy, who was lying on the ground half unable to get up, sighed hatefully and threw out a small pocket directly. The pockets were bulging with flame crystals, at least 20 of them. Seeing this scene, the little white fox flew over and ran back with the bag in its mouth. In a short while, they had already obtained more than 30 walnut-sized crystals. The little white fox's eyes narrowed into crescent moons as he smiled. Fang Yuan was also in a pretty good mood. Having gotten this curly-haired boy's points, he was almost at 2,000 points. That's a pretty scary number. In all the years of the Void Gate trials, there were very few people who had more than 1,000 points. What school do you go to? The curly-haired boy exclaimed. His expression was quite depressed. He had never thought that he would be so easily defeated by others in this joint examination. The boy in front of him was a bit frighteningly powerful. Without even using his talent, framing a few punches was already a bit too much for him to handle. It was hard for him to imagine how there could be such a scary guy among his peers. At least, in the Magic City Martial Arts University, he had never heard of such a character. Well, it's better not to tell you, so as not to strike you too hard. Fang Yuan smiled gently and turned to leave. He had sensed another student not far away. In the stone house, those middle-aged men, they were all a bit silent. Which one of your students is this? It was a long time before anyone asked. Yet there was no answer. It can't be an outsider. That's a bit of a departure. Someone spoke up. The so-called outsiders were those who did not belong to any of their 3 martial arts universities, but had mistakenly entered their joint examination grounds. Things like this actually happen every year. After all, it was impossible for them to completely blockade the area where the joint examination was located. But, There hasn't been a year that's been as outrageous as this one. In previous years, after the outsiders found themselves mistakenly entering the joint examination site of the martial arts university, they all left as soon as possible, and would not have any impact on the joint examination. The few who don't know any better will also be cleaned up by the students at the JCSE site. After all, that was the site of the joint exams of the 3 top martial arts universities in the country, and the students in them were each geniuses among geniuses. But now, this outsider, in just an hour's time, had already eliminated 2 of their students. This guy is a bit of a departure. He looks very young, but so strong. Someone spoke up. This was echoed by all. They had all just seen the entirety of Fang Yuan's violent beating of the curly-haired boy on the monitor. That said, does he kinda understand the rules of our joint exams? After the fight, the crystals and points are all snatched up. How did he know the rules of the JCSE? Questions were raised. A few middle-aged men froze for a moment, and then unanimously looked at the bald Reno next to them. Seeing this scene, bald Reno was so vain that he forced himself to play it cool and shrugged his shoulders, stating that he wasn't sure. Luckily, these D-level guys didn't make things difficult for Reno. Why? If it were an older outsider, we'd just step in. Someone spoke up. The other party is younger than our students. If we make a move, word will get out and we'll be laughed at. Kind of interesting. Might as well let these students work it out for themselves. Haven't had a situation this interesting in a while. Moreover, aren't you guys curious? This little guy is so young. Where exactly is the limit of his strength? Upon hearing this, several people nodded in deep amusement, all of them looking at the monitor. Honestly, how could one not be curious? This outsider, at such a young age, could hang on to their talented students. Up until now, the display has been a tour de force. Take another look and see what's going on with this little guy. On Fang Yuan's side, he had also finally encountered a tough opponent, a girl who has awakened a flame-like talent. On her body, roaring flames coalesced into a suit of armor. The waves of heat seemed to be baking everything around them. Her red hair danced in the wind and also looked like a burning flame. Flame talent? It doesn't look like the level is low. Fang Yuan came to be interested. He hadn't fought anyone who had awakened a top talent since he awakened the system. Seeing the flame armor on the other party, Fang Yuan also had some itchy hands. You're not from the 3 major martial arts universities, are you? Across the room, the girl who could condense flames into armor spoke. It doesn't matter, since we've already met. Either you take my flame crystals or you'll have to leave yours behind, Fang Yuan said indifferently. Hearing this, the girl across the table laughed softly. I'm sorry, the flame crystals are very useful to me, so I can't let you have your wish. Wait and see. Fang Yuan also got serious. Seeing this scene, the little white fox immediately wanted to jump out and fight, but Fang Yuan stopped him. Go watch from the side. You can't beat this guy. Fang Yuan opened his mouth. The little white fox gave Fang Yuan a skeptical look, but eventually obeyed Fang Yuan's order. It was on a boulder directly next to the runway with some worried eyes. Although she was a bit reluctant at the beginning, she has become completely comfortable with her master over the past few days. No more running away or worrying about food. It also allows for a quick boost in strength. The woman in front of me looks amazing. Even it was somewhat unsure of defeating it. Can one's master? Really? The little white fox couldn't help but worry. The stone house on the other side. Several middle-aged men, plus Reno who had been eliminated by Fang Yuan earlier, were also staring at the monitor in front of them with bated breath. Hey, this guy met our academy's fire girl. A middle-aged man hemmed and hawed, a proud look on his face. The A-rank talent flame armor, developed by her, broke many records. There's no way this young outsider can fight, he said confidently. Chapter 29 Ice-Sealed Flame. The crowd was shocked. There's no way he can beat the fire lady. The middle-aged man's expression was confident. A few other people looked at the firewoman in the monitor and showed appreciation. Even through the monitor, they could feel the heat around the firewoman. This is an A-rank talent though, but what has been developed by her is no less than an S-rank talent. A student like that is a top talent, no matter what school they are placed in. It feels like this little guy is going to be a bit overwhelmed. It's impossible to beat Fire Girl without some more impressive talent. A few people were relaxing a little. It would be a beautiful story if this outsider, right here, was defeated. A young genius, who had mistakenly entered their joint examination site, was finally defeated by a student from their academy after defeating 2 of his classmates. This way, everyone's face is saved. With this thought, these middle-aged men relaxed and leaned back in their chairs. But there was a person in the stone house who had an expression that was a bit odd. That's Reno. Others might not know. He was quite aware of it. That young outsider is gifted, and it's a pretty strong talent. Freezing him in ice for 10 minutes at a time, how could such a talent not be strong? He even suspected that Fang Yuan possessed an S-class talent. He's got talent. How How can he not have talent? He's so gifted. He just snapped and froze me up. He's more than a pervert. Didn't I say so? Didn't I say so? Reno's mind screamed. However, when he finally couldn't hold it in and tried to tell these teachers, he was stopped by his own teacher. There's a fight going on. Don't talk, just watch. Let's see how the fire lady beats him. Hearing this, Reno immediately deflated. Still, he couldn't help but look at the monitor. The forest. Fang Yuan had already exchanged blows with the firewoman. Fang Yuan was surprised to find that the other party's flame armor was able to flow. He had just almost hit his opponent. However, the flame armor that had already coalesced suddenly flowed and covered the area he was about to attack. That's quite a trick. Fang Yuan couldn't help but marvel. However, I'm afraid that developing the flow of this armor was a hopeless task, Fang Yuan said with a twist of words. Changing the direction of the armor's coverage should be mentally exhausting. You certainly wouldn't have done it if you didn't have to. Then there's only one reason. Your talent is not enough to craft armor that covers the entire place, so it can only be done in such a way as to have full dynamic coverage. Saying this, Fang Yuan smiled softly. In the end, it's still the power to control the flames that isn't strong enough. Hearing this, the firewoman's eyes became grave. What Fang Yuan said was alright. With her current strength, she really couldn't do the flame armor to cover her entire body. That's why the flow is used to make up for the lack of defense. But, Fang Yuan was still the first one who could see through all this after just a few minutes of exchanging hands. Regardless of whether it was her own schoolmates or students from other top martial arts universities, none of those who had fought her could react to this on the spot. And Fang Yuan did. The firewoman's face became serious. This opponent of hers, she realized, had a rather deep understanding of talent. Even if you see through that, what can you do? No matter where you attack me, I can have the armor covered in a flash, and your power is not enough to break through my defenses, Firewoman said calmly. Fang Yuan smiled gently. The other side is right. The defensive power of that armor was indeed quite strong, and with high temperatures. If he were to hit it directly with his fists, not only would he be unable to cause damage to the other party, he was afraid that he would also burn himself. Well, let me think about it. Fang Yuan stroked his chin. Let me think of any way I can beat you, but not let you get hurt too badly. He was an outsider who had intruded into the scene of someone else's joint examination. If he injured someone else too much again, Fang Yuan himself would be embarrassed. However, upon hearing this, the firewoman was infuriated and laughed. She admitted that Fang Yuan had a very sharp eye, but the current gesture is a bit too much of a to-do. You'd better come up with something quick, before you fail. As soon as the words fell, the figure of the firewoman moved. She charged directly toward Fang Yuan, with a terrifyingly high temperature. It was like a bomb that was about to explode. There, looking at the firewoman who rushed over, Fang Yuan smiled faintly. Instead of dodging, he held out his hand to the firewoman. A layer of frost appeared on his palm. In the next moment, Fang Yuan put his own palm and pressed it against the firewoman's body. Ice versus flame. Zippy sounds immediately rang out, and there was a large amount of water vapor that arose from the place where the two were in contact. The figures of the two were almost immediately obscured by this water vapor. But, under the shroud of water vapor, neither Fang Yuan nor the firewoman moved. What the hell? In front of the monitors in the stone room, someone couldn't help but stand up. Under the shroud of water vapor, they could no longer see the two fighting. Even more oddly, no sound came out. Where did this water vapor come from? Is that guy's talent related to water? Why isn't it moving anymore? What is it now? How should I know? This water vapor is blocking it all. This time, Reno, who was standing at the end, finally couldn't help himself. He opened his mouth. That guy's talent, its ice attribute. As soon as these words were spoken, the stone room became unusually quiet. Everyone turned their heads to look at Reno. The eyes were odd. When I was defeated by him, he just sealed me up with ice throughout. His ice attribute talent, it's very, very strong. With a bunch of bigwigs watching, Reno's voice got smaller and smaller. He clearly remembered that he had said in the beginning that he had been frozen up for a long time. How come no one remembers? The water vapor dissipated. Another gasp pulled everyone's eyes back to the monitor. The picture on the monitor. The water vapor fading away. This, when the figures of Fang Yuan and the fire maiden were revealed, everyone was silent. A thick layer of frost had appeared on the firewoman they had high hopes for. Along with her flame-condensed armor, it was frozen solid, like an ice sculpture. Chapter 30. I only used half of my power. Inside the stone house, it was unusually quiet. Everyone stared blankly at the image on the monitor with shocked expressions. The firewoman they had high hopes for was frozen into an ice sculpture in just one look. At this moment, everyone realized that in the previous battle with the firewoman, this young outsider hadn't used his true power at all. It had been thought that the firewoman would be able to put an end to this outsider's actions in the Sunset Forest. But now the idea, it seems, is like a joke. Especially, the Fire Maiden's talent is in the direction of flames. Now it's being frozen into an ice sculpture. Beat you at what you do best. The scene brought a deep shock to the people in the stone house. Only Reno in the corner had a somewhat aggravated expression. I told you so, the fight can't be won. That guy's freezing ability, it's awesome. No one listens to me, no one takes me seriously at all. At this moment, Reno, who was in the corner, emoted alone. However, as he said, in the stone house, not a single person noticed his aggravation or loss. Everyone, who had not yet slowed down from the shock of this scene. What a gift this is. Is it S-class? Asterisk 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 this young man. He's something. What is it? This talent, this power. Where did this genius come from? The people in the stone house couldn't calm down for a long time. The forest. The little white fox's mouth grew wide and his eyes nearly glazed over. It seemed to have never thought that its master actually had such a terrifying combat power. This freezing ability. It's completely different from the effect shown before. When he froze Reno, the little white fox felt that even if it was himself, he could easily break through the ice layer that Fong Yuan had condensed. But now, this cold ice froze even the armor condensed by the flames, and there's no hint of trying to melt. This is outrageous. Okay, the little white fox looked at Fong Yuan, who was not far away, and subconsciously shrunk its head. It began to celebrate. I'm glad I've been behaving myself these past few days. Otherwise, frozen in ice, it might have been himself. I actually didn't want to end the fight that way. Fong Yuan looked at the firewoman frozen in the ice and said somewhat helplessly, I can't even take your flame crystals after freezing you like that. Still, you're not bad at all. Able to make me use half my power. I can't control you easily except this way. Fong Yuan said indifferently. The firewoman in the ice, hearing Fong Yuan's words, could not help but sigh. The difference is just too great. Flame against cold. Her flame, a flop. Now, she was frozen in the ice and didn't even have the ability to break the ice to get out, only to be slaughtered. Seeing the firewoman's gaze, Fong Yuan gently placed his hand on the ice sculpture. Next moment, all the cold ice all melted. Firewoman regained her freedom once again. However, she did not attack Fong Yuan again. She already knew very well that with her own abilities, fighting any longer would just be a self-defeating endeavor. I lost. Can you tell me what your gift really is? The firewoman took out all her flame crystals while asking with some loss. My gift is. Fong Yuan smiled gently and waved at the little white fox. The little white fox immediately obediently ran to Fong Yuan's shoulder. My talent, it's the royal beast. I'm an imperial beast master. Fong Yuan said seriously. Firewoman. Lose. The flame crystals are all yours, and so are the points. Firewoman was a little lost. She hadn't expected that this joint exam, only on the third day, she would already be eliminated. You don't have to get too upset. Fong Yuan suddenly spoke. If I'm not mistaken, your talent, it should be of A-rank strength. But it was developed by you with a hard S-rank effect. You're on the right track, for sure, but you're relying a little too much on the development for talent. Instead, they ignore their own abilities. Qi and blood, spirit, that's the most fundamental. If your Qi and blood values and spiritual power had been raised a bit more, the me of today wouldn't have been able to defeat you so easily. Fong Yuan was admiring the girl in front of him. This kind of person who developed the effects of an A-rank talent into an S-rank talent in a hard way was bound to be a defiant person as well. How much it resembled him before the system awakened. At that time, Fong Yuan, even though he knew that he did not have the slightest talent in martial arts, he still persisted in training every day. It's about having a heart that won't give up. After saying that, Fong Yuan did not stay long and turned to leave. He had gotten the other side's crystals and points. More than 30 flame crystals, more than 1,000 points. Until now, the flame crystals in Fong Yuan's hands had exceeded 100. The points, moreover, had exceeded 3,000. A huge bounty to say the least. In situ, when Fong Yuan had all but walked away, the firewoman had only just slowed down from the shock that Fong Yuan's words had brought her. What Fong Yuan said directly hit her in the vitals, pointing out the problems with her year of training in a crystal clear manner. It gave her a sense of clarity. It was a realization that none of the teachers at the school could bring her. Looking at Fong Yuan's distant back, the firewoman directly bowed deeply in the direction Fong Yuan had left. It took a long time to straighten up. Another part of the flaming inferno, a vast, lush and barren land, a thin figure, stumbling a bit. This figure was none other than Yu Muqing. At this moment, she looked a bit of a mess, gray and with a few torn areas of clothing. There was even a sizable gash on his arm. It's finally stopped. Sensing Fong Yuan's location, a trace of anger finally returned to Yu Muqing's dejected face. In her senses, Fong Yuan's position had finally stabilized roughly somewhere. No more running east and west all the time. Damn Fong Yuan. When I find you, I will definitely settle the score with you. Yu Muqing gritted her teeth. In the past 2 days, she had been chasing after Fang Yuan. However, whenever she was about to catch up with Fang Yuan quickly left his original position. Fish Muqing was numb from the slip. Chapter 31. He'll eliminate people if he keeps strolling. In the past 2 days, the people of Yu Muqing were going silly. It was clear that she had come to the flaming hell because she wanted to protect Fang Yuan. But it's been 2 days. She hadn't even seen Fang Yuan's face. Not only did Fang Yuan not come to her for protection, instead, they run around one after another, faster than she was. Fish Muqing was wondering if Fang Yuan had turned on the charm. Otherwise, how could he still advance at such a fast speed in such a dangerous flaming inferno? Could it be that there aren't any demonic beasts attacking him? What the hell did he use? Just as Yu Muqing was getting cranky, a boar with flames burning all over it appeared in front of her. Then he madly rushed towards Yu Muqing. Fish Muqing unleashed his talent with an expressionless face. It was the kind of thing she'd experienced too much of in the past 2 days. Every now and then, demonic beasts would appear and attack her. And the strength of these demonic beasts, they were all very powerful. She was even injured. Damn demonic beast, go to hell! Yu Muqing unleashed all of his full rage on the flaming boar. A great battle that directly erupted. No, this little guy may be powerful, but this is a joint exam of our 3 martial arts universities. Something has to be done about him. Can't let him hang around like that anymore. If it continues like this, all our students will be eliminated by him. In the stone room, a few bigwigs from the top martial arts universities had finally united their fronts. Even a strength like the Fire Maidens didn't make the other party show their true strength. One could only say that Fang Yuan, this outsider, was a bit tricky. Especially, his young age made them teachers embarrassed to step in. This time, a middle-aged man in the stonehouse picked up a microphone-like object. Ahem, attention class. As he opened his mouth, his voice spread throughout the sunset forest. The students taking the joint exams scattered all over the forest froze for a moment. They could hear that it was the voice of the person in charge of this joint examination. Students, the rules for this joint exam have now changed a bit. An outsider has entered the sunset forest. The student who defeats the outsider will receive 1,000 points directly. The following describes the appearance of the outsider. Short hair, about 185 in height, well-built, and accompanied by a small white fox. The outsider is currently near Sunset Creek. Please make sure you capture him as soon as possible. Be careful not to hurt the outsiders. Repeat again, no outsiders are to be harmed. With a grandiose voice resounding through the sunset forest, the students scattered throughout the forest froze for a moment, then became excited. Outsiders, defeat an outsider and you get 1,000 points. This was simply telling them that whoever defeated the outsider would be the first place winner of this joint exam. The temptation of winning first place in the joint examination of 3 top martial arts universities was something that no one could resist. One time, almost all of the students in the league, all of them acted. From all directions, they rushed towards where Fang Yuan was. And Fang Yuan sighed. He naturally heard the change in the rules. It gets good. Just saves me the trouble of finding them one by one. Fang Yuan smiled gently. He knew, of course, that the change in the rules must have been the intention of those organizers behind the joint examination. However, since the other party didn't drive him away directly, then he wouldn't mind continuing to have some fun. Fang Yuan was also quite interested in the outstanding students of the 3 top martial arts universities. Just one firewoman still left him somewhat unfulfilled. Is it here already? It's not slow. Fang Yuan twisted his head toward a short distance away. His superb mental power had sensed the presence of humans there. Perception is quite strong. A long-haired boy stepped out of the bushes where Fang Yuan's gaze had fallen. However, this long-haired boy froze for a moment after taking a good look at Fang Yuan's appearance. He didn't seem to think that Fang Yuan looked so young. It seemed to be a little younger than they were. Short hair, 185 height, followed by a little fox. That's right, it's you. The long-haired boy was certain that Fang Yuan was his target. Fang Yuan gently smiled and did not speak, but directly hooked his hand toward the other party. The meaning is obvious. Straight to the point, no nagging. Seeing this action, the long-haired boy also decisively launched his feet and rushed towards Fang Yuan at an extremely fast speed. Grade B talent, speed multiplication. He was so fast that his body seemed like it could merge with the wind. Swish! As he approached Fang Yuan's side, his speed increased once again. The speed was so fast that the figure could no longer be captured with the naked eye. However, Fang Yuan, calmly condensed a long cold sword and stabbed behind himself with his backhand. As the long sword in his hand hovered in the air, the figure of the long-haired boy, too, was revealed. His position was right where Fang Yuan's long sword was pointing, the tip of the sword, less than an inch from his throat. At this moment, a fine cold sweat appeared directly on the long-haired boy's forehead. Just now, He had wanted to come behind Fong Yuan with great speed and attack him, but the other party seemed to know his movements. The tip of the sword was even placed in his path of necessity ahead of time. If he hadn't braked more promptly, I'm afraid that my throat will be pierced by this long icy sword. You lose, Fong Yuan said indifferently. Speed has no meaning in front of me. Also, a real fight, not a sparring match in the academy. Next time you strike, you don't have to shout out your talent. Possessing super sensory abilities, he was almost equivalent to possessing a seeing color hegemony, unless the opponent was so fast that he couldn't react at all. Otherwise it really doesn't make sense, because under his powerful perception ability, the speed of the other party, no matter how fast, never left his perception. Moreover, he could even sense his opponent's next move in advance. I lost. What a scary guy. How the hell do you train at an age like that? The long-haired boy sighed softly, dropping his own flame crystals and turning away. But, instead of leaving, he found a large rock not far away and just sat down. Fong Yuan also ignored it and turned around to hook his finger in the other direction. There, already, was a fat, naive-looking man waiting to go on. Chapter 32 Terrifying as hell. I'm trash. The first battle had just ended, and the second battle had already begun. The opponent for the second battle was the naive fat man who had already been waiting by the side. He excelled in strength and his defense was extremely strong. Fong Yuan even suspected that the other party's blood value had already exceeded his own. But, Fatty had never used his talent, and naturally, Fong Yuan wouldn't either. It's not so much a fight, it was more like Fong Yuan's review of himself. All this time, he had never properly assessed his strength. Now, it's just the right time. The target of the practice was the students of the top martial arts universities. All of them were geniuses, and such an opportunity would be hard to come across after missing today. Boom! Once again, two fists are facing each other. This time, Fong Yuan did not retreat again, but followed up with another punch. The fat man on the opposite side hastily received the move, but failed to change his power, and was unable to parry it at all. Click it! His arm was directly impacted by Fong Yuan's raging power until it broke. I lost. Bean Little Fatty covered his arm and retreated, sitting down with the long-haired man from before and continuing to watch this Fong Yuan fellow fight. After the time spent in the two battles just now, quite a few students had already arrived here. All stood not far from each other, with no intention of swarming. Seeing this scene, Fong Yuan began to designate his opponent. That pretty girl over there, come and fight. Fong Yuan chose a girl with a cool temperament and outstanding appearance. The girl's aura was so cold that there was no one around to stand with her. There was something in her eyes that Fong Yuan was very familiar with. Lonely, ********, he actually chose Yi Lu. Not far away, the long-haired man sitting on the boulder, who had already lost the battle, showed a surprised expression. Of all the people he didn't pick, he chose Yi Lu. Fatty, do you think he did it on purpose? Next to him, Fatty Bean, who was also defeated, nodded in deep amusement. The other students in the vicinity, too, all showed surprised expressions, because the opponent Fong Yuan chose to fight was simply too famous. Leafy Willow, the most outstanding student in this class of the Magic City Martial Arts University. Even if we were not in the same school, we had all heard of this Yi Lu student's great name. The month she had just enrolled in school, she had continuously challenged the previous seniors and had achieved an insane record of 10 consecutive victories. If there was any question as to who was the strongest among all of you who were doing this, it was undoubtedly Yi Lu. Fong Yuan didn't pick anyone within this circle of people, but chose Yi Lu. How could anyone not be surprised? You look like you're special. Fong Yuan had certainly noticed the reactions of the others. Not as special as you. Yelio spoke up. To be able to do that at such a young age, I'm not as good as you. Hearing this, Fong Yuan gently laughed, but did not say anything more. He nodded toward the other man. The atmosphere immediately became grave. An aura similar to a pressure surged from Yi Lu's body. The nearby onlookers immediately backed up another 10 or so meters away. No one dared make a sound. Feeling this aura, Fong Yuan's eyes also became serious. This was the most powerful opponent he had ever encountered. Ever. At this moment, Fong Yuan did not dare to be careless. He directly condensed the ice-cold longsword in his hand, preparing for the battle to come. Next moment, Yi Lu's figure disappeared. When her figure reappeared, she was already behind Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan had already realized that this scene was happening through his superb perception. He twisted his body in an odd position and stabbed the longsword in his hand behind him. Snap! Instead of dodging, Yi Lu violently punched the side of the long sword. The sword snapped in response. In the next moment, the fist lifted again and struck towards Fong Yuan's head. Frost, thick cold ice appeared on the surface of Yi Lu's body, freezing her in an instant. However, the fight isn't over yet. The ice seal was shaking continuously with an extremely small amplitude. Soon, The thick layer of ice covering Yi Lu's body then crumbled apart. At the same time, an ice-cold spear had shot out, heading straight for Yi Lu's face. Snap! With another soft sound, Yi Lu reached out and steadily grabbed the ice-cold spear, then backhanded and threw it towards Fang Yuan. The speed and sound were far greater than before. The cold ice spear, however, turned into a puddle of clear water in the air. Within this range, all the cold ice was under Fang Yuan's control, and this was his kingdom of ice. I can't believe I met a martial artist. Fang Yuan did not rush out, but looked Yi Lu up and down. This girl gave him a completely different fighting experience, like a martial arts master from a previous life. That means of breaking the ice seal was actually using tiny, high-speed vibrations to cause the ice to resonate, thus causing the ice to shatter, not brute force. This kind of fighting technique is quite advanced. Together with Yi Lu's other combat reactions, Fang Yuan was convinced that Yi Lu was feared to be a martial arts nerd. At this very moment, those students who were not far away from the onlookers were all dumbfounded. That wonderful and tight series of battles just now, no matter who of them had gone up, I'm afraid they would have been lying down long ago. It wasn't just that Fang Yuan's strength was far beyond their imagination. They realized that Yi Lu's strength, too, was frighteningly high. How did Yi Lu's strength become so strong? Could it be that when he normally sparred with us, he was just going through the motions? Good lord, Yi Lu can really hide. I thought I wasn't that far off from her. I'm afraid Yi Lu has already reached the standard of a first-rank martial artist. It's unimaginable. Yi Lu is only 18 years old, an 18-year-old first-ranked martial artist. Hey, don't forget, that boy is a few years younger than us, and surprisingly, he fought Yi Lu as well. Terrifying as hell. I'm trash. Star. Chapter 33, First-rank martial artist? Who is the true genius? At this moment, right after Fang Yuan and Yi Lu's initial exchange of blows, silence fell once again in the stone house outside the forest. Halftime. Only then did someone speak up to break the silence. I'm afraid Yi Lu has already reached the standard of a first-rank martial artist, right? The people in the stone room were all at the level of deans of various top institutions, and their vision was so poisonous. The battle was brief, but everyone in the stone house had already determined that Yi Lu had inevitably reached the level of a first-ranked martial artist. Thinking back to themselves, they all reached this level when they were nearly 30. Couldn't help but sweat a little. But more than that, it was shock. The people in the stone house couldn't help but look at one of them. This person was none other than the leading teacher of the Magic City Martial Arts University this time. And Yi Lu, it was from the Magic City Martial Arts University. I knew she was a genius, but it's only now that I realized that her strength has risen to this level. First-order martial artist. I'm afraid that if I hadn't bumped into this young outsider, I wouldn't even know Yi Lu's true strength now. The man was a little ashamed. His own student's true strength was not even clear. He was somewhat incompetent as a teacher. However, no one could have imagined that Yi Lu would reach the level of a first-rank martial artist at the age of 18. An 18-year-old first-ranked martial artist. If it were to be spread out, I'm afraid that it would shock a group of people's jaws off. None other. There were many martial artists in the world, but too few were able to reach the level of a first-order martial artist. 1 in 1,000 is not too much of a chance at all. It takes 1 out of 1,000 martial artists. It was evident how difficult it was to reach the level of a first-rank martial artist. As for Yi Lu, at the age of 18, he had already reached this step, surpassing 90% of the people in this world. What exactly is her gift? Someone asked curiously. Her talent is just an ordinary chi and blood boosting at a faster rate. The teacher from the Magic City Martial Arts University spoke. She's different from most martial artists these days. Nowadays, martial artists rely heavily on the use of talent. But Yelio is different. She is like an ancient martial artist who has studied the techniques of combat and the use of power very thoroughly. Hearing this, several people had a dazed expression on their faces. Indeed, in the battle just now, Yi Lu was completely fighting Fang Yuan with a super high level of fighting ability. Scary young man. I feel like I'm getting old. Someone exclaimed. This young outsider little guy is also terrifying. If Yi Lu's strength wasn't far beyond our imagination, I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to block him. In the stone room, several people nodded. The hearts are all mixed. The younger generation, it's just too fierce, makes them seem a bit outdated. Luckily there's Yi Lu. This little guy is finally going to lose. Yes, this outsider is powerful enough, but he's too young after all. The forest. Fang Yuan had already exchanged blows with Yi Lu again. After all, the battle that had just taken place had not yet been divided into winners and losers. This time, Fang Yuan gave up the close combat with Yi Lu. He directly condensed a small person made of cold ice. Controlling this villain, he fought Yi Lu in close quarters. As for himself, he was standing about 10 meters away from Yi Lu, carefully observing his movements. Snap! The little man condensed by the cold ice directly shattered into several pieces under Yilu's power. But immediately, a new cold ice villain was condensed by Feng Yuan. Although these villains were only 1.5 meters tall and not very strong, they were nimble in their movements. It's like it's really alive. This was exactly from Feng Yuan's SS grade talent, the Kingdom of Ice. Within a certain range, it has absolute control over the cold ice. Boom! With another loud bang, Yilu shattered the cold ice villain with a punch and took a step in the direction where Feng Yuan was. At this time, Yilu was only 9 meters away from Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan smiled faintly, and then there were already 3 cold ice villains blocking Yilu's body. His sight, during the entire process, never left Yilu, so that's how it powers up. As the battle progressed, Feng Yuan could not help but have a small smile appear on his face. Choosing to fight this way was not because he was afraid of Yilu. Instead, he wanted to observe Yelio in action. In this era of rampant talent, there were too few martial artists like Yilu who focused on strength and technique. This aspect is also where Feng Yuan falls short. No, it's not detailed enough if you just use your eyes. Feng Yuan suddenly closed his eyes up. However, his powerful perception was utilized to the extreme. Those subtle to the extreme movements on Yilu's body, which could not be observed with the eyes, were now revealed. The force of the muscles, the tremor of the bones, and even the movement of Yilu's center of gravity were all clearly felt by Feng Yuan. Just like that, one cold warrior after another fell, and Yilu was getting closer and closer to Feng Yuan. 8 meters, 6 meters, 4 meters. Feng Yuan, however, kept his eyes closed. This kind of play is too much of a game, isn't it? And he closed his eyes. How much of a looker is that? I think he's going to admit defeat. I don't understand. What the hell is he doing? Fighting with his eyes closed? Is his cold ice warrior endless? Is he trying to drain Yilu's stamina? Look, Yilu is getting closer to him. At the scene of the battle, Yilu's punches were as fast as lightning, and the speed at which he crushed the cold warriors had far exceeded the speed at which Feng Yuan was able to coalesce a new cold warrior. 3 meters. She was already only 3 meters away from Feng Yuan. A little closer, it would be able to attack Feng Yuan. It was also at this time, Feng Yuan opened his eyes. He exhaled softly, his eyes alight they had never seen before. The moment he no longer coalesced the cold warrior, facing the charging Yilu, he directly took a stance. This stance was the same as one of Yilu's previous movements, almost identical. This scene caused Yilu's pupils to shrink slightly, but that didn't stop her fists from blasting at Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan did not dodge. With a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth, he similarly stretched out his fist and punched out with the power generation method that he had only just realized. Boom! The two fists directly collided together, erupting into a loud roar. Miso, under the terrifying power, Yilu directly fell back 3 steps, and the square edge, unmoving. Chapter 34 Nine-Tailed Fox Evolution. A punch against a punch. The square edge was unmoving. However, Yilu retreated 3 steps under the raging power. The scene. It made all the students gathered around stare in disbelief. Their faces were filled with incredulity. Everyone was already very clear about Yilu's strength. No one expected that with such a head-on collision of punches, it was actually Yilu who had fallen into a disadvantage. Yilu actually retreated. Is his melee ability this strong too, that he was able to repel Yilu? Do you guys feel that his movements are somewhat similar to Yelio's? I feel it, but how is that possible? What on earth is this outsider from? With such a terrifying talent, how come his power is so frightening as well? The students all around looked dumbfounded. At this very moment, in a stone house outside the forest, those middle-aged men, they all dabbled and stood up from their chairs. None of them had an expression of extreme shock on their faces. Those students couldn't see the doorway here and would only be shocked at how powerful Feng Yuan's power was. But their vision, as dean-level figures, was exceptionally sharp. The shock that Feng Yuan gave them with this punch was just too great, too big for words. They could see that when Feng Yuan threw this punch, it was a complete replica of Yilu's fighting technique. And this kind of combat skill had not even manifested at all during Feng Yuan's previous battles. In other words, Feng Yuan had then taken advantage of the few minutes he had just spent fighting Yilu to learn this method. He had figured out everything from power generation to the core keys to this technique. You should know that this kind of thing's similar to ancient martial arts, but it takes years and years of connection to be able to use it in battle. But this teenager in front of me, it only took a few minutes. Such a thing, let alone a precedent, is not even a dream. Who is he? Who the hell is he? In the stone house, someone finally asked this doubt in everyone's mind. Yeah, who is this outsider who came out of nowhere? Not only does it have a suspected S-rank ice control talent, the understanding of martial artists is also beyond normal. More so, you can learn your opponent's skills in just a few minutes. The kind of person who combines so many good qualities that you just can't believe it really exists. But, that teenager but true to form, The moment. These few big shots, who were usually quite calm, couldn't hold back their nature any longer, and one by one, they rushed out of the stone house and ran towards the sunset forest. The so-called joint exams of the institutions have become less important at this point of time. Letting this little guy choose his own school is the most important thing. The forest. Yilu looked at Feng Yuan with somewhat complicated eyes. She could certainly sense that the punch Feng Yuan had just thrown was using her own stance. But is it really humanly possible? After years of practice, she had even practiced this technique of throwing punches into an instinct before she could use it with ease in a fight. But, Yelio sighed softly. I lost. I can't win against you. Yelio spoke up. At the same time, she took out a pocket and threw it to Feng Yuan. This pocket, which was 2 or 3 times bigger than the others' pockets, was filled with flame crystals. When Feng Yuan took the pocket, he could already feel the heavy weight. Conservatively, there were at least 100 flame crystals in it. Let's just say that it's worthy of Yelio. Her flame crystals alone were as big as 2 or 3 people's portions. If I have the chance, I'd really like to fight you a few more times. You have the best fighting skills I've ever seen, Feng Yuan said with a smile. Hearing this, Yilu spread a smile and opened her mouth. I welcome you to find me at the Magic City Martial Arts University anytime, and when the time comes, there's no problem accompanying you for 10 sparring matches. Asterisk. Did I read it right? Yelio smiled. You read that right. She really smiled. My God. I've been in school with her for a year and I've never seen her smile once, and I'm surprised to see it today. Yelio looks better when she smiles. Don't even think about it. It's not a good-looking smile for you. Asterisk. Listening to you, it seems that the school flower of our Magic City Martial Arts University is going to be picked by other livestock. Yilu's spreading smile once again caused a commotion among the onlookers. However, Feng Yuan turned around and looked at the surrounding students. Do any of you have any more to go on? Feng Yuan asked with a smile. Ravenous. These students looked at each other and were seeing the helplessness in each other's eyes. No one stepped forward. They are bitter in their hearts. This guy in front of him, despite his young age, was simply a demon. Not only did he possess a terrifying talent in the elemental direction, the power is also terribly high. From the beginning until now, after several consecutive battles, the breathing remains so steady. This horrible physical strength is almost unbelievable. Plus, his fighting skills made even Yi Lu admit defeat. What else are they going to fight with? Do you want to give away your head? It's just a shame to go up there. Seeing this scene, Feng Yuan was not annoyed. The flame crystals obtained today were more than enough. There was no way the little white fox could run out of tail if it just grew a second one. He may even have a lot left over to sell for money. In that case, I'll leave. Feng Yuan waved at the little white fox. The little white fox bit 4 or 5 bags in its mouth and laboriously climbed onto Feng Yuan's shoulders. These bags, all their loot for the day. The shaky little white fox's entire center of gravity was unsteady, but it still bit down. At this moment, the little white fox's eyes that looked at Feng Yuan had completely changed. This master of his own, if he got fierce, he could beat 5 of it. Before, it had thought that this human needed its own protection. Now it seems that. The little white fox blushed a little, ashamed of the immature thoughts he had had. You haven't told me what your name is. As Feng Yuan turned to leave, Yi Lu's voice rang out. Feng Yuan twisted his head and saw Yi Lu looking at himself fixedly. My name is Feng Yuan. After leaving the sunset forest, Feng Yuan found a cave. The entrance of this cave was narrow, but the interior was spacious, very suitable as a location for the evolution of the little white fox. Get started. You can evolve in peace with me here. There won't be anything to disturb you. Feng Yuan stroked the little white fox's head. The little white fox's heart felt unusually solid. If Feng Yuan had said such words before the sunset forest incident, the little white fox might not have believed it. But now, the little white fox was completely convinced. It was even a bit eager to evolve to keep up with the upper edge. Ow! The little white fox swallowed over 100 flame crystals in one breath. Then it fell into a dormant state. Feng Yuan could feel that this drastic change was happening in the body of the little white fox. An increasingly strong aura emanated from the body of the little white fox. Is it starting to evolve? Feng Yuan looked at the little white fox with some anticipation in his eyes. Chapter 35 Reunion. Fish Mooching's Aggravation. Is it finally time to evolve? Feng Yuan looked at the sleeping little white fox with some anticipation in his eyes. He could clearly feel that at this moment, the little white fox was undergoing this earth-shattering change in his body. This change is a change in the nature of life. For a creature like the nine-tailed fox, the more tails there were, the more terrifying the strength. Each additional tail would give a terrifying boost in strength. By the looks of this, it shouldn't be done overnight. Feng Yuan placed all the remaining flame crystals by the little white fox's side. By now, he had obtained a total of more than 600 pieces of flame crystals. Except for the 100 or so that the little white fox ate, there's 500 left. these 500 pieces. Fang Yuan placed them beside the little white fox to prevent the little white fox from having a lack of energy during its evolution. After all, the little white fox's next tail was of the fire attribute. The more flame crystals needed, the more obvious the increase in strength, and the more obvious it was. The points are also more than 5,000, and from Yi Lu alone, we've gotten more than 2,000 points. Fang Yuan glanced at his token with some emotion. These are points that are universal. It doesn't matter if it's a trial for high school students or a joint exam for Budo University. Anyone who entered a void gate like the flame hell would possess a token. If you kill a demonic beast here, you will earn points. This was also the reason why points could be exchanged for scarce materials. Only if one had truly killed a demonic beast could one exchange those truly scarce materials. The reason why Fang Yuan was able to gain the points of the others was merely by exploiting the loophole of the joint examination. Normally, even if you beat someone, it's impossible to get someone else's points. 5,000 points. After the trial is over, it's probably going to shock a bunch of people's jaws. Fang Yuan smiled gently. Throughout the years, since the opening of the Void Gate to do trials for high school candidates, no one had ever been able to get so many points. 1,000 points is the limit. Now that only 3 days had passed, he already had 5,000 points. It's a great asset. It can be traded for a large number of resources. The combat techniques I learned from Yelu are still not very skillful. It's just the right time to take the opportunity to consolidate. Fang Yuan set up his stance in the cave, one move at a time, and slowly experienced it. In the sunset forest, when Fang Yuan had left, a few silhouettes before they came crashing down from high in the sky. These were none other than the leading teachers of the 3 top martial arts universities, the same middle-aged men who were in the stone house earlier. Where's that kid man? Ran off somewhere. Where are the people? In front of so many students, these normally dignified teachers could no longer care about their image at all. He has left, a student said weakly. Gone? Who let him go? How could my future student of the Magic Capital Martial Arts University just leave like that? Didn't you guys stop him? One of the teachers was getting a little anxious. What students of your Mordor Martial Arts University? That's clearly the pre-selected students of our Kyoto Martial Arts University. You guys stop bickering. That kid was the first to be discovered by our Thundering Martial Arts University. If we want to collect, it's our Thundering Martial Arts University that will collect. These middle-aged men keenly sensed that at Fang Yuan's age, they were afraid that he had not yet graduated from high school. In this way, they made sure to let it choose the martial arts university they were in. What are you babbling about? Did you ask him? Did he agree to go to your school? He didn't promise you either. He said he would go to the Magic City Martial Arts University to find Yi Lu for a sparring session. So that's a promise that he'll go to our Magic City Martial Arts University. These dean-level bigwigs just got into a fight in front of a bunch of students. The crowd of students looked at each other with dismay, somewhat wondering if this was still their usual serious and unsophisticated teacher. However, things went far beyond these students' expectations. These few teachers, bickering, inexplicably rose from which school Fang Yuan should go to which school was qualified to be called the #1 martial arts university. Then, these middle-aged men, they fought. They even forget that this time of year, if they hurry up and go after it, they might still be able to chase the upper edge. Men's tops, that's how ridiculous it is. The cave. Fang Yuan practiced the techniques he learned from Yi Lu over and over again, from power generation, to shifting the center of gravity of his body. The whole thing, it's getting smoother and smoother, almost into instinct. But, just then, Fang Yuan suddenly opened his eyes. Fish Mooching came looking for you? In his perception, Yu Mooching's position was getting closer and closer to him. Thinking of Yu Mooching, Fang Yuan's expression was a bit odd. What does she keep chasing me for? Fang Yuan had actually been able to sense that Yu Mooching's position had been moving towards where he was. It was only that he had been so busy with the little white fox's upgrades that he had barely paid any attention to Yu Mooching, nor had he stopped to wait for her. Although Fish Mooching was also his pet, Fang Yuan felt that the current Fish Mooching was still a bit weak. It was just the right time to try out in the flame hell, and it would be beneficial for her to improve her strength. Now, since Yu Mooching had sought him out, it was just the right time for him to test the results of Yu Mooching's promotion. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan stopped his training. He glanced back at the little white fox. The little white fox was still in a state of slumber, but the temperature around it was constantly rising. I'm a bit hungry, and Yu Mooching is coming over soon, so it's just as well that she's cooking for me. Fang Yuan hemmed and hawed and took out a few pieces of demonic beast meat from his own backpack. 10 minutes later, a figure that appeared at the entrance of the cave, dark hair to her waist and a pretty face, a pair of long, straight legs that took up almost 60% of the body. It was none other than Yu Mooching. Only, such a perfect girl didn't look good at the moment. Her hair was a bit disheveled, her face was gray and white, and her clothes were torn, revealing large swaths of snow-white skin. A few wounds on his body had begun to scab over. It looked woefully out of place. Asterisk 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 how did you become like this? Seeing Fish Mooching's appearance, Fong Yuan was startled. Is this the same high-flying goddess from school? At this very moment, Fish Mooching, who had finally met Fong Yuan, had her eyes instantly reddened. All the aggression that had been building up for days exploded at this moment. Chapter 36 Fish Mooching, I won't eat pet healing medicine even if I die. At this moment of seeing Fong Yuan, the aggression that Fish Mooching had been accumulating for a few days finally exploded. She had come to the flame hell, the most difficult void gate, in order to protect Fong Yuan. Not only was the talent suppressed, demonic beasts were also numerous. However, not only did Fong Yuan not go to her, but he kept moving. It took its toll on her. Yu Mooching's eyes instantly turned red, and tears were welling up in her eyes. Asterisk 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 how did you become like this? Seeing Fish Mooching, Fong Yuan was also a bit surprised. Gray-headed and wretched. These two words were completely embodied in the current Yu Mooching. Where's the shadow of the once proud schoolgirl? Yu Mooching wanted to angrily rebuke Fong Yuan, but when he opened his mouth, he didn't know what to say. She realized that whether it was to enter the flame hell or to protect Fong Yuan, it was all her own wishful thinking. Fong Yuan never asked her to come here, nor had she asked for her protection. Especially, when she saw Fong Yuan, a strong feeling of affection unexpectedly surged in her heart, and she had an urge to seek comfort from Fong Yuan. This made Yu Mooching unable to believe that it was his inner thoughts. One time, Fish Mooching was embarrassed to be here. All sorts of complex emotions were intertwined in her mind, leaving her at a loss as to what to do with herself. At this time, Fong Yuan spoke. That said, with such a large demonic beast following you, didn't you realize it? If we attract the attention of more demonic beasts, this cave, it will be impossible to stay. His tone was flat, not the slightest hint of blame. It's like saying something incredibly ordinary. This calm tone, as if it had magical powers, instead made Yu Mooching's heart feel a little more grounded. She looked outside the cave, and behind a rock not far away, she could definitely see a demonic beast that was stealthily observing the cave. Without saying a word, Yu Mooching walked straight towards the demonic beast. Boom! Violent roars soon rang out, and it seemed that Yu Mooching was venting all of her full rage on this demonic beast. In the cave, Fong Yuan, who was observing Yu Mooching's battle, could not help but shake his head. Too weak, obviously awakening an S-rank talent, but acting like an A-rank talent. There's almost no development of the talent. It's just a mindless use of it. The chi and blood are also a bit weak. No wonder it's such a mess. Fong Yuan skimmed his lips, and in his mind, he had already started planning to start special training for Yu Mooching. A few minutes later, Yu Mooching re-entered the cave. She had already resolved the demonic beast, but on his own body, a new wound had been added. Obviously, although she had killed the demonic beast, the process, however, was not considered smooth. Seeing this scene, Fong Yuan sighed softly. He then took out a small red pill bottle from his pocket. Apply this to the wound. It works wonders. For those previous wounds, put a little on as well. It will leave no scars. Fong Yuan said indifferently. Yu Mooching subconsciously caught the small pill bottle that Fong Yuan threw over while holding on tightly. It would keep the wound from scarring, and it hit a sore spot inside her. What girl doesn't love beauty? Especially a natural beauty like Yu Mooching. Just thinking about the unsightly scars that would be left behind after these wounds healed, Yu Mooching was a little annoyed. Now, surprisingly, there is a healing medicine that can get rid of scars. It's like a snowball in the sky. What kind of medicine is this? And how come I've never heard of it before? Yu Mooching subconsciously asked. Oh, it's a pet healing potion I concocted. Fong Yuan's tone was as calm as ever. It's certainly not his own modulation. Instead, they are redeemed from the system. Extremely powerful healing effect only on your own pets. Although Yu Mooching was a human, in terms of status, she was indeed perfectly capable of using this healing medicine. Pet healing medicine. As if she had been stabbed in the reverse scale of her heart, Fish Mooching took 2 steps backwards. The pill bottle in his hand, too, fell to the ground. She gritted her teeth and still didn't bother picking up the vial. If she really used this medicine, wouldn't she be admitting in disguise that she was Fong Yuan's pet? Even if I die at the hands of a demonic beast, I will never use your healing medicine. Fish Mooching commiserated again. The nice face was scrunched up in a frown, almost to the point of tears. Whatever, the medicine is for you anyway. Fong Yuan opened his mouth. But you'd better come over here now and roast the meat. I'm hungry. Fong Yuan pointed to the demonic beast meat placed in the cave and the already built campfire shelf and said. Hearing these words, Yu Mooching immediately felt a little choked. She had the feeling of being treated like a maid. She, Yu Mooching, the pride of the heavens, an S-class talent awakener. I can't believe I have to bake for someone else here. But, Yumuching couldn't help but gulp as she looked at the tender roasted meat. Her stomach, too, rumbled. She had barely eaten anything good in the last 3 days. When you're hungry, you pull out a couple of compressed cookies and eat them. When you're thirsty, find a creek and just drink some water. One must also always be on guard against this, having demonic beasts attacking. Now that there was finally a relatively safe place and fresh demonic beast meat sitting there, hunger was already surging up unstoppably. Fishmooching's high self-esteem was also a little shaken. I'm just baking for myself. I'll eat all the roast and leave nothing for that guy. Giving herself a reason, Yumuching finally came to those demonic beasts' meat and handled it. Soon, the campfire in the cave was lit, and the aroma of roasted meat slowly emanated. The moment, Yumuching himself didn't even realize it. She had changed too much from before after finding Fang Yuan. Although she was busier than before, doing double duty as bodyguard and maid, at least she was no longer alone. With Square Edge, a feeling of stability, of groundedness, had been brewing in her heart. Chapter 37, True Scent, the moment of social death. It's night. Fang Yuan slept with his clothes at the end of the cave. Fishmooching, on the other hand, found a relatively flat position at the entrance of the cave and laid down. However, the cave itself wasn't that big. The two could still hear each other's breathing even though one was inside the cave and the other was at the entrance of the cave. This subtle feeling made Yumuching's cheeks burn. But her attention was quickly diverted by the wounds on her body, especially with this wound that was inflicted just today. The pain is excruciating, sore and swollen. It made her toss and turn and it was hard to sleep. It's so hard. In the darkness of the night, Yumuching opened his eyes and wanted nothing more than to chop off his injured arm. Pain she could endure. However, the demonic beast's body seemed to carry toxins, making her wounds unable to heal at all. There's even a bit of festering. All these manifestations made Yumuching panic a little. There are too many precedents for such wounds, which, if left untreated, might risk amputation. Demonic beasts had all sorts of weird powers, toxins in their bodies, and once they invaded a wound, it would be difficult to deal with it with the current medical technology of humans. Many people were injured in the battle with the demonic beasts, and in the end, even though they killed the demonic beasts, they lost parts of their own bodies, become an invalid. Yumuching could never accept that she had lost her arm. She looked up, subconsciously trying to get help. But Fang Yuan had his eyes closed and seemed to be completely oblivious to her side of the situation. Another wave of anger bubbled up in Yumuching's heart. She was carrying injuries on her body, and she still had to guard a place like the cave entrance against demonic beasts. But Fang Yuan, however, was sleeping so soundly. At this point, Yumuching suddenly saw, not far away, on the ground, there was a small red pill bottle. Yumuching froze for a moment. This was the medicine bottle Fang Yuan had given her during the daytime. It contained ointments with healing properties. According to Fang Yuan, the ointment not only had a healing effect, it even had the effect of removing scars. Thinking about this, Yumuching was a bit torn. Her wounds, they had gotten worse. Unless she gave up her trial in the flaming inferno, it was unlikely that she would be rescued by the healers. But she just gained over 500 points. With this amount of points, I'm afraid that I won't even be able to get a position in the top 20. Not to mention winning first place. How could she easily give up the trial? But if you don't give up the trial, Yumuching's gaze once again landed on the small red pill bottle. But it's a pet healer. If she used this drug, wouldn't she be identifying herself in disguise? Fishmooching's entire body was bad. With her high spirits, how could she possibly admit to such a thing? Fishmooching clenched her teeth and rolled over to lie down. Just let my arm rot. Even if I become one-armed, I won't admit that I'm Fang Yuan's pet. Yumuching closed her eyes and forced herself not to think about the bottle of healing medicine. But the look of the little red pill bottle, however, kept rattling around in her mind. The soreness and numbness coming from her arm was a constant reminder that she needed healing. 10 minutes later, Yumuching finally managed to sit up. She clenched her own lips and her face turned red. I'm not admitting I'm his pet. I'm just borrowing his medicine. When we get back, I'll compensate Fang Yuan. Comforting herself twice, Yumuching quietly stood up. She tiptoed over to the small vial. Yumuching's movements were very careful, as if she was afraid of making a commotion and waking Fang Yuan up. However, just as Yumuching attached herself and tried to pick up the pill bottle, a soft cough sounded in the cave. The coughing sound came from none other than Fang Yuan. Fishmooching was so frightened that she almost screamed out. She immediately looked in the direction where Fang Yuan was. However, he realized that Fang Yuan just rolled over, still with his eyes closed. Phew! Yumuching let out a small sigh of relief. If Fang Yuan woke up at this time, she was afraid that she would have the heart to die. Soon, Yumuching got the small pill bottle and tiptoed back to where she was lying before. She opened the pill bottle. A fresh fragrance emanated from the medicine bottle. Upon smelling this flavor, Yumuching felt a mental jolt. and his entire body was much cooler. Amazing! Yumuching had never seen such a drug before. Soon, she took the ointment from it and smeared it on her wound. The cool sensation, which spread throughout the body, and the pain of the tingling and swelling on the wound, immediately disappeared. Yumuching felt more comfortable than ever. Ah! This feeling caused Yumuching to let out a moan. Snap! She immediately covered her mouth and carefully glanced at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was still asleep with his eyes closed. Only then did Yumuching put her heart down and lie down. What she didn't know was that right after she laid down, on Fang Yuan's face, a smirk appeared if anything. In the darkness, Fang Yuan's eyes were so bright. Day 2. When the sunlight shone on Yumuching's face, she woke up. After applying the ointment yesterday, she felt more relaxed than ever and soon fell into sleep. She hadn't gotten a good night's sleep in the past few days. This also led to the fact that she slept too deeply this sleep. The wounds are all gone. Yumuching, who woke up, suddenly realized that the wounds on his body, whether they were new wounds or old wounds from a few days ago, had all disappeared. Not to mention the scars, there's not even a trace to be seen. It's like they've never been hurt before. Fishmuching repeatedly touched the place where he was injured before. Not only could not detect the slightest difference, but it even feels like the skin here is much smoother and hydrated. What an amazing salve! Yumuching was shocked. By the way, where's the pill bottle? I have to hurry up and hide the medicine bottle. I can't let Fang Yuan find out that I used his medicine. Yumuching immediately stood up, trying to find the small pill bottle that she had already used up yesterday. However, her body, stiffened violently. She saw that the small red pill bottle was being held in Fang Yuan's hands, and Fang Yuan's expression was somewhat playful. Chapter 38, The Beast Tide begins. The nine-tailed fox had the stature of a demon king. Seeing Fang Yuan holding the small, already empty pill bottle in his hand, Yumuching's face instantly turned red. Oh crap, he knows I used his pet drug. Yumuching still remembered that she had sworn yesterday that even if she went to her death, she would not use Fang Yuan's pet medicine, but I still use it secretly at night. It was also discovered by Fang Yuan. I thought you were going to sleep through the night. Fang Yuan did not mention the matter of pet medicine. After all, crushing a person's self-esteem is something that comes a little bit at a time. If you push too hard at once, it's likely to backfire. I'm going to bake you some meat. Yumuching was a little weak, and not caring about what made or not, she ran to the campfire and got busy. It seemed that if she did just a little bit more, the pet medicine thing would go away. Seeing Fishmuching's appearance, Fang Yuan gently smiled. This woman, she's getting on a roll. He didn't pay much attention to Yumuching, but turned around and returned to the little white fox's side. After a day and night of slumber, the changes in the little white fox became more and more obvious. Some flame-like lines appeared on its clean white fur. The temperature around them also seemed higher. A terrifying pressure, if any, lingered around the little white fox. It looks like it's getting to the point where it's more critical. Fang Yuan could sense that the little white fox might be able to complete its metamorphosis and grow a second tail today. But, right about this time, a rumbling sound of thunder suddenly emanated from the body of the little white fox. As the thunderous sound appeared, the aura emanating from the little white fox climbed. Only, the little white fox still had its eyes closed and did not wake up from its slumber. Fang Yuan's face, however, became grave. This was because with the sound like thunder erupting from the body of the little white fox, he sensed that there were demonic beasts appearing around the cave, and the numbers are growing. There were more demonic beasts that were rushing towards the cave they were in. If he didn't possess sensory abilities that far exceeded those of ordinary people, I'm afraid he wouldn't have realized this so early. Could it be that the little white fox's metamorphosis has drawn these demonic beasts over? Fang Yuan thought in his heart. He also remembered having read something similar in some offbeat academic books. When some demon kings were in the process of breaking through, it would trigger a terrifying beast tide. These waves of beasts have only one purpose. That was to kill this demon king that was breaking through, and devour its life essence. Once successful, the former demon king would die and a new one would be born. The books Fang Yuan had once seen did not explain the reason for this imagery. No matter what, with the nine-tailed fox's qualifications, it's properly a demon king. Then all these demonic beasts, they're all coming for the little white fox. Fang Yuan's expression became serious. Although these demonic beasts that were gathering towards the cave were not powerful, but there are a lot of them. Once Fang Yuan missed one, the little white fox, who was now sleeping, would be in danger. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan took a big stride to the door. Outside the cave, there were already a few demonic beasts that kept wandering around, seemingly wanting to rush in, but were shocked by the kingly aura emanating from the little white fox. At this time, Yumuching had also realized that something was wrong. The demonic beasts outside were a bit too numerous. What's going on? Yumuching spoke with some gravity. Well, it's your sister who is making a breakthrough, causing the demonic beasts to stir. These demonic beasts, they are all running towards the little white fox. Fong Yuan opened his mouth. Hearing this, Yu Muqing frowned. However, the current her no longer had the heart to care about Fong Yuan's word choice. You move back a little. These demonic beasts, leave them to me. Fish Muqing stood out decisively. Although she abhorred demonic beasts, she had an innate affinity for the little white fox, and during this day in the cave, she naturally knew that the little white fox was at a critical moment of breakthrough. In this situation, she was the only one who could block it a bit. Fong Yuan, you hide in the cave. If I can't hold out any longer, you take white and run immediately. I'll stall as long as I can. Fish Muqing's expression became serious. Somehow, despite the dire situation she was now facing, she felt a tinge of relief. It's like you can finally play a little role. There was no following Fong Yuan to the flame hell for nothing. Otherwise, with Fong Yuan's weak physique as a beast royalist, and the little white fox not being able to fight right now, Fong Yuan was bound to be in danger. Good thing, Yu Muqing, was also here. Are you okay on your own? Do you want me to join you? Fong Yuan asked with an odd expression on his face. No need, Fish Muqing said seriously. You're just an imperial beast master. This kind of scene, it's better to leave it to me to deal with. Otherwise, I'll have to distract myself from taking care of you during the fight. Fong Yuan looked at Yu Muqing and cried and laughed a little. Of course he knew that Yu Muqing was afraid that he still thought he was just an ordinary imperial beast master. You can only fight with your pets, and you don't have much strength yourself. But, Fong Yuan did not intend to say anything more. Fish Muqing was originally his pet, and since he now had such an awareness, he was just in time to see to what extent Fish Muqing's strength had reached now. That's hard work, Fong Yuan said. Hearing this, a haughty cold snort escaped from Yu Muqing's nostrils, seemingly enjoying this feeling of Fong Yuan needing to rely on himself as well. Fong Yuan looked at Yu Muqing's arrogant expression and only felt that it was exceptionally hard to hold in his laughter. Chapter 39 Flame Tiger, King Level Potential. Yu Muqing walked out of the cave. At this moment, outside the cave, 10 or so demonic beasts had already gathered. All of them stared intently at the cave, their eyes filled with greed. The aura emanating from the little white fox had caused them to somewhat restrain their instincts. As Yu Muqing walked out of the cave, the attention of these demonic beasts instantly shifted to Fish Muqing's body. Fortunately, none of them are powerful. Yu Muqing had already unleashed her talent, and a long sword made of snowflakes coalesced in her hand. After a night's rest, she was in a state that was back to her peak, facing 10 or so demonic beasts in one breath. She wasn't afraid of anything. At this moment, Yu Muqing's hair was windless, the snowflake longsword in his hand, and his eyes already had a bit of dominance in them. This girl who had awakened her S-rank talent had already taken on the aura of a king. Swish swish swish, several sounds of breaking wind rang out. Yu Muqing swung his sword quickly, his movements dry and effective. The heads of the 3 demonic beasts had then risen into the sky. Their bodies collapsed helplessly, but no blood flowed out, for a thin layer of frost had formed at their wounds. The appearance of this scene not only didn't cause the remaining demonic beasts to retreat, but instead, it inspired their ferocity, and together, they rushed towards Yu Muqing, faced with several demonic beasts launching attacks towards him at the same time. Yu Muqing did not panic in the slightest. Around her, snowflakes began to appear. These snowflakes, swirling around her body at high speeds, formed a terrifying protective layer. Ow! A demonic beast let out an agonizing howl as its claws, hardened, were sliced off by the snowflakes spinning at high speed. These snowflakes, although seemingly inconspicuous, had become sharper than sharp blades after possessing super high speed. Frost-filled. As Yu Muqing chanted under her breath, snowflakes descended in an area of 3 to 4 meters with her as the center. In the midst of the blazing inferno of flames, this zone where Yu Muqing was located, there was a rare appearance of another season. Winter. Goose feathers and angry snow fell in droves and soon covered the ground. As for those few demonic beasts, a large amount of snowflakes also fell on their bodies. Their movements, they became much slower. Yu Muqing's eyes were cold, but her speed was even faster than before. In a few breaths of time, all of the heads of these few demonic beasts were decapitated. Phew! Yu Muqing exhaled a long breath, and a hint of a smile appeared on his face. Obviously, she was still satisfied with her performance in this battle. At this very moment, Fong Yuan in the cave looked at Yu Muqing, who was not far away, but shook his head. One could only say that Yu Muqing's understanding of his own talent was too shallow, and when you use it, the results are average. Although dryly resolved these few demonic beasts, to summarize, it's 5 minutes of work with 8 minutes of effort. Half the work, half the effort. This method of using talent was too consuming and could not possibly support a prolonged battle. Be careful, more demonic beasts are coming. Fong Yuan raised his head to look toward the distance and opened his mouth to remind him. Yu Muqing had already wanted to return to the cave, and when she heard this, she couldn't help but look around. However, She did not see any demonic beasts. There's no need to doubt me. Hurry up and recover your strength. The demonic beasts that came this time are much more powerful than the ones just now, Fang Yuan said seriously. Fishmooching frowned slightly and did not refute Fang Yuan as he began to adjust his breathing in place. Within 2 minutes, her breathing had cleared. It was just that the large amount of physical strength consumed earlier could not be recovered in these 2 minutes. This time, a thumping sound rang out from a distance. What followed was a slight shaking of the ground. There's a big guy coming. Fishmooching's expression became serious. Soon, a huge demonic beast appeared in her sight. This demonic beast, which looked like a tiger, was covered in burning flames, and its entire body was 5 meters long and over 2 meters tall. Physical size, even more incomparably robust. The muscles on his body looked like they were trying to burst through his fur, and the lines on his body even had been deformed and twisted by the top of his muscles. A pair of golden eyes, even more so, exuded this domineering aura. This was undoubtedly a terrifying demonic beast. Moreover, it seemed to be the king of the demonic beasts in this area. As it appeared, all the demonic beasts around it didn't dare to take a step forward. Seeing this demonic beast, Yu Muqing's expression instantly became serious. This was the most powerful demonic beast she had encountered since entering the flame hell. In the cave, Fang Yuan also immediately let the system display the attribute panel of this demonic beast. Name, Flaming Tiger. Talent, Black Inferno, Grade S. Blood, 150. Spirit, 120. Potential rating, King, a king-level demonic beast with a higher chi and blood than me. Looking at the attribute panel of the Flame Tiger, instead of being afraid, Fang Yuan revealed a hint of excitement. Demonic beasts with a potential level of king could not be found. He hadn't even thought that in the flame hell he would be able to encounter a demonic beast with king-level potential. Let's just say that his luck was just too good. In particular, the talent of this demonic beast was also at the S-rank. S-rank flame-oriented talent. Exactly what Fang Yuan was missing. Just as he was thinking about it, outside the cave, Yu Muqing had already exchanged blows with this huge flame tiger. This flame tiger, with red flames burning all over its body. However, Yu Muqing was not the least bit intimidated, even a little excited. The snowflakes around her were constantly melting, but it was as if they were endless, the old ones melting and new ones being born immediately. Fishmooching was the first to attack. A sword thrust, the snowflakes around her moved with her, attaching themselves to the perimeter of the longsword and forming a high-speed spinning spike. It made the longsword sharper, more destructive. However, a shocking scene emerged. That huge flame tiger demonic beast, however, only flicked its tail and slapped the long sword in Yu Muqing's hand directly to smithereens. A terrifying force traveled down the long sword of Yu Muqing to her body, causing her to directly fly backwards a distance of 2 to 3 meters. But she didn't fall to the ground. A warm embrace caught her steady. Yu Muqing turned around and was shocked to realize that the person who caught him was actually Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, what are you doing here? Quickly bring the little white fox here immediately. She was startled and panicked a little. This tiger demonic beast, its strength was too terrifying. Even she was sent flying out in a single glance, let alone Fang Yuan. I'm afraid that if you get caught in the wave, you'll die. Fishmooching bit her lip and said with a hard heart, I can hold it off for 10 minutes. Hearing this, Fang Yuan gently smiled. Don't hold out. 10 minutes is enough time for the opposite side to kill you 5 times. I'll take care of the rest. Fang Yuan opened his mouth. Yu Muqing froze. She was a bit unable to understand Fang Yuan's meaning for a moment. Chapter 40, I'll only demonstrate once. Yu Muqing froze, somewhat unable to understand what Fang Yuan meant. As a beast master, the only 2 pets are here. The little white fox was slumbering for a breakthrough and was unable to fight. She, on the other hand, obviously couldn't beat her opponent. As the person who needed to be protected the most, Fang Yuan actually said, leave it to him? Seeing the puzzled look in Yu Muqing's eyes, Fang Yuan didn't say anything more, and after gently placing it on the ground, he walked towards the flaming tiger. Observing this demonic beast up close, Fang Yuan was even more satisfied. This demonic beast's size was large, even more massive than a small car, just perfect to use as a mount. As a beast master, how can you not have your own mount? On the contrary, the first 2 pets, whether it was Fishmooching or the little white fox, were not very suitable for riding. Just thinking about that image made Fang Yuan feel a little bereft. Good on. The flame tiger in front of him was not only at the king potential level, but his appearance was also majestic. Yu Muqing, look carefully. I'm only going to demonstrate once. Fang Yuan opened his mouth. Demonstrate what? Fishmooching was a bit bewildered. In the next moment, Fang Yuan gave the answer with his own practical actions. Only Fang Yuan's feet saw the cold ice instantly spread out in all directions. A breath of time. Within a distance of 20 meters around, it was already a world of cold ice. No matter if it was the earth, the dried up grass, or the corpses of the demonic beasts that Yumuching had killed earlier, or even the huge flame tiger in front of him, all of them were covered by a thick layer of ice. Yumuching stared blankly at the scene in front of her, her entire being dumbfounded. See? Fong Yuan's calm voice came out. Fishmooching subconsciously nodded and shook her head violently. At this very moment, Fishmooching's heart was as shocked as the waves. There were so many doubts in her mind. But one thing is certain. The ice attribute talent Fong Yuan used was far too powerful than his own S-rank talent. The most she could do was make snowflakes appear around her. But what about Fong Yuan? He had actually frozen the entire 20 meters around him. It was beyond her imagination. Talent, do you think it's set in stone since your awakening? Fong Yuan did not turn around and continued. Talent development, strengthening, is something more important than awakening talent. The S-rank talent Frost Diffusion, in your hands, doesn't even have the effect that an S-rank should have. Otherwise, against this flame tiger, you wouldn't have lost in one move. Hearing these words, Yumuching was shaken. Ever since she had awakened her gift, all she had ever heard were compliments from others. Fong Yuan was still the first to point out her problem areas so directly and accurately. It gave her a sense of clarity. Just then, the form of the battlefield changed. A black flame emerged from the frozen flame tiger, melting the cold ice. A wave of anger had clearly appeared in the flame tiger's eyes. Who? With the flame tiger's hiss, the surrounding demonic beasts that originally did not dare to come forward any further, as if they had been summoned, began to rush towards where Fong Yuan was. At a cursory glance, there were hundreds of demonic beasts. These demonic beasts were of different shapes and sizes, but the sheer number of them already makes one's head spin. Yumuching's heart almost sank to the bottom. Two people facing such an onslaught of beasts had almost no hope of surviving. Yumuching couldn't help but close her eyes. Open your eyes. Fong Yuan's voice sounded again. As an awakened person with an S-rank talent, especially an S-rank talent of the elemental system, facing a wave of beasts is a natural advantage in itself. Watch this. Fong Yuan's voice was full of dominance and confidence. Yumuching opened her eyes, saw a scene that I will never forget. An ice cone, large or small, rose abruptly from the ground. These ice cones accurately stabbed every demonic beast that was charging towards them. Put! The sound of ice picks piercing into the body resounded continuously as a demonic beast was toppled up and then penetrated through its body. No exceptions. The corpses of these demonic beasts were just hanging on the ice cones. The scene was like a real hell. Fishmooching froze once again. The scene that she originally thought was bound to die was easily dissolved by Fong Yuan. All the demonic beasts other than the flame tiger all lost their lives at the same time. The successive shocks had caused Yumuching to almost have lost the ability to think. So next, it's you. Fong Yuan didn't say anything more about teaching. He could feel that the shock brought to Yumuching today was more than enough. He walked straight towards the flame tiger. At this moment, the flame tiger's gaze toward Fong Yuan was already filled with scorn. A thin layer of black flame covered the flame tiger's body. Is this the S-rank talent Black Flame? Let me see what's so special about it. Fong Yuan's arm was covered in cold ice, then grabbed towards the flame tiger. The speed was so fast that it was almost impossible to catch his movements. Ow! A miserable scream erupted from the flame tiger's mouth, and Fong Yuan directly grabbed a handful of black flames from its body and just held it in his hand and observed it. The black flames continued to burn even after they were detached from the flame tiger's body. Surprisingly, it's draining my chi and blood. Interesting. Fong Yuan's finger gently twisted, and the black flame went out. He had understood the nature of the black flame. It can burn everything. When that black flame burned in his hand, although it didn't hurt him, it was using his body's chi and blood as raw material. It's no wonder you can burn through his cold ice. It was important to know that Fong Yuan's talent could once freeze anyone who had awakened the A-rank flame talent in knots. It was impossible for ordinary flames to break through his freeze. What a great talent. I like you more and more. Fong Yuan looked at the flame tiger in front of him and revealed a smile. This smile looked a little hairy in flame tiger's heart, and he couldn't help but take 2 steps back. It was the first time it had seen a human like that. Everyone else hated to hide as far away from its black flames as possible. But what about him? Surprisingly, he voluntarily grabbed a handful of black flames from himself. It's more than that. The way this human looked at himself was horrifying. It was as if they were going to eat themselves up. Thinking of this, Flame Tiger no longer hesitated and turned around to escape. Pity. Fong Yuan would never let go of the prey that came to him. Ice Age. A soft thud. The Flame Tiger was once again frozen. Only this time, even the black flames on its body couldn't break through the ice anymore. Star. Chapter 41, The Third Talent. The Flame Tiger was completely frozen. Even the black flames on its body couldn't break through the ice. None other. Talent level suppression only. Fong Yuan didn't pay any more attention to the Flame Tiger, but turned his body to look at Yu Muqing. Have you, learned? Fong Yuan said indifferently. Yu Muqing froze. She seemed to have learned a lot. and then she seemed to have learned nothing. What Fang Yuan had shown was too terrifying and too advanced. She wanted to learn, but didn't have a clue. Seeing Fishmooching's dumbfounded appearance, Fang Yuan could not help but shake his head. Aren't you gifted in martial arts? How come you can't understand something so simple? Fang Yuan said. Hearing this, Yumooching lowered her head in shame. She really couldn't read it. That mastery of hundreds of cold ice ground spikes appearing at the same time. That terrifying dominance of freezing all 20 meters around his body in an instant. She couldn't imagine at all how it should be done. As Yumooching looked at Fang Yuan's figure, she only felt that she was like a joke these days. There was no way she could surpass Fang Yuan. Yumooching also finally understood why Fang Yuan had chosen the flame hell as a void gate. This kind of difficulty, which was 9 deaths in everyone's eyes, was like playing house in front of Fang Yuan. Yumooching also finally understood why Fang Yuan did not go to seek his protection in the first place. With her strength, if she really encountered danger, I'm afraid she would be the same as she is now, becoming a burden to Fang Yuan. Yumooching's eyes dimmed a bit. She had always thought that she was well endowed and had awakened her S-rank talent, but compared to Fang Yuan, he looked so stupid himself. Even the strength displayed by Fang Yuan could not be understood. Never mind, you don't have to get too down on yourself. Fang Yuan opened his mouth. It's always a process. As long as you work hard enough, S-rank talent holds infinite possibilities. Hearing these words, Yumooching silently vowed in her heart to work harder and raise her strength. Just then, a loud roar suddenly came from the cave behind them. The entire ground shook. Boom! With a loud bang, the cave exploded directly from the inside. A huge figure emerged from the ruins of the cave. The figure, with its teeth and claws, was about 3 or 4 meters tall, and could still be seen as a fox. Behind it, there were 2 long tails that waved wildly. One of them, not much different from a normal tail. The other tail, however, burned with a blazing fire, as if it were composed of flames. On its body, it exuded a terrifying aura. It worked. Seeing this figure, Fang Yuan immediately recognized that this was his own little white fox, and has managed to grow a second tail. Soon, the 9-tailed fox's figure then shrunk. A figure, still as long as a small arm, ran out from the ruins and climbed affectionately onto Fang Yuan's shoulder. Although Xiaobai had grown a second tail and increased its strength greatly, its heart remained unchanged. In this state, it's still a tail. Fang Yuan was a bit surprised. It is well known that the little white fox has 2 forms, the cute form, and the fighting form. In its cute form, it was the length of a small arm, covered in snow white, and looked exceptionally cute. And in combat mode, it's a little scary, not to mention its huge size. The aura emanating from its body was also extremely domineering. Fang Yuan had thought that after growing a second tail, it would also be revealed in a cute state, but now it didn't seem to be the case. That flaming tail, I'm afraid it would only appear in a combat state. Just then, in Fang Yuan's mind, a system alert sounded. Host's pet strength has increased. Please check. Host receives strength feedback. Please check. The 3rd pet position has been opened. Note, when the host has 3 pets, she will get the system's mysterious gift pack. This time, the system prompt was extremely informative. Well, the 9-tailed fox grew a second tail. Its strength must have increased substantially. I'm also getting a lot of strength feedback. The 3rd pet bit is also open. Just in time, Fang Yuan briefly looked at the system prompts, and a hint of a smile appeared on his face. He was fretting about what to do with the flaming tiger. The system opens a 3rd pet bit. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan walked directly to the frozen flame tiger. In his hand, he condensed a long cold ice spear. Submit, or die. Fang Yuan's voice was somewhat cold. The flame tiger that was frozen, although unable to move, slowly closed its eyes amidst Fang Yuan's gaze. This has made its attitude clear. Submission. At this moment, Fang Yuan once again heard the system alert sound coming from his mind. Host gets 3rd pet. The host's attribute panel has changed. Please check it. With the system's beeping sound, Fang Yuan clearly felt that his strength, which had been greatly increased only a few minutes before, had once again grown tremendously. This time, the growth came from taking in the flame tiger. As a demonic beast that possessed the potential of being at the king level, its chi blood itself was as high as 150 points. It even had the S-rank talent Black Flame. Acquiring such a demonic beast would be a huge increase in Fang Yuan's strength enhancement. I wonder what new talent I gained after taking in the flame tiger. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan opened his attribute panel. Star. Chapter 42, Fishmooching. Oops, I'd become a maid. Name, Fang Yuan. Talents, Kingdom of Ice, SS rank. Spiritual Transformation, SSS rank. Eternal Black Flame, SS rank. Characteristics, Growing Together. Blood, 433, plus 300. Spirit, 420, plus 320. Pets, Yumooching, 9-tailed fox. Flame tiger. Looking at his attribute panel, A trace of surprise flashed across Fang Yuan's face. He knew he had gotten a huge boost, but it wasn't expected to be so terrifying. The chi blood, directly from the previous 100 points, rose to over 400 points now. The spirit value was also over 400 points. 2 basic attributes, directly tripled. One could only say that the co-growth Imperial Beast trait allowed him to synchronize all the enhancements of the nine-tailed fox and his new pet. And the talent column. The gift of Eternal Black Flame has been added. SS class. It was a level higher than Flame Tiger's S-rank talent. Eternal Black Flame, wherever you look, a black flame will burn until everything is burned up. Good lord, if it isn't Amaterasu. Looking at the introduction of the new talent, Fang Yuan also got a little excited. This talent is even more destructive than the Kingdom of Ice. Totally an otherworldly version of Amaterasu. Fang Yuan opened the attribute panel of the nine-tailed fox again. Name, nine-tailed fox. Talent, 9 turns of the spirit, SS grade. Blood, 166, plus 100. Spirit, 269, plus 200. Potential rating, King. The attribute panel of the nine-tailed fox was also mainly a variation of the basic attributes. The chi and blood increase by 100 points. Spirit increases by 200 points. The spirit has unexpectedly increased by 200 points. Is this the gifted 9 spirits? Fang Yuan was pleasantly surprised. The talent of the nine-tailed fox was quite unique. A talent that belonged exclusively to the nine-tailed fox. With every tail that grew, the spiritual power would gain a huge boost. Right now, just the nine-tailed fox that had grown 2 tails, its spirit value had already far exceeded its chi and blood. After closing the attribute panel of the nine-tailed fox, Fang Yuan opened the attribute panel of the new pet Flame Tiger. Name, Flaming Tiger. Talent, Black Inferno, Grade S. Blood, 150. Spirit, 120. Potential rating, King. The attribute panel of the Flame Tiger hadn't changed much from before. In that case, it seems that Fishmooching has in turn become the weakest of all my pets. Fang Yuan glanced at Yumuching. Yumuching lowered her head with some inferiority complex. She finally realized that of all the creatures present, be they humans or demonic beasts, she had become the weakest one. It's just as well that she's so high and mighty that she's given a pet. Surprisingly, it's still the weakest one. Yumuching couldn't accept it. Let's go. This trial. There are still 3 days to go. Find a place that will give you a specialized workout. Fang Yuan rolled over and mounted the Flame Tiger. The Flame Tiger's body was burning with flames at all times, but this flame, however, could not harm Fang Yuan in the slightest. Ever since obtaining the SS grade flame talent, in this world, it had been difficult for any flames to harm Fang Yuan. He, himself, was already the master of the most terrifying flames. 3 days passed in a flash. During these 3 days, Yumuching was simply humbled to the dust. In the morning, it was sparring practice with Flame Tiger. Cooking for lunch. In the afternoon, another special training session with the nine-tailed fox. Cooking in the evening. There was also the cleaning of their newfound cave. It was like a little maid. However, under Fang Yuan's intentional and unintentional guidance, Yumuching's strength, too, had skyrocketed. It's almost time to leave. This was already the 7th day since they had arrived at the Flaming Hell. It was also the last day of the entire trial. They need to reach a fixed teleportation location before they can go through the portal and return to the school. This kind of spatial teleportation technology still belonged to one of the high-end technologies in the current human world. Is it time to go back? By the bonfire, Yumuching, who was roasting meat, was inexplicably a little lost. In the past few days with Fang Yuan, she had a hard time every day. Not only did he have to be bloodied by Fang Yuan's 2 other pets with terrifying strength, he also had to take care of a load of miscellaneous things. However, although it was hard work, Yumuching had a fulfilling joy. Change your clothes, they're tattered beyond recognition. Before departing, Fang Yuan threw a set of men's clothes to Yumuching. These are the spare clothes he brought. Fishmooching's clothes had long since been tattered beyond recognition in the successive battles. It barely covers some key areas. It looks like a wilderness survival heroine. Offhand, she hadn't brought any spare clothes with her. Wear mine for now. I'm afraid you won't do well if you go out looking like this. Fang Yuan was somewhat helpless. Fishmooching's face swished red. Fang Yuan also consciously walked out of the cave. But, 2 minutes later, the little white fox bumbled out of the cave and climbed onto Fang Yuan's shoulders. The little white fox at this moment had the feeling of a thief. It stood on its 2 hind legs, its 2 small paws spread wide, and gestured towards Fang Yuan, as if to say, "They're so and so big." Seeing the actions of the little white fox, Fang Yuan was a bit in tears. Obviously a female fox. Why so horny? Liang Martial Arts High School. All the teachers, as well as the school's leaders, were already waiting on the playground. There were even ambulances and reporters. Today is the day that students return from the Void Gate. Did the students get hurt? Did any of their minds fall apart? And how many points did they get? These are questions that linger in the minds of teachers. This time, which of those 10 huge teleportation portals, representing Mountain Peak, lit up? Soon, a dozen students came out of it. This is the first group of students to return from the Void Gate. Well, are there any injuries? All good? Ambulance! There's someone hurt here. Teachers swarmed over the injured students and immediately took them to the ambulance. The reporters also flew to the front of the line, interviewing the first group of students who had returned from the Void Gate. On the high platform, the principal couldn't help but be relieved to see that the first group of students to return were not in any serious condition. But his eyes, however, kept sweeping over a portal. That portal, representing the flaming inferno. Every time he looked at this portal, the principal's eyes became a little tense. After all, the two most talented people in this class of students were both in the flame hell. Why isn't it out yet? There can't be anything wrong, can there? The principal is getting a little anxious. Chapter 43 Return. The principal's shock. The high platform of the playground. The principal looked at the portal representing the flaming inferno and got a little antsy. The two most talented students in this class could both be in the flame inferno. One was the S-ranked talented Fishmooching. The other, Fong Yuan, who had awakened the rare talent of Sentinel Beast. But these two, none of them came out. Nothing's going to happen to either of them, is it? The principal couldn't help but say. No, it won't, principal. Old Zhang, Fong Yuan and Yu Mooching's homeroom teacher, spoke up. The flame hell is a bit more dangerous. But there's Yu Mooching. Fishmooching is an S-rank talent and can completely protect Fong Yuan. The principal didn't even say who he was worried about, but old Zhang could understand perfectly. Other than Fong Yuan and Yu Mooching, who else could it be? That's a flaming inferno. It's one of the most dangerous of all the void gates. There was once an A-ranked gifted awakened person who entered it, but never returned. This time, another batch of students walked out of the void door connected to the mountain peak. These students, all of them, were a bit of a mess, and most of them carried some injuries on their bodies. The good thing is, there's nothing majorly wrong with it overall. Mountain Peak, the void gate with the largest number of people chosen, and because it is the safest within it. But even so, a number of people were injured. Seeing this scene, the principal's face turned a bit ugly. This, Fishmooching is different from them after all. Old Zhang muttered, seemingly somewhat unable to convince himself. What's a flaming inferno? One of them was the weakest demonic beasts, all of which came with talents. Although Yu Mooching was an S-class talent, she was still young after all. Student, may I ask how many points you have earned? What has the void gate been through? Have you encountered any dangerous situations? Classmates, do you have any classmates who can't come back? The few reporters, too, had already launched themselves. They picked out some students who seemed to be in pretty good shape and asked for details about the trial. That's been the practice. Ambulances and reporters are essential every year on the day of the return from the void gate. I gained 100 points. Not bad for once, not in too much danger. I gained a full 300 points and killed a lot of demonic beasts. In Mountain Peak, I single-handedly killed a powerful demonic beast. Listen to me tell you, there was an interview, and the students became excited and began to talk about their experiences in the Void Gate. Sure, there is definitely some glorification of oneself in what is said through one's own mouth. Journalists naturally understand this, but they don't care. The more exaggerated the glorification, the more they like it. It's okay to blow it up as long as it brings in ratings. As one after another, students came out of several void gates. A large portion of the student body has returned to campus. After 7 days of trial, these students had obviously become more mature than before, exchanging with each other on the playground about what they had gained at one time. How come we haven't seen Yu Mooching? Is it not out yet? I haven't seen Fong Yuan either. I seem to remember that he was at the same void gate as Yu Mooching. Some people started looking for this campus goddess in the crowd, but it wasn't seen. Yu Mooching went to the flame hell and doesn't seem to have come out yet. Is it in some kind of danger? Ghost knows. I'm afraid I've been dragged down by that Fong Yuan fellow. I really don't know on what basis Fong Yuan dared to choose the flame hell. Ha ha, you said that guy with little martial arts talent. Speaking of which, I guess he's good for face. How naive. Thinking that choosing the hardest void gate in front of the whole school is a sign of face? It will only bury yourself. I don't know why Fishmooching chose flame hell as well. That goes without saying. Of course it's to hone one's talent in the toughest of environments. Could it not be because of Fong Yuan? Ha 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 ha. More and more people noticed that both Yu Mooching and Fong Yuan, who had chosen the flame hell, had yet to return. One time. This is something that has become the center of discussion. Class, what are you guys talking about? Can you tell me about it? Is it related to Yu Mooching? A reporter asked curiously. As well-informed journalists, they of course knew that an S-ranked talent awakener, Yu Mooching, had appeared at Liang Martial Arts High School. Their main task in coming here today was to interview Yu Mooching. After all, In the entirety of Liang City, there had never been an S-class talent awakened. Fish mooching, the first ever. Well, it's really nothing. Fish mooching chose Flame Hell and hasn't come out until now. The one who chose Flame Hell along with you mooching was a boy with no martial arts talent. I guess that boy, he can't get out. Upon hearing this, the reporter's eyes lit up. Some boys chose Flaming Hell with you mooching. The sensitivity of the profession makes these reporters already smell the gossip. Classmate, that boy and you mooching, are they lovers? The reporter hastened to follow up. No way, absolutely not. The boys being interviewed, as if they had heard something heavenly, became excited all of a sudden. Just then, the portal representing the Flaming Inferno finally lit up. This means that someone is coming back from the Flaming Inferno. Seeing this scene, the group of school leaders on the high platform all stood up violently. They didn't show much on their faces though, but inside, he had been panicking for a long time. If it was possible, one could not wait to personally go to the Flaming Hell to see what the situation was that had caused these two to be delayed. The moment, a group of school leaders, all staring at that portal with bated breath. It's not just the leaders on the high stage. The playground fell violently silent from the moment that portal lit up. They would have been discussing this. Now that the portal was finally about to open, everyone set their eyes on it, waiting for the person who would step out from inside. However, before the portal even opened, a terrifying heat emanated from it. The heat was so intense that it almost scorched people's hair. In a matter of seconds, a crowd vacuum formed next to the portal. None dared approach the portal. What's going on? This heat, what the hell is going on? The principal was the first to pick his way down from the high platform and step in front of the students. The group of school leaders did the same, and their subtle standing position directly formed an encircling circle that surrounded the portal. Their faces, all of them, were a bit ugly. This situation, it's so abnormal. It wasn't as if the Flaming Hell's portal hadn't been opened before, but none of them would be in the current situation. However, the new changes to the portal were even more shocking to everyone's hearts. A huge figure appeared in the portal, although somewhat blurred, but vaguely can see the figure's raging muscles, huge body, hidden huge eyes. This was surprisingly a demonic beast. Surprisingly, a demonic beast, from the Flaming Inferno, came to their school through a portal built by humans. At this moment, the principal's heart sank to the bottom with a thump. Chapter 44, This is the demonic beast you took in. It's a demonic beast. How could it be a demonic beast? Hasn't the Flame Hell already been occupied by humans? How could a demonic beast enter the portal? Looking at the huge figure in the portal, cold sweat had broken out on the principal's forehead. He couldn't figure out that Fong Yuan and Yu Muqing hadn't returned. Instead, a demonic beast appeared in the portal. Prepare for battle. A demonic beast is about to come out, the principal yelled. At this moment, the group of school leaders who had already vaguely surrounded the portal, as well as some of the teachers with stronger fighting strength, were all ready to strike at any time, though they've never encountered anything like this before. But as long as this demonic beast walks out of the portal, then they will be immediately attacked by them. Because, behind them, the students, although this demonic beast was quite terrifying just by looking at its figure, as long as they hadn't fallen yet, they would never allow this demonic beast to hurt the students. Click, a soft thud came. The portal, open. A terrifying heat wave directly swept across the entire playground. A terrifying demonic beast with flames burning all over its body walked out of the portal. Attack! And so on. The principal subconsciously tried to give the order to attack, but halfway through the sentence, but suddenly changed his mind, because he saw, there was also a human sitting on the body of this terrifying flaming demonic beast. Exactly the square edge. Wait, don't attack, it's one of our own, the principal immediately yelled. The others were ready to strike when they were stopped again by the principal's voice. They looked up at the flaming demonic beast. Finally, he noticed Fong Yuan on the demonic beast. Asterisk. Why is there a man sitting up there? What the hell? It's Fong Yuan. These school leaders, who were usually incredibly calm, were so shocked by the scene in front of them that they lost their expression management. One grew his mouth and stared. Unbelievably, he looked at the scene in front of him. On that terrifying demonic beast that was ferocious and incomparable at first glance, there was actually their student, Fong Yuan, sitting. What a shocker this is. When did demonic beasts even allow humans to ride on their bodies? You wouldn't be taking this demonic beast and accepting it as a pet, right? The principal was the first to react. Of course he knew that Fong Yuan had awakened the talent of the Sentinel Beast class. Now looking at the well-behaved demonic beast, as well as Fong Yuan who was sitting on the demonic beast, how could he not realize the key to this? Even though he had already thought of this, in the principal's heart, the shock was still surging and could not be calmed. This demonic beast, golden pupils, a huge body, terrifying muscles almost bursting through the skin, and terrifying flames burning all over his body. a kind of domineering and disdainful look that didn't put everyone present in their eyes. If such a demonic beast was placed in the wilderness outside of their Liang city, it would almost be the existence of a king. However, just such a terrifying demonic beast, Fang Yuan had actually become its master. The principal could not imagine how exactly Fang Yuan had managed to do that. This time, several other leaders, too, came forward. The shock in their eyes was no less than the principal's. Headmaster, don't worry, this demonic beast has already been subdued by me and won't try to be aggressive. Fang Yuan smiled and opened his mouth. The whole playground went silent at those words. A pin drop. The principal's guess just now is a one-off. Now, Fang Yuan's personal admission was true proof that such a thing existed. Fang Yuan had really taken in an incomparably terrifying demonic beast. Although they had known before that Fang Yuan had awakened the talent of the imperial beast. But what's happening now is also far beyond their imagination. It wasn't that they hadn't thought that Fang Yuan had entered the flame hell because he wanted to take in a demonic beast with a flaming talent from it, but didn't think he'd actually be able to take in one that terrifying, either. For a while, the hearts of these school leaders were filled with emotion. The beast master, it's awesome. Where's you mooching? Isn't you mooching with you? The one who opened his mouth was old Zhang, Fang Yuan's homeroom teacher. His main concern was the safety of his two students. Now Fang Yuan has shown his face, but there was no sign of you mooching yet. I'm here. A weak voice rang out. The figure of Yu Mooching walked out from behind the flame tiger's huge body. Seeing fish mooching, old Zhang finally breathed a sigh of relief. But his expression immediately became subtle. Old Zhang noticed that on Yu Mooching's body, he was actually wearing a boy's clothes. Needless to say, the clothes, inevitably, belonged to Fang Yuan. Old Zhang's eyes darted around Fang Yuan and Yu Mooching's bodies, and a hint of a smile inexplicably appeared at the corner of his mouth. Still, my old man had the foresight to have the gift money ready. At this very moment, old Chang wasn't the only one with a subtle expression. All the leaders present noticed the male clothing on Yu Mooching, plus the somewhat shy look of Yu Mooching. Good things come in threes. Good things come in threes. The principal laughed and was suddenly in a good mood. After the principal and the others left the playground with Yu Mooching and Fang Yuan, the atmosphere on the playground suddenly became odd. A carnal sadness appeared on the faces of almost all the boys. It is a large grief scene. And mixed in with the sadness were a few journalists who were so excited that they were dancing around. What happened today is so rare. A student, who was trying out in a void gate like the flame hell, brought back a terrifying demonic beast as a pet. Just send it out and it will be a hit. How could they not be excited? This is definitely big news. Big enough news to cause a stir in the entire martial arts community. Classmate, what are you grieving for? Tell me again. What does that classmate called Fang Yuan usually like to do? These reporters didn't have the chance to interview Fang Yuan himself, so they could only come and interview others, trying to get some more information about Fang Yuan. However, the student he interviewed, just talked to himself and ignored him completely. Wrong, all wrong. We were all wrong. It was because of Fang Yuan that Yu Mooching went to the flame hell. She's still wearing square edges clothes. Fang Yuan is not a scrapper. Ooh, I'm the trash. The clown is actually myself. Star. Chapter 45, The Principal's Gift. Principal's office. A group of school leaders, including old Zhang, had already gathered here. Sure, there was also Fang Yuan and Yu Mooching. Fang Yuan had already received the flame tiger in the specialized pet space. Only the little white fox was still on his shoulder. The small, skinny-looking white fox didn't get much attention, and was used directly as a cute mascot. Fang Yuan, this time, you have greatly exceeded my expectations. The principal spoke with a spring in his step. Although I knew that you had a talent for beast royalty, I didn't expect that you would be able to take in such a terrifying demonic beast. Everyone in the office kept nodding as soon as that was said. The way they were looking at Fang Yuan now was still a bit unbelievable. It was completely unimaginable how Fang Yuan had actually done it. Could it be by relying on Yu Mooching? They quickly dismissed the idea. Yu Mooching's talent was indeed very good, but her current strength wasn't considered strong. Compared to that demonic beast, I'm afraid it wouldn't even be enough for a flat A from the other side. And, looking at the details of how they got along with each other, it seemed that Fang Yuan was the one dominating the situation. They were incomparably curious as to what all had happened in the flaming inferno. But, the principal hadn't even opened his mouth to ask, and it wasn't good for them to open their mouths now. It's my better luck. Fang Yuan opened his mouth, and Fish Mooching-san also helped me a lot. Hearing this, Yu Mooching lowered her head, somewhat ashamed. If things like cooking and cleaning up clutter are considered helping, it does count as help. The principal gave Fang Yuan a deep look. He didn't even need to mull it over to know that Fang Yuan was lying. There were many lucky people in this world, but there had never been anyone who could take in such a terrifying demonic beast at Fang Yuan's age. Even with the relevant talent, It's impossible to do. It wasn't as if there hadn't been any beast masters in this world. Those beast sword masters, who wanted to take in a demonic beast, were incomparably arduous. Making demonic beasts submit was an essential condition. How could he not imagine how exactly Fang Yuan had managed to do this? As an imperial beast master, one's own strength was no different from that of an ordinary person. Even with the addition of Yu Muqing, it was impossible to be a match for this demonic beast. But Fang Yuan wasn't going to say, and he wasn't going to pursue it. Everyone has their secrets. Fang Yuan, as a person with almost no talent in martial arts, was able to become a beast royal master, and a early awakening. If you think about it, there are so many things that don't make sense. But so what? As long as Fang Yuan's heart was on the human side, it was enough. I am relieved that you were able to come out of the flaming inferno safely. The principal spoke up. This time I called you here, mainly because I want to give you a gift. The two of you. One of you is the only S-class gifted awakened person in Liang City for so many years. One is a rare awakening of the Sentinel Beast talent. Wouldn't it be petty of the school not to show it? The geniuses coming out of my martial arts high school in Liang City can't be too shabby. Thinking about looking here, the principal couldn't help but have a hint of smugness on his face. This time, the gift didn't come from him alone. Rather, it is a decision of the entire leadership. It is also prepared by the leadership of the school together. After all, these two little guys in front of them were arguably the best students in their school for so many years. You guys are going to be amazed. The principal was somewhat looking forward to Fang Yuan and Yu Muqing's surprised expressions when they saw the gifts. It's not just him. A few other school leaders had smug smiles on their faces. It was their first time to prepare gifts for students, but they were carefully chosen. Definitely not the junky stuff you see everywhere on the market. They were all looking forward to Fang Yuan and Yu Muqing's surprised and happy expressions when they received their gifts. That would be the best reward for all their hard work for so long. Soon, the two boxes were then taken out from behind the principal's desk. A box was overall narrow and long, with a cold aura emanating from it. The other box, only the size of a palm, was much more elaborate. Open it up. The principal handed the narrow box to Yu Muqing, and the small palm-sized box to Fang Yuan. Snap! A soft thud. Yu Muqing opened the narrow wooden box in his hand. The room was suddenly chilled. In the wooden box was a long sword. The body is silver in color with beautiful lines. Wisps of cold air emanated from this long sword. Upon seeing the long sword, Yu Muqing's eyes widened. She subconsciously gripped her long sword in her hand. At this moment, the long sword seemed to have sensed something, and unexpectedly let out a long sword sound, and snowflakes began to fall around Yu Muqing's body. Swish! Yu Muqing couldn't help but flick out a sword. A cold sword chi flew out, directly icing the nearby filing cabinet. What a strong sword! It goes right along with my talent. The expression on Yu Muqing's face was unusually surprised. That's right. The principal opened his mouth with a grin. This sword is crafted from 1,000 years of cold crystals, and it has a great enhancement for ice attribute talent awakened people. You can take your gift and use it to greater destructive power. The principal kept nodding as he spoke. The performance of Yu Muqing just now when he got his hands on the cold crystal sword made him immensely satisfied. Whether it was the destructive power of casually wielding a sword, or the surprised expression on Yu Muqing's face, it made him feel that his efforts over the past few days had not been in vain. They had prepared the gift for days, and if the student didn't like it, it wouldn't be a waste of effort. Thank you, headmaster, and thank you, leaders. I love this sword. The joy in Yu Muqing's eyes was almost overflowing. The long sword fulfilled all her fantasies about a weapon. Fang Yuan, see your gift? Having gotten the desired result from Yu Muqing's side, the principal looked at Fang Yuan again with a smile on his face. The other leaders, too, looked over expectantly. Actually, the gift for Fang Yuan took them a lot more thought. None other. Yu Muqing's gift was clear, and it wasn't difficult to find a gift that suited Yu Muqing. All that was needed was to gather enough money to buy the cold crystal sword. But what kind of gift is better for Fang Yuan? They were also torn for a long time. Only then did he end up spending a lot of money on the present gift in Fang Yuan's hands. It's almost emptied the small coffers of a bunch of school leaders. Under a crowd of expectant gazes, Fang Yuan also decisively opened the wooden box in his hand. Chapter 46. Teacher flew out of the window. Inside the wooden box was a flowing colorful elixir. At the same time, an aroma flowed out from the wooden box. The fish Muqing next to him felt his chi and blood boil just by taking a breath of this aroma. This is. Yu Muqing looked at the wooden box in Fang Yuan's hands with wide eyes, her expression becoming shocked. She recognized the elixir in the wooden box. Legendary, Dragon Tiger Dan. Refined using the blood and flesh of a large number of high-level demonic beasts. It possessed magical functions. Even if an ordinary person ate it, they could raise their chi blood to over 100 in a short period of time. It's safe to say, this is an elixir that goes against the grain. possesses the effect of forcibly raising chi and blood, and because the effects were too counterintuitive, as well as the materials needed were too precious, this kind of elixir was something that Yu Muqing had only heard of, and had never actually seen. She hadn't thought that the gift that the principal and the others had prepared for Feng Yuan was this legendary elixir. But, Yu Muqing's expression suddenly became odd. This elixir is counterintuitive though. However, Feng Yuan's chi and blood, I'm afraid that it had already exceeded 100. The anticlimax of this elixir lies in the fact that it can make even ordinary people powerful, but for martial artists with more than 100 chi and blood, it wouldn't do much good. Yu Muqing suddenly felt a hint of embarrassment. She realized that the principal and others, she feared, had made the same mistake she had made earlier. Although Feng Yuan was a royal beast master, he was definitely different from ordinary royal beast masters. Ordinary imperial beast masters, aside from having the talent of imperial beasts, their own battle power was similar to that of an ordinary person. This kind of elixir was definitely the most suitable for use by ordinary imperial beast masters. But Feng Yuan, to this day, Yu Muqing still remembered the scene where Feng Yuan condensed more than 100 coal ice ground thorns in an instant, killing hundreds of demonic beasts in seconds. How about it, Feng Yuan? This is the dragon tiger pill. It should be the most suitable gift for you, the principal said smugly. Hearing this, Feng Yuan also smiled gently. How could he not recognize this legendary elixir? His chi blood, all of it, was already over 400 points. Taking this kind of elixir couldn't be said to be of no use at all. It could barely be eaten as a snack. Headmaster, this elixir, it's useless to me, Feng Yuan said somewhat helplessly. As soon as these words were said, the people in the office all had a different look on their faces. They had spent a great deal of effort to find this elixir for Feng Yuan. How could it not work? This was something that all Imperial Beast Masters could only dream of. It could raise the weak body of the Imperial Beast Master to the strength of a first-ranked martial artist. This elixir is indeed useless to me. Feng Yuan opened his mouth. My chi blood value, it's already over 100. Hearing this, the principal froze. Several school leaders, too, froze. What did you say? The principal froze for a few seconds, wondering a little if something was wrong with his ears. My chi blood value, it's already over 100. Feng Yuan repeated it again. The principal blinked and looked Feng Yuan up and down a few times, feeling somewhat unable to digest the news. An Imperial Beast Master. It had only been less than half a month since he had awakened his talent. The chi and blood is already over 100? He doesn't believe it. That's not possible. It wasn't just the principal who was filled with confusion. Several school leaders looked at each other. This time, a school leader stepped forward. Feng Yuan, it's not that we don't believe you. It's really that this matter is too unbelievable. If you don't mind, could you show us your power? This leader who spoke was the strongest of the few, with arms even stronger than Feng Yuan's legs. He walked out and stood not far in front of Feng Yuan and opened his mouth. You can punch me with your full strength. If your chakra is over 100, I'll feel it. The burly leader zigzagged, signaling Feng Yuan to boldly go on. The gesture made everyone nod. This leader, who was once a gifted young man, only retired as a teacher because he was wounded in battle. Even if Feng Yuan's chi blood exceeded 100, he could easily block Feng Yuan's attack. Seeing this scene, Feng Yuan did not say much. Sensei, then I'll be respectful. Feng Yuan walked up to this teacher. Then, a simple punch was delivered. With this punch, Feng Yuan used roughly half of his strength. Seeing Feng Yuan throw a punch, this burly teacher crossed his arms and blocked in front of Feng Yuan's fist. Next moment, Feng Yuan's fist had then arrived. A terrifying power burst out from Feng Yuan's fist. Boom! The teacher, who had a horse stance, not knowing whether it was because of contempt or because he hadn't had a fight for too long, was actually sent flying by Feng Yuan's punch. But, behind him, were the windows. Wow! His burly body smashed right through the glass and flew out of the window. A few seconds later, there was a loud boom from the playground downstairs. The people in the office all winced when they heard the loud noise. They slowly twisted their heads to look at Feng Yuan with eyes like they were looking at a monster. At this very moment, the students on the playground, still caught up in EMO, suddenly heard the sound of glass breaking. Looking up, he was seeing a figure, flying out of the window of the principal's office. Asterisk 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 asterisk, isn't that Mr. Lu? How did Mr. Lu fly out of the window? Why does it look like it was knocked out of the air? Who is so fierce? Knocked Mr. Lu off his feet. The students were shocked. Who is Mr. Lu? That's the teacher who taught them martial arts techniques. I heard that he was once a strong person who killed countless demons on the battlefield as well. It was only because he was so badly wounded that he retired from the battlefield, and now it's been knocked out of the air. Boom! As Mr. Lu landed on the ground, a group of students immediately ran over and surrounded this teacher. On the ground, the earth even cracked with this teacher at the center. Luckily, with his burly physique, even if he fell from such a high place, he wasn't seriously hurt. He stood up from the large hole he had smashed himself into as a crowd of students gathered around him. Ahem! This little bastard Fong Yuan, his strength is really not small. His words immediately caused all the students to be shocked. Chapter 47, Fabric, Time Ring. This little bastard Fong Yuan, his strength is really not small. Old Lu, who had climbed out of the large pit he had smashed himself into, couldn't help but rub his shoulders. He wasn't hurt much, but the aches and pains all over his body were certainly unavoidable. The moment these words were said, the surrounding students who were onlookers were immediately dumbfounded. Square edge. Could it be that the teacher had just been sent flying out of the window? And it was Fong Yuan who did it. How is this possible? What made Fong Yuan able to send the teacher flying out? At this moment, all the students began to wonder if something had just gone wrong with their ears. Break it up, all of you. This fellow Fong Yuan, he really doesn't hold back at all when he strikes. I've lost all my face today. Teacher Lu pushed his way out of the crowd and walked into the school building. He was going to come down as far as he wanted to go up. However, after looking at the windows up to about 10 meters high, the idea was abandoned. It's too high to jump. It's better to take the stairs up honestly. Watching Mr. Lu disappear up the stairs, the students all broke down. If anything, at the beginning of that sentence, they still couldn't believe that it was really Fong Yuan who had sent the teacher flying. Well now, the teacher himself admits it. What the hell is going on? What's wrong with the world? Numb, I'm humanly numb. I must be dreaming. Mom, someone's cheating. At this moment, the mentality of many students directly collapsed. The person they once treated as a joke is now a proper winner in life. It was even if he had taken in such a terrifying demonic beast as a pet in the flame hell, knocked the teacher out and smashed him on the playground. Most importantly, fish mooching surprisingly also. The students were in pain and had miserable expressions. In the office, incredible silence. This silence, which had lasted for what seemed like a minute. Everyone looked at Fong Yuan dumbfounded, and their heads felt like they had gone down. It seemed like they saw that Fong Yuan had sent old Lu flying out with a single punch. I'm not dreaming. The principal rubbed his eyes. However, the broken windows, the whistling wind, all indicated that what he had just seen was not an illusion. No one had expected that Fong Yuan, who was a royal beast master, would be able to send old Lu flying out with a single punch. Old Lu, although not considered a top-tier powerhouse, was still an old martial artist. It was also a strong man who had once killed countless demons on the battlefield, certified as a second-order martial artist. Fong Yuan's power, just how great was it? I'm back. At that moment, the office door was pushed open. Old Lu, who had just flown out of the window, walked back into the office. Good boy. I looked away. Old Lu patted Fong Yuan's shoulder and sighed a little. If he hadn't personally received this punch himself, he wouldn't have been able to believe that Fong Yuan had such terrifying strength in that weak-looking body. Is this still a beast master? Isn't the body of a beast master about the same strength as an ordinary person? The Fong Yuan in front of him was more like a person who had awakened the gift of strength. Well, my chi and blood, when I awakened my talent, it also raised quite a bit, Fong Yuan said calmly. His blood value had exceeded 400 points. That value, I'm afraid, is more than half the people in the office. Of course he wouldn't say it. It wasn't a surprise. It was a shock. Making the group of leaders in front of him realize that his chakra wasn't low was his real goal. Well, the principal rubbed his face, feeling a slight pain in his brain. They had carefully prepared a gift, thinking it was the best thing for an imperial beast master. However, in Fong Yuan's case, it had become completely useless. It's a good thing, though, but they had to choose a new gift for Fong Yuan. The principal looked up, and the few school leaders, too, had a hard look on their faces. Pets? The pets that people had taken in on their own were able to reign supreme in the wilderness of Liang City. Blood and chi? I'm sorry, but Fong Yuan's chi and blood are also uncharacteristically high for his age. What else could there be that Fong Yuan was missing? Silence once again fell over the office. Halftime. The principal gritted his teeth and, from his own hand, removed a ring. The previous gift. We take it back, and you can't use this elixir. This ring, it's your gift. A look of heartache flashed across the principal's face. Seeing this scene, the others in the office, all of them revealed shocked expressions. The origin of the ring on the principal's hand was certainly clear to them. It was a reward for the principal's first-class merit in battle when he was a young man. It's a real treasure. It's something the principal values more than life. Now, he had even given it to Fong Yuan. Noticing the expressions of the others, Fong Yuan also took the ring in the principal's hand seriously. The ring looks flat and smooth on the surface. However, it was a bit heavy to enter the hand. Fong Yuan could feel that the ring was special. In it, there seemed to be a terrifying energy. This is Fang Yuan raised his head and looked at the principal. It's a magic weapon. The principal's expression was also extremely serious. Certainly not the kind of spells found in shiki novels. It was just given the name of a magic treasure because of the power of its function. It's actually a product of technology that was made by humans. Of course, the core is still the crystal core of a great demon. Hearing the principal's words, Fang Yuan also raised his eyebrows. Fabulous. Of course he knew the significance of the magic treasure. Although the aura is revived in this era, mankind has not given up on technology. Instead, taking advantage of the revival of the aura, technology has seen a rapid growth. His portal into the flaming inferno was the result of the technological developments of the past 300 years. And with the advancement of technology, a plethora of horrific weapons have been created. This kind of weapon, or equipment, which has a special function, or has great destructive power, is given the name of magic treasure. This inheritance is associated with the name in mythology. In a certain sense, it reflects the extraordinary nature of these weapons and equipment, and the number of magic treasures is extremely rare. Even with mankind's current technology, it would take a great deal of luck and resources to successfully create a weapon that could be called a magic treasure. Fang Yuan also did not expect that the principal had a magic treasure in his hands. What it does is control time. The principal spoke again. Chapter 48. What? 5,000 points. Control time. Hearing the principal's words, a trace of surprise could not help but appear on Fang Yuan's face. Are all the magic treasures made by humans now so powerful already? Ahem. Of course, I'm exaggerating a bit with that statement, but the function of this ring is, indeed, related to time. The principal said. Its name, the time stop ring. If used well, it can slow down the flow of time in one's body. When the flow of time in your body slows down, your speed, in the eyes of others, gains a substantial boost. 1 second of yours is equivalent to a dozen seconds of someone else's. When it really comes to the battlefield, this will be an ability that can save your life. The principal spoke up about the use of the ring. Of course, as a magic treasure, the current you will certainly not be able to use it as you wish. Practice more and you'll get good at it. The principal was a bit emotional. Although the ability of this ring was strong, it was not that easy to use it well. He had gotten the ring and it had taken him a full year to be able to properly utilize it. Thank you, principal, for your gift. I love it. Fang Yuan put the ring on his hand. At this moment, he seemed to sense something, and the spiritual energy in his body began to surge towards the ring. With the influx of spiritual energy, Fang Yuan could feel that a connection had been established between himself and the ring. He was the only one who could use the ring in this connection. At the same time, he knew the way to use the ring. So, it really is the power of time. As soon as Fang Yuan's mind moved, a special energy had emanated from the ring and enveloped Fang Yuan's body. At this moment, in Fang Yuan's line of sight, it was as if the others were in a state of slow motion. The blinking of the eye, the opening of the mouth, even the speed of the dust falling in the air, became extremely slow. Is this the effect of time acceleration? Fang Yuan immediately realized that this was the ring's ability to slow down the flow of time in his body. This ranges from the physical to the spiritual. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan moved. He walked out of the principal's office and saw more slow-moving students and teachers. The speed seems to have slowed down like 10 times. I can also increase the slowdown multiplier if I consume more mental energy. Fang Yuan walked on the campus. His speed itself was very fast, coupled with the effect of the ring. His figure almost turned into a stump. No one noticed him at all. It was as if he had become a ghost in the stillness of time. That's all. Fang Yuan took a stroll outside and experienced the usefulness of the time-stop ring before returning to the principal's office. It was only when he stopped using the ring that everything around him returned to normal. You can already use the ring normally. The principal was a little confused. In that instant just now, he clearly saw that Fang Yuan left the office with a brush of extreme speed. A few seconds later, it came back with a brush. This speed, this state, was enough to prove that Fang Yuan was using the time-stop ring. Tried it out. Pretty great feature. Thank you, principal, for the gift. Fang Yuan revealed a bright smile. The principal was silent. At the time he got the ring, there was absolutely no way to use it. It took half a year to reach the condition to use the ring. But Fang Yuan, once you get started, you can already use it with ease. The difference is already quite obvious. Genius. Real genius. The principal again exclaimed. The surprises and shock that Fang Yuan brought to him today could be said to be layer after layer. He was a little numb. As you like. The principal spoke up. I no longer go to war, and it would be a waste to keep this ring in my hands. The future of humanity still depends on geniuses like you. The principal exclaimed. The other school leaders, too, nodded. Everything that Fang Yuan had displayed had gone beyond their cognizance. As leaders of the school, it wasn't as if they hadn't fantasized about a top-notch genius appearing in the school. But, even if they had been bold enough. In all their years of fantasizing, they had never been in a situation as heaven-defying as Fang Yuan. It was completely perverted beyond their imagination. Just as Fang Yuan and Yu Muqing were about to leave, the principal spoke again. The points you have in the Flaming Inferno are redeemable for some resources on the official website. Those are great resources. A lot of things that you can't get on the market. It was only here that the principal remembered that he hadn't seemed to have inquired about the number of points they had. By the way, you two, how many points did you both get? When that was said, there was some anticipation in the office. As an S-class talent awakened, Yu Muqing was bound to have fewer points, not to mention Fang Yuan. After subjugating such a terrifying demonic beast, wouldn't the points be in the thousands? I gained over 700 points. Yu Muqing opened his mouth. 700 points. The principal nodded. Although he hadn't broken the record, it was already not easy for Yu Muqing to get so many points when his talent was suppressed in the flaming hell. The principal looked at Fang Yuan again. I've got 5,000 or so points, I think. Fang Yuan said calmly. Over 5,000. Not bad. What? Over 5,000. The principal was once again confused. Chapter 49, she's already a semi-mature pet. What? Over 5,000. Once again, the principal was confused. Throughout the years, the student who entered the Void Gate trial and received the most points was only a little over 1,000 points. It's not just their school. Basically all the Budo high schools have similar scores. Even if it was the Budo high school located in Kyoto, which gathered a large number of geniuses, being able to reach 2,000 points was already an achievement that topped the charts. 2,000 points is considered to be the ceiling for high school tryouts. In all these years, no one has ever been able to exceed this point. But, the principal stared at Fang Yuan with wide eyes, his head dangling a bit again. If it was before, when Fang Yuan told him that he had gained 5,000 points, he would not have believed him. But now, Fang Yuan had taken in a demonic beast that terrifying from the flame hell. The chakra is even surprisingly high. Even mastered the use of the time-stop ring in a flash. He said he gained over 5,000 points, so that might actually be over 5,000 points. Even this achievement is so unbelievable. What have you been doing in the Flaming Inferno? Did you stab the demonic beast's lair? The principal asked blankly. Just killing demonic beasts and grabbing flame crystals. The points themselves are up to 5,000. Fang Yuan said flatly. In fact, most of these 5,000 points were obtained from the joint examination of the Martial Arts University. He had almost hung up on all the talented students participating in the joint exam and gathered all their points to himself. Otherwise, his points, I'm afraid, would be around 2,000. After all, even if one was more powerful, one would still need to find so many demonic beasts to kill in order to accumulate points. Fang Yuan, by sheer chance, had gotten more than 5,000 points. I feel like my nerves are a little numb. The principal suddenly turned his head to the group of school leaders behind himself. The others nodded woodenly. Numb, really numb. In this half-day's time, from Fang Yuan's return until now, they had been stimulated too much. The nerves are numb. Even if the current Fang Yuan told them that he had taken in Yu Muqing as a pet as well, they wouldn't feel surprised. 5,000 or so is 5,000 or so. Remember to register your points. When you apply for the Martial Arts University in a few days, it's going to be used. The principal turned his head and said, you guys can register an account on the official website. These 5,000 points of yours can be exchanged for quite a few goodies. Dormitory. After taking a shower, Fang Yuan sat down at his desk. The little white fox was sitting on the desk. As for the flame tiger, Fang Yuan still kept it in his pet space. The flame tiger was too large and didn't have the ability to shapeshift like the little white fox, so it could only stay in the pet space. As for Yu Muqing's words, he immediately entered the training building after leaving the principal's office. The current fish Muqing, who didn't need any more stimulation from Fang Yuan at all, had already learned to train on her own. She's already a semi-mature pet, though not to the point of complete obedience, but it's already possible to train yourself. I wonder what's in the system's gift bag this time. Fang Yuan checked up on the system messages. When Little White Fox had succeeded in his breakthrough while in the flame hell, the system had said that there would be a gift pack when he obtained his third pet. After conquering the flame tiger, Fang Yuan did not have the time to check it out. Now, finally, I have some time to myself again. As Fang Yuan's mind moved, a small box appeared in his hand. This small box is the gift pack issued by the system. What a familiar box. Why does it feel like it's the same box as the one used for the newbie pack? Looking at the box, Fang Yuan suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. He carefully opened the box a crack, then looked over. Snap! The box was reclosed by the square edge. Good lord, it's you again. Fang Yuan's face was a bit odd. He could clearly see that what was in the box was none other than divine grade bait. same as the newbie pack, possessing the ability to make any powerful demonic beast a Feng Yuan pet. The last god tier bait was eaten by fish mooching. I'm definitely going to have to get the bait right this time. I am a sentinel master, not a sentinel master. There can't be another thing like what happened to you mooching. Feng Yuan carefully retrieved the divine bait into the system. This kind of system reward is something that can be taken out at any time. It's also the safest place to store godly bait. By the way, I wonder what all the 5,000 points I have can be exchanged for. The headquarters building of the Demon Chopper Division. An important meeting was taking place on the top floor of the building with the highest level of secrecy. If ordinary people saw the faces of these 6 participants, I am afraid their jaws would drop. Lei Yuan, head of the northern region of the Demon Beheading Division. Su Da, head of the western region. Tokoro, head of the southern region. Han Chul, head of the eastern region. Fifi Yu, head of the central region. The heads of the 5 major districts of the Demon Beheading Division nationwide were all gathered here. This is an extremely rare occurrence. As the head of the Demon Beheading Division region, each of them possessed absolutely terrifying strength, as well as a wealth of experience in demon chopping. But, at this time these 5 heads of regions, who would be absolutely respected anywhere, were all standing and none were sitting in their chairs. None other, simply because the woman, has not yet arrived. Sikken Ryu Sakura, the most powerful man in the Demon Chopper Division. Ta-da-da-da. The sound of high heels came from outside the conference room. A blonde woman in a red cheongsam with an explosive aura walked into the conference room. Chapter 50 The Doubts of the 6 Giants of the Demon Beheading Division. Sikong Luju Sakura took a big stride into the conference room. Still stark red heels, the red cheongsam embroidered with a golden dragon pattern revealed her perfect figure. Unlike fish mooching's kind of clear beauty, Sikong Liuju's body exuded the charm of a mature woman. Even at her age, she was only 26. Those flaming red lips looked like they could hook people's souls. If it was an uninformed person, it would be hard to imagine how a woman so young and so beautiful could sit in the position of the head of the Demon Beheading Division. However, the respectful gazes of the 5 regional heads in the conference room had said it all. This woman, at the age of 13, had awakened the SS-ranked talent on her own. At the age of 20, he had punched through a small void gate with his own strength. At the age of 23, he was even in the middle of an all-out war with demonic beasts, fighting to the death to snatch back the corpse of the old division chief, killing 3 demon kings in the process. Her prestige in the Demon Beheading Division could not be compared to anyone else's. This woman's name would silence even the unrivaled Demon King when he heard it. Sikong Luzura. This was a true genius recognized by one's opponents. Tell us what's going on in the regions. Sikong Liuzhuang opened his mouth. The flirtatiousness in her voice had disappeared and turned serious. In the mountains in the west, a few days ago, a great demon succeeded in transforming into a form, and I'm afraid it's going to come out in the next few days. The head of the west, Su Da, opened his mouth and said, there is a void gate born in the northern dense forest, and the demonic beasts that came out are all very strong, and they haven't reached the city yet. The head of the northern region, Lei Yuan, also spoke up. The demonic beasts in the central region are becoming more and more active. There are quite a few demonic beasts that have invaded the city, and last year, the central region lost 3 official demon beheading ambassadors in the past year. In the southern Yinding city, there are traces of the activities of a transformed great demon, and its location has yet to be determined. As the heads of the several major districts opened their mouths, Sikong Liuju's face grew more and more serious. This information, all of it, is top secret. Any one of these things leaking out would cause mass panic. In recent years, the number of demon kings has almost doubled. The great demons that have transformed into forms are also becoming more and more numerous and are very fond of entering human society, making it difficult to detect them by ordinary means. Hearing this, Sikong Liuzhuang let out a cold laugh. Is the Demon King great? Closely monitor movements in all areas. Any demonic beast that dares to enter the city, no matter if it's a large transformed demon or a demon king, chop it up for me at all costs. The Demon Beheading Division has been silent for 2 years, and these demonic beasts, they seem to have forgotten the power of my Demon Beheading Division. When these words were said, the heads of the 5 major regions, all of their eyes lit up. With Sikong Liuzhuang's words, they could let go and go big. Yes, promise to finish the job. The 5 regional heads said in unison. Also, the demon slaying envoy selection is about to begin, so everyone remember to get ready. Sikong Liuzhuang opened his mouth. The selection of newly promoted Demon Chopper ambassadors is one of the important activities of the Demon Chopper Division. How often the selection is made is not fixed. The last selection was 3 years ago, from the major martial arts universities, as well as society. The most talented young people are selected to enter the Demon Chopper Division. As a department that was established at the beginning of the aura recovery, the Demon Beheading Division had an extremely high status in people's hearts. Every time the Demon Chopper envoys were selected, there were countless applicants. What young man wouldn't be proud to be a demon chopper? However, the probability of becoming a demon chopper envoy was even less than 1 in 10,000. None other. Those who were able to become demon beheading ambassadors were inevitably geniuses among geniuses. If there was no one who met the requirements, the demon beheading division would rather return empty-handed from this selection than lower its own selection standards. Because, what the demon chopper ambassadors were facing were the most sinister and worst situations since the era of aura recovery. It's ready. The auditions can start anytime. The northern region I'm in charge of has a few good seedlings. At least this time they won't return empty-handed. Lei Yuan said with a smile. Same here. There's a girl named Yi Lu at Mordor Martial Arts University who has the air of an ancient martial artist. I've got a couple nice little guys on my hands too, all with high talent levels. Me too. When it came to the selection of demon chopper ambassadors, the heads of the 5 regions were all in high spirits. Selecting talents is naturally one of the important matters they are responsible for. How could the demon beheading envoy maintain his prestige for 300 years if he couldn't constantly replenish the excellent fresh blood? Just then, there was a loud knock on the door. After receiving permission, a woman in a work suit walked in. The person who came was none other than Feng Wenxian, Secretary General of the Department of Demon Abatement. With Sikon Lu Sakura as a dumping ground, many matters were handled by her. In her hand, she also held a fresh printout. Director, heads of regions, there are some new developments in Liang City. In this morning, a suspected second-ranked demonic beast appeared in the center of Blazing Sun City. Hearing this, the 6 well-deserved giants in the conference room all frowned and looked over. A second-order demonic beast? That was no longer the kind of ordinary demonic beasts that were common in the wilderness. How did you end up in the center of Liang City? Liang City was a small city, and there were no second-order demonic beasts in the nearby wilderness. And, if there really was such a demonic beast that had entered the city center, it would already be an extremely bad event. The demon-slaying ambassadors would be the first to move out and take care of the demonic beasts. But until now, it's almost evening. None of them know about it yet. This one. There must be something odd. Chapter 51. Being powerful means you can do whatever you want. Sensing the puzzled gazes of several people, Feng Wenxian handed the information in her hand to the 6 giants. Sakura opened the information. What came into view was a large photo. On the photo, it was a tiger demonic beast with a huge size and burning flames all over its body. The aura is compelling. Sikong Rususaku's pupils shrunk slightly, noting the gist of the photo. There was also a leisurely figure sitting on the body of that tiger demonic beast. It was a young boy. The flames on the demonic beast did not do him any harm. Especially, Sikong Liuzhuang noticed that on the boy's shoulder, there was also a small white fox that looked unusually cute crouching. It's him, Sikong Rususaku immediately remembered. A few days ago, her own niece, who was only a few years younger than her, had inexplicably lost track of the demonic beast in Liang City while chasing a 9-tailed fox. No matter how one looked, that 9-tailed fox, it was as if it had evaporated. So you've got them, an imperial beast master? Interesting. A look of interest surfaced on Sikong Rususako's face as he looked at the photo. She had already deduced Feng Yuan's talent based on the only information she had. After all, I'm afraid it would be difficult to do this with any other talent other than a beastmaster. That little white fox, although it looked like a mascot, was a 9-tailed fox with the stature of a demon king. That flame tiger, not to mention, a second-ranked demonic beast, was considered a disaster wherever it was placed, but they were all taken in by him. The Beastmaster? The heads of several regions, looking at the photos in their hands, were also very surprised. A talent like a Beastmaster would only appear in almost 100 years. Each one is a treasure in its own right. A man becomes an army. A grown-up Imperial Beastmaster could command a large number of demonic beasts and could flatten a void gate all by himself. Such a talent is too rare. Also, the teenager in the photo looks way too young. Surprisingly, it was possible to take in a second-ranked demonic beast. The photo, under what circumstances was it taken? Someone spoke up and asked. On the playground of Martial Arts High School in Liang City, the demonic beast that this guy brought back from his trial in the Void Gate was captured by a reporter. I'm guessing this is something that's going to be on the hot seat soon. A high school student who came back from a trial and brought back a second-ranked demonic beast. This kind of thing, it's not rare. High school students. Several of the heads of the regions took a small breath of cold air, as the regional heads of the demon beheading division. What kind of geniuses hadn't they seen over the years? However, it was really the first time I had heard of one that had subdued a second-ranked demonic beast with the identity of a high school student. Hearing this, Sikon Luzhu decisively clapped her hands. Go, no matter what kind of conditions he offers, make him join the demon beheading division. We're going to have to move a little faster. Sikon Liuzhuang's tone was domineering. You Fei Fei, go invite him yourself. Liang City belongs to the central region, so you personally go out and make sure he joins our demon slaying division. I'm afraid many people are very keen on such a talent. Dormitory. Fang Yuan closed the web page on his cell phone with some depression. He had just logged into the official website of the Martial Artist Center, registered his account, and synchronized those 5,000 points he had gained in the flaming hell. It is indeed redeemable for a lot of goodies. Just the thing he wanted, perhaps because it was so scarce. Even if he had enough points, he still needed the certification of a first-ranked martial artist before he could redeem it. The certification of a first-ranked martial artist? It's not troublesome. Then make the trip tomorrow. His chi, blood, and spirit had long since reached the standard of a first-rank martial artist. In this world, the class division of martial artists was also rather interesting. Generally speaking, most people are ordinary martial artists. They couldn't reach the standard of a first-ranked martial artist, yet they were much stronger than ordinary people, had studied martial arts, and could also kill some ordinary demonic beasts. This kind is the ordinary martial artist. Those classmates of Fang Yuan, or the bounty hunters in the wilderness outside of Liang City, were all ordinary martial artists. Those who could be called first-rank martial artists were already considered experts. Out of 10 ordinary martial artists, almost only one first-ranked martial artist would be born. After passing the certification of a first-order martial artist, one could receive supplies and subsidies for cultivation from the officials every month. Go to sleep, and tomorrow ask Fishmooching to go with you to certify the segment. Fishmooching's strength should satisfy a first-ranked martial artist as well. The next morning, Fang Yuan got up early. The main thing for today was to head to the Martial Artists Center in Liang City to undergo the certification of a first-order martial artist. But, before he set off, he had to go and call up Yumooching. In the training building, Fang Yuan felt Fishmooching's position and could not help but be a little surprised. It's only 6 in the morning and Yumooching is already at the training building? It had to be said that Yumooching's level of effort was a bit beyond his imagination. This ninja isn't still holding her breath to surpass me and break the contract, is she? Fang Yuan smiled gently and ran straight to the training building. When he arrived at the training building, he realized that it was far more lively than he had imagined. The training room was packed. It was much more lively than any of the usual training sessions. Almost every piece of equipment, someone uses it. This training building at 6 a.m. In this light? Fang Yuan was a bit puzzled. But he soon realized that most of the people training here were boys. Their eyes, moreover, were constantly drifting in one direction. Fang Yuan followed those gazes and instantly saw Yumooching. Fishmooching took advantage of a loose practice outfit that didn't show her figure, but still attracted a large number of gazes. There were also a few boys, waiting by the side with cups of water, immediately sending their warmth as soon as Yumooching took a break. But Fishmooching carried on with her training expressionlessly, with absolutely no desire to pay attention to anyone else. So it is. Fang Yuan smiled gently and immediately understood why the training building at 6 in the morning was so lively. Yumooching, come out with me. Fang Yuan stood at the door of the training room and waved at Yumooching. It was a stone's throw away. Everyone looked toward Fang Yuan. After seeing that it was Fang Yuan, their expressions couldn't help but twist. Him again. Yumooching wouldn't really have something going on with him. No way. Yumooching won't go with him. Isn't it just awakening the talent of the Imperial Beast Master? Isn't it just being a little stronger? Can you do whatever you want? Strength is not all that matters in love. Can Fang Yuan be as attentive as I am? Can he be as warm as I am? For a while, the training room was quiet, and everyone was expecting it in their hearts, expecting Yumooching to treat Fang Yuan as indifferently as he had treated them, or even ignore Fang Yuan completely. Chapter 52 Martial Artist Center. Everyone was looking forward to the fact that Yumooching could treat Fang Yuan as coldly as she treated them, or even completely ignore Fang Yuan. However, instead, Yumooching directly began to pack her things. Amidst the gazes of the people who wanted to cry, they followed Fang Yuan and left the training room. I hate it. Cthulhu, why are you doing this to me? I'm not convinced. Fang Yuan, where else is he better than me besides being a little better at studying, a little more gifted, a little stronger, and a little more handsome? My sky, gray. Can I go change my clothes? Where are you going? And will practice clothes fit? After walking out of the training hall, Yumooching's mind began to tangle again. She had wanted to continue her training, but Fang Yuan's commanding look let her know that she didn't have much room to resist. No need to change. The practice clothes are just right. Fang Yuan opened his mouth. Let's go to the Martial Artist Center and certify first-order martial artists. Hearing this, Yumooching was a bit surprised. Certified first-order martial artist? With her current strength, can she pass the certification? Fishmooching was a little less confident. Although her talent was good, she had only been practicing martial arts for 3 years. The overall strength, when placed amongst the martial artists of the world, was still not considered strong. Can I be certified? Fish Mooching's voice was a little hesitant. Hearing this, Fong Yuan glanced at Yu Mooching. Awakening an S-rank talent and being trained by me for a few days in the flaming inferno. If you still can't pass the certification of a first-rank martial artist, and you should simply not think about breaking the contract by outmaneuvering me, I'll just consider it a waste of a spot by accepting a wasteful demonic beast. As soon as these words were said, Yu Mooching's pride, which had already been crushed to the point of breaking, violently stood up again. Humph, I will definitely pass the first-rank martial artist certification. Fish Mooching's face was as cold as frost, although she followed behind Fong Yuan, already not wanting to take care of him at all, like an angry little daughter-in-law. Seeing Fish Mooching in this state, a hint of a smile appeared out of the corner of Fong Yuan's eyes. The certification of a first-order martial artist was not just a simple measurement of qi, blood and spirit. That only represents physical fitness, not overall fighting ability. The certification of a first-order martial artist was through a series of tests that proved that the combat strength of the participating martial artists met the standard before they were considered to have passed the first-order martial artist. With Yu Mooching's S-rank talent, coupled with his recent rapid progress, passing the certification of a first-ranked martial artist was no problem at all. She's just a little unsure of herself. The name of a first-order martial artist was indeed a bit intimidating. Not to mention their high school students. Many students from martial arts universities were still unable to pass the certification of a first-rank martial artist by the time they graduated. Soon, Fong Yuan and Yu Mooching had then arrived at the martial artist center. Liang City was a small city with only this one official martial arts center, and it wasn't far from the school. Hello, are you looking to purchase any cultivation supplies? We have everything here. As soon as the two entered, they were given a warm reception. As a center for martial artists, there are various businesses related to martial artists. The corpses of demonic beasts that Fong Yuan had killed in the wilderness before were sold here. Prices are reasonable and child-friendly. We are trying to certify martial arts qualifications. Fong Yuan opened his mouth. Okay, for general martial artist qualification, go straight ahead and turn left. There's a hall there. The young lady in charge of hospitality was not much older than Fong Yuan, and her round face looked somewhat cute. But she had obviously misunderstood Fong Yuan's meaning. Not just any martial arts qualification. Fong Yuan waved his hand. We'd like to do the first-order martial artist certification. A first-ranked martial artist? The young lady froze for a moment, resurveying Fong Yuan and Yu Mooching for a few moments, her expression somewhat hesitant. Seeing the other party's expression, Fong Yuan gently smiled. After reading so many internet articles in his last life, he hadn't thought that this kind of cliched plot would happen to him as well. It is nothing more than the other party seeing that they are too young to be certified successfully and kindly persuading them not to waste this money. It also caused passers-by in the martial arts center to gather and mock. The results shocked the crowd by passing the certification themselves with flying colors. Everyone exclaimed, young genius, unlimited, meh, cheesy. He didn't say anything more and backhanded out a walnut-sized flame crystal. Don't say anything, just take us to the certified place and the rest. Don't worry about it. This crystal is enough for 2 certifications, right? Fong Yuan said indifferently. Ah, this. The round-faced young lady was taken aback. As a staff member of the Martial Artists Center, she certainly knew the value of this walnut-sized flame crystal. The certification of a first-rank martial artist was more expensive, but even if it was twice, it was still considered wealthy. This is too much. The round-faced young lady was a little flustered. She had been working here for 2 years, and it was the first time she had encountered such a generous martial artist. Out of the blue was a walnut-sized flame crystal. This kind of thing, however, could only be obtained from demonic beasts that had awakened the flame talent. Usually it's priced to sell. Pretty much, even if it doesn't run out. The extra is for your services. Fong Yuan said calmly. This kind of walnut-sized flame crystals. In fact, he still had more than 500 of them. If it's all converted into money, that's a lot of money indeed. But Fong Yuan really didn't have much cash right now. Let's just say that getting rich was so sudden that the cash piece hasn't caught up. Hearing this, the smile on the round-faced young lady's face became sincere and bright. It's a completely different smile than the professional smile that was there before. Yes, please follow me. You watch your step. There are steps here. What would you and your girlfriend like to drink? We have it here. The lady leading the way began her impeccable service. Fong Yuan followed behind the round-faced young lady, and in his heart, he was also sighing. The law that money is the master is still universal even in this world. It's just one flame crystal, eliminating a lot of trouble, and a warm reception. Behind Fong Yuan, Yu Mooching followed somewhat dumbfounded. She didn't know what she was thinking, and didn't even retort to something like being called Fong Yuan's girlfriend. At any other time, she would have been the first to correct the other person. Finally, Yu Mooching took 2 quick steps and got up side by side with Fong Yuan. She pulled Fong Yuan's sleeve and asked in a small voice, Fong Yuan, The certification of a first-ranked martial artist. Why is it so expensive? Fang Yuan turned his head expressionlessly and glanced at Yu Muqing. Yu Muqing flickered her big watery eyes, her eyes were full of doubts, and her whole person appeared to be dumbfounded. This kind of drollery, in her case, was rare. Fang Yuan subconsciously reached out his hand and pinched Yu Muqing's small face. And I really like that you've never seen the world. Fish Muqing's face flushed red for a moment. I don't know if it's from being pinched by Fang Yuan or from embarrassment. Chapter 53 Easy to take. The certification of a first-ranked martial artist is certainly not free, even, arguably, a little expensive. You could argue that the wealth aspect, too, is part of the certification test. If you can't even come up with the fees for a first-rank martial artist certification, let alone any certification, with the strength of a first-ranked martial artist, it's easy to earn this much money. Of course, the charges don't stop at that level. It's also to avoid some people who know they're not strong enough and still have to be certified frequently. Although the question asked by Yu Muqing was a bit childish, Fang Yuan still explained. He didn't look down on Yu Muqing. Even though Yu Muqing was the most popular schoolgirl in school, she was an orphan just like him. During these 3 years, burying his head in cultivation, he didn't know much about the outside world. If Fang Yuan wasn't a traveler and had ample social experience in his last life, I'm afraid that he would be the same as the current Yu Muqing. Fish Muqing nodded noisily, her face reddening a little. I don't know if it was pinched by Fang Yuan or because of embarrassment. Fish Muqing hesitated and stammered a bit. I'd better not identify it. Fang Yuan glanced at Yu Muqing again, noticing that Yu Muqing had her head lowered. She was a little hesitant. How deft Fang Yuan's mind was. He saw through Yu Muqing's small mind with a single glance. She has no money. Or rather, she didn't have enough money to pay for the first-order martial artist certification. Even though Fang Yuan had already paid, she was not willing to take advantage of this. The money for the certification counts as a loan from me. Fang Yuan opened his mouth. Once you are certified, you get an official subsidy every month, and 2 or 3 months will be enough to pay me back. Fang Yuan also sighed in his heart. Fish Muqing, who was out of the campus environment, was simply like a small quail, facing the unfamiliar environment. Bewilderment and helplessness began to gradually prevail in her mind. This is a common problem for many campus goddesses from average families. Once you leave the campus and enter the society, you will realize how small you are. It can also get a little lousy. But, with Fish Muqing's S-rank talent, there was no need to worry too much about this. She's like a diamond in the rough and will soon be discovered. If this world didn't have his Fang Yuan's existence, Yu Muqing would have been invited by the top martial arts universities, and as soon as he graduated, he would have become a genius figure that was being fought over by every department. Her potential, it's huge. The youthfulness of a young girl will eventually fade. Fang Yuan looked at Yu Muqing, who was a little different from her usual self, and suddenly smiled. Surprisingly, he saw a kind of nurturing pleasure from Fish Muqing's body. Fang Yuan was suddenly a little curious as to what Fish Muqing, who had become his pet, would eventually grow into. Think carefully. As long as you pass the first-rank martial artist recognition, the officials will subsidize you every month. It's every month oh, Fang Yuan said with a smile. Fish Muqing's eyes directly lit up. The sense of hesitation, of bewilderment, that had been in her immediately disappeared. Fang Yuan, I think you're right. The certification of a first-ranked martial artist is still something you need to pass early. Fish Muqing's entire body was energized. Her pace even surpassed Fang Yuan's, and she couldn't even help but pull the round-faced young lady leading the way, itching to start the certification test immediately. Looking at Fish Muqing's lively back, Fang Yuan gently smiled. Easy to hold. Soon, the two were led by the round-faced young lady to the place where the first-ranked martial artists were recognized. It's a closed training room. It housed, among other things, odd equipment that you wouldn't normally see in a training room. This kind of apparatus was specifically used to carry out the first-rank martial artist determination. And in this training room, there is an operating table. Behind the console sat a middle-aged woman who was playing with her cell phone. There wasn't much of a reaction to seeing them come in. It was thought that one had seen more people who came to carry out the first-order martial artist recognition. No weapons are allowed, but you can use your talent for a limit of 30 minutes. The round-faced lady introduced herself. Within 30 minutes, defeating all the battle robots will be considered a success. With the introduction of the young lady, the middle-aged woman on the operating table also pressed a button. Those few odd instruments that were turned on. Out of them came 5 massive robots. The robots, made of metal, were very delicate, and the exterior was so tightly spliced that not a single exposed wire could be seen. It's more than that. These 5 robots, of different shapes and sizes, and even holding different weapons, were all different. Some are very short, but have long limbs and seem quite agile. Some have strong bodies and thick steel plates. Some are about the same size as humans and seem to be more well-rounded. Seeing these robots, Yu Muqing's eyes widened again. This is a fighting machine built by a martial artist who has awakened his mechanically oriented talent. The round-faced lady introduced herself. Because there are too few people who have awakened their mechanically oriented talents, resulting in the high cost of these battle robots, they can only be used for some testing. As long as you defeat these robots within 30 minutes, you're certified. Remember to watch out for the bows and arrows on the ceiling. They could be sending out arrows at any time. Even though these arrows don't have arrowheads, if they are hit, it will be counted as a failure. Listening to the introduction, Fong Yuan nodded thoughtfully. Needless to say, it was a pretty comprehensive test. There was no restriction on means, no restriction on the use of talents. As long as one had the ability to defeat these 5 robots, it would be enough to prove a martial artist's fighting ability. It doesn't matter what aspect of martial arts you specialize in or what your awakened talent is. Just look at the battlefield. It's more than that. The upper bow and arrow of the ceiling, on the other hand, tests the mental perception of the martial artist. It is also impossible to pass the determination if the spiritual power is too weak. Me first. Yu Muqing's face had also become serious long ago. This determination test was probably nothing to Fong Yuan, but it's definitely stressful for her. But, for that monthly allowance, Yu Muqing wouldn't back down. As Yu Muqing walked to the center of the venue, the middle-aged woman on the operating table next to her also pressed the start button. However, Fong Yuan was keenly aware that the middle-aged woman shook her head slightly while pressing the button. Don't you think that Yu Muqing can pass the test? Fong Yuan immediately caught that hint of emotion flowing from the other party. Chapter 54. You want to certify a second-order martial artist. Don't you think that Yu Muqing can pass the test? Fong Yuan keenly captured the hint of emotion that flowed from the staff. At the corner of his mouth, a small smile appeared. I'm afraid that other than him, no one thought that Yu Muqing could pass the certification of a first-rank martial artist. Even Yu Muqing himself was lacking in confidence. At this time in the center of the venue, Yu Muqing also had a go-go aura, seemingly wanting to fight himself to death here, but also to perform better. Next moment, those robots moved. These robots, each with different characteristics. Some are good at defense, some are good at attack, some are good at speed. They swarm. Yu Muqing, who was in the center, gradually became calm. Snow flurries also fluttered around his body. That was her S-rank talent that had been activated. With the appearance of snowflakes, the temperature in the entire training room immediately dropped. One of the robots closest to Yu Muqing's movements had obviously become a bit slower. Not stupid enough. Fong Yuan smiled gently. Fighting against robots. With his talent, Yu Muqing still had a certain advantage. The cold can slow down the robot by making its joints stiffer. The appearance of this scene also caused the round-faced young lady and that middle-aged woman to faintly freeze for a moment. They didn't seem to have expected that Yu Muqing's talent would be the rare elemental orientation. Soon, the situation on the testing ground has changed. Again, Yu Muqing tossed and turned between the 5 robots, and although there was no risk of elimination for the time being, her attacks, however, seemed a bit feeble. The snowflake longsword condensed in her hand couldn't break the robot's defense. These battle robots, the surface layer of which was obviously a special metal, were extremely strong in defense. If Yu Muqing was currently holding a cold crystal sword, there wouldn't be any problems, but for this test, no weapons were allowed. Yu Muqing's footsteps gradually became a bit flustered, and every now and then you have to dodge the arrows that hit you from the ceiling. In just 3 minutes, Yu Muqing had fallen into a disadvantage. If this continues, I am afraid that elimination will become inevitable. Robots are not physically challenged, but humans are not. Dang! Blocking the robot's attack with great difficulty, Yu Muqing also couldn't help but take 2 steps backward. She felt like she was stuck in a quagmire. The 5 battle droids' attacks were skillfully coordinated, making her incredibly passive. Yu Muqing subconsciously looked towards Fong Yuan, and her eyes couldn't help but take on a hint of help. However, Fong Yuan was sitting on a chair with his eyes closed. That enthusiastic round-faced young lady was standing behind Fong Yuan, massaging Fong Yuan's shoulders. This scene caused an inexplicable anger to grow in Yu Muqing's heart. She stopped looking at Fong Yuan and turned around, then launched a fierce attack on the war robots around her. It seemed to vent all the anger in his heart on the robot. For a while, she actually resisted the siege of 5 robots and fought evenly. This reversal made the middle-aged woman at the nearby operating table look a bit dumbfounded. Still, young people play with flowers, so that's okay? The middle-aged woman muttered a couple of words with some emotion, and with the disadvantage brought back, Yu Muqing began to seriously think about how to truly defeat these 5 battle robots. Time passes by. Fish Muqing held her breath, never getting passive again. Not far away, Fong Yuan, who was enjoying the tea and massage, had a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. Although his eyes were closed, his powerful perception ability made him aware of anything that was happening on the field. He knew that Yu Muqing had found a solution, because, she had already begun to gather the cold air she had released towards her feet. The legs of those 5 battle robots were already covered in thick frost. Actions, too, are getting slower and slower. At this point, there were only 5 minutes left before the 30-minute time limit. It was at this time that Yumuching finally launched his final attack. The snowflake longsword in her hand suddenly split into a dozen or so fragments and flew out in a high-speed rotation. Each piece of debris hit the robot's leg with precision. Snap! Crisp sounds rang out. 5 robots, rumbling to the ground, their legs, directly shattered, were no longer able to stand up. Needless to say, the battle droid's defenses were strong. Yumuching could only lower the temperature first to make the nature of this special metal brittle, and then by striking it, make it shatter. This takes advantage of the metal's proprietary property of becoming brittle at low temperatures, making it easier to break. Test passed. The middle-aged woman at the console looked up from her cell phone and announced the results of the test. Her expression, faintly emotional. As the staff member who operated the instrument, she had seen too many martial artists who came for certification. After so many years, I'm afraid that Yumuching was the youngest among those who passed the test. It looks like, I'm afraid, I'm not even 18. A first-ranked martial artist less than 18 years old. This kind of terrifying natural talent would surely become a top existence among human martial artists in the future. The round-faced young lady was also a bit dumbfounded. She had thought that it was just the nature of a rich kid bringing his girlfriend over for a good time. Both looked too young, but surprisingly, someone actually passed the certification. When she heard that she had passed the certification test, Yumuching's eyes lit up. She was in a bit of a trance, as if even she hadn't thought that it was actually possible. There was a great surge of joy and excitement in her heart. Fong Yuan, she subconsciously wanted to tell Fong Yuan about her joy, but when she turned her head, she saw that Fong Yuan was still enjoying the round-faced young lady's massage with her eyes closed. Fishmuching's expression immediately collapsed. However, she couldn't say anything about it for the life of her. It's my turn next. Fong Yuan stood up from his chair. The certification of a first-ranked martial artist is a bit too simple. He opened his mouth. If it's possible, just certify a second-order martial artist. His tone was flat, but it caused both the round-faced young lady and the middle-aged woman to widen their eyes. Chapter 55 Old Zhang. Your student is on the hot seat. If it's possible, just certify a second-rank martial artist directly. Fong Yuan said faintly. Hearing this, the middle-aged woman and the round-faced young lady both froze for a moment, then stared at him with wide eyes. Second-ranked martial artist. This is a joke. The girl called Yumuching just now was already considered to be very strong for her age, but it was only with extreme difficulty that she passed the certification of a first-rank martial artist. This is going to be a direct second-rank martial artist. Isn't that a bit overconfident? There were less than 100 second-order martial artists in the entire city of Liang. All are ruthless men who can walk through the wilderness alone. The boy in front of him, who looked like he was only 16 or 17 years old, wanted to certify a second-rank martial artist? Would you like to reconsider, sir? The round-faced young lady asked politely. There's no need for that. A first-rank martial artist's test doesn't mean anything to me. Let's get right to the start of Level 2 certification. Fong Yuan's voice was confident. In fact, with his strength, passing through the second-ranked martial artists would be an easy task. If it wasn't for the Martial Artists Center in Liang City, which could only certify up to second-ranked martial artists, he would even want to directly challenge third-ranked martial artists. That's what would make Fong Yuan feel a little funny. Well, good luck. The round-faced lady was no longer persuasive. The money was already in place, so what reason did she have for not fulfilling her guest's request? Even if the certification fails, it's still the guest's business. Teacher Song, then let's start the certification test for second-ranked martial artists. The round-faced young lady turned her head to the middle-aged woman on the operating table. The middle-aged woman nodded with a flat face. With a flurry of her maneuvers, the few robots that had been defeated by Yumuching earlier were dragged down. 5 taller, sturdier robots walked out onto the testing field. Seeing these robots, Yumuching's face was a bit unnatural. She could sense that she couldn't beat a single robot of this level. Is this the certification of a second-stage martial artist? Fishmuching was a bit frustrated. She felt as if she would not be able to see the day when she would surpass Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan slowly walked to the center of the testing ground. Mr. Fong Yuan, the rules are the same as before. You passed the certification by defeating the battle robot in a time limit. The round-faced young lady opened her mouth. The bows and arrows from the ceiling will be fired more intensely and frequently. These 5 new robots are also more powerful than the previous ones. Please be careful. Fong Yuan nodded gently. On the operating table, the middle-aged woman pressed the start button and the test officially began. It was only then that a hint of curiosity showed in her eyes when she looked at Fong Yuan on the testing platform. As a certified operator, She had seen too many martial artists of all shapes and sizes. She could tell that Fong Yuan was by no means that kind of stupid second-generation martial artist. Even if Fong Yuan was not present, I'm afraid that the girl just now would not have been able to pass the certification test just by her own words. Between the two, it was clear that Fong Yuan was the dominant one. A girl who, at the age of 18, had already reached the strength of a first-ranked martial artist, and even possessed a rare elemental-oriented talent, could already be considered a pride of the heavens in this world. And yet, in front of this boy, he was taken at every turn. It only goes to show that in terms of mindfulness, guys have completely hung the girl up to beat her. How could such a person make a stupid decision? The middle-aged woman was a little puzzled. Could it be that this boy called Fong Yuan already had the level of a second-stage martial artist? A 16-year-old second-ranked martial artist? How is this possible? Rationally, she didn't think Fong Yuan was fooling around, but realistically, it was a bit too magical. A strong sense of contradiction appeared in the middle-aged woman's heart, making her unable to stop staring at Fong Yuan's figure. In the meantime, in the school, Lao Zhang, who was organizing the student files in his office, his cell phone suddenly rang. When he picked it up, it was his wife's phone. "What the hell? Why are you calling me at this hour? Don't you know I'm working?" Old Chang answered the phone in seconds. "Old Zhang, I remember you told me that you have a student named Fong Yuan, right?" Old Zhang's daughter-in-law's somewhat excited voice came over the phone. "Yeah, there is such a thing as a student." Old Zhang was a little puzzled. His own wife, who usually didn't care much about these things, had only chanted a few more words at home before because it was a pity that a student like Fong Yuan didn't have a talent for martial arts. "Why are you bringing this up again today? Check the news. Your students are on the hot seat." "What? Hot?" Old Zhang was a bit confused. "Just look online. Big hit. Your student is famous." Hurriedly hanging up the phone, Lao Zhang rushed to the internet. "As soon as I opened it, I saw a huge and striking photo. On the picture, was that demonic beast that Fong Yuan had brought back from the flaming hell? The flame tiger, muscles jagged, tiger stripes bursting, a blazing, dominating fire burning all over his body. This demonic beast seemed to have come out of hell, and at the edge of the photo, their principal, along with a group of school leaders, had a tense expression, ready to strike. However, none of that is the focus of this photo. The focus is on Fong Yuan, who was riding on the flame tiger, with a leisurely expression and a relaxed body. He just rode on the back of the flameborn flame tiger, looking down on everyone with a domineering aura. Good man, this level of composition, excellent. Old Zhang couldn't help but sigh. In the photo, the tense looks of the principal and the others were in stark contrast to Fong Yuan's leisurely relaxation. Star, Chapter 56 SS Grade Talent, Eternal Black Flame. After a night of fermentation, the matter of Fong Yuan returning from the flame hell and bringing back a terrifying demonic beast completely exploded on the internet. Many journalists were present that day and took precious photos of the scene. The photos, today, are hard evidence that shocked people. Otherwise, I'm afraid that what Fong Yuan did, based on words alone, would make people think that he was writing a novel. At this very moment, Kyoto Budo University, President's Office, the Chancellor, as well as the deans of several different colleges, were gathered here. They were all around a computer, their expressions somewhat agitated. That's him. He was the one who messed up the joint exam that day in the flaming hell Sunset Forest. The one who spoke, a middle-aged man, was the dean of the Kyoto Martial Arts University. His tone, rather agitated. At that time, he was in the stone house near the Sunset Forest and was one of the people responsible for organizing the joint examination. Ever since that day, he had been searching for Fong Yuan. However, they only knew Fong Yuan's name and nothing else. Such a search is like looking for a needle in a haystack. But now, he finally had news of Fong Yuan again, and it's still hot enough to shock people halfway through the day with heavy news. Talent, real talent, amazing. Not only did he hang our students, he even collected a flame tiger there. This has to be a second-ranked demonic beast. I can't believe it's just a high school student. It's horrible. A room full of people, all sighing. After all, even if the others were shocked at what was on the news, it was just this one thing, and they know much more. A more comprehensive understanding of the overall strength of Square Edge. Fong Yuan's strength was even more terrifying than what was reported in the news. Set out immediately. Only our Kyoto Martial Arts University deserves such a genius. It's not just Kyoto Budo University, Devil's Martial Arts University, Thunderbolt Martial Arts University. The two top universities, which were also taking part in the JEE at the time, were already reacting immediately as well. The people from these two schools also searched hard for Fong Yuan. Now that there was finally news, how could one not hurry up and get going? Why, it's even on the news. Now that's a lot more competition. A lot more competition. Hurry up. If we're the first to see Fong Yuan, then the chances of recruiting are much greater. The Devil's Capital Martial Arts University directly sent out martial artists with the talent of flight. There was even a death order. As long as you're not exhausted, fly to your death. Be sure to meet Fong Yuan at the first opportunity. This news story exploded and went straight to the top of the major universities. Anyone who was slightly more recognizable, all sent out their manpower and rushed towards Liang City. Liang City, a small, mediocre city with almost no previous existence, had all of a sudden become the meat and potatoes in the mouths of a bunch of bigwigs. The source that caused this to happen, fellow student Fong Yuan, was still at the Martial Artist Center, undergoing his second-order martial artist recognition. These 5 war robots, no matter whether it's their physical strength or their means of attack, they are far superior to the 5 just now. The mechanically oriented Gifted Awakened seems to be very powerful as well. On the testing ground, Fong Yuan dodged the attacks of the 5 robots with ease, thoughts flashing through his mind. Mechanically oriented talent, and a fairly rare type. Their own battle power, too, was not strong, but has strong mechanical modification skills. You can even make armor like Iron Man and wear it for combat. Almost there. I've figured out the battle power of these robots. Fong Yuan smiled slightly. Next moment, he stopped dodging. Instead, he held out his palm. Phew! The robot brandished a weapon in its hand and slashed at Fong Yuan. The speed was fast, and in an instant, he had arrived in front of Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan still had no intention of dodging at all. Why don't you stop hiding? What is he going to do? Next to them, whether it was that knowledgeable middle-aged woman or the round-faced young lady, they were all startled by Fong Yuan's action. This kind of attack, if you don't dodge it, failing the certification is still a small matter, and I'm afraid that even your head will be beaten to a pulp. However, a scene beyond their expectations played out. The blow that looked like it was going to smash on Fong Yuan's face stopped in a mysterious manner. It was less than 10 centimeters away from Fong Yuan's head. What? The middle-aged woman could no longer remain calm and shrieked out in shock. She saw that the robot that had attacked Fong Yuan's limbs had been covered with a thick layer of ice, unable to move an inch. It's more than that. All 5 robots on the field are frozen at the joints. These thick layers of ice all appeared in a flash just now. She hadn't even seen the process of ice generation. Click click click. Odd sounds rang out. The sounds of 5 battle droids struggling to move, but being stopped by the ice. It's even less fun than I thought it would be. Fong Yuan sighed softly. However, right about this time, on the ceiling, an arrow, at an extremely tricky angle, struck towards Fong Yuan's head. It's fast. The angle is tricky. If you were hit by this arrow, even if you wouldn't be harmed in any way, it would be considered a certification failure. However, Fong Yuan just raised his eyes to look at the arrow. A black flame appeared on the arrow out of nowhere. SS rank talent, Eternal Black Flame. Star. Chapter 57. You don't want to be carried all the way back by me either, right? Black flames appeared out of nowhere on the arrow that was flying. Just one moment. The arrows were directly burned by the black flames to the point of slag. It's like disappearing into thin air. The power is pretty good. Fong Yuan smiled gently. This was the first time he had used it after obtaining the Eternal Black Flame talent. The effect? It's better than I thought it would be. I should be able to sort of pass, right? Fong Yuan turned around and looked at the middle-aged woman and the round-faced young lady who were already stunned. Passed. The middle-aged woman stammered. The calmness she had started with had completely disappeared. The eyes that looked at Fong Yuan were even looking at a monster. She had never seen a person who had passed the certification of a second-ranked martial artist so easily. Most importantly, she seemed to see that Fong Yuan had utilized 2 different talents. The ice that had imprisoned the robot was bound to be a talent of at least S rank. But, that black flame, what is it again? Can they have 2 talents? She didn't understand it, but she was greatly shocked. What happened today had completely shocked her, even overturning her 3 views. A 16-year-old second-ranked martial artist? Dual talent possessor? Is there really such a demon in this world? After registering your information, Fong Yuan had become an officially recognized second-order martial artist. In fact, with his current true battle power, he could easily pass even the certification of a third-ranked martial artist. Only, Liang City was a small city that simply didn't have the ability to carry out the certification of a third-ranked martial artist. Furthermore, there were too few people who had the strength to certify third-order martial artists. In the entire city of Liang, there weren't more than 10 third-ranked martial artists in all these years. However, certifying a second-order martial artist was enough. The monthly allowance is only secondary. What Square Edge needs is permission, officially and officially recognized. Rank and file martial artist privileges. Here's your identifying information. If you kill a demonic beast in the future, you will automatically receive merit points based on the grade of the demonic beast. Merit points are automatically recorded in your identity information. The staff member smiled sweetly at Fong Yuan. Fang Yuan nodded lightly. Once you become a ranked martial artist and kill a demonic beast, you can earn merit points, regardless of belonging to any organization and being in any place. As long as you kill a demonic beast, you will receive merit points, which can be exchanged for scarce cultivation materials at the official level, and the principle of integration. Pretty much, but more than the points are worth, much more. In the future, you'll also be a first-rank martial artist. Remember to cultivate hard, Fang Yuan said to Yu Muqing beside him. At this moment, Yu Muqing was a bit lost. Once again, she realized the huge gap in strength between herself and Fang Yuan that was as huge as a chasm. The joy of passing the first-rank martial artist certification was gone. Am I really considered a genius? Yu Muqing couldn't help but ask. For 3 years, everyone told her she was a genius. She'd always thought so, too. Awakening her S-rank talent also made her confirm this even more. However, compared to Fang Yuan, he was simply a clown. You've got a pretty good talent, just not very cerebral. If you could have thought of utilizing the properties of the metal earlier to win the battle, you wouldn't have to pass the certification after using up all your stamina. Here, eat this. As Fang Yuan spoke, he took out a small pill bottle. In the certification test just now, Yu Muqing had used up all her physical strength. Transitional use of the gift's abilities even made her a little off her game. If it wasn't for Fang Yuan holding her up, she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to stand. However, seeing the small pill bottle that was taken out, Yu Muqing's mind immediately recalled the moment of shame in the flame hell. What are you going to feed me? It can't be pet medicine again, Yu Muqing said vigilantly. Fang Yuan nodded calmly. You're right, it's a stamina-restoring medicine for pets. You can certainly choose not to eat it, but you don't want to be carried all the way back by me in front of the whole school, do you? The words came out. Fish Muqing's face turned red again. Looking at Yu Muqing, Fang Yuan let out a cold laugh. That's a nice thought. In the next moment, he no longer gave Yu Muqing a choice and directly pinched her chin and poured the medicine in. With your own pets, there are times when it's just a matter of being bossy. In the test room, that middle-aged woman was still immersed in the shock that Fang Yuan had brought to her. She simply couldn't imagine what kind of heavenly talent could do such a thing. But, just at this time, her cell phone suddenly rang. A news story that popped up. Shocked, a second-order demonic beast appears on campus, and it's actually the pet of a genius student. The gimmicky news headline caught the middle-aged woman's attention. Another genius has appeared? Still, no genius could be more perverted than the person I saw today. The middle-aged woman shook her head and clicked on the news. After meeting Fang Yuan, she truly understood what it meant to be a genius. However, next moment, her movements froze. On the photo accompanying the news, the figure riding on the flame tiger was not precisely Fang Yuan who had just left from her. It's him, Flaming Inferno, Tier 2 demonic beasts, pets. He even has a pet of a second-ranked demonic beast. The middle-aged woman was a bit dumbfounded. A 16-year-old second-ranked martial artist, a dual-talent awakened person, was already shocking enough. She's only just come to terms with that. The news yet again told her. Fang Yuan also had a pet of a second-ranked demonic beast. It is suspected that there is also a talent for royal beasts. What kind of demon is this? Martial Arts High School in Liang City. The students gathered once again in the playground. The principal also appeared once again on the raised platform. Class, the trial of the Void Gate is over. There must have been a lot for everyone. The next point of emphasis is the application for Budo University. The principal's voice rang through the campus. Every student on the playground was incredibly attentive. 3 years of cultivation, wasn't it just to go to a good martial arts university? The talent of the students, and the results of the trials, are important to base the application on. You can refer to the results of previous year's applications. Of course, these are not absolutes. Generally speaking, in another month, there will be martial arts universities, one after another, coming to our school for selection. That's the best chance for the students. In this period of time, there is more work to be done, so that those enrollment teachers can see your progress. If you make significant progress, there's a good chance that you'll get into a better institution. Hearing this, the students got a little hot under the collar. Bend the rules for a month. It was a moment where everyone was energized to prove themselves. Right about this time, a loud rumbling sound came from the sky. Looking up, a huge fighter jet, coming from a distance, quickly came over the school, and prepared to land. On the warplane, the words of Suzaku Budokai University were unusually conspicuous. Suzaku Budo University? On the high platform, the principal was a little puzzled. Of course he knew about this school. It was also quite a good martial arts university, not far from Liang City, and every year during the graduation season, it would come over to enroll students. It came a little too early this year. On the playground, the students were also a bit confused. It's a warplane from Suzaku Budokai University. Ah, is this coming already? Isn't there still a month to go? Is it for enrollment? It's so early. I wasn't ready. For a moment, the students on the playground, somewhat panicked. Chapter 58. The president of the martial arts university arrives in person. Why are you enrolling so early? I'm not ready yet. It's Suzaku Budo University, my dream school. Oh crap, oh crap. This early, will they not want me? Stand up straight and impress them. God forbid. This is a first-class martial arts university. The students on the playground, after the initial surprise and panic, were quick to react. They quickly straightened their collars and then stood up straight. Hopefully, he could be a little more visible in the crowd in order to make a better impression on the people at Suzaku Budokai University. On the high platform, the principal quickly put down the microphone in his hand and exchanged glances with a group of school leaders. Everyone saw the doubt in each other's eyes. It's too early in the day for that. As in past years, there is still a month or so to go before the peak enrollment season. At that time, many martial arts universities would send their enrollment teams to martial arts high schools in Liang City. But, doubtful as they were, the principal and a group of school leaders didn't dare to be slow, and quickly came to the playground. At this point, the Suzaku Budokai University's warplanes had landed in the open space of the playground. Click! The hatch of the fighter jet opened and a middle-aged woman with a powerful aura walked out. Principal Song. The principal froze. The visitor turned out to be the proper president of Suzaku Budokai University, a serious fifth-ranked martial artist. Not only did he possess great strength, but as the president of the martial arts university, his political status was also extremely high. I can't believe I'm coming here in person. You know, in past years, it was only members of the admissions team that came. Principal Song, why did you come over in person? The principal greeted him warmly. No matter how strange things were, etiquette-wise, he, as the principal, couldn't afford to be bad. Old Lia, there's no need to be so polite. We're all old acquaintances. Principal Song also shook Li Kaitai's hand with a smile on his face. Li Kaitai, the very name of the principal of the martial arts high school where Fong Yuan was. There's something odd. There must be something odd. Principal Li Kaitai had a big smile on his face, but his mind was already racing with thoughts. When did he, the high school principal, get such a good deal? The president of Suzaku Budokai University was so enthusiastic about himself? Here, there must be something odd. Principal Song's presence is fluffy. Ha ha ha, Principal Li is too polite. My trip over here is also about enrollment. It's all about the students. The two exchanged pleasantries and finally cut to the chase. Enrollment. Hearing such conversations, the students on the playground became more spirited. It's really about enrollment, and it's the president of Suzaku Budo University himself. If he could be recognized by the other side, wouldn't he be able to steadily attend Suzaku Budokai University? For a moment, each man's head was held high, and he hated to put a light on his face so that the other would notice him. Suzaku Budo University, while not exactly a top martial arts university, is still one of the top martial arts universities in the country. For the students of martial arts high school in Liang City, being able to enter Suzaku Budokai was something that was honorable enough to honor their ancestors. Principal Song came just in time. Principal Li Kaitai said, pointing to his own spirited students on the playground. There was supposed to be an assembly today, and basically all the students are here. How about a live enrollment today? Principal Li Kaitai said tentatively. Hearing that, all the students threw over eager gazes, itching to immediately run to the president of Suzaku Budokai University and make a self-introduction. In fact, the president of Suzaku Budo University, from the moment he stepped off the airplane, his eyes swept around the playground. Finally, he withdrew his eyes and spoke. Principal Li Kaitai, not all the students are here, right? That student called Fong Yuan, why isn't he here? Fong Yuan? Hearing this name, Li Kaitai was suddenly enlightened in his heart. Got it. He understands everything. Why come over so early to enroll? Why did the president of Suzaku Budo University come over in person? Why were warplanes even deployed? It's all about running to Fong Yuan. Not only him, the group of school leaders behind him also showed a dawning look of understanding the key. But, Square Edge truly deserves this treatment. The Beast Master, on some level, is an asset to all of humanity. If cultivated well, one man can be an army of 1,000. Ahem, Fong Yuan? He seems to have taken the day off today. Li Kaitai certainly knew about Fong Yuan's current absence from the school. With Fong Yuan's talent and strength, he already wouldn't care about such minor and trivial matters. He'd do anything to burn half the school down to give Fong Yuan a boost if he had to. However, although Fong Yuan is not here, there are still many very good students in our school. Why don't Principal Song take a look at the other students first? Li Kaitai said. However, the president of Suzaku Budokai University, however, shook his head decisively. No need, Principal Li. I came over today for Fong Yuan. I'll just wait for him in front of the school. You guys keep busy and don't worry about me. Principal Suzaku surprisingly went straight to the front door of the school and just stood there, waiting with a kind smile on his face, completely oblivious to the rest of the playground. This one. The students on the playground were all dumbfounded. They thought that their chance had come and were holding their breath ready to perform themselves hard. But what? There's no place in people's eyes for themselves at all. Completely running towards Fong Yuan. At this moment, a small half of the classmates directly collapsed their Dao hearts. The name Fong Yuan had almost become their nightmare. Not only did he steal the limelight from all of him when he returned, but he also had a complicated relationship with their goddess, Yu Muqing. Now, the president of Suzaku Budokai University had come to him in person. This treatment, this life, it's what they'd dreamed of getting. What's the big deal? Isn't it just that you've subdued a demonic beast? It's just luck. He doesn't have any martial talent at all, and even if he becomes a beast swordsman, his own strength won't work. I'm not convinced. I'm not inferior to Fong Yuan at all. Why should all the good things be Fong Yuan's? At this moment, in the hearts of more students, there was indignation. Fong Yuan's presence caused them to lose all their light. And how can you not be jealous? And how could it not be sour? However, things are far from over. The sky once again resounded with a rumbling sound. An even larger and more imposing warhorse appeared over the school. On the warplane, the words of the Divine Intent Martial Arts University stood out incomparably. Asterisk 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 asterisk, here comes another fighter. It's the Divine Intent Martial Arts University. With a loud roar, the second fighter plane, too, landed on the playground. A fat little old man ran down from the fighter plane. This person was none other than the principal of the Divine Intent Martial Arts University, and a level that was difficult for the average person to reach. Where's Fong Yuan? Where's Fong Yuan? Where is Fong Yuan? As soon as the little old man came down, he shouted Fong Yuan's name, looking as if he wanted to kidnap Fong Yuan and take him away directly. Seeing this scene, Li Kaitai felt some pressure. What was the virtue of this little campus playground of his to have two top-of-the-line fighters parked in it? It was still an unprecedented thing for two martial arts university presidents to personally come to this small temple of his. Principal Lu, Fong Yuan is on vacation today and hasn't come back to school yet. Li Kaitai immediately greeted him, squeezing a warm smile on his face. Not now? I'll just wait for him for a bit then. There's no rush. As he spoke, the fat old man also saw the other principal who was waiting at the school entrance. Principal Song, why are you here too? The little old man frowned. Ha, if you can come over, why can't I? Principal Song was a bit helpless. She was rushing around so fast that she was heading towards getting Fong Yuan's business done before the other martial arts universities could react. She did arrive first, too, but looking at the situation, it's clear that she's lost the first come, first served advantage. Then it's up to each of us to see which school Fong Yuan will choose. The little old man also walked quickly to where the school gate was and waited with Principal Song. Li Kaitai's scalp went a little numb. This was already the president of two first-class martial arts universities. These are the characters that are front and center wherever they go, just dryly standing in front of the school waiting, like two doormats. How could he, Liang Martial Arts High School, have these two great gods as his disciples? Quick, chairs, go get 2 chairs for the 2 principals. Soon, 2 of the best chairs in the school were brought in, only to be rejected mercilessly. No, 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 no. Waiting for someone has to be like waiting for someone. Sitting in a chair and waiting for someone. What does it look like? I won't sit down, or else little friend Fong Yuan will see it later and think that the old man is putting on airs with you. Not good, not good. Kai Tai Li. He was a little tearful. To have a character of this caliber as a door god for himself, if this were to spread, his popularity would be jeopardized. However, just when he didn't know how to persuade these 2 great gods, a 12-meter tall, incredibly cool war robot slammed into the only open space left in the playground. Battle Mech. Star. Chapter 59, using the god of war mecha as an admissions ambassador. God of war mecha. Principal Li Kaitai, who had been quite stable, had his eyes glazed over, and a rare outburst, simply because the behemoth that landed on their playground was the famous god of war mech. A war machine that gathered the strength of a dozen mechanically oriented gifted awakened people and took several years to build. The high cost of construction reaches a point of horror. Even if they sold their Liang Martial Arts High School, they wouldn't be able to afford to build such a war god mecha. A few years ago, the Warlord mech made huge waves when it was first unveiled on the battlefield. The war record is frighteningly exaggerated. It can instantly second fourth-order demonic beasts. It was such a god of war mech that was a combination of cutting-edge technology, of which there were not many in the world, that had landed on his school's playground. Li Kaitai couldn't even believe his eyes. It's not just him. The students on the playground, looking at this behemoth of technology, were almost overflowing with longing in their eyes. What man wouldn't like mechs? And it was such an awesome, battle-scarred mech. Click! With a soft thud, a small hole opened up in the top of the Battlestar Galactica mech. A lanky figure leapt out of it and landed gently on the ground. Seeing this figure, Lee Kaitai sighed lightly. Sure enough, it's the principal level in person again. This burly man who stepped out of the mech was none other than the president of the Sanyuan Martial Arts University. The Third Element Martial Arts University was already considered to be beyond a first-rate martial arts university. The overall strength, the quality of the students, can easily suppress Suzaku Wudon and Shini Wudon. This god of war mech is the best proof. The other two universities, as loud as they were, could only fly their fighters over. Sanyuan Wudon moved the battle god mech directly over. From the aura, it had already suppressed the other two martial arts universities. It's so lively, looks like I'm not too late. The lanky man laughed. Lee Kaitai's face showed a professional and warm smile again and greeted him, saying, I didn't know in advance that Principal Wang had come to visit, so I didn't entertain well. Fang Yuan took the day off and may not be back for a while. Lee Kaitai got straight to the point. He didn't even need to ask. With this battle and this stance, he must have come to find Fang Yuan as well. The other students were sour as hell, but they weren't holding out much hope. The Sanyuan Martial Arts University was already a school they couldn't afford to reach. If it was said that the Suzaku Budo University and the Divine Intent Budo University, there was still a little hope for them if they tried their best. With the level of the Sanyuan Martial Arts University, if they were able to enter, it wouldn't even be a matter of their ancestors' graves smoldering. That's like having your ancestors' graves on fire. Fang Yuan is not here? That's just as well. I happen to have a little more to prepare. The lanky man laughed and snapped his fingers. The god of war mech immediately moved. Boom, boom, boom. The dozen-meter-tall god of war mecha caused the ground to shake with every step. It really seemed a bit incongruous that this kind of battlefield weapon of mass destruction was placed in the playground of a small Budo high school. Soon, the Battlestar Galactica mecha took up position right in front of the school. I say, Wang Zhan, it's just a student. Is it necessary for you to drive the battle god mecha over here? The two principals, who had been standing in front of the school before, were a little upset. They were all old acquaintances, knew each other well, and knew that they would definitely meet today. Fang Yuan had an unlimited future. Which martial arts university didn't want it? But, getting something like the warlord mech over here is a bit much. Ha ha ha, it's just showing off the strength of my school, nothing more. The lanky man was beyond smug. Didn't you all bring your fighters here as well? Everyone's idea. It's pretty much the same. Who let our school just have things like war mechs? Just rich and awesome. The lanky man's brow danced with a spring in his step. They are all foxes of 1,000 years. Who doesn't know who yet? It's just enrollment. There's no need for the principal to come over, let alone the war machine. But that's the general case. Fang Yuan was a royal beast master. At the age of 16, an imperial beast master who could take in second-rank demonic beasts. Who dares to slack off? Not only did he not dare to slack off, but he also had to kill his way through the many schools to gain Fang Yuan's favor. How can you stand out if you don't show what you have to offer and what makes you special? Hearing that, the presidents of Suzaku Budokai and Divine Intent Budokai's faces darkened. The words are true, but they didn't have the warlord mech. This hadn't even met Fang Yuan yet, and he had already lost half of it. Ha, don't get cocky. You're not necessarily treated better than us in other ways. Principal Song spoke up. It was impossible for a single warlord mech alone to make a decisive difference. It's the treatment in all areas that counts. She had decided to go for blood. As long as the three topmost martial arts universities didn't come out to snatch people, she didn't believe that there would be any other schools that could be more generous than herself. What geniuses haven't been seen at the three top martial arts universities? I'm afraid that a single Imperial Beast Master would not be enough to make the principals of the three top martial arts universities arrive in person. Hearing this, the lanky principal of the Sanyuan Wushu University laughed and didn't retort. He waved directly at the warlord mech. Inside the god of war mech, the person in charge of the controls directly pressed the button that had already been set long ago. Next moment, the god of war mech moved. It raised its mechanical arm and directly drew the huge sword that was behind its back. This huge sword, in length alone, was 7 or 8 meters long. The width is even higher than one person. The dense patterns on it were the product of top-notch technology at first glance, only to see the god of war mecha directly cross the giant sword over and raise it high above his head. Snap! Dazzling lights lit up from the giant sword. A few conspicuously large words appeared on the body of the giant sword. Sanyuan Wu University, welcome Mr. Fang Yuan. These large words, which also constantly changed colors, were pompous and conspicuous to the extreme. Everyone watching this scene had their jaws dropped in shock. The god of war mecha that could even kill a 4th-rank demonic beast in seconds on the battlefield was actually holding up its giant sword as a banner. The students on the playground looked dumbfounded. Even those teachers were shaken by the tiger. Who would have thought that the god of war mech had this kind of function? You've got to be shameless. War god mecha. This is a war god mecha. The president of Suzaku Budokai University finally couldn't hold it together, and the veins on his forehead jumped. You're getting fancy with it. It wasn't just her. The principal of the Divine Intent Martial Arts University, that chubby little old man, was also covering his face, somewhat not wanting to see the scene in front of him. What's going on here? War god mecha. It's fine if you drive over to show your strength and features. Aren't you disgracing mecha by messing with this? This is a warlord mech, a national weapon, not an enrollment ambassador. Seeing the expressions of the two old acquaintances, the smug expression on the lanky man's face became even more intense. He opened his mouth. When I came here, I urgently added an electronic display panel to the giant sword. My idea. Genius enough. If Fang Yuan were to see this scene, he wouldn't be thrilled. Ha 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 ha. I'll see how you guys can snatch it from me. 1. Keep getting high. Don't stop. He shouted twice at the warlord mech. Inside the Battlestar Galactica mech, the person in charge of the controls snapped and pushed all the emergency add-on buttons. At once, colorful lights lit up on the body of the god of war mech. It's also accompanied by metal-style music. The body of the god of war mech shook with it. Those fancy lights, combined with the raucous music, make you wonder if you've arrived at a nightclub scene. At this moment, the entire playground was no longer filled with anything but the sound of music. Everyone was silent. Both those who liked mechs and those who had no feelings for them were silent. However, once again there was a shrill whistling sound in the air. Li Kai-tai, the principal of Liang High School, was a bit numb as he raised his head and saw a huge flying sword approaching from the sky. The flying sword was blue in color, with an ancient charm, and its size was quite a bit larger than the fighter jet parked on the playground. Li Kai-tai instantly recognized that this was also the flying machine of a very powerful martial arts university. Although this flying machine looked like a flying sword, it wasn't really a divine weapon flying sword from mythology. Like the warlord mech, it was a top-notch technological product. It was just made to look like a flying sword to represent this martial arts university. Still, it's so much more powerful than the average warbird, used to shine on the battlefield. Ha, no place to stop. Is it that busy? A soft doubt came from the blue flying sword. Have to say, right now, Liang High School is as lively as it has ever been. 2 warplanes, a war god mech, almost filled up the space on the playground. Students were huddled in the corners, sourly watching the battle that had nothing to do with them. Now, there was a huge flying sword. I'd never seen such a scene in my life. Never mind, just hover over the school. It does get a little crowded down there. The words just fell. A middle-aged man with white hair and immortal style jumped out from inside the flying sword, leaping down from such a high place and landing lightly. This hand directly revealed his powerful strength. The crowd of students who watched were mesmerized. This is the style of a top master. Where is the lanky principal like just now? Using the warlord mech as an enrollment big star. Chapter 60, Imperial Sword Flight is used like this. The middle-aged man with white hair and immortal aura won the side-eye of the entire school as soon as he appeared on the scene. None other. This one's performance is the true master's style, fulfills the entirety of one's imagination of a top-notch master. Fang Yuan hasn't come yet. Those principals are over there. Li Kai-tai was a bit numb and pointed directly over to the school entrance. The white-haired man nodded and headed straight for the school's entrance. However, after not taking 2 steps, he turned his head and opened his mouth again. This playground of yours, it's a little small. I can't stop my flying sword. Hearing this, Li Kai-tai's entire body was bad. Can you blame him for that? His small martial arts high school in Liang City had less than 2,000 students at full capacity. What do you need a playground that big for? Who would have thought that there would be a scene like today? 2 warplanes, a god of war mech, and a flying sword. Was this a thing that a small martial arts high school of his should endure? Fang Yuan hurry back. I can't stand it anymore. Li Kai-tai felt for the first time. This principal when how so tired. This side of the school gate. The white-haired man fell into silence as he looked at the colorful god of war mechs. Look at you, look at you, look at you. Even old you is silent. Why don't you hurry up and put that set of yours away? The president of Suzaku Budokai University rushed to seize the opportunity to strike his opponent. This god of war mech, how could you let it do such a thing? The lanky man, however, showed no remorse. Why not? The warlord mech is our school's property and we can use it however we want. It's not like you're doing anything bad against your principals. Why not? Old you, tell me, how is this not working? We're all on our own. If you have any tricks up your sleeve, you can use them too. Don't keep souring on me here. Hearing this, the president of Suzaku Budokai University was furious. It really wasn't her business how the warlord mech worked, but it's really too appealing to mess with it that way. If Fang Yuan really moved, wouldn't it be a bad thing? Old you, tell me, isn't it too much for him to do that? The old you they were talking about was the man with white hair who came down from the flying sword. The martial arts university he was in was not considered top-notch, but it was still extremely weighty. The white-haired man looked at the god of war mech and then at his flying sword. His brows furrowed. I know. The white-haired man looked as if he had thought of something, and his entire body shook with spirit. The next moment, he pulled out a walkie-talkie. From somewhere, little Lou, release all those flying swords. On each flying sword, hang a banner. Well, the banner will say, Spirit Sword Academy, welcome student Fong Yuan. Then you step on the flying swords and fly for me. Don't fly too far away, just near enough over the school to make sure that all the people near the school can see you, and you'll be fine. Immediately, a hole appeared in the huge flying sword hovering in the air. From the mouth of the cave, guys with flying swords on their feet flew out. These guys, every one of them is ancient, like the legendary immortal cultivators. If it wasn't for the fact that there was also a banner hanging underneath each flying sword, this scene would simply be a replica of the legendary immortal gathering. Yeah, that's it. Make the formation look good. The white-haired man kept commanding over the intercom. Be dashing. Don't blush. There's nothing to be ashamed of. Okay, just fly. Looking at the figures in the sky as they flew one by one with their imperial swords, the white-haired man finally revealed a satisfied smile. Not bad. I just always felt like something was missing, and now it feels just right, the white-haired man said with satisfaction. Beside them, the principals of the Suzaku Martial Arts University, and the Divine Intent Martial Arts University, their faces darkened even more. Originally wanted this guy to squeeze that god of war mech together. Who would have thought that it would have inspired this guy? Looking at the current situation, there was the war god mecha on one side and the royal sword flight on the other. The two of them, they're clowns. The playground. The students also looked dumbfounded. Is this the way to use sword flight? A sword across a river, a sword into the sea, a sword over a mountain. That's the true meaning of flying with a sword. How the hell to get a publicity campaign going too? At this moment, I don't know how many students longing for imperial sword flight in their hearts was directly shattered. They looked at the fancy battle god mecha over there, and then looked at a bunch of imperial sword flights with banners in the sky, and hated the fact that they hadn't even come to school today. It's a scene that's exciting beyond belief. On top of that, no one cares about their feelings at all. All of them were running towards Fong Yuan. They're just spectators, making such a big show. Is Fong Yuan really that good? I think that's about it. It's a little better than us now, but it's limited. That's right, isn't it just a second-ranked demonic beast? It's not that impressive. If we cultivate for another 2 years, we'll definitely be able to kill second-ranked demonic beasts as well. The Imperial Beast Master's body is so weak. If he dies if he's not careful, won't the current investment all go down the drain? That's it. It's not worth it at all. The excitement of the exaggerated scene had made these students, psychologically, a little twisted. They are in a corner where the acidity even catches up with old vinegar. However, just then, a voice with a light laugh resounded throughout the playground. What a hoot! I'm late. The voice was not loud and somewhat old, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. People subconsciously turned their heads to look over, only to see a stout, small old man with white hair, slowly walking in through the school gates. Which one is this again? The students were confused. The way this old man made his entrance was so understated compared to the previous few principals. However, regardless of whether it was Li Kai-tai or the other 4 martial arts university presidents, all of their faces changed when they saw this old man. Li Kai-tai didn't even care about anything else and flew over. Even the shoes almost ran off. Why did your old man come over? You only need to say so. I'll bring Fong Yuan over to see you. Unlike the perfunctory treatment of several principals before, the respect on Li Kai-tai's face at this moment was from the bottom of his heart. The other 4 principals, too, bowed slightly and stood there honestly, not daring to speak out of turn. It's hard to imagine, regardless of their strength or status, the 4 principals of the martial arts university, who were already beyond the imagination of ordinary people, were actually as well behaved as elementary school students at this moment. The scene was watched with even more amazement and confusion by the students. This old man, who the hell is he? In fact, they are not the only ones who are puzzled. Those 4 martial arts university presidents also had doubts in their eyes. This old man's identity is quite extraordinary. It's the president of Kyoto Budo University. Although we are all principals, they are worlds apart. Kyoto Budo University, as one of the 3 top Budo universities recognized by all, is an institution that stands at the top of the world. It represents the highest level of martial arts education. And Kyoto Martial Arts University, 40 years ago, was just an ordinary first-class martial arts university. It was the existence of this old man that lifted Kyoto Budo University to the top. It wasn't Kyoto Budo University that made the old man. Rather, it is the old man who has made Kyoto Bude. How could the few of them dare to make a fool of themselves when they met such a national treasure? They were all schoolchildren before this old man. They were a little puzzled. Fong Yuan, a royal beast master, had displayed a terrifying talent for royal beasts despite his young age, but it wasn't so bad that the old man himself had to come. It's not unusual for them, who are not top martial arts universities, to come over and compete for a turn. Although imperial beast masters were rare, but if any of the students of Kyoto Martial Arts University were to be taken out at random, I'm afraid that the degree of genius and the rarity of the talent would not lose out to Fong Yuan. What's gathered there can be some of the best teenagers from all over the country. You guys don't have to be so nervous. My old man came over today just to ask Fong Yuan a few questions in his capacity as the president of Kyoto Martial University. The old man sat in the chair that the principal had brought over earlier, his face full of smiles. The words came out. The students on the playground immediately erupted into chaos. This old man's identity was actually the president of Kyoto Martial Arts University, Kyoto Budo University, but it's a school they can't even think about. In a school like this, the principal personally came over and wanted to chat with Fong Yuan. This was the moment when the students' minds fell apart once again. The appearance of the president of Kyoto Budo University was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. How? There must be some mistake. This is Kyoto Budo University. What qualifications does Fong Yuan have to make even the president of the Kyoto Martial Arts University come here in person? Some of the students are starting to get excited. Can't believe what I'm seeing. On this side of the school's main gate, the old man sitting on a chair, who had obviously heard the commotion of the students not far away, glanced faintly that way. This glance, even without releasing any aura, immediately silenced the people. This old man had an aura of having emerged from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. It makes people subconsciously afraid to meet their eyes. Chapter 61, he's hanging my students up to beat them. After a glance, the old man returned his head, the smile on his face unchanged. You guys are really fast. I've been rushing around and I'm still late. Hearing this, several principals shook their heads. Not too late. Not too late. We're just fooling around too. Fong Yuan hasn't even come back yet. We just have nothing better to do than entertain ourselves. Yes, amuse yourself. As they spoke, both the lanky man and the white-haired principal waved their hands stealthily toward the distance. Next moment, the people who were flying with their swords in the sky returned to their giant flying swords. The lights on the god of war mech also stopped flashing, and the giant sword used as a banner was retracted into its scabbard. In front of this old man, all this flowery work is no longer useful. President of Kyoto Budo University, come to Fong Yuan in person. This kind of weight was not even comparable to lifting out 10 war god mechs. To put it more bluntly, the moment this one appeared, there was no longer any hope for them. There was no comparison between the Budo University they represented and Kyoto Budo University. Ha ha, I kinda like these fancy things you guys come up with. The old man smiled and opened his mouth. All these dead objects have become lively in your hands. It's not bad to be young. The mind is just flexible. These principals, who had long since passed 50 years of age, turned out to be young men in the mouth of this old man, but it didn't feel unreasonable. Unfortunately, it's a bit early to collect, otherwise it would have been so much fun to show the other two old fellows as well, the old man said with a smile. The other two old guys? Several of the principals had blank expressions on their faces, but soon, they looked like they had thought of something and had surprised expressions. You mean the president of Mundo Wushu University and Thundering Wushu University? Li Kaitai asked cautiously. Yeah, those two old guys, they're on their way, too. They're a bit far away, though, so it might take a while to get there. As soon as these words were said, the entire playground, once again, fell into silence. Mudu Wudu, Louis Ning Wu University, are the presidents of the 3 top martial arts universities going to meet here today? That's something that hasn't happened in years, just for Fong Yuan. At this moment, the puzzled and shocked expressions on the faces of these principals revealed themselves. Doubt. It's not just in the minds of the students anymore. These principals, too, could not understand it. In their opinion, Fong Yuan was indeed a genius for possessing the talent of a beast swordsman and also being able to take in a second-ranked demonic beast in the flame hell at such a young age. But, far from it, the presidents of the 3 top martial arts universities are coming over. There has never been anything like this in history. Otherwise, they wouldn't have had to come over at all. What battle god mecha, what imperial sword flight, could not play any role in front of the 3 top martial arts universities. These 3 top martial arts universities, as long as they send their representatives, have nothing to do with them, not to mention the principal himself. Seeing the expressions on these people's faces, the old man was also a bit surprised. You guys still don't know? Upon hearing this, several principals were a bit confused. What do they know? Are you talking about the Fang Yuan Imperial Beast Master? The president of Suzaku Budokai University spoke up. He has the talent of a beast swordsman and captured a second-ranked demonic beast as a pet in the flame hell. We know all of this. Several people nodded. If it wasn't for the fact that Fang Yuan's return from the trial had made too much of a commotion and made the news, I'm afraid they wouldn't even know of Fang Yuan's existence. However, instead, the old man shook his head. How can you get 3 of us old guys to come along if that's all there is to it? It seems that you guys really don't know. This little guy, his mouth is quite tight. After messing up such a big thing, did he not tell anyone else? Several of the principals looked at each other with some confusion. Even Li Kai-tai, the principal of Fang Yuan, didn't know what the old man was talking about. On the playground, all the students were also straining their ears. He ran away to the joint examination site of our 3 martial arts universities while he was in the flaming inferno. The old man chuckled softly. What? The men were taken aback. The joint exams of the 3 top martial arts universities were conducted every year, which they were aware of. Moreover, the joint examination was limited to these 3 top martial arts universities. The school they were at, trying to participate, was not even eligible. The students are not at the same level at all. Why do you participate? To show that you are a poor teacher? Or to be a green leaf for others? Fang Yuan had actually broken into a joint examination site of this level. Could it be that Fang Yuan condoned the demonic beasts and injured people? The white-haired principal opened his mouth with a grave expression on his face. Fang Yuan possessed a second-ranked demonic beast, and a demonic beast of this level was also at the disaster level for students. Even the students of the 3 top martial arts universities were not that relaxed when facing second-ranked demonic beasts. No, no, no. The old man immediately shook his head and said, according to my analysis, at that time, Fang Yuan might not have subdued that flame tiger yet. Hearing this, the doubt on several people's faces intensified. An imperial beast master, without obtaining a second-ranked demonic beast as a pet. And what could he have done that the presidents of the 3 top martial arts universities would come looking for him? They can't imagine it at all. Seemingly selling the whole thing, this old man said as a look of appreciation appeared on his face. He rushed to our joint exam. Take our students who take the JE and hang them. Go where you go. Fight where you fight. Rob after the fight. Beating our students out of temper. The teachers who were leading the class, they had the students along. Another round in his sling. Hit and run. Couldn't find him. Completely disregarded our students. The old man recounted what happened that day in the Flame Hell Sunset Forest. In his tone, he didn't hide his admiration at all. These words were heard by all who were dumbfounded. Take the students from the 3 top martial arts universities taking the joint exam and hang them. Fighting and robbing the light. This. Several principals raised their heads in shock and glanced at each other, both seeing the pupil earthquakes in each other's eyes. Something about this kind of thing is a little too shocking. Compared to this matter, the fact that Fang Yuan had caught a second-ranked demonic beast as a pet was simply a small and sparse matter. Even though the students who took the joint exam were freshmen who had been enrolled in the 3 schools for less than a year. But those were students from the 3 top martial arts universities. From across the country, the best students are selected, trained for less than a year in the best schools. Just like that, he was hung around by Fang Yuan, a high school student. This is the kind of thing that they would never have believed if the old man had not said it himself. Novels aren't written that way. At this time, Li Kai-tai, Fang Yuan's principal, suddenly revealed a dazed expression. He finally understood. Why had Fang Yuan gotten over 5,000 points from the flaming hell? Turns out it's a damn good idea to take all the points away from the JCSE students. No wonder it's far broken years of records. Simply bandits. At this very moment, the playground had become dead silent. Those students who had just been angry and dissatisfied were all silent. Many of the students felt like their faces were on fire, as if they had been slapped several times repeatedly. Their jealousy, their resentment, made them complete and utter buffoons. The old man's words were heard by them all. No one questioned whether Fang Yuan had the qualifications anymore to be able to do such a thing. Fang Yuan was afraid that he was the only person in this world who had the qualifications to make the presidents of the 3 top martial arts universities personally approach him. I don't deserve to be Fang Yuan's classmate. Someone's face burned with shame and they began to reflect on what they had done. Many heads bowed. They don't deserve it. Self-righteousness has made them lose their minds. Jealousy has even warped their minds. This is the moment when each person begins his or her own reflection. Their state was all seen by the old man. At this moment, a hint of a smile also appeared at the corners of the old man's mouth. When a true genius comes out, it will always cause too many people to be jealous. It's a very normal emotion. Even in his younger days, he had been jealous of others. But as long as you can face your heart in time, do your own thing and correct your mindset, after crossing the threshold of jealousy, you will usher in a broader life. At this time, the president of the San Yuan Martial Arts University, suddenly asked in a puzzled manner. You said that at that time, Fang Yuan had not yet subdued that second-stage demonic beast, so how did he do it? His questioning suddenly woke everyone up. Yeah, how could Fang Yuan, as a royal beast master, do what the old man had said? Don't even talk about the imperial beast master. It was Fish Mooching, who had awakened a rare S-class talent. Who couldn't possibly do it? Hearing this, a brilliant light flashed in the old man's eyes. That's why I've come here in person. At that time, Fang Yuan didn't rely on the power of the imperial beast master. And even that little fox that had been following him was only responsible for looking after the things he had snatched. That little guy. There's a second talent. I even suspect that his second talent surpasses the S rank. Am I right, Square Edge? As he spoke, the old man looked outside the school. Outside the school gates, Fang Yuan brought Fish Mooching with him and nodded with a light smile as he took large strides. Star. Chapter 62. He's a dual talent awakened. Am I right, Mr. Fang Yuan? As he spoke, the old man looked out of the school. Outside the school gate, Fang Yuan took a big stride. Behind him, Yu Mooching, who was also following in his footsteps. Obviously, the school flower with an incomparable temperament and outstanding talent. Behind Fang Yuan, she looked like a small follower. Fang Yuan is back. Principal Li Kaitai sighed in relief. If Fang Yuan didn't come back, he didn't know what to do. It's a scene he's never seen before. Not only him, but the few principals present, all turned around immediately. The moment they saw Fang Yuan, several people's eyes lit up. Nice guy. His body was straight, his eyebrows were clear, and between his hands and feet, he vaguely revealed a domineering aura. It's only 16 years old, but it's already showing signs of promise. Such a teenager would unconsciously attract other people's attention wherever he went. The photos on the news literally don't capture a tenth of the elegance of the person. This aura, this confidence, it's too rare. Heroes are young. The hearts of several principals couldn't help but sigh. There's no comparison. At 16 years old himself, he was still in the hot seat of pulling the pigtails of his female classmates in the front row. Fang Yuan, let me introduce you. Li Kaitai quickly walked over and pulled Fang Yuan and said, "This is the president of Kyoto Martial Arts University, who personally came over today just to have a few words with you. Over here, the president of Suzaku Budo University, and over here, the president of Shinyi Budo University." With Li Kaitai's introduction, Fang Yuan nodded his head to several principals. It's not condescending. There was absolutely no lowering of the stance because the other party was the principal of the Martial Arts University. It was only when facing the old man from Kyoto Wushu University that Fang Yuan's face showed some seriousness. It has nothing to do with who the other person is. It was purely because Fang Yuan sensed the aura of the old man that had come out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. It deserves his respect. The old man is right. I do have more than just the gift of the Imperial Beast. My other talent is the SS-ranked Kingdom of Ice. Fang Yuan opened his mouth. There is nothing to hide. Back in the Sunset Forest, he had already demonstrated the talent of the Kingdom of Ice. Actually, this is far from the truth. The truth was that he had no talent for the Sentinel Beasts at all. There are only 3 real talents. So far: SS Class, Land of Ice, SSS Level, Spiritual Quality Change, SS Rank Talent Eternal Black Flame. Upon hearing Fang Yuan's personal admission, the faces of the several principals revealed expressions of shock. Dual talent. The probability of that is just too small. There haven't been many in the last 300 years. Moreover, the dual talent awakened people that had appeared were all talents of very low grades. For example, a D-ranked strength talent, and an E-ranked speed talent, appearing in one person at the same time. In this way, even if a dual talent awakened person appeared, their battle power wasn't too outstanding. But Fang Yuan was different. He was a rare dual awakened with the Sentinel Beast talent, an SS ranked talent. Any talent singled out and placed on someone else would become a terrifying existence. These two gifts, gathered together, it would not be an exaggeration to say that it was a miracle. The moment they finally understood why giants such as the president of the Kyoto Martial Arts University had to personally come over to meet Fang Yuan, they could also understand why Fang Yuan could rush to the joint examination site at the age of 16 and hang and beat the joint examination students as if they were no one. SS level talent, indeed, has such a terrifying ability. For example, Sikon Luzura, at the age of 20-something, had taken the position of the head of the Demon Beheading Division. She is the SS class gifted awakened person. The Fang Yuan in front of him was even more perverse than Sikon Luju Sakura in terms of talent. No wonder you were able to hang all 3 of our martial arts universities in the joint exams. It's true that you've surpassed S-class talent. The old man from Kyoto Budo University sounded a bit emotional. Before that, he was guessing. After all, Fang Yuan's talent was something he had never seen before. Now that he had received personal confirmation, His heart, too, was overwhelmed with emotion. He even had some concerns. He was worried whether he could teach Fang Yuan well or not if he really chose Kyoto Budo University. At this moment, the old man, who had never doubted himself, actually began to doubt his own abilities. Behind Fang Yuan, Yumuching stared blankly at Fang Yuan's back, and the expression on her face was quite shocked. What a joint exam! What hanging and beating! Did he run off to someone else's joint and beat them up in the flaming inferno before I found him? Yumuching was shocked. She knew about Fang Yuan possessing an SS grade ice talent, also knew about Fang Yuan's dual talents. As Fang Yuan's pet, she knew more about Fang Yuan than many people, but she really didn't know about the joint exam. For some reason, a trace of loss suddenly grew in Yumuching's heart. Just then, two strings of footsteps sounded behind Fang Yuan. We're late. The crowd turned around, only to see an old man and a young man, walking slowly towards them. The expressions of several principals instantly became respectful. These two were none other than the presidents of Mordor Martial Arts University and Thundering Martial Arts University. The granny who looks a little older is the president of Mundo Budo University. The young and pretty-looking woman was the president of Thunder Martial Arts University. However, even though she didn't look very old, they all knew that it was something to do with the principal's talent. Her gift awakened late, but after awakening, the body ages slowly. In fact, she wasn't that much older than the other two principals. All belonged to the older generation of strong men, a national pillar of existence. Seeing these two people, Fang Yuan also slightly owed his body. He could perceive that these two had the same kind of aura as the old man from Kyoto's Wude. It couldn't have been so if it hadn't come out of a mountain of corpses and blood. This is little friend Fang Yuan. What a hero. The two new principals, smiling, looked at Fang Yuan with kind eyes. Hello, two seniors. Fang Yuan also showed his respect. He knew that demonic beasts were rampant in the times when these old men were young. Had it not been for the bloodshed of their generation, I am afraid that they would not have a more stable life now. Old fellows, it's confirmed. Little friend Fang Yuan is a dual talent awakened person. Another talent, the SS-ranked Kingdom of Ice. The old man from the Kyoto Martial Arts University opened his mouth. Hearing this, the principals of Mordor Martial University and Thundering Martial University looked at Fang Yuan with even more kind eyes. Little friend Fang Yuan, have you considered where to study in college next? The elderly mother-in-law was the first to speak. As soon as that was said, those younger principals who were the first to come over sighed inwardly. They knew that the main event was about to begin. The three top martial arts universities were afraid that they would have to extend invitations to Fang Yuan. It's even going to start a round of scrambling. That would have been their purpose as well. However, in front of these three top martial arts universities, they were not at all competitive. Belonging is an automatic elimination. However, they do manage to understand. They don't deserve it. This is still clear to them. For a heaven-defying dual talent awakened like Fang Yuan, their school did not deserve Fang Yuan. Can't teach at all. They don't know how to teach it either. Thinking of this, these few principals all turned their gazes to Fang Yuan. They were also curious as to which martial arts university Fang Yuan would choose. Kyoto Wodan, Mordor Wodan, or Thunder Wodan. These three schools are the top martial arts universities in the country. The level of teaching, the resources for teaching, are indistinguishable. At this time, the old man from the Kyoto Martial Arts University spoke up. Little friend Fang Yuan, our Kyoto Martial University, but we are in control of 5 void gates, and there are many powerful demonic beasts for you to take in. The other two schools, not so much. The woman who was eternally youthful, but not too old, also spoke up. The number of void gates. Thundering Martial University is not as good as Kyoto Martial University, but we have cold crystal mines. If you cultivate there, it will be beneficial to your talent. Perhaps you can raise the grade of your talent. You can use as much of the cold crystals in the cold crystal mine as you want. The president of Louis Ming Wushu University directly threw out a heavy bomb. This was equivalent to giving an entire cold crystal mine to Fang Yuan. Still he used the cold crystals in it. Cold crystal mines. Less than 10 have been discovered in the whole country. Each vein of ore is worth a lot of money. Just give it away. One should know that Fang Yuan, who had awakened his SS grade talent, was fully capable of devouring the entire cold crystal mine. Everyone else was dumbfounded. Was this only the first round of offers, and it was already so fierce? Several people couldn't help but look at the president of the Magic City Martial Arts University. Now, there's also this old man who hasn't spoken up yet. The old woman thought for a moment and spoke. There's a blood pool at Mordor Wudu University. If you come, I'll give it to you. A pool of blood. A couple of principals nearby, their eyes glazed over at the sound of it. The blood pool can be given away just like that. The so-called blood pools are usually found on the battlefields after a great war, because too many experts had fallen. whether they were demonic beasts or humans. A large amount of chi and blood energy was scattered on the battlefield. Blood pools will only be born in this environment. What it does is to enhance chi and blood. Even if you put an ordinary person in there, as long as they weren't bursting at the seams and walked out with their chi and blood rising wildly, they were still an expert. Things like blood pools were so scarce that they even surpassed cold crystal mines. It could quickly boost a martial artist's chi and blood without drawbacks. As you know, no matter how powerful a talent is, it still needs chi and blood for support. Those are the words you taught my students at the JLPT. The grandmother of Mordovia Wudu said with a smile. How about picking one of us? The old man from Kyoto's martial arts university said with a smile. However, right about this time, a clear voice, coming from the sky. I guess that won't be necessary. Along with the voice, a slender figure flew quickly from the sky. Someone else is coming. The principals, who had been relegated to the background, were a bit confused. The presidents of the 3 top martial arts universities had already made their appearances, so how could someone still come to rob them? Chapter 63, Second Order Martial Artist. The people were numb, looking at the slender figure flying rapidly from the sky. Those few principals who had been reduced to a background plate were a bit confused. The presidents of the 3 top martial arts universities had all made their appearances, and in order to pull in Fong Yuan, a sky-high price was offered. Whether it was the Void Gate, the Cold Crystal Mine, or the Blood Pool, it was a price that the school they were in could not possibly afford. In this situation, there are still people coming to rob people, and with such a wild tone, a few people narrowed their eyes, wanting to see what this person was really about. Soon, this figure then landed beside a few people. It was a very young girl, with black hair to her waist, soft and silky, dressed all in black and looking competent. She's not very old, but she has a sheer dominance. Seeing the appearance of the visitor clearly, several background board principals shut their mouths at once. This one, really, is in a position to rob people. Not that the person himself is in any horrible position of status, rather, it is the department behind it. Demon Chopper Division, a giant department that ranks alongside the entire Ministry of Education. The person who came was the head of the central region of the Demon Beheading Division, Yu Fei Fei, the rookie king 3 years ago. Now at the age of 22, he has become the head of the region. Let's just say that it's also a natural talent. She came to represent the Demon Beheading Division to snatch people, and her qualifications were completely sufficient. At this very moment, after Yu Fei Fei stood firmly, she saw the scene in front of her and couldn't help but let out a cry in her heart. She heard from afar that someone was asking Fong Yuan to make a choice. Subconsciously, he shouted. Now that she saw these 3 old men standing in front of her, Yu Fei Fei was also a little numb. These 3 old men, one more courageous than the other when they were young. Those were all powerful characters who dared to kill alone in the demonic beasts and cut their swords with curled blades. How could she not have expected that it would be these 3 old-timers personally coming over? Had she known it was like this, Yu Fei Fei would have said anything to drag the director over here in one piece. Hello, 3 seniors, and hello, principals. I was a bit anxious just now. Don't blame the 3 seniors. Yu Fei Fei immediately arched her hand in greeting. The 3 old men had seen too many storms, so how could they mind this bit of thoughtlessness? The way they looked at Yu Fei Fei was full of love. 3 years ago, when Yu Fei Fei emerged from the National League as a student of an ordinary martial arts university to win the title of Rookie King, they were both among the teachers who hosted the event. It's safe to say, they watched little by little as this girl from an ordinary background defeated all her rivals, who were called geniuses, to win the title of Rookie King that year. How could they not like such a young man? It's Fifi. It's been a long time. The smile on the face of the old man from Kyoto Wudan University grew even wider. Already made it to the head of the Demon Beheading Division's region? It's only been 3 years, isn't it? It's truly marvelous, the grandmother of Mordovia Wudu said with a smile. It must have been a tiring few years. You've grown so much. The president of Lei Ming Wushu University had a soft tone, and he even couldn't help but hug Yu Fei Fei a little. As old generation powerhouses, they knew too much about the mission carried by the Demon Beheading Envoy. The head of the Demon Beheading Division of the previous generation was also a close friend of theirs, but died in the war with the Demon King. If it wasn't for the current head of the Demon Beheading Division, I'm afraid he wouldn't even be able to retrieve the body. If anything, it was them old things charging to the front lines decades ago. Now, then, the Demon Chopper Division had taken their place, carrying the responsibility of the guard. This was the reason why they encouraged their students to enter the Demon Chopper Division as much as possible after graduation. Getting hugged by an old-timer, Yu Fei Fei was also a little embarrassed. Still, she asked the question in her mind. 3 seniors, why have you all come over in person? The old man from the Kyoto Martial Arts University laughed softly again as he recounted Fong Yuan's story about how he had hung up on the students of their joint examination in the flaming inferno. At the same time, It was also emphasized that Fong Yuan was a dual-talent awakened person. However, Yu Fei scratched her head. Her expression was a little surprised, but not too surprised. This time, it was the others' turn to be puzzled. How can you be so calm when you hear such news? The intelligence system of the Demon Beheading Division. Is it already this powerful? Could it be that even these are already known? The grandmother of Mordovia Wudu asked with a smile. Hearing this, Yu Fei immediately shook her head. No. I also just found out about Fong Yuan being in the JCQ. I'm here because I just got even more shocking news. Half an hour ago, I got the message. Saying this, Yu Fei glanced at Fong Yuan. She realized that Fong Yuan was also looking at herself with a smile on his face, and there was nothing unusual about it before she continued. I got the message half an hour ago. Fong Yuan has passed the certification of a second-stage martial artist. There's also Yu Muqing next to him, who has also been certified as a first-rank martial artist. The words came out. The scene became quiet once again. All the gazes gathered on Fong Yuan and Yu Muqing. Even the gazes of those three old men, who looked at Fong Yuan, were filled with surprise. A 16-year-old second-ranked martial artist? Even after awakening the dual talents, the path still has to be taken one step at a time, right? Things like chi and blood and spiritual power had to grow up a little bit as well. Are you Fong Yuan riding a rocket? This is already a second-ranked martial artist. And this female doll behind Fong Yuan had also passed the certification of a first-rank martial artist? The three old-timers glanced at each other, all seeing the heartbeat in each other's eyes. You should know that the school they were in was known as the top martial arts university. But even so, very few of the first year's freshmen were able to reach the level of a first-ranked martial artist. It's not until the second year that they all almost appear to have one or two students who have passed the first-rank martial artist certification. This girl doll, although not comparable to Fong Yuan, but also a true genius, being stared at by so many big shots. Yu Muqing immediately became a little uncomfortable and subconsciously ducked behind Fong Yuan. This ducking immediately made it obvious. Which of the few people present was not an old fox? The eyes of the crowd turned on Fong Yuan and Yu Muqing, and suddenly became ambiguous. What a way to pick a daughter-in-law. Only 16 years old. What an eye. This girl doll is also a diamond in the rough. How can a school produce two such talented guys? Several principals were sighing in their minds. In fact, Yu Muqing had been standing behind Fong Yuan, so how could they not notice? They had long vaguely sensed that this girl, I'm afraid, had also awakened at least an A-rank talent. It just didn't occur to me that it was also a genius who had passed the first-order martial artist certification before even going to college. This was far beyond their expectations. This time, Yu Fei spoke again, breaking the odd atmosphere. Fong Yuan, the Demon Beheading Division officially extends an invitation to you. I hope you can join the Demon Beheading Division and become an official Demon Beheading Envoy. Hearing this, several of the principals raised their eyebrows. You're an official demon chopper? Good guy. For Fong Yuan, he even disregarded the rules. One must know that the selection of official demon beheading ambassadors was extremely harsh. Talent alone is never enough. What the demon-slaying ambassadors were facing could be extremely dangerous environments. At any time, he could meet up with all sorts of great demons in all sorts of situations. Heart, ability, and even ranked ahead of talent. In other words, the geniuses in people's mouths are only qualified to knock on the door when they arrive at the Demon Beheading Division. Genius? The Demon Chopper Division sweepers are ING geniuses. Now, Yu Fei opened her mouth to be the official Demon Beheading Envoy. If this were to be spread out, I don't know how many people would be so jealous that they would go crazy. We, the Demon Chopper Division, have two main parts to our work. Yu Fei continued. Guarding the safety of the city is one of them. Once a demonic beast enters the city, or if there is any situation that will jeopardize the safety of the city, it will be us, the Demon Slaying Division, who will take action. The second is to deal with major emergency response. Once the Demon Beheading Division has struck, it will never stop until the situation has been stabilized. Demon Chopper is a dangerous job, but very rewarding. Yu Fei spoke seriously. Fong Yuan also listened attentively. At this time, the old man from the Kyoto Martial Arts University suddenly opened his mouth and said, "We've all taken out a lot of good things for Fong Yuan. My Kyoto Martial University's Void Gate has all been liberalized for Fong Yuan. Yes, Mordor Wodu University, gave Fong Yuan a cold crystal mine. I gave away a pool of blood." The other two old men began to respond. The principal, Li Kai-tai, who was standing next to Fong Yuan, also seized the opportunity and pointed at Fong Yuan's hand. He's still got a spell. It's pretty obvious what he means. Fong Yuan was not a poor man. If you, the Demon Beheading Division, want to rob someone, you have to make a good offer. Hearing this, the three old men all smiled and nodded towards Li Kai-tai. Simply the perfect assist. In fact, the three of them, had long since given up on competing for Fang Yuan as a student. It wasn't something they voluntarily gave up. Instead, he saw the answer in Fang Yuan's eyes. When the three of them opened the enrollment conditions, Fang Yuan's eyes did not move. And what about when Yu Fei came? Fang Yuan had been listening very carefully. What Fang Yuan would choose was actually clear to the three old men. This result was also a relief to the three old men, especially after learning that Fang Yuan had already passed the second stage martial artist certification. Like Fifi Yu said, there's no need for that anymore. With Fang Yuan's talent and strength, there was no longer a need to go to school. Even their three top martial arts universities were actually having a hard time teaching Fang Yuan anything purely. The real world, always the best teacher. It can lead to real growth. By joining the Demon Chopper Division, there are undoubtedly more opportunities for real combat than in school. Fang Yuan would just go straight to his post. Anyway, after coming out from the martial arts university, he was also going to enter the Demon Beheading Division. Is there any point in going to school? The three old men had long ago reached a consensus through eye contact. The reason for even mentioning the opening bid, it was nothing more than getting a little more welfare for Fang Yuan. After all, it was also the student the three of them had robbed. You have countless geniuses in the Demon Beheading Division, but if you want to take away Fang Yuan, you have to shed some blood. Chapter 64, Second Divine Grade Bait Food. Hearing the words of the three old-timers, Yu Fei scratched her head. She looked at Fang Yuan and said seriously, Void Gates, the Demon Beheading Division also controls this many. No less than 20. Cold Crystal Mines. The Demon Beheading Division has 2 of them. Blood Pools. The Demon Beheading Division has them too. However, it would be difficult for me to just give these to you like the 3 principals did. With the maximum authority I have in hand, I can request a chance for you to use it. All 3 principals laughed when this was said. That's enough. Regardless of whether it was a blood pool or a cold crystal mine, as long as one entered it at the right time, the difference between once and countless times wasn't that big. All of them were enough to give Fang Yuan a substantial boost. Yu Fei continued, I can also promise to give you a magic treasure, and you can pick your favorite one from the magic treasure vault. The Demon Beheading Division suppresses many terrifying great demons. As long as you have the ability, you can take them all in. This is something that no one will steal from you. As long as you join the Demon Beheading Division, if you do, you'll be an official Demon Beheading Envoy at the very least. As for your rank, it will have to be determined after further testing. Fang Yuan, on behalf of the Demon Beheading Division, I officially invite you to join. Yu Fei's tone was very sincere. Fang Yuan looked at Yu Fei and nodded with a smile on his face. I'm joining the Demon Chopper Division. Fang Yuan opened his mouth to voice his decision. His joining the Demon Beheading Division actually had very little to do with the various benefits that Yu Fei had mentioned. Square Edge was simply choosing how he was going to live for the next period of time. Is it to enter Budo University and continue your education? Fang Yuan didn't find this kind of life any fun to speak of. Staying with a group of people whose strength, talent, and heart were all inferior to his own, even if he was the best one, Fang Yuan had little interest. The Demon Chopper Division is a different story. The Demon Slaying Division fought on the front lines of the battle against the demonic beasts. New problems may be encountered every day. Square Edge enjoys this challenging life. The tide is high. I'm joining the Demon Beheading Division, but I need a few days before I can report to the division. Fang Yuan opened his mouth. That's no problem. You just need to be able to report to the Demon Beheading Division within a month. That's enough. Yu Fei waved her hand and agreed decisively. Seeing this scene, the several principals beside him also revealed smiles. Come to think of it, this was indeed the best choice for the current Fang Yuan. And the students on the playground not far away who had watched the whole passage as a backdrop to the backdrop were overwhelmed with emotion. Ah, the Demon Chopper Division. That's the Demon Chopper Division. All at the same age. And half an hour ago, everyone was a classmate. Half an hour later, Fang Yuan had become a Demon Beheading Envoy. This was already a height they would never reach in their lifetime. They had profoundly realized that they were not even in the same world as Fang Yuan. How ridiculous were those previous taunts, those resentments, those jealousies. This time, the old man from the Kyoto Martial Arts University suddenly turned his gaze to look at Yumuching. Girl doll, are you interested in coming to Kyoto Budo University to study? Yumuching was startled by this sudden questioning and subconsciously looked at Fang Yuan. What are you looking at him for? Does he even make decisions for you? The old grandmother of the Magic City Wushu University also smiled and opened her mouth, and even shook Fishmuching's hand. The conditions of my Magic City Martial Arts University are also very good. Female doll, consider our Magic City Martial Arts University? The 3 old men surrounded Yumuching. Fang Yuan was not having that bond with them anymore. But here's another unbeatable girl doll. 16 years old, first rank martial artist, S rank talent. It's also a rare genius. Wouldn't it be just right to join their school? At this moment, a few of the other principals, their mouths were watering as they watched. They were all running towards Fong Yuan. But Fong Yuan joined the demon beheading division. Now it turns out there's a Yu mooching in this school, but it doesn't seem to matter to them anymore. The 3 top martial arts universities were already on the move, so what were they going to grab? On this trip, everyone was loaded, just a few of them, for nothing. What god of war mecha? What giant flying sword? All for nothing. Surrounded by 3 high-powered old men, Yu Mooching's mouth opened and a face immediately turned red. She had no choice but to cast a look at Fong Yuan for help. Don't you look at him, you still have to walk your own path. An old timer opens his mouth and follows his lead. How else are you going to follow him around if you leave him behind too much? The Magic Capital Martial Arts University can provide you with specialized teaching services, ensuring that even if you can't surpass Fong Yuan, you won't be left behind too much. There are things you have to do for yourself. You can't just listen to men. The words of a few old men made Yu Mooching's ears turn red. It was as if she was treated like Fong Yuan's little daughter-in-law. But she's not. Moreover, she hadn't dissolved the contract yet, and even if she wanted to make her own decisions, she really had to listen to Fong Yuan for such a big matter. Fong Yuan was also thinking. Yu Mooching was undoubtedly a diamond in the rough, and with a little bit of carving, she could blossom into a great light. Never worse than Fifi Yu. For Yu Fei to be able to become the head of the central region of the Demon Beheading Division at the age of 22 was already quite outstanding and quite a genius. Fong Yuan knew very well that Yu Mooching's potential was higher than Yu Fei's. It was just that the current Yu Mooching still needed a flurry of experience. Moreover, as Yu Mooching's strength increased, he could also obtain more feedback on his strength. Thinking of this, Fong Yuan opened his mouth. As I recall, full-fledged demon chopper ambassadors are qualified to have their own interns, right? After receiving Yu Fei's affirmative answer, Fong Yuan said decisively, that would be nice. Yu Mooching, pick one of the 3 martial arts universities, take classes when you have them, and when you don't, do things with me. From now on, I'm your top man. When this was said, several people's eyes looked a bit odd. What a game, with his own little daughter-in-law and this game of boss subordinate. Young people, they can play. However, when they thought about it, it was the most appropriate arrangement. In that case, Yu Mooching would be able to further his studies at a top martial arts university and also get experience as a trainee demon beheading envoy. The best of both worlds, so to speak. Such security is perfect. Come, Fong Yuan has agreed, so you can choose between the 3 of us. Girl doll, our school is state-of-the-art in all kinds of facilities. Our school has the best environment with the mountains and the water. The 3 old men just surrounded Yu Mooching and began to frantically introduce the features of their school. Looking at a few of the other principals, they all looked a little disbelieving. The 3 principals, who were usually in high positions of power and front and center, had such a side. It's like kids grabbing candy and not letting anyone in. The enrollment thing. The dust soon settled. Yu Mooching eventually chose Thunder Martial Arts University. It was only because the principal, who was a resident of the school, had promised to teach Yu Mooching the secret of maintenance. In fact, all 3 universities have similar levels of strength, and it is possible to choose either one. Yu Fei also left. As the head of the central region of the Demon Beheading Division, she was very busy and could not possibly be dryly waiting for Fong Yuan here. Fong Yuan only needed to report to the Demon Beheading Division within a month, bringing along Yu Mooching. Half a month passed in a flash. Fong Yuan had already taken care of various things, pretty much, prepare to head to the Demon Beheading Division in a couple of days. This day, Fong Yuan, who was in the dormitory, took out the divine bait. This is something from the gift pack given by the system when you take in your 3rd pet. Fong Yuan never found the right opportunity to use it. This is already the 2nd portion of God-level bait. I hope that after arriving at the Demon Beheading Division, I will be able to discover demonic beasts with high potential and strength again. Put the bait to work. It must never be like the last time. Fong Yuan muttered. The Demon Beheading Division, for 300 years, did not know how many terrifying demonic beasts had been imprisoned. With so many great demons, there was bound to be one that fit the bill. Thinking of this, Fong Yuan could not wait to head to the Demon Beheading Division. However, just then, there was a loud roar in the distance. The sky, which had been pitch black, turned red in just a few seconds. Fong Yuan immediately looked out the window. In the distance, the sky looked like it was about to split open. A terrifying crack loomed. The Void Gate. Fong Yuan raised an eyebrow. Aren't all these signs the manifestation of the birth of a new Void Gate? The hidden spatial crack in the void was precisely the Void Gate, connected to the other world. Once it was solidified, there would be countless demonic beasts that would rush out from it. A new Void Gate has unexpectedly appeared in the vicinity of Liang City. Fong Yuan's face became serious. Every time a Void Gate is born near a city, it will be a disaster. Countless demonic beasts surged out. and it was a huge destruction to the city. However, right about this time, in his mind, a system alert suddenly came. King-level potential demonic beast detected. Is it localized? Chapter 65 Reproducing SS grade talent. At this moment, a secret reminiscence is taking place in Goyong City, not far from Liang City. The number of participants was small, but each one is a well-deserved giant. Head of the Demon Beheading Division, Sikong Ryusakura. Minister of Education, Zhang Tao. Minister of War, Song Qianxiu. These three people, each one of them was a ruthless person who stomped his foot and was enough to make the demon clan tremble 3 times. Sikong Luzura, your demon beheading division is too much. You don't even let people go to college, so you abducted them to the demon beheading division. Minister of Education Zhang Tao is ranting. He looked to be in his mid-40s, quiet, with gold-rimmed glasses on his face and meticulously combed hair. If an uninformed person saw him, I am afraid he would think that this is just an ordinary clerical worker. As the Minister of Education, who coordinated all the things of the martial arts university, how could he be just a simple clerical worker? What's wrong with letting Fong Yuan go to college for a few years and then go to your demon chopper division? Zhang Tao's rant continued. Are you in such a hurry? On the opposite side of Zhang Tao, Sikon Lujusakura was still in the classic high-heeled shoes cocked on the table position, and being a little headache from the noise, she couldn't help but pull out her ears. What else is there to go to school for martial arts university? What can it teach Fong Yuan? Sikon Liuzhuang opened his mouth. Fong Yuan is even a second-ranked martial artist, a dual-talent awakened person. Have you guys ever seen such a student? Will you teach? Sikon Ryusakura's words changed. Besides, Zhang Tao, don't think I don't know what you're playing at. If Fong Yuan gets into the martial arts university, you definitely won't let go. What's the use of arguing with me when the matter is settled? This is Fong Yuan's own decision. Although Sikon Lujusakura was only 26 years old, her aura vaguely overpowered Zhang Tao on the opposite side. Moreover, isn't that one called Yumuching already enrolled in Thunder Martial Arts University? And I saved you a mouthful of soup. You betcha. Minister Song, who was suddenly mentioned, was sitting in the corner of the table, silently watching the quarrel between the two men in front of him. Song Qianxiu, Harmonic Ode to 1,000 Autumns. A lanky, burly man over 2 meters tall, a simple face, honestly sitting there, not making any noise or fuss. However, anyone who has been to war knows how terrifying this Minister Song is. Song Qianxiu on the battlefield was a complete humanoid meat grinder. I didn't even get soup. Song Qianxiu spoke up. Fong Yuan entered the Demon Beheading Division, and Yumuching entered the Thundering Martial University. I have nothing in the War Department. Hearing this, both Sikon Luzhu and Zhang Tao frowned. Song Qianxiu continued. Lend me both of them when you fight the Far North. The Far North. A trace of surprise flashed across the eyes of both Zhang Tao and Sikon Luzhu. The Far North. The most brutal battlefield in 300 years of aura recovery. It could be said that the place where human martial artists sacrificed the most was in the Far North. It took over 200 years of war to create a delicate balance there. The demonic beasts in the Far North couldn't leave, and the humans couldn't go any further. By now, there were still a large number of top-level martial artists, as well as elite troops, still stationed in the extreme north, confronting the demonic beasts there. If these top martial artists were recalled, I'm afraid that the plague in the rest of the country could be completely pacified in a month's time. The War Ministry is going to make a move against the Far North. Both of their expressions became serious. Song Qianxiu nodded calmly. Things haven't been looking too good lately. I can sense that something big seems to be brewing in the Far North. I'm afraid there will be a never-before-seen Demon King about to come out. Within 10 years, I'll personally lead a fight through the Far North. No matter what bulls and devils there are in the Far North, drag them all out and take a look. The flattest of tones, saying the most overbearing things. However, right about this time, a loud roar sounded from the distance. Several people felt the vibration of the room they were in. Looking out the window, the sky had turned the color of blood, and in the distance as far as the eye could see, a horrible crack was slowly expanding. The Void Gate. A new Void Gate has appeared. The three of them frowned at the same time, and a terrifying aura erupted from the three of them. The various facilities in the room were almost instantly churned to pieces by this terrifying aura. What bad luck! To come out for a meeting and still encounter something like the birth of a Void Gate. Sikon Liuzhuang's eyes were cold. Bad luck! Bad luck! Zhang Tao also slowly stood up and stretched his body. As for Song Qianxiu, he didn't have that much to say and had already walked out of the house, ready to head to the place where the Void Gate had appeared. That's pretty fast. What do you say? Go over there together? Zhang Tao said as he looked at Sikon Luzhu. Sikon Luzura, however, shook her head. It's enough with you two. The place where that Void Gate appeared is very close to Liang City. I have to go to Liang City to sit in on it, so that those demonic beasts don't run into Liang City. Zheng Tao nodded slightly. That's right, Fang Yuan is still in Liang City. We can't let him give in to death at the hands of demonic beasts. Xikong Liuzhuang, who was poked in the heart, did not feel embarrassed, and with a flash of his figure, he disappeared into the room. Bad luck, bad luck. I'm a minister of education and I still have to deal with this kind of thing. Alas, Zheng Tao said unlucky under his breath, but the expression on his face, however, had become excited. Actually, the ones who were truly unlucky should be said to be the demonic beasts in this new void gate. As soon as he came out, he ran into the human martial triumvirate head-on. Surprised or not, king-level potential demonic beast detected. Is it localized? Hearing the system prompt, Fang Yuan raised an eyebrow. Surprisingly, a demonic beast with king-level potential has been detected. Is it related to the void gate? It was important to know that it wasn't as if Fang Yuan hadn't gone around the wilderness near Liang City in the past few days, but none of them triggered the system prompt, let alone a demonic beast with king-level potential. Not even a single diamond-level potential has been seen. It's a demonic beast with king-level potential that has appeared in the void gate. Fang Yuan looked at the distant space rift outside the window and was already making a decision. System, locate that king potential demon beast for me. Soon, the system had locked onto the location of the demonic beast. From the map, the appearance of this demonic beast was indeed related to the void gate. Whatever, rich and famous. I've got divine bait in my hands. Fang Yuan's eyes had become determined. It was naturally a dangerous thing to approach a newly born void gate. Huge amounts of demonic beasts would emerge there in a short period of time, and there was even the possibility of a demon king appearing. But Fang Yuan was not afraid. Instead, a trace of excitement appeared in his heart. Depart! Fang Yuan leapt through the window. In the process, he directly summoned the flame tiger. The flame tiger appeared and steadily caught Fang Yuan, who was falling from the air. During this period of time, Flame Tiger had been resting in the pet space, and the entire demon was almost suffocating. Now finally summoned, the strength in his body finally had room to be released. Go and run as fast as you can. Fang Yuan and the Flame Tiger had a mutual understanding, and without having to speak, the Flame Tiger already knew the destination. Next moment, the Flame Tiger sped with all its might, transforming into a flaming meteor, and in the blink of an eye, it had already crossed a distance of several hundred meters. Good fellow, worthy of being a second-ranked demonic beast. The Flame Tiger's speed surprised Fang Yuan a little. In fact, after Flame Hell had subdued the Flame Tiger, he didn't even have much of a chance to summon it out. Too big and scary looking. Summoning it inside the city is going to cause a panic. It was only now that he rode up that he realized that the overall strength of the Flame Tiger had also improved considerably over the past few days. That's all. Fang Yuan rode the Flame Tiger as if it was a flame pop and flew towards the king potential demonic beast. At this very moment, in the city of Liang, the defense has also been urgently organized. This newly appeared void gate was too close to Liang City. No one dares to be careless. Come on, come on. Squad 3, set up defense at point 5. Everyone hurry to the shelter. What's your squad doing there? Looking for death. That's the location chosen by the demon-slaying ambassadors. If a demonic beast really comes over, only the demon-slaying ambassadors will be able to carry it. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What went over at once? An officer who was laying down a defense suddenly felt a shooting star that brushed past his eyes. The speed was so fast that he didn't even see what it was. It seems to be on fire. It can't be some demonic beast, right? The official craned his head to look over, only to see that the flames of the unknown thing that had just gone out of the city could only be seen as a speck of stars, if anything. Forget it, whatever. Quick, Squad 5. You're in charge of patrolling this area. Almost there. Slow down. Feeling the location of the demonic beast, Fang Yuan gently patted the Flame Tiger's head. The Flame Tiger's speed dropped immediately. At this time, Fang Yuan had already left Liang City by some distance, is in the middle of a wilderness. In the system's positioning, the demonic beast with king-level potential was just a few kilometers ahead. Fang Yuan couldn't get a hold of his opponent's strength. If it was a stronger demonic beast, it would be completely possible to detect his presence from a few kilometers away. Luckily, with the cover of the Flame Tiger, the aura of a human in his position wasn't too obvious. Lean over slowly. The Flame Tiger also seemed to realize the seriousness of the matter, and cautiously headed that way. Half an hour. Fang Yuan was already less than 1,000 meters away from that demonic beast. He had even seen the demonic beast. This was surprisingly a rare plant-type demonic beast. It was a large tree, standing on a huge rock, absorbing the light of the moon. It had long branches that waved in the air and looked incredibly lurid. System, check the attributes of this demonic beast. Name, Magic Man Ryu. Talent, Energy Devouring, SS rank, can devour any energy to enhance his strength. Blood, 700. Spirit, 650. Potential rating, King level, Looking at the attribute panel of this plant demon beast, Fong Yuan instantly raised an eyebrow. SS level talent. Energy devouring. You can absorb any energy to enhance your strength. Star. Chapter 66. You spit it out. Fong Yuan looked at the tree demon not far away, his eyes full of heart. Such a talent was simply the golden finger of devouring enhancement in many online novels of the last life. How could he not be moved? This big willow tree's chi and blood, it's not low. The attribute panel clearly showed that this willow's chi blood reached a value of 700, and his chi blood, it was just a little over 400. The difference is quite considerable. This time, the willow tree demon that was standing on the huge rock, waving its branches to absorb the essence of moonlight, suddenly put its own roots and staked them on the rock underneath it. The huge stone, at a speed visible to the naked eye, turned into powder. At the same time, on the tree demon's body, it seemed as if there was an additional layer of stone shell, and the branches became significantly stronger. It's really a devouring and strengthening ability. The chi blood has also risen by almost 100 points all of a sudden. Fong Yuan was shocked by what he saw. Just by absorbing a boulder, this tree demon's chi blood had risen by 100 points. That's a horrible speed. If this were to give it a night's time, wouldn't it turn into a world-raising demon on the spot? Something's wrong. This willow tree demon. Something must be wrong. Could it be the demon king that ran out of the void gate? Fong Yuan's heart had a terrible speculation. This tree demon that suddenly appeared here was definitely not simple. In just a few minutes, it went up by 100 chi blood. This was by no means an ordinary demonic beast. He remembered that he had once read in a rather cold book that at the time when the void gate had just been formed, but had not yet been stabilized, some powerful demon kings would try to pass through the void gate at this point in time. Once it succeeded, although it would itself become abnormally weak, it would be able to gain great benefits from it. This benefit is similar to a metamorphosis of the essence of life. Now, looking at the tree demon in front of him, Fong Yuan had an intuition that this might be the great demon that had just run out from the void door when it was still not solidified. Luck is really good. This demon king, I'll take it. Fong Yuan smiled gently and took out the wooden box containing the divine grade bait. For this odd tree demon, Fong Yuan did not intend to fight hard. If the other party was truly a demon king level demonic beast, the number of means was simply beyond his imagination, and the chakra was crushing itself. Although he had multiple talents in his possession, I'm afraid it wouldn't be enough for this great demon's seconds. Divine bait, the best choice. There's no one else here, and there aren't any other demonic beasts in the vicinity. So using a divine grade bait couldn't be more appropriate. Fong Yuan also remembered that divine grade bait had a fatal attraction to any creature. I'm afraid that once you take it out in a crowded place, it will create quite a scary scene. The good thing was, this tree demon was the only one here besides him. At this very moment, Fong Yuan did not notice a red figure that flew over the sky where he was. A few seconds later, the red figure folded back. The red cheongsam, the red high heels, and the red lips. It was none other than Seikong Ryu Sakura. Fong Yuan? Looking at the figures of Fong Yuan and that tree demon below, Seikong Liujuan was a little surprised. She would have been on her way to Liang City. Nominally, they were protecting Liang City, but in reality, they were worried that this terrifying genius who had just joined the demon beheading division would die in the midst of this turmoil. I didn't expect to see him in the wilderness outside of Liang City. This kid really isn't honest. Running out into the wilderness alone. Wouldn't this be dangerous if one encounters a great demon coming out of the void gate? Wait. This tree demon, it's not right. Seikong Luju Sakura hovered in the air, looking at the situation below, and suddenly frowned. She sensed a unique aura of a demon king from that tree demon's body. No good. In the wilderness. It was at this moment when Fong Yuan took the wooden box out. The tree demon not far away had turned its head openly and looked at Fong Yuan. On the main body of its trunk was a human-like face, dry and horrible. The eyes on this face were staring at the wooden box in Fong Yuan's hands with greed in their eyes. Next moment, the tree demon seemed to be greatly stimulated and pulled all of its roots out of the ground. All the branches, they were dancing wildly. The roots came out of the ground and coalesced into the appearance of two legs, flying towards Fong Yuan. Wherever the tree demon went, no matter if it was rocks or grass, all of them were smashed to pieces by that waving branch. The terror of the tree demon was revealed. Seeing this scene, a hint of a smile appeared on Fong Yuan's face. That's it. The fatal attraction of the divine grade bait had indeed caused this tree demon to already almost lose its mind. Fong Yuan quickly took the divine grade bait out of the wooden box. His expression, nervous and excited. The more menacing the situation, the more exciting he felt. He was ready with a divine bait in his hand. As soon as the tree demon came a little closer, he threw the bait out and dodged away himself. In this kind of tree demon that had already almost lost its mind state, the only thing left in its eyes was the divine bait. In time, this tree demon, then, would become his fourth pet. Thinking about this, Fong Yuan's concentration increased. However, just then, a figure, descending from the sky, landed with a bang between Fong Yuan and the tree demon. This figure, all in red, even in the darkness, could still be seen to have an excellent figure, a long blonde hair that fluttered in the wind. If it were any other situation, Fong Yuan might have given a nod to the lady's figure and beautiful face, but right now, he was not in the mood at all. Get out of the way, Fong Yuan shouted. However, the next scene, was completely unexpected, only to see this woman who descended from the sky just raise her hand and simply throw a punch at the tree demon. She hadn't even touched the tree demon. The tree demon, as if it had been bombarded by several nuclear bombs, directly exploded with a rumble. All the branches, roots, including the torso, directly shattered into pieces and flew everywhere. Asterisk. With this punch, the people watching Fong Yuan were dumbfounded. He held the divine bait food in his hand and stared blankly at the tree demon fragments flying in the sky, his head dangling a bit. The SSS rank talent that he was about to get his hands on was just lost in a single punch. How dare you run out when there's a void gate born nearby? Sikken Risusaku finished his punch and turned around gracefully. Seeing Fong Yuan's stunned look, he nodded with satisfaction. Although he is a supreme genius, he is still young after all. It is normal to be stunned by my strength. There was some arrogance in Sikong Liuzhuang's heart. She opened her mouth. Look at this, isn't it in danger? If it wasn't for me, you'd have to shed your skin even if you didn't die. This tree demon is most likely a demon king that came out of the void gate. Several question marks popped up on Fong Yuan's head. Big sister, who are you? Although you're pretty, what's with the self-conscious tone? At this time, Sikong Liuzhuang's gaze suddenly landed on the rice ball in Fong Yuan's hand. Hey, I didn't even have time to eat in order to hurry up and come to Liang City. The rice ball you're holding just happens to be for me to eat. Sikong Lazura did not wait for Fong Yuan's consent at all, and with a speed that Fong Yuan could not even react to, he directly took the rice ball from his hand. In her opinion, it wasn't too much for her, the head of the demon beheading division, to eat something from a junior who had just joined the demon beheading division. Was it? And she'd only just saved the other guy's life. Mostly, the rice balls smell pretty good. No eating, you can't eat it. Fong Yuan only felt a wave of dizziness and reached out to snatch the rice ball back from the other's hand. Unfortunately, he couldn't even touch his opponent. Sikong Lusakura simply sidestepped Fong Yuan's movements. The next second, she took a bite out of the rice ball and chewed it in one big gulp. Cheap, eating while still a little disgruntled. But, her words, halfway through, stopped abruptly. Sikong Risusaku finally sensed that something was wrong. She glanced at Fong Yuan. Her eyes were incomparably complex, and all sorts of subtle emotions appeared in her eyes. There's annoyance, shock, doubt, incredulity, snap. Sikong Lusakura directly threw the rice ball that she had only taken a bite of onto the ground. Not caring to say another word, her entire body rose up from the ground and instantly disappeared into the air. In the meantime, in Fong Yuan's mind, there was a system prompt. The host has acquired a fourth pet. A tribute panel has been changed. Please check in time. Hearing the system's prompt, Fong Yuan's face couldn't help but twitch. It's too late. That woman had eaten his divine bait food and had indeed triggered the effect of the system and signed a contract. What a ing sin. I really just want a royal beast. Fong Yuan's entire body felt bad. Today's events were really beyond his expectations every step of the way. It was going to be a success for him already. As long as he threw the divine grade bait to the tree demon and the tree demon ate it, he would be able to successfully subjugate the tree demon. But, a sexy woman, who was a little too good looking to be true, fell from the sky and punched the tree demon in the face. That's even so. It also seemed like he knew him well and took the divine bait in his hand. Eat and run. He didn't even know this woman. But, just when Fong Yuan was still confused, a rustling sound came from his feet. Looking down, a small, miniature tree demon, only the size of a palm, burrowed out of a pile of tree demon detritus. Chapter 67 Rare Creature. Take in the little tree demon. Looking at the small tree demon that drilled out from a pile of tree demon remnants, Fong Yuan was a bit surprised. He didn't even bother to think about the woman and directly squatted down. Observing the palm-sized tree man, looks like a juvenile Groot. This little tree man, palm-sized, wooden structure, like a human, has 2 legs, double arms, and a small wooden head on top. It was a lot cuter than the huge tree demon from before. System, display the attribute panel of this tree man. Name, Treeman. Talent, Energy Devouring, SS grade. Blood and Chi, 15. Spirit, 2. Potential rating, Super King level. Introduction, an extremely rare creature, mostly born in the corpses of plant-type demonic beasts, and will inherit the talents and characteristics of plant-type demonic beasts. Looking at the attribute panel, Fong Yuan was a bit shocked. Good lord, technically speaking, This isn't even a demonic beast. An extremely rare creature born from the corpses of plant-like demonic beasts. I wonder if I can subdue this little tree man. This little tree man, his talent is even a level higher than the talent of the demon man Willow just now. Fong Yuan's heart was moved. The previous demon man Ryu was only an S-rank talent. The current little tree man, on the other hand, was SS-ranked talent energy devouring, same route, but more advanced. Most importantly, the little tree man's appearance. But it was much cuter than that demon man Willow. At this very moment, the little tree man also noticed Fong Yuan's presence, lifting his head to look at Fong Yuan dully, his big eyes flickering as if he was thinking about something. Its head was wooden, but its features were clear and could be considered clean. With its appearance, even the little white fox and the flame tiger beside it couldn't help but come over, wanting to take a good look. The chi in blood is only 15 points, and the spirit is even only 2. No wonder it's so dull. Fong Yuan thought for a moment and pulled out a flame crystal with his backhand. This was the harvest from the trial in the flaming inferno, and he still had a whole lot more. Fong Yuan tried to hand the flame crystal to the little tree man. The little tree man seemed to have sensed something and immediately reached out and wrapped his hand around the flame crystal. The walnut-sized flame crystals were bigger than the little tree man's head. Even though he was already unsteady on his feet, the little tree hugger continued to hold on for dear life, never letting go. It had a humanized smile on its face. Next moment, the arms of the little tree man had many tiny branches sticking out of them. These branches were rooted on the flame crystals, and a stream of red energy, along the branches, was sucked into the body of the little tree man. The flame crystals quickly dimmed. The little tree people have changed a bit too. On his wooden body, there seemed to be some extra flame-like lines that vaguely emitted an orange-red glow. A few flame-shaped leaves sprouted from the head as well. Even the size, it seems, is slightly larger. Fong Yuan once again checked the attribute panel of the little tree man. Blood 18, Spirit 3. It's really against the odds. Fong Yuan sighed a little. The little tree man's talent for devouring energy was even more powerful than he had imagined. In just a few seconds, the energy that had devoured a flame crystal had been converted into its own power. If it was given enough time and enough resources, I'm afraid that the little tree man could grow to an invincible existence. Little tree man, will you come with me? I have many more rocks like the ones I just saw here. Fong Yuan asked with a smile. At the same time, he took out a few more flame crystals and placed them in his hands and turned them around. The little tree man's eyes lit up. It nodded slowly, not because it was barely there, but because its wooden body was a bit clumsy in everything it did now. The host has acquired a 5th pet. A tribute panel has been changed. Please check back in time. Hearing the prompting sound in his head, Fong Yuan gently smiled. Success! Although Demon Man Ryu had been punched out by that inexplicable woman, he had still managed to get the devouring evolutionary talent himself. Also gained a small tree man that is more responsive than the Demon Man Willow. The current Fong Yuan, no matter which way he looked at it, the little tree man was much cuter than the Demon Man Willow. But, thinking about that inexplicable woman just now, Fong Yuan also had a bit of a headache. Divine bait, after all, was again eaten by humans, or such a powerful woman. Headache, how does the god tier bait mess up every time? System, do you really want me to Imperial Beast? Fong Yuan didn't even know where to start spitting. As he spoke, he opened his attribute panel, acquiring 2 pets in a row, one of which was still a guy with terrifying strength. Fong Yuan's attribute panel had changed drastically. Name, Fong Yuan. Talents, Kingdom of Ice, SS rank. Spiritual Transformation, SSS rank. Eternal Black Flame, SS rank. Gravitational Reset, SSS rank. Devouring Evolution, SSS rank. Characteristics, Growing Together. Blood, 933, plus 500. Spirit, 920, plus 500. Pets, Fish Mooching, Nine-tailed Fox, Flame Tiger, Tree Man. Seeing his attribute panel, Fong Yuan's eyes widened. The change was so great that even he hadn't expected it. In the talent column alone, there were 2 more SSS ranked talents. 1. A gravitational reset, can change the direction and magnitude of gravity at will. Such an ability, called SSS rank, was completely qualified. The other SSS rank talent, on the other hand, was from Little Tree Man, Devouring Evolution. It was more advanced than the Little Tree Man's Energy Devouring. 2 more SSS rank talents in one breath. At this moment, even Fong Yuan could not help but suck in a breath of cool air. Devouring Evolution, he had expected it, but gravitational manipulation, I'm afraid, comes from that inexplicable woman just now. No wonder there's such a terrifying strength. I obtained an SSS rank talent, which means that that woman herself possesses an SS rank talent. Fong Yuan raised an eyebrow. When Yu Muqing awakened an S rank talent, he could already be called a top genius, and the woman who had just been there had a SS grade talent. Blonde hair, red cheongsam, Looks to be in her mid-20s and not much older than me. Why don't I remember that there is such a powerful person in the country? Fang Yuan scratched his head, feeling his head grow even bigger. That woman's strength was even more terrifying than he had imagined. Even the system couldn't detect that woman's attribute panel, only displaying a bunch of question marks. Moreover, just by signing the contract, it directly fed back 500 points of his spirit and chi blood, which was already quite a terrifying value. Not into the system can't detect this woman's attribute panel. Even that sense of link after signing the contract is much weaker. He could feel every pet he had taken in, their location, state, mood. Fang Yuan could perceive it all. That's what covenants are for. Only the woman just now. The connection with Fang Yuan was unusually weak. This is the first time this has happened. System, can someone forcefully dissolve a contract by virtue of their great strength? Fang Yuan asked in his heart. No, once a contract is made, it won't be changed by anything. However, if the host's royal animal level is low, the ability to sense and command will be reduced if he takes in a pet whose strength is far beyond his own. The stronger the opponent, the stronger the resistance. The system's reply made Fang Yuan frown. He can dislike each other, but the other guy can't resist him. This is the principle of the square edge. He closed his eyes straight away and began to feel the woman's presence in earnest. The deed was done, and that was his advantage. Soon, Fang Yuan sensed a wisp of connection if nothing else. He sensed that the woman, at an extremely fast speed, was leaving the city of Liang. Get back here, and don't you run away until you pay for my bait. Fang Yuan directly conveyed his orders towards the other party. However, time passed by. There was no response. In his perception, the woman slowed down just a little bit before taking off at a much faster pace. The strength is really terrifying. To be able to stand up to my orders. Fang Yuan was somewhat helpless. Let's just say, blood loss. Don't let me find you, and when I do I'll be sure to settle today's score. High in the air, Sikon Lazura was flying towards the Demon Beheading Division's headquarters at an extremely fast speed. She's in shape, not so good. It wasn't because of the injuries from the battle with the demonic beast. In fact, she just lightly punched the suspected Demon King. She didn't know why and ghosted that rice ball. When he thought of this, a trace of annoyance surfaced on Sikon Liuju's face. What the hell is that thing and why does it feel like that? It can't be some kind of bait or something. Suddenly, Sikon Liuju's figure in the air trembled. A strange feeling appeared in her heart, giving her the feeling of immediately returning to the place where she had just met Fang Yuan. Under the impact of this feeling, Sikon Liujuan's entire body violently began to fall. A few seconds later, she flew back up to the height she started at. Only, right now, her face was a little red, as if she was holding back something. No, can't go back. Going back would be the end. We have to hurry back to the Demon Slaying Division and get this feeling completely out of our bodies. Chapter 68 Gravity Reset. Devouring Evolution. Wilderness. Listening to the hissing sounds of demonic beasts coming from the distance, Fang Yuan raised his head. Have more demonic beasts come over. The void gate seems to have stabilized. Fang Yuan frowned. After the void gate was stabilized, a large number of demonic beasts would pour out. It's already an iron law. A portion of it is rushing towards the side of Liang City, just in time to experiment with the newly acquired talent. Fang Yuan's heart was already moving, and he already had an idea. The two newly obtained talents, Gravitational Reset and Devouring Evolution. Although they were both SSS grade talents, Fang Yuan did not really know how powerful they were yet either. It's just the right time to take advantage of the opportunity to learn about the upper limits of these two talents. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan rolled over and mounted the Flame Tiger. Over his left shoulder was Little Tree Man. Over his right shoulder, on the other hand, was the Little White Fox. The Little Tree Man seemed to be unaccustomed to this position, his hands tightly grasping Fang Yuan's clothes for fear that he would fall. However, it was forgetting that it was just a tree person. Even if you fall, you won't get hurt much. Flame Tiger, you can feel those demonic beasts, right? Charge straight in, Fang Yuan said indifferently. The Flame Tiger instantly turned into a flaming meteor and ran towards the place where the hissing sound of the demonic beast came from. At this very moment, on the walls of the city of Liang, the members of the defense team have been assembled. The so-called members of the defense force are the armed forces that maintain order in a city and are officially owned. They are usually the ones to solve any robbery or other vicious incidents in the city. Some of the weaker demonic beasts that entered the city were also dealt with by the defense team. Demonic beasts that the defense team couldn't solve would only urgently request the help of the demon-slaying ambassadors. Now, hearing the patches of hissing sounds in the distance, the faces of all the members of the defense team were a bit ugly. An onslaught of demonic beasts of this scale was no longer something they could handle. Even so, on the faces of these people, there was no sign of retreat at all. Their families, but they're all in the city behind them. Back off. It's easy. but it was the equivalent of sending one's family to the mouth of a demonic beast. None of them would do such a thing. Isn't the reason why martial artists cultivate for so many years to be able to protect their families and friends? Guys, from the walls, the captain of the defense team shouted. The city has largely retreated to shelters, and our task is to hold this place until Lord Demon Slaying Ambassador arrives. Not a single demonic beast is allowed to enter the city. Yes, all the members of the defense team, in unison, responded. The look in everyone's eyes was unmistakable. In fact, they had long been prepared to do so on the very day they joined the escort. With their wives and children behind them, how could they possibly back off? As long as they hadn't died out, they would never allow any of the demonic beasts to be able to rush into the city. First team, second team, follow me out of the city. The captain spoke up. The first batch of demonic beasts tend to be weak and few in number. Your two teams will join me and eliminate them outside the city. Soon the two teams were out of the ranks, armed and out of the walls, heading into the wilderness. For the environment in the wilderness, they were more familiar with it than these first-time demonic beasts. This is their home field. Fong Yuan sighed. The group of demonic beasts that were running wildly towards Liang City had already been seen. This group that rushed to the front of the line was not a large number. Fong Yuan picked a few and checked their attributes and found that none of them were strong either. Just cannon fodder. Fong Yuan didn't think much about anything as his gaze swept over the bodies of these demonic beasts. At once, black flames burned on the bodies of these demonic beasts. SS grade talent, eternal black flame. Wherever Fong Yuan's gaze reached, it could instantly ignite, using everything in the world as fuel. It will not be extinguished until the target is burned out. At this moment, a large number of demonic beasts let out a wail, but in just a few seconds, these demonic beasts with black flames burning on their bodies turned into a pile of ashes. The power of the eternal black flame was by no means something they could resist. Right about this time, the little tree man standing on Fong Yuan's shoulder, however, was a little anxious. Its spirit value was only 3, and its movements were slow, making it difficult to express itself smoothly, and it could only keep jumping to its feet in a hurry. Oh, you mean don't let me burn them right out? Fong Yuan quickly captured the emotions of the little tree man. The little tree man was actually trying to feed on these demonic beasts. Could it also be possible to devour the energy of demonic beasts? Fong Yuan froze for a moment. He stretched out his palm directly. In the next moment, a head-sized mouse demonic beast was directly sucked over by Fong Yuan. He changed the gravitational force in the direction of his hand, making it look as if the rat demonic beast flew over on its own and just happened to land in his hand. Seeing this scene, the little tree man directly stretched out his hands. Fine and numerous branches spread out from its handiwork. These branches directly pierced into the rat demonic beast in Fong Yuan's hands. It's only a few seconds. This rat demonic beast, then, had dried up and died. The little tree man burped contentedly and retracted those thin branches. The chi and blood and spirit have surprisingly risen again. Fong Yuan's eyes flashed with a hint of excitement. After devouring this demonic beast, the little tree person's chi, blood, and spirit, both had a slight increase. It's more than that. He also received feedback from the little tree man in the form of an increase in strength, his chi and blood growing in tandem with his spirit. A smirk spread across Fong Yuan's face. In that case, the eternal black flame just now was indeed a bit too wasteful. Once the eternal black flame came out, many demonic beasts didn't even leave behind ashes, and were directly burned with nothing left. The little tree people couldn't even devour it. Thinking of this, Fong Yuan raised his hand again. Gravitational reset. Next moment, a relatively large-sized demonic beast suddenly stopped running. In the meantime, with this large demonic beast as the center, the demonic beasts around it, their bodies were suddenly askew. Uncontrollably, the surrounding demonic beasts were all crowded together with it, unable to break free. That was because Fong Yuan had altered the gravitational force on this demonic beast's body, causing it to radiate a terrifying and powerful gravitational force in all directions. Those smaller-sized demonic beasts were impossible to block. In just a few seconds, a bunch of demonic beasts huddled together to form a small mountain of demonic beasts. The figure of the flame tiger also came to the side of this demonic beast mountain. Go ahead and eat as much as you can. It's enough for today, Fong Yuan said with a light smile. The little tree man jumped directly from Fong Yuan's shoulders. The little tree man, which was supposed to be falling vertically, changed direction in the air. It was also affected by the gravitational force and was directly sucked onto that demonic beast mountain. But it was just what the little tree man wanted. All over its body, it spread out fine branches that quickly rooted into the bodies of these demonic beasts. Fong Yuan could feel that his chi and blood were rapidly rising. This time, the surrounding demonic beasts that were not affected by the gravitational force looked at Fong Yuan with somewhat unfavorable eyes. They slowly surrounded Fong Yuan. Seeing this scene, Fong Yuan's face was not the least bit flustered. The little white fox on his shoulder opened its eyes. As Little White opened its eyes, A kingly aura filled the air from it. Golden pupils, coldly staring at the surrounding demonic beasts, causing none of them to dare to come forward. The little white fox, already taking on the aura of a king. It didn't even need to make a move. It could already deter these weak demonic beasts around it from coming forward. Outside the city of Liang, the members of the defense team who had followed the captain out had ambushed him not far from the city. Just wait for the foremost batch of demonic beasts to rush over and then storm up to kill them. But they waited for a while, but not a single demonic beast appeared. Why haven't you come yet? Listening to the hissing of the demonic beasts before. It's not too far away. It should be coming over. Something's wrong. The members of the escort who were ambushed in the wilderness were all puzzled. They looked to their captain in wonder. But the captain himself was confused. Asterisk. Don't look at me. How am I supposed to know what's going on? At the Void Gate, the people from the War Ministry have already arrived. But this happened so suddenly that it's impossible for them to stop all the demonic beasts. Obviously, we've already heard the roar of the demonic beasts, and we'll be there in 10 minutes. How come we haven't seen a single demonic beast? The captain was even looking over his shoulder a bit. Asterisk. Come on, some of the faster runners, and follow me to the front to take a look. Something's not right about this. Soon the captain organized a mobile squad and headed deeper into the wilderness. This small team, not weak. Everyone's speed was relatively fast. Even if they met head-on with the demonic beast group, running away was still not a problem. But another 10 minutes passed. They advanced a large distance in the wilderness and still didn't see a single demonic beast. Not even traces of demonic beasts walking by were found. Wicked. With a clench of his teeth, the captain led the squad to increase their speed, rushing towards the direction where the demonic beasts were heard hissing at the beginning. He had to find out what was going on in the wilderness. The safety of all residents of the city of Liang is at stake. Even if you throw your life away, you have to figure it out. Soon, this small group, then, came to their destination. However, everyone in the squad froze at the sight before them. Chapter 69, The Guard's Shock. It was Lord Fong Yuan. This guard squad had, finally, reached its destination. However, the scene in front of them caused all of them to freeze in place. They saw, all over the place, the corpses of demonic beasts. Some looked like they had been hardened by a violent force. Some looked like they had been drained of blood. And some looked like they had been torn apart by a sharp weapon. This squad, which was only the defense team of Liang City, usually didn't see many demonic beasts. So where had they seen such a scene? The corpses of demonic beasts lying here were at least 1,000. What's going on here? The members of the squad had been shocked beyond words and looked at their captain. The captain was even more confused. Don't look at me. Make it sound like I know what's going on here. Could it be that there are top-tier powerhouses that have already dealt with these demonic beasts? After half a day's thought, the junior captain could only think of this one possibility. Just, from the traces of these demonic beast corpses, it didn't simply look like the work of a martial artist. There were corpses that looked more like demonic beast kills. Just then, a little farther away, there was a rumbling sound. The few people in the squad looked at each other and immediately rushed over there. The answer, right over there. Soon, they then came to the place where the booming sound was coming from. The scene in front of them was even more unbelievable. A human figure was sitting on a mountain of demonic beast corpses, gently wiping the blood from his face. And with this figure as the center, in 3 directions, 3 great battles erupted at the same time. To the east, there was a fox demonic beast that had been huge in size and white in color. Although this fox was a demonic beast, its sharp and huge claws, when it struck, chopped the demonic beast in front of it directly into several pieces. To the west, a giant tiger with flames burning all over its body. Under the terrifying power, every demonic beast that approached it was either slapped into mud or burned into ashes. To the north, a large tree with the size of a human. Countless branches extended out from its deep mountains, and any demonic beasts touched by the branches would become parched in the blink of an eye. The human figure, on the other hand, was sitting leisurely on the corpse of the demonic beast in the center, as if everything in front of him was so normal. Is this really normal? A few members of the squad were already looking a bit skeptical. These 3 great demons that were terrifying on their own were protecting the human in the center. It's Fong Yuan. Finally, one of the squad members, looking at the tiger with flames burning all over it, remembered the news he had read a few days ago. A talented young man, from the flaming inferno, brought back a flaming tiger. And that talented young man was from their city of Liang. It's that Blazing Sun high school student who brought out a flame tiger from the flame hell. There's a beast master talent. It's from our city of Liang. This player yelled in excitement. Along with his voice, a few of the other team members, too, snapped to attention. The beast master. Several people looked at the somewhat blurred figure of Fong Yuan in the center, gradually merging with the figure they saw on the news that day. Yes, That's the teenager, possessing the talent of a rare imperial beast in 100 years. This is a genius kid. That's already a bigot level, isn't it? With just one person, he blocked so many demonic beasts without even feeling the slightest bit of strain. You're telling me this is a talented young man? It's Big Brother alright. We're in. The captain of the escort team didn't stand on the side to watch the fun, and with a loud roar, he had already rushed up with his men. However, they did not enter the front battlefield. Instead, they chose some fleeing demonic beasts. These demonic beasts were not very strong, and they could still handle them. At this very moment, on Fong Yuan's side, he also noticed the presence of these defense members. He was a little taken aback. With the strength of the defense team, it was usually rare to see demonic beasts, and doing some work to maintain the city's security was still manageable. I'm afraid it wouldn't work well against the demonic beast swarm, but these guys, they dared to run all the way inside the wilderness. Huge courage, I must say. Even, it was ready to be sacrificed. Soon, the battle was then over. All of the demonic beasts have died. Even some of the demonic beasts that could have escaped were stopped by the members of the escorting team and killed by the arriving little tree people. There wasn't a single fleeing demonic beast. Looking at the corpses of demonic beasts all over the place, the members of the escorting team were feeling like they were living in a dream. Too unreal. Even though the vast majority of the demonic beasts here were killed by Big Brother Fong Yuan, they stood here and participated in the battle. Half an hour ago, with the courage of certain death, they had gone out of the city into the wilderness. Half an hour later, they were still alive, but the demonic beasts, they were all dead. This amazing experience gave all the members of the escort a dreamy feeling. Greetings, Lord Fong Yuan. Seeing Fong Yuan walking towards him, the captain of the escort immediately saluted. The few remaining members of the team also had wild eyes and saluted Fong Yuan. I'm not an adult. Fong Yuan cried and laughed a little. Fong Yuan hadn't even thought that the title of adult would even appear on his own body. This is generally a term for someone who is very strong. No, the captain of the escort said seriously. You killed the demonic beasts here and protected the safety of the residents of Liang City. You are the big man. The captain's eyes were a little wild. At this point in time, Fong Yuan's age, origin, everything no longer mattered. With the strength of one person, he had taken on 2 waves of beasts. This is the kind of battle that would be awarded a medal. Fong Yuan waved his hand. These were not too important issues. He was just a bit uncomfortable. Say, what are you guys doing out in the wilderness instead of staying on the walls? Fong Yuan opened his mouth and asked. We were going to defend on the walls, the captain said with some embarrassment, but thinking that the first wave of demonic beasts might not be too strong or numerous, I organized 2 teams and went out of the city to ambush this in the wilderness. But after waiting for half a day, I haven't seen a single demonic beast. Just thought I'd come and see what it was all about. I didn't realize it was all killed by you, said the captain with that frenzied look back on his face. One person killed all the thousands of demonic beasts. It's the kind of thing that makes your blood boil just thinking about it. However, the Fong Yuan in front of him even looked as if he had done a very ordinary thing. This kind of heart is astonishing. Hearing this, Fong Yuan nodded. These members of the defense team, although not very strong, did do things that really made him a bit impressed as well. I'm afraid it would be hard to do better than them if it were him. By the way, we also applied for the assistance of the demon-slaying Ambassador Sama. The captain suddenly remembered something and spoke. Now it looks as if, won't be needed. With the strength of their escorts, it was simply impossible for them to hold on to Blazing Sun City and kill all the demonic beasts. They had sent an application to the Demon Beheading Division the first time the Void Gate appeared. The response from the Demon Chopper Division was for them to hold out for at least half an hour. Now, if we count the time, the demon-slaying envoy Sama should have arrived as well. The captain was suddenly a little embarrassed. The demonic beasts have all been killed, and Lord Demon Chopper won't be angry if he made a trip for nothing, right? At the city walls of Liang, the members of the escort looked on, anxious. The captain and the men had been out of town for half an hour, but no news came. There wasn't even a hint of movement in the wilderness. Not a single demonic beast had rushed outside the city either. It was nothing like they had imagined it would be. No one knows what's really going on. They can't go into the wilderness to check it out without authorization either. This waiting for the unknown is the most heartbreaking. Captain, how the hell are they? Did they encounter any demonic beasts? Why isn't there any movement at all? It's been half an hour. If those demonic beasts come over, my head will be able to fall off 3 times. What's going on here? Everyone is anxious. Everyone is anxious. They couldn't figure out what was happening and could only keep pacing. Just then, a silhouette descended from the sky and landed on the city wall with a bang. It's none other than Fifi Yu, head of the central region of the Demon Chopper Division. A few days ago, she was the one who personally came over and invited Fong Yuan to join the Demon Beheading Division. After a few days, coming back to Liang City, Yu Fei's heart was also a bit puzzled. Today, she was supposed to be on some other mission, but she suddenly received a message from Chief Sikon Luzhu, telling her to come to Liang City immediately. Yu Fei didn't dare to be careless and handed over the task in hand to someone else and immediately came over. After all, the new Void Gate appeared in the vicinity of Liang City, and even if the War Ministry had rushed to the scene, it was impossible to kill all the demonic beasts. It was already a nail in the coffin that a demonic beast had stormed Liang City. She wouldn't dare delay a minute. Once the demonic beasts entered Liang City, it would be a major dereliction of duty on the part of the Demon Beheading Division. Moreover, Feng Yuan was still in Liang City. It would truly be a disaster if Feng Yuan, an extremely rare genius ever, died in the onslaught of demonic beasts. But, Yu Fei looked at the city walls with a head full of question marks. She thought she was late. But now, she had arrived at the city wall of Liang City, which should logically be the first place to be hit by the demonic beasts. Surprisingly, not a single demonic beast was seen. What's going on here? Yu Fei was a bit puzzled. Chapter 70, These Demonic Beasts, all killed by Feng Yuan. Just when Yu Fei was puzzled, the members of the guards on the city walls also noticed the arrival of this Lord Demon Chopper Envoy. Lord Demon Beheading Envoy has finally arrived. All the escorts got excited. None other. The Demon Beheading Envoy has arrived. So what else can't be solved? Even if the sky collapses, with the Demon Beheading Envoy-sama around, it won't be too much of a problem. This is the Demon Chopper. 300 years have built up an unbelievably tall image in people's minds. The highest-ranking captain of the guards who stayed behind quickly walked towards Yu Fei. However, after getting halfway there and seeing Yu Fei's face clearly, this captain was shocked. Head of the Central Region. He thought that the one who came would be an ordinary Demon Beheading Envoy. I didn't expect it to be the head of the Central Region. A Demon Beheading Envoy of this level, which would normally be difficult to see, had unexpectedly appeared in front of him. What is it now? Yu Fei took the initiative to ask. Only then did the junior captain detach himself from his shock and excitedly detailed the current situation. Yu Fei's brows furrowed. It's not right. If the hissing of large swathes of demonic beasts could be heard half an hour ago, then those demonic beasts were not particularly far away from here. Half an hour should totally be there. But surprisingly, there wasn't a bit of movement. Even the people who went out to scout the area didn't come back. You guys continue to stay here and defend. I'll go over and take a look. Without saying anything more, Yu Fei's figure directly rose up and flew towards the wilderness. After she left the walls, it was the members of the escort here that erupted into a cheer. Lord Demon Beheading Envoy has finally arrived. I don't know what to do. Yes, if Lord Demon Slaying Envoy is here, there will definitely be no problem. They have a lot more experience dealing with this kind of thing than we do. Liang City is saved. But, how did a Demon Beheading Envoy Lord come? Amidst the many cheers, there were others who were careful to express their doubts. The words were said, and instantly caused a hint of concern as well. Yeah, only one Lord Demon Chopper Ambassador has come. Will it really work? This time, it was a group of demonic beasts that had surged over from the side of the Void Gate. At this time, the squad leader who had just reported the situation with Yu Fei spoke up. This Lord Demon Beheading Envoy is the head of the central region of the entire Demon Beheading Division. It works better than coming to 10 other Demon Chopper Ambassadors. Head of the central region. Surprisingly, it's this lord. It looks so young. At this moment, all the doubts in people's hearts dispersed. Even if Yu Fei looked young, even if Yu Fei's frame didn't look brave, and there was not the slightest hint that anyone suspected anymore. Head of the central region of the Demon Chopper Division. Such a title was already a height they couldn't imagine. Strange, what's going on here? Yu Fei landed in the wilderness. The place where he landed was exactly where Feng Yuan encountered the group of demonic beasts at the beginning. There were also hundreds of corpses of demonic beasts scattered here. Yu Fei's face was unusually grave as she looked at the situation here. Although, none of these demonic beasts were guys with too much strength, but with so many demonic beasts gathered together, it was also a considerable force. Surprisingly, they all died here. Besides, she hadn't seen a single human body. In other words, the escort group that entered the wilderness did not encounter this group of demonic beasts. Yu Fei was well aware of the strength of the escorts. If they really encountered them, I'm afraid that they wouldn't even have a chance to escape. Everyone will die in the mouth of this demonic beast. Who did this? Yu Fei crouched down and carefully observed the corpses of the demonic beasts. Who in the vicinity of Liang City has this kind of means? Is it a person, or some organization? Yu Fei's expression was very serious. There was no doubt that the person who was able to kill all of the demonic beasts here in a short period of time must be quite terrifying in strength. And yet, they know nothing about this man. Nothing at all. If there really was a terrifying guy, or organization, that had grown up under their noses. It could only mean that there was a huge loophole in the work of the demon beheading division. But, just as Yufei frowned in thought, a familiar voice, coming from not far away. "What are you doing here?" Yufei snapped her head around to look. A familiar figure came into view. Fang Yuan? Yufei froze for a moment. "What are you doing here?" Yufei was a little annoyed. With the appearance of the Void Gate, a large number of demonic beasts might impact Liang City. Even if Fang Yuan wanted to help, it would just be a matter of helping with the defense on the city walls. What's with all the running out into the wilderness? It's too dangerous. Yufei finally understood why the chief of department was in such a hurry to have her come over. Totally worried about this Fang Yuan guy. If this guy died, it would simply bring shame to the whole of China. "I walk," Fang Yuan said with a smile. Walking. Yufei became even more irritated. But as long as Fang Yuan didn't have any problems, she didn't bother to pursue these matters. "By the way, in your wilderness, did you see any strange people?" Yufei asked. "Strange people? I saw an escort," Fang Yuan said with a smile. That escort was helping him clean up another battlefield. Some of the corpses of demonic beasts would harbor unique crystals, and these crystals could be very valuable things. Fang Yuan was too lazy to clean up himself, and it just so happened that there were members of the escort. It won't take long, though. It was enough for them to finish the job before the third wave of ferocious beasts attacked. Escorts certainly don't count. Yufei was a bit anxious. "I'm talking about one, or a few, of the more powerful kind." Hearing this, Fang Yuan's face became odd. Didn't that woman who had eaten his godly bait food exactly fit the characteristics described by Yufei? "There is indeed one." Fang Yuan opened his mouth. A woman in her 20s, in a red cheongsam, red high heels, and her mouth smeared red. The hair is blonde. Quite powerful. Yufei froze. This description is for. Wasn't this the head of their demon beheading division? Sikong Luzura. Yufei asked with some hesitation. "You've met Sikan Ryusakura? Sikong Ryusakura?" Fang Yuan froze for a moment. That name, it sounds a little familiar. "She is the head of our demon beheading division." Sikong Luzura. Yufei reminded. Fang Yuan froze. Head of the demon beheading division. He contracted himself to be the head of the demon chopper division. At this moment, Fang Yuan finally understood why that woman looked as if she knew herself well. It also finally understood why that woman's strength was so terrifying. Head of the demon beheading division. This identity, it explains everything. This was already an existence that stood at the top of human martial artists. "You've already met the director?" "I was saying wait until you report." Yufei opened her mouth. Fang Yuan gave a forced smile. Seeing is seeing, but probably in the mind of this director, it was not a pleasant meeting. Just then, scuffling footsteps sounded. Those few escorts, who had finally cleaned up the other side of the battlefield, rushed over. As soon as they came over, they saw the obvious demon beheading envoy's uniform on Yufei. "Demon beheading envoy-sama." The squad leader immediately brought his men over to salute. Yufei nodded to a few of the escorts and turned her head to say to Fang Yuan, "The wilderness isn't very safe tonight.